young boy, I wrote my own wonderful cartoon shows. I played them in my head, I could visualize cartoon characters with my eyes shut or open. Dragon slayers, funny, silly characters, hopping and running, flying. No television required from within. I'm driven and inspired to create my own realms, my own. My mind is free. A million brilliant creations slammed in the face of demons. Pissant lurking losers, envious leeches.
Go away.
Demons. Go away. 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 Shh. Leave me alone.
I'm not like you.
This isn't my home.
I'm not from here.
I'm not from here. Anything.
I can make
anything.
I can dream
Anything.
I can create
Anything.
I can imagine
I can imagine.
I can write
I can see.
I can speak in poetry.
I can dream in alien languages.
Make other worlds.
I'm not like you.
Conformist zombies.
Entombed. I'm different. I'm not from here.
Not from here.
No bloody tears.
What you humans believe to be and call home is a tomb, a realm of mindless golems.
It's cold, it's callous, it's cruel and sick and evil. It's hell for true spirits.
It's cold,
I know,
you love it.
most of you call it normal.
For every evil and sickness,
You have an excuse.
you do.
Mental gymnastic.
You lie and lie.
You defend.
It never fucking ends.
You pretend.
And pretend.
You are liars and losers.
Demons and zombies, cockroaches, dance in the fire. Evil, evil liars. Dance, dance in the fire.
Stay here
And burn,
burn, burn.
demons. Demons. Shh. Hey, hey.
As a young boy, I wrote my own wonderful cartoon shows.
I played them in my head, I could visualize cartoon characters with my eyes.
Shutter open.
Dragon slayers,
Funny
silly,
characters hopping and running.
flying
No television required.
from within,
I'm driven and
inspired.
to create
My own realms,
my own.
my mind is free.
A million brilliant creations
Slammed in the face,
of demons.
demons,
Piss on lurking losers.
envious leeches,
Go away.
demons. Go away, away. Leave me alone.
I'm not like you.
This isn't my home.
I'm not from here.
I'm not from here.
I am the Raven King.
I can do
Anything
anything,
I can make.
anything,
I can dream.
anything
can imagine,
I can write,
I can see,
I can speak in poetry,
I can dream in alien languages.
make other worlds,
I'm not like you,
conformist zombies.
and
I'm different,
I'm not from here.
not from here.
No bloody tears,
But you humans believe to be and call home
is a tomb.
a realm of mindless.
The ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear,
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name,
The king is here,
forever reigns.
the king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, 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 everyone. The king is here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. We have a whole 3 people tuned in out of the entire realm. As though my channels are not shadow banned. They are, of course. That's the way it works here. This is King Stephen, with my little King Friday the 13th finger puppet that Team Evil likes to mock because they don't have any fun. They don't have any sense of humor or sense of fun. They have nothing. They have nothing. They have no, they can't even laugh, these motherfuckers on Team Evil. They're just miserable. They're miserable, sour-pussed, sour-faced. Like, picture somebody eating a raw lemon, the skin and all, biting into a lemon. There's a lemon challenge, and the face just goes sour. That's what they look like, sour-faced losers. No laughter, no fun. They'll say, oh, they call this a sock pup. They say that I play with sock puppets. This is a finger puppet. It's not made out of a sock. And it's a good one. And I have some others as well of famous characters, famous philosophers and artists. My girlfriend thinks they're funny. I think they're funny. She encouraged me to buy more, and I did. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. And I like pulling these out and putting them on video once in a while. I haven't done it in a while, but I will again. I don't let anybody control me or stop my fun or sense of humor, ever. And that's my laptop, a Legion. It's a Lenovo Legion gaming laptop, the one with all the fans on the bottom. Has all the fans, the cooling, super cooling. It has the great video card, the powerful NVIDIA GeForce RTX card in it. Powerful processor, lots of memory. It's a great little laptop. It's not the lightest laptop in the world, that's for sure. But that's okay. It's my home laptop. I have another laptop that I use, a ThinkPad that's very thin and light. If I'm going to hotels or traveling, I take that with me. And that one's hardly been used at all. It's basically brand new. I'm glad I have money to spend on my channel. I'm glad I have money to spend in life. I'm glad I'm not a broke ass pissant of a peasant living in a vehicle, a stinky bum, homeless bum. I'm glad I'm not one of these losers like so many watch on YouTube. They watch losers. They watch homeless bums living in vehicles. Stinky bums. Hello, Wendy. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. Do I need a louder mic or is this loud enough? I have my volume turned way up. I do that on purpose. I want to make sure people can hear me. My volume gets turned down all the time in the panel verse, the demon verse, by the creepy creatures that run demon verse channels. And they are demons. I don't call them some of you are confused. You don't pay attention enough. There's 6 people tuned in. You got to start to pay attention. When I call them demons, it's not a joke. It's not trolling. It's not me trying to be funny. It's not me trying to be insulting or belittling or demean them. When I'm calling them demons, some people are confused. I mean, they are literal demons. That's a favorite word of them too. Literally, literally, literally. They'll say literally this, literally. They'll overuse that word and use it when it's not necessary. And they just apply it all the time because they're addicted to that word. But in a very real, accurate way, they are demons. Now, I don't expect most of you on earth to see it because most of you, I observe, see nothing. You go through your lives, cradle to grave, and you see nothing. And the most you do is focus in on little topics of the day, whatever's trending today in the truther land, the truther verse. And that's what most people do. And they'll look at a little puzzle piece for 10 years. Well, I have a whole big puzzle fit together. I have 10,000 pieces put together, just as a number, as an example for you. I don't know if it's 10,000, 8,000, 20,000, but I have a lot. And it forms a picture. Now, most of you don't want that. You want little puzzle pieces to look at and hone in on and put under a microscope, like looking at your blood and blood cells under a microscope. And I'm saying you're in a hell realm and you're looking at a couple cells under a microscope. You'll never see the big picture that way. If you don't see the big picture, you're just doomed to repeat this. And I try to show people visually, here's where you'll end up. Don't see the big picture before you leave. You'll just take another spin in the bin like most people do. Because they believe they have shit figured out and they don't. They don't know where they are. They know a couple things that are happening here. Big deal. You know what big Bill Gates is doing and what Elon Musk is doing and this one, big deal. You'll just get recycled. That's the part that should hit people hard, but there's something wrong with a lot of people. It should disturb you. It should worry you, but it doesn't with most of you because I know you're different than me. Most of you don't care about the big picture. You don't care if you're getting recycled. You just care about your pet truther topics that you're addicted to that make you feel good. Saying, well, I know Bill Gates is doing this with GMO and with the fake meat, the lab meat, and how he's buying farmland. You can know all these little details. Great. You can talk about all that stuff while you're in the bin coming back here. Because that's where you're headed. A lot of you don't know how this system works. So how are you going to get out? Well, the simple answer is you're not getting out. Most of you on Earth don't get out. Almost all of you get recycled and they bring in more from other places. That's why your population keeps growing. Every year, every decade. It's been going up. You get it, geniuses? There aren't millions or billions of you getting out. You're just getting recycled and more are coming in. Do you understand? Do you understand, geniuses? That's how the population's going up. So for the ones that say, how do we know they're not getting out? There's all the evidence shows that most of you are not getting out. You're getting recycled and more are coming in. And who do you not want to listen to? One of the only beings that's telling you the truth, because that's how dumb humans are. You'd rather listen to liars and pay liars. You'd rather pay grapists and predators and sex offenders and felons. And you do. It's not just hundreds of thousands, it's millions of you so-called truthers that pay predators. You buy their cars and houses. Their full-time job is screwing you, duping you. You love it. Most of you humans on YouTube pay to be duped. Congratulations, you're not near what you believe yourselves to be. You believe yourselves to be aware. You believe yourselves to be smarter than the masses, the normies. You believe yourselves to be awake and have discernment, and almost none of you show it. Almost none of you on YouTube that call yourselves truthers. You're dupes. You pay to be duped by huge channels. And that's why these huge channels exist, because most of you fit in that category of dupes. I don't care if it hurts your feelings, because it's true. The truth is, most of you don't care about the truth. You call yourselves truthers, and you pay liars. So that shows me a lack of care for truth. You're morons. You're not even close to seeing what I can see. As much as I've spent years trying to help you see, most of you can't see. With all of my help, you can't see hardly anything. That's most people on YouTube. And you follow the psyops and agendas. A lot of you do. A lot of you truthers are leftists. You think I'm bad for hurting people's feelings, for telling jokes, and oh, he's homophobic and sexist and transphobic and he's racist. And the way you talk reveals what you are. Most of you on YouTube are lefties. You're leftists. You're feminists. You're leftists. You're Marxists. You're creeps. You're LGBT supporters. You're indoctrinated. You're Kool-Aid drinkers. You're fucking morons. Most of you that call yourselves truthers are fucking morons following agendas. You're dupes. You're New World Order dupes. Does that hurt your feelings? Because it's true. It wouldn't sting your ego or hurt your feelings if it was untrue. It's true. And that's what bothers you. Most of you on YouTube support the agendas. You call yourselves truthers, and you're supporting all the social engineering agendas and the anti-free speech agendas. You're anti-freedom. You're anti-work. You're anti-capitalism. You're pro-LGBT. You're everything that they want you to be, you dumbasses that call yourselves truthers. Millions of you on YouTube are just scumbags. How does that feel? That's why I don't call myself part of a truth community, because I'm not part of dumbasses. I don't align with fucking morons. I think for myself. I see through the agendas and psyops that most of you follow. You spend lifetimes here following shit and eating shit and drinking Kool-Aid. And that is what you do. It's observably true. You feel sorry and you think that women are oppressed and you think that LGBT are oppressed. You drank all the Kool-Aid, most of you on these channels. And then you'll call me names and label me. It shows me that you're just brainwashed, Kool-Aid drinking dupes. You're morons. If that bothers you, too bad. Call yourselves truthers. Truth is the last thing that you seek. You seek to follow, and you do. You're the perfect slaves for this system, most of you on Earth, including the millions on YouTube and other social media that call themselves truthers. You're just dupes, you're followers. That's all you are. You're quick to call me a homophobe, a transphobe, sexist, misogynist, racist. You show what you are. You're part of the evil agenda. You're part of the system. You're fucking morons. They use you as pawns. You're dummies. You're losers. You're losers. I hope that does get under your skin for the people that say, oh, he gets under my skin so much. Good. I hope I do. All the better. Hope I do. Because almost nothing gets through to you. You don't think, you just follow and use labels. Most of you are not thinkers. You might as well not have a mind. You might as well just be puppets and zombies. That's what most of you are. All over YouTube. Following this channel, 200,000, 500,000 here, another million over there. Millions of so-called truthers. You're just zombie followers. That's all you are. You're garbage.
If you think moving abroad can solve all your issues, maybe you should think about it again. Sabina Saidi, a mother of 3 and small business owner, moved to Saudi Arabia a year ago to work as a maid. She wanted to give her family a better life, but during her time in Saudi Arabia, she learned being a maid is not always about cleaning the house and making food. Sometimes it can be about sleeping with dogs.
I told him, the dogs have started bothering me. One came and started licking my buttocks and legs and it scared me. The man laughed a little and then replied, these dogs also have feelings like humans and have desires too. So it was asking you to sleep with her and have sexual intercourse.
If you believe you have seen a much uglier side of the world and what is happening out there, then you should.
So this is how the Arabs in Saudi Arabia treat the tiggas that they bring over from Africa. They have the dogs having sex with them. And this is common. So as much as you idiots want to be anti-white, you don't want to address what actually goes on. Slavery in the modern world is Arabic and Muslim. I'll drop a link here for you. You can enjoy it. You can enjoy some truth and maybe deprogram yourself a little bit, because some of you are anti-white that tuned into my show. Some of you lurkers are anti-white. And you don't want to say anything about Muslims, Saudi Arabians. You don't want to say what happens, how the tiggas are used in a lot of these Arabic countries. Used and abused. You don't care. A lot of you are just anti-white pieces of shit. That's what you are. It's what you are. You don't want to face the truth of what goes on in this realm. You want to blame white people. You don't want to look at the evils done by Arabs, Muslims. Hardly see any of you mention it ever on YouTube. Hardly ever. A lot of you are fucked up. You're programmed. You're full of shit. Your heads are full of shit. You don't like to hear that. But if you're anti-white, you definitely are. And if you're anti-white men, like this creature, he blames white men for the state of this world. He's a real fucking moron. He's an anti-white feminist. And some of you follow along with this shit. This guy here is pro-Muslim and anti-white men and anti-British, Mr. Big Nose. A lot of you are too dumb to see anything. You're just too dumb. You don't pay attention. You don't learn anything. You're too stupid to learn. You're just too dumb. Too lazy. Pay attention. You're too lazy to learn. You're lazy daisy. Lazy daisy. You're just lazy fucking idiots. You can't learn if your mind is an overfilled trash truck with no room left for truth. Can you? This is what your mind looks like to me. Some of you, a great many of you on YouTube, and most of you, almost all of you on Earth, if you look at it that way, your mind is full of trash, not truth. So be it. You wouldn't even think to clean it out and go, how am I going to have room? Like some of you just retarded. You act that way with your phones. You act that way with your computers. Talcott acts that way. Oh, I think my computer's full. What will I do? What will I do? I can't save anymore. Well, you might want to clean out some junk. You might want to get rid of gigabytes of junk. You might want to try that with your fucking mind. You might want to say, what am I holding on to that's trash, that's lies? What have I been programmed with my whole life here when I'm 40 years old or 50 or 60 or 70 or 80? And you never thought once in your goddamn life, what do I have filling up my skull? Now, it's not literally filling it up with garbage, but figuratively. You have trash in there, lies, programming. You ever think to say to yourself, I don't have any room left for truth. I can't fit it in. I'll save the garbage, but I won't listen to what King Stephen's saying. I don't have room for it. I just have I'm full. That's the way you are. That's the way a lot of you are. A lot of you are that way. I would dare say most of you on Earth are that way. Most on Earth. Whether you live in the third world, second world, or first world, Western world. It's the way you are. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate it. I make these memes. Some people think that I download them or I hunt them down and find them. I'm creating these truth memes for your sake, trying to help you. It's not a weird thing. It's a weird hobby of mine, trying to help people deprogram. It's one of my weird hobbies, trying to deprogram humans. Hello, R.I. Hello, Marys. Hello, hello. This is one of my weird hobbies, trying to deprogram humans. It's been my whole life. It's been a hobby since I was a kid, trying to help you deprogram. Because you can't see the truth when your fucking head's full of garbage. And most of you don't want to realize it. You'll cling on to the lies saying, well, it took time to learn that in school. It must be true. Must be true. A lot of you make all the excuses in the world for hanging on to shit. You'll come to my channel and start spewing garbage that you didn't get here. You got from other channels. And you bring it over here and you start spewing it out like NPCs, Stephen. They're all NPCs. They're not human. They're robots. We're in a quantum computer. And you get all this garbage that you hear on other channels and you hear and believe and repeat. And you just don't think. You just get programmed. And it makes me sick. I don't want programmed beings around me. I don't want you to be around me if you're programmed. You got to start working on that, deprogramming yourself. It's up to you. So here's a munchkin. This is a great example of what goes on in Canada. This guy, Billboard Chris, is calling out child abuse. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers is on his sign. He hasn't just done this in Canada. He's traveled the world for 5 or 6 years trying to get people to fucking think for once about something involving children. But here's what he deals with. Munchkins and zombie Zombie moron munchkins like this guy. Now, you might learn something if you pay attention for a little while. You got to pay attention, though, to learn something.
All right, so what's the whole consensus of that?
Well, we shouldn't be stopping the development of children.
Okay. And is there more, or is that just it?
Well, of course there's more, but the reason they're stopping the development of children, resulting in their infertility and other negative side effects, such as being an anorgasmic lifelong pharmaceutical patient, is because of this false notion that they were born in the wrong body, that they have a gender identity that's different from their sex. I reject that ideology completely. What do you think?
I disagree,
Why?
you know, because people are allowed to feel what their gender consists of even on an early age, you know, how they feel. That's what discovering yourself is when you grow up, you know. It does not have to be extremely chemically, but you should be allowed to do that. And with the parents' permission, you'll be allowed to get these gender blockers, and you're able to pursue your gender that you want to be. And if that's how you feel, that's how you're gonna feel, you know. And I think that is completely okay for teenagers, and I'm guessing children. What age are you thinking of children? You know, that's kind of it's a very, you know, bland statement. Children, you know, you're not really getting into specifics here.
Well, children technically are minors, so I guess in BC that's
Minors,
18 and under.
18 and under.
I wouldn't ever do this for any kids. I wouldn't do this for any young adults either.
What about adults?
But let's get
Young
to...
adults, come on.
I wouldn't
Like,
do it with young adults either.
I'm 26. If I decided to be transgender, would you be against that? Or is
Well,
am I too old for that? You know, who knows?
So my fundamental disagreement here is, I'd say there's no such thing as being transgender.
Oh, so you just don't.
What is
believe
gender?
it.
What is gender?
So this little munchkin in the black shirt with the hat on and the blue jeans is all mouth, all attitude, all ego, all feelings. He's not listening. He's not trying to learn. Now, is everyone that comes to my channel that way? No. There are some people that I can tell are trying to learn. Are most people on YouTube in the truther verse and the panel verse, I call it the demon verse, are they more like this little munchkin on panels and on channels? Yes. The guy with the black shirt and the circle, that teal colored blue circle on his shirt with the greasy hair, they're more like him. They got the big mouth. They got the big ego. They don't listen. They don't try to learn. They don't try to understand. They're all mouth. Yappy, 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 little munchkins. And that's normal now. People would call it, because most of you don't call it out. Most of you don't notice it. There's a few on my channel that do. But most on YouTube don't see that the whole panel verse, demon verse is full of idiots like this. That is the norm. There's way more of those than there are listeners, thinkers, real truth seekers trying to understand and not just running their mouth like a little munchkin, like this guy. He even has the munchkin voice. If you fucking pay attention, it's pretty obvious, but some of you don't. You'll just hear it go, what does he mean, munchkin voice? You just take it like it's an insult or a joke or, no, it's real. He sounds like a munchkin to me. That's why I mention it. Some of you don't notice anything. You don't. But there are some women that will say, why do men have voices like that these days? What happened to men? But they'll never dig deeper. That's another thing. A lot of you stop short. You'll question something, or you'll notice a little bit. You'll have a little tiny insult or insight, and you'll stop short. That's also common. Few people go all the way. And if you don't go all the way to see the big picture of what this place is, then you're fucked. You'll just get recycled. And if you do the research that I've already done and tried to share with you, you'll see that you'll just get recycled. If you die not knowing anything and you're just a mouthy little munchkin like this, you'll get recycled. It's simple. And some of you that come here still can't even understand that much. So you do have issues. You don't pay attention enough to learn.
If we're going to say people are transgender, we should be able to define gender. So let's get down to that basic.
Let's get down to business.
What is gender?
Gender is, nowadays, right, we have developed through time, is how people want to feel.
Come this.
Let's get.
What is gender? Able to define gender. So let's get down to that basic.
Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Let's get.
What is gender?
Gender is nowadays, right? We have developed through time as how people want to feel.
Come this way just a little bit for me, please. Thank you.
All right, sure. If people
So
want
what's
to feel
gender?
like they perceive themselves as a woman, they're allowed to be a woman, you know?
Well,
And
what's a
with that-
woman?
with that,
We should be able to find these terms. If you perceive yourself as a woman, what does it mean to be a woman?
it means to be a beautiful soul, you know? And same with a man. So what difference
That's not
does it
really a
make?
definition of a woman, though,
Oh,
is it?
It doesn't matter. Why do you got a definition between their genitals? And if that's what you're going at, I don't find that fair, you know? And what does it matter to you? You know? Do you believe
It
in
matters-
happiness?
it
Wait, do you
matters to
believe
me-
in- shut up. Do you
Well,
believe
you
in
asked me a
happiness?
question.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you believe in happiness?
He interrupts Billboard Chris and then he tells him to shut up. He's a little munchkin. Now, in some countries, this is in Vancouver, Canada. In some countries, if he did that to a grown man, they'd just be stomped on. If he behaved this way and told a grown man in the Middle East, shut up, and was rude this way, he wouldn't get away with it. He'd be under the ground somewhere in the desert.
You know? Do you believe
It
in
matter-
happiness?
it
Wait,
matters
do you
to
believe
me-
in- shut up. Do you
Well,
believe
you
in
asked me a
happiness?
question.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm asking you a
right.
question. Do you believe in happiness?
Yeah, of course I do.
All right, then if they're happy, then let them be happy. You
Well,
should preach what you speak.
So
You know, happiness.
these
There you
kids and these young people and these adults that transition as well, I would argue it's not making them happier.
go. It is.
And the studies we have,
You know, I
the
have
studies
like,
we have
what,
show it's
like
not either.
A bunch of trans friends, and they're fucking happy as shit. You know, they're happy. Everyone gets depressed. Everyone gets sad every now and again. That's a completely normal emotion to have. So, you know, what's your deal? You know what? If you want to preach this, you don't preach it in a place where people want to come feel comfortable. You might as well go to Chilliwack, and people will agree with you. You want to...
Now he's telling him where he should preach this. He should go where people just agree with him. You should stay out of certain areas, he's telling him. Just go where people will agree with you. This is another leftist tactic. And I'm trying to show you something beyond this creature being a munchkin. This munchkin represents many on YouTube. I don't believe that many can see that, though. I just don't see many that have any awareness anymore. They don't have it. He sounds like a munchkin. He's rude. He's controlling. He's trying to be the speech police. And this is what goes on.
You want to go to the interior? People will be...
Well, you came up here to have a conversation with me. You
Because
get
I
to
live
express
here.
your views to
Yeah,
all the people watching this.
Yeah, I'm going to express my
Isn't that a
views.
beneficial thing?
It is a beneficial thing, yeah.
All right.
But why here? You know, that's my question.
Well, I go to where the
Why?
people are. There's a lot of people here.
There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people in certain parts of busy traffic in Chilliwack too, you know, that will completely agree with you, you know, in Abbotsford and the interior, Hope, Kelowna, Kamloops, 100 Mile, 150 Mile. Yeah, huh?
I hardly ever
Yeah,
go.
you should go to Davie Village.
I hardly ever go there actually because
Yeah, because you're a pussy.
Oh, I've been there 7 or 8
Chrome
times.
dome Pussy. Exactly.
So
See,
tell
this
me-
guy knows what's up.
Rainbow Crosswalk.
do you want to come in and
Exactly.
do you want to come in and talk as well?
He's allowed to
Okay.
film if he wants to.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. And he's exactly right.
So-
you come here on Robson Square asking just, you know, not...
Instigator.
He's an instigator. Thank you, my guy. Chrome Dome instigator over here.
Very boring.
You know? Very bland and stuff. You
Yeah,
know,
there we
Andrew,
go.
White Andrew Tate, you
His
know?
popularity
Fucking-
is being unpopular.
Yeah, yeah.
thrives on it.
He has to go to the, you know, minority of people. Exactly, you know.
So,
Guarantee it is.
shall we talk
Right now.
science for a minute here?
He's probably a pedophile or something.
Should we talk
right?
about actual evidence for a minute here? You want to do that?
For sure.
Definitely.
All the systematic reviews that have been done show that
So this creep smoking the cigarette, this munchkin said that Chris is, quote, probably a pedophile. This is how disgusting these creatures are. This limp-wristed little munchkin here. They believe that they're virtuous and all they do is insult people, sling false accusations. They're just sickos. And people tolerate this. A lot of people tolerate it and say, well, that's Canada. This is what's going on. There's a lot of creeps like that.
No, minority of people. Exactly.
It is very much like Mushroom, very much. The behavior, but I don't think Mushroom would do this face to face to a grown man. Mushroom's tiny, 120 pounds. I don't think they'd do this to a grown man.
The, minority of people. Exactly,
So, shall we talk science for a minute here?
He's probably a pedophile or something.
Should we talk about actual evidence for a minute here? Shall we talk science for a minute here?
He's probably a pedophile or something.
Should we talk about actual evidence for a minute here? You want to do that?
For sure.
Definitely.
All the systematic reviews that have been done show that the vast majority of these kids have several other mental health comorbidities going on. Many of them have autism, many of them have suffered sexual abuse.
Ooh, autism, ooh. Trans kid with autism, ooh.
Other issues, borderline personality disorder, parents who aren't in the home, kids in state care are way overrepresented. It's all the struggling kids. So,
Okay.
don't you think we should be treating mental health problems with mental health solutions instead of just taking a child at their word that they were born in the wrong
even
body?
Ignore mental health problems. So what's
Well, that's
the
not a
deal
good thing,
with
is it?
Well, it's not a good thing. There you go. But who cares? Everyone's gonna have it. You have mental health problems wearing the sign.
I think
Why
society
not
should
care?
care when children are being maimed and sterilized.
So you're thinking like a force, or you feel like a pressure for these kids to adapt to something else,
A healthy
feel that?
society
Or
doesn't
it's
sterilize
just like
kids.
a wanting, like these, teenagers, they want it, right? I wouldn't say kids,
Teenagers
They-
want a
they
lot
get
of
the
things.
parent-
Do
they
we let
want
them drink
their-
alcohol?
Yes, a lot of people do.
Do we?
You'd be surprised.
So you support giving kids alcohol?
No, I don't.
Why don't you
that's
support
a
giving-
crime. That's a crime, sir.
Oh, but cutting
That
off
is a
the
crime.
breasts of a 14-year-old
That is
isn't?
a crime. With their parents' permission, they're allowed to become transgender and get blockers.
What
That
if
is
they?
not a
What
crime.
if they have parents' permission
That is a crime.
to get a tattoo? Should we do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You
Give a
should get
12-year-old a
earrings.
tattoo?
We give babies piercings. Hell yeah, dude.
Why don't we let kids drive and get tattoos and go drink
Wait,
alcohol?
you say 18 and under, right? You can get your L license at 17, and 18 you're about to get your N. That is technically, in your terms, a kid, and they're allowed to drive with an N. So, and they have all these restrictions with an N to allow these kids to drive.
Yeah, they're giving.
Because they have
When do they
to-
give puberty
they have
blockers to kids
They
at?
have to, they have to.
Do we let
learn how to
10-year-olds drive?
Oh no, we don't. But I don't think 10-year-olds can get blockers. But you're talking about
Well, they
18
can,
or
of course. They give these to kids.
You're going to talk about.
Do you want to have a
18 or under.
conversation, or do you just want to talk over me every
Well,
time?
you're instigating too, and I'm instigating.
So when
you.
do they give kids puberty blockers? At what stage of
Oh, tell me.
puberty?
Tell me.
10 or stage.
Does he remind you the panel verse, or aka the demon verse, the creatures on YouTube live stream panels that talk over, insult, behave this way? What's the difference? What's the difference? And most people celebrate it on YouTube. They love this kind of behavior. They love these drama channels. And they behave like this little munchkin with his munchkin voice. What's the difference?
2.
All right, 10 or stage 2? What is stage 2, man?
So 10 or stage 2 is they're going to be 10, 11, 12 years old. It's like when you first get your
You want
pubic
a
hair.
cigarette?
It's probably 2 years before girls have their first period. So they're going to be 10, 11 years old.
Oh. Okay.
And this leads to lifelong infertility. The president of WPATH, Marcy Bowers, the last president, admits that all the boys started on puberty
Don't we
blockers
have
at 10 or stage 2.
overpopulation of the world, and we need more infertility?
Do we just have to
Ooh.
talk over each other to get anything done here today, or are you capable of
Apparently.
hearing a sentence?
Oh, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing
So the
you
former
loud and clear.
president of WPATH, do you know what that
President,
is?
Prime Minister.
Do you know what WPATH
We
is?
are not in America,
No.
sir.
See, this is the
See,
level of intelligence
We are
we're
not.
dealing
Are
with
we
here.
talking about North America or the USA?
He came to have a
In Canada,
conversation,
we are
but he doesn't
Prime
want to
Minister.
actually have a
We
conversation.
have province and prime minister, and that is the truth, my friend. If this guy is talking about the United States, then he should go to the United States and talk about it. We are talking about prime minister and the province of BC, which you are currently in. So if you cannot, reflect that on me, then what are you talking about?
Well, I was talking about the president of WPATH, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, who says none of the boys who started on puberty blockers at 10 or stage 2, even as adults, have ever had any sexual function. They're turning children into anorgasmic, sterilized, lifelong pharmaceutical patients, and you think that's okay?
Thank God, yeah.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you're not in charge of anything.
I think that's okay. I think being a good person is okay. I think being
A good person sterilizes kids?
A good honest person. If that kid wants it, let him. Being a good person is okay. What does it matter of their gender? It is okay. Mr. iPhone right there. Mr. Steve Jobs, that is okay. Thank you very much. That is complete. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Any other intelligence you'd like to add?
I don't know. Is there other life forms on this earth? Intelligent life forms, unlike this guy. Oh, by the way,
You don't want to add anything?
no.
No, you just.
FYI, I have
heckle
a
from
band
the peanut
called
gallery.
Bornana, so please come see our show. You know, sometimes around. You know, fuck this guy, fuck this white Andrew Tate, and I don't appreciate this sign. I think it is very bland. You know,
Do you have
just
kids?
nothing specific. Do I have kids?
You want to come in?
Oh, please. Do I have kids?
Here,
No,
you
I
come
do
on
not
in the
have
middle. I'll
kids.
stand over here.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
I'm
just back
getting
up a little so the
double
camera
teamed,
can pick us
guys. What the hell?
So, sir, what do you think about this? Come on in a little closer, though, so the camera can get you. Thank you.
What I think about what?
About this statement here.
About the statement, yeah, the obvious statement that he's wearing, you know.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Why do you think he's right? Because that's what he's gonna ask. I'm just preaching for him now.
Well, like what's your stance on
Do
this?
you have
one?
kids?
I do, yeah.
How old are they? If I don't mind asking, I don't want to get into it.
She's 5 months old.
5 months old, right? What if she's 16 and says, "I want to be a transgender, a she," right? I want to be a transgender man.
I would say yeah, that's not possible.
Okay, what about in, obviously you said young people, so what about in their 20s?
What are you asking me? Like what's your
Just-
scenario here?
Just in general, you know, it's like, how would you feel if your kid turned into a transgender man?
What is a
Because
transgender man? What does it mean to be transgender?
It means how they feel, right? It's now,
Being a man is a feeling?
yes,
Based on what?
based on how we are.
What does
you
that mean?
know?
Can I ask you a question?
Stereotypes?
Sure.
Is it based
Shut
on
up, shut the
stereotypes?
fuck up. I want to see what this guy has to feel. He's a dad.
Back up just a little for me,
He's a dad
please.
too.
Yeah. Not
Are
good
you
one.
a dad?
Not a good one,
Oh, no,
obviously.
do you have kids?
A little for me,
He's a dad
please.
too.
Yeah. Not
Are
good
you a
one.
dad? Stereotypes?
Sure.
Is it based
Shut
on
up, shut the
stereotypes?
fuck up.
Just
I want to see what.
What does that mean?
Can I ask you a question?
Stereotypes?
Sure.
Is it based
Shut
on
up, shut the
stereotypes?
fuck up. I want to see what this guy has to feel. He's a dad.
Back up just a little for me,
He's a dad
please.
too.
Yeah. Not
Are
good
you
one.
a dad?
Not a good one,
Oh, no,
obviously.
do you have kids?
Oh, we have the same opinions. So I'm the bad one. Is he also a bad dad?
You're the worst.
Oh, okay. But we have
This
the same
guy, look,
opinions
this
here.
guy has a twinkle in his eye, and
Oh, I
I
see.
kind of like the look of him.
Makes a lot of sense.
But do you have kids?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm shocked.
Well, like, let me ask you this though. Like, if you had a friend, right? Like, let's say you had, let's say, a female friend who came to you, and maybe she was anorexic or bulimic or something like that, and she said, you know, I'm having, you know, all these problems. You know, would you say to her, you know, like these eating problems that you're having, this anorexia, right? You know, what would really help you is if, like, you know, you actually are really overweight. You know, in other words, like if you played into her delusion, right? If she looks at herself in the mirror, he or she, but let's say she looks at herself in the mirror and believes, you know, it's not correctly, but she may believe, you know, I don't actually look the way that I look. I perceive myself a certain way. Would you say to her, yeah, you know what, you actually are correct, and you know, you need to lose a few pounds, right? Would you say that to her?
That's a kind of a bad analogy. That's a medical health problem. You know, being a transgender doesn't mean, you know, you have to get hormone blockers right away if you don't want to, right? And if they want to, they're allowed to get hormone blockers, right? And if they want to feel like a man, in your case, then they're allowed to feel like that. And if they want to transition back,
When I create slogans like hashtag choose wisely, I'm trying to get you to see clear choices. You don't have to choose to stay with demons like this, but some of you will. Some of you will let on that you didn't have a choice. You go along with every demonic agenda that's in this realm. Many do, all over YouTube. They'll say, what's wrong with what this guy's saying? What's wrong with that? A lot of you on YouTube, there must be millions that are so dumb you can't even spot what child abuse is anymore. You just completely fucked. You don't know what child abuse is. You don't know anything. You don't ponder anything. You don't think. You go day to day without thinking about anything. It's obvious because the way that people behave on YouTube panels and in chats and in comments, there's very little thought demonstrated. Very little. Most people in Canada and the United States are like the munchkin on the screen. There's tons of them to be found, and there aren't many of these other two guys to be found. And I would say it's worse with women. There's far more like the munchkin females like that. And a lot of you wouldn't even admit to that. I bet there's people on my channel that would shake their heads and say, no way. You're just walking blind through life. You don't want to face what's going on. It's a realm full of rude, demonic little creatures like that. And a lot of you just want to pretend. You can pretend your way right back into the recycling bin. That's where it's going to get you. You're so weak you don't want to face what's going on. So be it. Laziness and weakness aren't going to get you out of hell. Quite the opposite.
And they're allowed to without
What
even
does
having
feeling like a man mean? What's it based on? If you're going to say someone feels like a man, you should be able to tell me what that's based on. Is it based on stereotypes?
Macho. Yes.
Is it
macho?
So if a girl's more
Macho.
masculine, is she now maybe a man?
There is a tomboy at a certain part of the.
So is that what you're telling me a
80s.
trans man is?
So you could be a tomboy, right?
Yeah.
And you're allowed to be that. That is a female that acts as a man, and they're considered tomboys.
It's not a female that acts as a man. It's a
That's
nickname
a tomboy.
for
That is a
girls
tomboy.
who don't like all the feminine things, perhaps. They don't like wearing
Good.
dresses and
Yeah,
they'd rather
that's
play
fine.
sports. That doesn't mean they're acting like a man.
Yeah. Why can't they? You know.
They can be more masculine. That doesn't make them a
Then
man.
good.
Are you telling me that stereotypes determine whether we're a man or a woman?
If you want to be more masculine, and if you feel like you want to transition to that state, you're allowed to be more masculine. You know, and then if you want to transition, go for it. You know.
With 10-year-olds
Sure.
who believe in the tooth fairy.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they want to be a man. They're like, Mom, I really think I am like a homeboy. I'm a homie.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah, a lot of
I'm-
10-year-old girls talk like
Yeah,
that.
I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I want a Beyblade. You know, like homies do. Yeah,
Well,
they feel like that.
My point was that it doesn't. You didn't really answer the question,
Stop talking about
and
children's body, like privates and those.
Yeah, we can do that.
it doesn't sound like you would be comfortable saying that.
You need to go
somebody.
to the beach more often. That's what I do.
I just got back. I just got back from Hawaii on Monday.
Oh, you should stay there then. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Well, thanks for stopping.
Anyway, have a good day. Or not.
You're the one who wants to cut them off.
I
You
just
do.
don't care
You're
for
the
you.
one with the
Yeah, you
mouth.
should care.
Hey, read some fucking studies. I actually
Just stay away.
I was more than willing to talk about them, but I wasn't allowed to talk.
Read some studies, Dad.
Every time I tried, you talked over me, so.
You deserve it.
happening to teenagers, like they're choosing it themselves. What are you fuck up against?
Dickhead, fuck you.
Oh, imagine that. It ended in violence. Who could have guessed it? Throwing his juice box at me.
The point is that he didn't sound like he would be willing to say to somebody who was suffering with a mental health issue, which is what I'm going to say, like an anorexic or a bulimic type of thing is. He didn't sound like he would be comfortable saying to that person, yeah, it can confirm their delusion, in other words, right?
Of course.
Because that would be incredibly harmful to that person, obviously, and I think he realized he was probably going to get caught in the loop of his lack of logic there, and that, we shouldn't necessarily be confirming these people's delusions about what they're going through, right? Because that would be harmful to them, right? And then I think when he realized that there, he kind of lost himself and threw a juice box, and then they just storm out of there, because that's what happens with these people when you kind of trap them in their own illogical loop. I think is what basically that was coming to. But I see your stuff online. I was actually hoping one day I would run into you downtown, so I'm happy I did.
Here we are, and you got in on a great conversation there, so thanks for stopping.
Okay, thank you.
And you destroyed him. That was great.
Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, see ya.
All right. So some people would say they didn't know that was going on. They didn't know about it. Well, you were just shown. So now what's your excuse? What do you do after you say you didn't know and then you're shown? I'm taking your excuses away because I know how humans work. Most people want to make excuses. They don't want to face the truth. They also want to say, I didn't know, Stephen. I didn't know. I didn't know that was going on in Canada. I didn't know people behave that way. There's a lot of I didn't know. That won't save you in the end. You don't have to like it. I'll keep showing it. I'll keep showing what's going on. I'm not trying to get people to accept it. I'm trying to get you to be aware of what fucking realm you're in. What realm you're in. You're in a hell realm. Denial won't help you. Crying ignorant won't help you. Excuses won't help you. Trying to get people to do what they should have been doing all along. Facing reality. Facing the truth. Facing how demonic this place is. Facing it. Stop doing all the other shit that most people do. Most people do everything but face it. That's what they do. Not facing it won't get you out of hell. It'll just keep you here. If you want to stay here forever, just pretend that you're not in a demonic realm. That's the easiest thing to do. Wonderful.
Matrix.
Matrix.
I am a mad Viking artist, a free sovereign spirit. I am a mad sorcerer, casting spells and performing exorcisms. Fenrir is my wolf pet. No guilt, no regrets. Fuck this. Through a matrix of demons, liars, zombies. I am a mad Viking seer, warrior, destroyer of demons.
Fuck your filthy sewer.
Matrix,
Fuck your lie-ridden,
rat infested.
cockroach loving.
Matrix,
Fuck your
demonic
evil
assholes.
shit.
Fuck your
Hell realm.
demonic evil. Matrix.
Fuck your Matrix. Fuck your
Matrix.
Matrix. A Matrix. Matrix.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. These are some cute little baby crows for you to start this off. Alchemical gold. Oh, no. Oh, no. How did that get in there? Why are you so angry? Why are they so angry? Demons, just angry demons. Oh. Anyway, this is some darkness here. Looks like darkness. What are we looking at? Darkness and light. Darkness and light. What are you going to do? Are you going to avoid the darkness? You going to pretend there's no darkness here? What's all this about? Darkness. Darkness, the darkness, the darkness, the darkness. Dungeons. Looks like dungeons and catacombs. What's going on here? This looks like dark occultist stuff. Pillars and... What is this? I want to talk about spirit. I want to give you some thoughts on spirit. Thoughts on spirit and darkness and light. Not love and light. Darkness and light. Thoughts on spirit. Thoughts on spirit. What do you mean by spirit? Well, everything is downstream from spirit. Everything. How so? Consciousness, mind, awareness, material, physicality, thought is downstream from spirit. Race, art, culture, architecture, civilization. Now, are those things downstream from race? Yes, but race itself is downstream from spirit. You have to unchain yourself to see what I'm saying, to see what I'm saying, to visualize, to see in a very real, actual, visual, literal way, to see what I'm saying, to see truly, like my ravens and crows see truly. Aren't they brilliant? Well, that's a rumblefish. It's a toucan. What's going on here? What am I showing you? Why am I showing you these birds and storm clouds and beams of light, sunshine through the clouds? And wow, look at this. Blackbirds in flight. Wonderful. Starlings. Isn't that glorious? Brilliant, glorious. Brilliant and glorious. Just look. Everything from falcons to hawks in flight. An eagle, bald eagle, American. Oh, there's a raven. Snowy owls, Canadian snowy owls. Oh, there's a glorious owl perched there. Isn't that amazing? But why am I showing you this? Weeping willow. Weeping willow. Oh my. Looks like a barren landscape, burned out trees. There's one of my ravens. Look at him. That went by too quickly. I hope you understand. I hope you see. I hope you see truly. I'm trying to help you. Believe it or not, you don't have to believe me. What most humans do is they believe liars and they doubt truth speakers. You're inverted. You're warped as a species. You're backwards. You have everything upside down, inside out, and backwards. What do I mean? You look like you're walking around with t-shirts on, turned inside out and backwards. They don't fit you. You look ridiculous. What you're lining up to follow is fucking absurd. It's ridiculous. You're following obvious lying puppets. And the only time you're skeptical is when a truth-speaking being like me comes along and tells you the truth as it is and shows you and proves it to you. I've proven it to you what this realm is. You don't want to see. Most of you on earth. There's hardly any of you that want to see. So you show me something. I show you what this realm is. I've shown you. And you show me that humans don't want the truth. You don't give a fuck about truth. Finkelstein made a video earlier saying that there is no truth here at all. He talks about being part of the truth community. He claims there's no truth. He says truth is just entertainment. Hanko Flamio says truth is just a feeling. A lot of you humans follow stupid shit. You hear some creepy creature demon say something and you line up and your ears get it like Dumbo sized. You open your ears and go, oh, Is there no truth here? Does truth matter or mean anything? Is there good and evil? Is there right and wrong? And you perk up your ears? Or a creature says, truth is just a feeling. There's really no truth. You fall for anything, you humans. You really do. Most of you on Earth. It could be billions of you. You don't want real truth that's observable, that makes sense, that fits together. You've shown me that over the decades I've done this. When I leave here, I'll never be back. I'll never make an attempt here to teach another being because most of you are unteachable. You're unteachable. There's nothing that gets through to you. I could provide, and I have, mountains of evidence, sky high, stacked up into the clouds, that would take years for you to go through all of it. And I've proven my case. And most of you want to believe lying demons. It's what you humans do. It's what you're good at. You're expert at that. And you're terrible at spotting truth on your own. Terrible. Does that hurt your feelings? Then you should say, is it true or not? Get beyond your feelings, humans. Is it true or not? Are most on earth terrible at spotting truth? Even with tremendous help, are you terrible at seeing the truth? Because I don't believe you care about the truth. That's why it's difficult for you to see the truth, because you don't care about the truth. Back on topic. I jotted down a couple notes, not much, just a few things that I want to cover. Spirit is first. Spirit is connected with consciousness. Can spirits be connected to one another? Yes. Does it mean we're all one? No. We're individual spirits. Individual spiritual beings. But could I have a connection with you? Sure. I have one with my girlfriend. Here, I suspect we have a spiritual connection beyond the body. Could I have a connection with certain beings on my channel spiritually? Spiritually, not sexually. Spiritually. Get your mind out of the gutter. Spiritually, could I be connected with Salty Siren and Wendy, for a couple examples? Yes. Yes, I could be. Could I be connected spiritually with some males on my channel that are part of my team? Yes. In a non-sexual spiritual way? Yes. Spirit is first. Spirit is connected with consciousness, with awareness, with knowing, with insights, connected with truth. If you're the kind of spirit, and I'm emphasizing this, the kind of spirit that I am, does it mean that all spirits are connected with truth? Are all spirits the same as me? No, they're not. Clearly, a lot of spirits, a lot of beings that, let's say, we'll assume have a spirit in this realm, seem to have no connection with truth, no care for it, and no connection with it. They don't care. Just like evil spirits, lying is like breathing for demons. Does it mean they have no spirit? No, it doesn't mean that necessarily at all. They could be evil, demonic spirits. But for them, lying is like breathing. It just comes naturally to them. They don't have to think about it. Lying is like breathing for demons. Now, what about spirits like mine? We're connected with truth. We're not only seeking truth, we seek to speak and share truth. Even though we're rejected most of the time in this realm, it's painful. Not just, I get over the sting of rejection. It's more than that. It's just the constant mockery of truth, the hatred for truth in this realm. You spend a lifetime here, you'll see it, if you're aware. Everything is downstream from spirit. That includes race, culture, art, civilization, organization, architecture, design. All that can be created, designed, invented, and thought is downstream from spirit. Spirit comes first. Spirit is primary. Spirit is paramount. Spirit is at the top. Everything's downstream from that. or it's at the top of the waterfall. Everything flows downstream from spirit. Spirit is first, primary, paramount. Do you understand? I'm saying it that way on purpose. I want to reach your spirit. I want to permeate your spirit. I want to make sure it sinks in so that you fully understand. Whether you agree or not is up to you. I'm not trying to force agreement. I'm seeking understanding and comprehension, which is extremely difficult in this realm to do, because most beings assume they get things when they don't. They don't pay attention long enough to understand. They don't ponder long enough. If it's an hour-long video, they believe they've gotten it in 2 seconds or 2 minutes. You don't. You don't have it. It's deeper than that. Because if you did, this realm would be full of beings that understand, and it's quite the opposite. It's filled with beings that do not understand anything that matters, anything like eternal spirit. What is spirit? Consciousness, truth. What they look at is just material, surface level shit. Spirit is first. Spirit is connected with consciousness, knowing, insights, truth, creativity, insights, invention, thought, ideas, inspiration, imagination, art, culture, race. It's all downstream from spirit. Spirit is first. Now, if you understand this, what I just said, this realm will make more sense. The whole realm will make more sense. Now, why am I hated? Is it just because of the way I look or the way I speak or that I tease demons? No, it's much deeper than that. Much deeper. How so? I'm hated for what kind of spirit I am. I'm spiritually hated. I'm spiritually feared and spiritually despised. And they envy what I am as a spirit, right down to that level. It's beyond just they hate me for my channel, for my words, for my teasing, for my jokes, for my personality, for my confidence. It's deeper than that. They hate me because of the spirit that I am and how strong I am and how envious they are of me at a spiritual level. Now it will start to make more sense. Now maybe you're hated as well. Maybe you felt that in your life. Some of you watching or listening, you might relate in some way. Maybe partially, maybe fully. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But some of you may relate to what I'm saying. And it might start to explain your life a little bit clearer. You might start to understand. Oh, I get it now. They didn't really know me. I didn't think they knew me, but they hated me. Well, maybe they hated your spirit, even if they didn't know you too well personally or physically. In the physical realm, they hate your spirit. They hate what you are. Do you understand? We're in a spiritual realm. It's a matrix, but it's still a spiritual, spirit-driven realm. Now, some spirits, I would say, you might disagree, but I would say this is a realm filled with envy-driven spirits, evil spirits, hateful spirits, envious spirits, envy-driven spirits, hate-driven spirits, not truth-driven. Now, I would say my spirit, you can't sum me up so simply, but if I had to, I would say I'm a truth-driven spirit. Truth drives me. So does art, creativity, imagination. But most of all, truth and care for truth itself. I have care for the truth itself. Maybe that will make sense to you one day. Maybe it won't. But I've been seeking to understand the truth of reality, not just this matrix, reality itself, existence itself, spirit itself, my entire if you want to call it a lifetime here within this matrix. Because I care about it. It's important to me. I'm not paid money, shekels, to do that. I'm not given degrees to do that, or trophies, or awards, or titles, or accolades, or status, or fame. None of that. I'm doing it without any of that. I'm not seeking any of that. I am a truth-seeking spirit. I am truth-driven. I'm driven to try to understand at the deepest levels the truth of what this is. And I do not believe that most in this realm, based on my observations, I don't think they're doing that. I think a lot of them will sum it up stupidly and call it a game, they'll label it anything that it isn't, that it can be proven that it isn't that. They don't care if they're speaking the truth or not. They'll make video after video for years calling this realm and this system something that it is not. It is not just a game. A lot of them call it that. Benedictless, Lolita, the list goes on. You could probably find 100, 500, 1,000 channels in a matter if you look for them a little bit in this month. There's lots of them calling it a game. But it isn't a game. It doesn't even fit the criteria for a game as humans call things a game. It doesn't fit. Do they care if it's untrue? No, they don't care. They're quite willing to call this whole realm and this system something that it is not. Do you understand? These beings that you believe, some of you believe, are running quote-unquote truth channels, are absolute lying demons. And some of you just can't grasp it, that they'll lie to you for money. I don't know what's wrong with you, because beings in this realm lie to you for money every day, all damn day long, all day long. That fuels this realm, lies for shekels. It's one of the most common things. Some of you are just, it's so weird, you're so naive. I could take you to the Great Lakes, the biggest freshwater lakes in the world, and take you to one Great Lake and go to another one, and you could be like, water is wet? It's like, yeah, dummy, yeah. Demons lie, water's wet. Demons lie for money, for power, for fame, for clout, for control. They lie and lie and lie, and they don't care about you. I don't know why that's difficult for humans to understand, but it is for some. Am I doing these channels for profit? All these videos, live streams, the music that I make? No. No. I'm not getting a cent from this. So it's not driven by profit, by shekels. So that should be a clue for you to start thinking, oh, this guy isn't doing it for money. So why is he so passionate about this? Because it's true. And I know it's true, what I'm saying. And I'm trying to help you see it, to help you, if you're a good spirit, have a chance to get out of a hell realm. Because that's the right thing to do. To oppose evil and to try to help any good that I can help. That's why I'm so passionate about this, because I know what this realm is. So that's why it's all for free. There's no price tag. I'm not selling truth as a product. I'm handing it to you and saying, here, look at this. Listen to this. Feel this. See this. Hear this. Try to understand my message. What am I exposing? What am I revealing? Well, I'm revealing the realm you're in, for starters. That's not all I've done. That's not all. I've shown you evil all over YouTube, evil demon channels. I've exposed dozens and dozens and dozens over the years. And that's not all I've done either. And if you think I'm just patting myself in the back or hyping myself up, you just lost, and I can't help you. I know there's a lot in this realm I can't help. I've tried for a long time to help humans, and I think most of you, there's no way to help you. You're walking blind, and any time a being like me tries to help you, you grab another black blindfold and you put it on top, and you're layering them. 3 blindfolds, thick, 4, 5 layers, 6, 7. Some of you, it seems like you have 33 fucking blindfolds on your face over your eyes. Maybe more, maybe 333, maybe 666. It looks ridiculous. Some of you humans do anything to avoid looking at the truth. And then you plug your ears because you don't want to hear it. And then you'll claim that you care about the truth. It's remarkable. It just is. It's the way most of you are in this realm. If there were a lot of truth seekers, there'd be so many coming to my channel, flooding in. There'd be thousands a day subscribing. The numbers would be huge. There'd be millions of views per video. Like some channels already get, pushing shit. They'll get 5 million, 10. I don't see that. I don't see 2, 5, 8 million views, 10 million, 12 million views on a video, 100 million. I see it on shit on YouTube, but I don't see it on my videos ever. That should show you something. If you pay attention and if you stop thinking he just wants views, you start realizing there aren't that many humans seeking truth. What I'm saying to you is true. There's few humans that seek truth in this realm, the entire place. And that's very revealing about what this place is, whether you want to face that or not. If you don't face the truth, it doesn't go away. It's still there. If you don't face evil, it's still there. You can run and hide under your bed, but it's still there. You can dive under a laundry basket or pile of clothes for the laundry and hide. Still there. Go hide in the woods like some humans do. Go become a homesteader. Go somewhere and hide. Become reclusive. Live off the grid. Still an evil hell realm. You can't run. You can't hide. You can't get free in a hell realm. You have to learn what this place is, where you are, what operates it, and understand it. And say, you know what? I'm going to face it with courage. That's empowering. To face the truth. And to say, you know what? I know what it is, and I'm going to do everything to get out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not asking you to copy me, follow me, anything. You could choose. You could say, you know what, Stephen? I like this place. I want to go another spin in the bin. I want to be, you could tell me that you want to be reincarnated. That's your choice. I wouldn't spend a second of my life after that trying to convince you not to. I'd say, all right, hey, it's your choice. Do I think it's a wise choice? No. But do I respect your ability to make that decision? In a sense. I think it's foolish, but I also at the same time have to respect your ability, and I'm not going to try to coax you or convince you to join me. I would say, all right, you really want to be reincarnated? I'm not going to try to stop you. You might as well stop watching my channel, though. Like, what's the point? Why be around me? It's not just that you're opposed. You like this realm. You want to come back. And I'm going to do everything I'm going to do everything in my ability, everything possible, or some might even say some of the impossible, to shut this down. Any way that I can. Am I going to work and waste my energy trying to convince you to join me and to not choose reincarnation? No. No, you can do what you want. You have that free will choice, in my view. Monsters might try to fuck with your free will, but I won't. You're free to choose that. Go ahead. I've warned you it's going to get a lot worse. I've warned you it's a spin of the roulette wheel. You might be reincarnated as a child that's never able to move, that has no independence. You might be a child that's in pain every day. Your whole existence here might be painful. With no learning, no fun, no good experience. Just pain. That could be you. There's already beings living that way here. I've shown some of them. A lot of you don't remember. You don't focus. You don't pay attention. You treat it the way Finkelstein said, like it's entertainment. He calls truth entertainment. That's what he calls it. Some of you do behave that way. You don't take it seriously as something to study. You should be studying this realm like a detective studying a crime scene, and not just giggling about it, but serious about it, sincere about it, saying, I want to solve this crime. I'm going to study the evidence like a detective on a crime scene. And this is a massive crime scene, whether you realize that or not. Some of you probably don't. What do I mean by a crime scene? This whole realm, the whole thing. Massive amounts of crimes have been committed here. Murders, unsolved murders, rapes, abuse of children, abuse of the elderly, abuse of animals. Massive, massive spiritual crimes. For who knows how long, for sure. No one knows that when this began. But it's a massive crime scene. It might be the biggest crime scene ever to exist anywhere in all of existence. We might be in the worst massive crime scene ever. It's been a bloodbath in here. And a lot of you don't recognize it because it's not happening to you every day or in this particular incarnation of yours. It's all around you, though. Death, torture, murder, suffering, abuse, disease, on and on and on. Slavery, imprisonment, starvation, pain, suffering, beyond imagination. And people just pretend, what? They're like, what? This place isn't bad. They just have no care about what's going on. None. To even look. No care to even look. That's most of you on earth. That's your families. That's your uncles, cousins. Might be your parents. Might be your brother, sister. Might be your children. Could be your adult children. You might have grandchildren that are that way, that are 20 years old, some of you, that could not give a fuck about the suffering of children, of animals, of 80-year-olds being abused in nursing homes. They don't care. There's abuse and suffering and torture and neglect all around you in this realm. And few give a shit. They just pretend it doesn't exist. So long as in the moment they're comfortable and they have their beer or their weed or whatever it is. Look at the panel verse. That's the way they are. I show you that all the time. I show you what humans are. They don't give a fuck about the suffering of others. They don't care. I've shown you the lack of care. I've made videos on that topic of care. Cremation of care and creation of care. I've tried to show you so many spiritual lessons and teachings, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter what term you use. Spiritual wisdom. I've tried. I've tried to the point where it's painful for me to try, knowing it's going to reach so few. And I'm saying to myself, should I spend more time with my loved ones rather than teach beings that just don't seem to want to get it? They seem unteachable. Most on earth. It's nothing personal at all. It's just most beings in this realm don't want to learn at all. They don't want to learn. They don't want to face the truth. What do I mean by the truth? It's observably true. How many diseases, how much pain, how much suffering, child abuse, torture, all the things I show on my channel, genetic disorders, on and on and on and on. You go through my videos, it's all there. So when you say, what do you mean? What I would respond to you is, you haven't watched my content then, if you're asking what I mean. Either you haven't watched it or you haven't paid fucking attention. You'll say, I've watched your videos, but what do you mean? You didn't pay attention. There's something wrong with you. Look at my Esoterica series and now my Alchemical Gold series. It's all right there. And other series, God's Plan. I've made series of videos. Series after series. Countless videos. Showing you these things. Not just saying it. And then there's live streams and there's live footage. And I'm showing you and showing you and showing you and showing you. I'm not just telling you this is the truth. And no, I'm showing it. I'm showing evidence. I'm doing what so many other channels wouldn't do. They don't spend enough time to do it. They don't go through and say, here's my evidence. Look. You can even travel to these places and see it yourself. Go to Kensington, Philadelphia, if you have to. Take a flight, see it yourself, and say, I saw this on YouTube. I thought Stephen was fooling us, but it's real. It is real. Go to Hastings Street, that area in Vancouver. I think it's the East End, the shithole. Go ahead. You'll see massive drug use, drug abuse, homelessness, creepy creatures, destroyed beings, hopelessness, massive amount, massive. Open drug use, every kind of drug you could imagine. People bent over on tranquilizers. Fentanyl, tranks, you name it. People dead bodies in alleyways, you'll see. You'll see all kinds of horrific stuff. Ones with flesh-eating disease, wounds. It's like a zombie movie. And you'll say, holy shit, it's real what he said. I think some of you are so paranoid and delusional, you can't believe it's real till you're right there and zombies are grabbing your shoulder and saying, give me drugs, give me money. And they're harassing you. Maybe then you'd find it real. Honestly, I think some of you are so far gone. You can laugh it off if you want. But a lot of you paranoid truthers, you're more likely to believe in Aaron Gaywood telling you that I'm a rock star in a European band or something. You believe the absurd, and when you're shown truth with observable evidence, stacked miles high mountains of evidence, you can't face it. That's human, whether you want to acknowledge that or not. Otherwise, there'd be millions on channels like mine, and there aren't. And there never will be. I don't expect there to be. You can keep not understanding, but you don't want to face. You're telling me by your actions that you don't want to face what humans are. That's really what you're doing. You're saying, Stephen, I don't want to ever see humans the way you're describing them. You can't face it. Well, then you're more likely to return here. You can call that sad and say, that's sad. It's true. Because you're not willing to see it. And you won't be willing to break free and just let go and say, I can't help them. I know that already, long before I try to leave this realm. I can't help the vast majority here. I've tried my best. I put in, it must be tens of thousands of hours trying to break through. Now, it shouldn't require that work. In my view, it should be much easier to reach people with truth if they want truth, but they don't want truth. And you've shown me that en masse. Humanity has shown me that they don't want truth. Now, some of you, rare exceptions, handfuls. That's all, handfuls. Out of the entire realm, goddamn handfuls, want any truth. How can I say that? Because I see it every day. Very few people are looking for real truth here. You'll gobble up drama, you'll gobble up shit, you gobble up absurd Lolita-style stuff and alien-type stuff and Pleiadians and all this kind of stuff. You'll do it forever, most of you. You'll do it for decades. You'll do it for lifetimes. And I think you'll do it forever, some of you. You'll be waiting for the UFOs to come save you 1,000 lifetimes from now, which won't even be a millisecond after I get out. That's how long it can go by here. You just can't get the time differential. I've tried to explain things. I've tried to explain it in clear, understandable, simple ways and break it down for you and make it easy. And I think very few get it. You'll say, why hasn't it ended yet? You just can't understand. You just can't do it. If I left tonight, half a millisecond or less would go by. It would be timelessness for me. But thousands of your lifetimes could go by, and I just got out of the matrix and haven't even begun trying to shut it down yet. And you could live 1,000 full lifetimes in here. Time is false in here. It's artificial. It's a construct. I've tried to get this through to people. It doesn't exist beyond here. It's not the same, which I know humans have great difficulty with. It's so frustrating because you just think it's the same everywhere. You can experience timelessness for eternity outside of here and never get bored. But in here, you could suffer 1,000 lifetimes, and I haven't even begun. I've gotten out of the matrix, but haven't begun shutting it down. So that's the risk that you take by not taking it seriously, getting yourself out. You could spend a lot of lifetimes here getting degraded, enduring massive suffering beyond what I can describe. I already show you massive suffering with certain individuals in this realm, including disabled people, what they go through. Would you want 1,000 lifetimes that are much worse? Not 1,000 hours of suffering or 1,000 days. 1,000 or more, thousands of lifetimes. I don't know how you couldn't take it seriously. That's what baffles me and frustrates me. You should. You shouldn't have to be a human lie detector to be able to see that I'm serious and sincere. And there are reasons for that. Because I already see what this realm is. Why is he so passionate? Why is he talking like this? Because I think it's very important. I'm trying to get the message across to people. I'm trying to make it unforgettable so that you really understand what I'm saying. And you're not just, yeah, I understand. You flipping about it like, oh, yeah, I understand. I get it. No, it's not something like that. And if you are like that, I sincerely don't want you around me. I want beings that are serious about this, that are sincere, that are care about the truth, that are spiritual beings. And I know I'm in a hell realm full of demons that play demon games and lie and deceive and are two-faced Janices. I've experienced all of that for many years. I don't want that for myself for eternity. I can't have peace with two-faced, lying, deceptive, disloyal, stab me in the back, turncoat, manipulative, gaslighting, lying, mask-wearing demons around me. I can't. And I want peace and freedom, including for myself. And that's not selfish. I'm worn out. I'm tired. I'm tired of it here. I was tired of it here long ago. I was tired of it here before any of you knew me on YouTube, before I started making truth videos years ago. I was tired. I felt like I was dying years ago, and I was very sick before I started these channels. And I said right at the beginning, this is my last-ditch effort to try to help people. I didn't know how much longer I would be alive. And I still did this. And some of you don't understand. It's just something for you to mock, saying, oh yeah, you look sick, and that's what you do. You're sadistic. A lot of you have done that towards me for years. I'm not crying about it. I'm letting you know, I see you. I see what many of you are. You can't fool me pretending you're good spirits when you're demons. You would take tremendous sick pleasure in seeing me hurt, tortured, dying slowly, all of that stuff. All the things you say is what you would love. You're sick demons. This realm is full of them. And a lot of you on my channel that are regulars still don't quite see it. I know that too. I know it. But I hope for your sake, you see it before they're around your bedside. Before you get old, if you grow old, and you have that dying moment in the hospital, or at home, or at hospice, wherever it happens. Because the demons are going to come. Some of them will be walking up in meat suits, and others will be visiting you that only you'll be able to see in that room. Chances are, unless you have a being that has, we'll say, special abilities tuned in to be able to see them. And you'll see what I mean. And it might be scary then, because you didn't listen to what I was saying. You're in a demonic realm, a demonic hell realm. It shouldn't be a surprise that there's demons all around. But some of you, it will be, because you don't take it seriously. You're here kind of giggling, like don't judge me or one of those creatures. It's a joke to you. You don't take it seriously. That's at your own peril. there will most likely be a cost to you spiritually for laughing it off and treating it like it's a joke. It's no joke. That's what this place is. Doesn't go by your belief or disbelief. A lot of you are just retarded humans. You shake your head saying, I don't believe that. Doesn't matter if you believe it. Just like it wouldn't matter if you believed it or not that bullets can harm you. They can. Or knives or swords. They can harm you, even if you say you don't believe. Someone could take a knife. Some of the knives I have are more like short swords and decapitate you. Right in the moment before, you just said, I don't believe it can hurt me. You don't have to believe. Some of you are just that retarded. You think your belief or disbelief governs all. You'll say, I don't believe in magic. Magic can still be done. Doesn't rely on your fucking belief. That's ego. You're so egotistical to think that your belief or disbelief controls all of reality. No, that's your ego telling you bullshit. And you're full of shit. Most of you are. You don't have knowledge. You just have ego. You don't have knowledge. You don't have willpower. You don't have strength, focus, imagination. Most of you humans just have ego. You're ego-driven and envy-driven beings. You're full of shit. And you belong here. Don't like it? Too fucking bad. Hello, hello. Not many in this realm take anything serious. They don't have to. They just get recycled. That's what I'm going to keep telling them. And I'm going to keep telling people here that as well. No one has to take anything seriously, but there's a cost to that. That's the thing. Just like there's a cost if you pull out a weapon and you fire a bang bang into your foot. You're going to hurt yourself. And a lot of people do. And they can. I can't help most people in this realm because they don't take anything seriously. They don't pay attention. They don't think. They just react with emotions or mock. That's what people are good at. They're zombie tards. Absolute demons and zombie tards. Good night, Wendy. I hope you have a good night. Good night to you. I just sent some food to someone. You can get whole food delivered in even different, we'll just say, different places. Anyway, I sent somebody some groceries from Whole Foods, some organic food, from some truther food. How do I put it in truther terms for people? Sometimes I wonder, what do I have to do for people to understand what I'm saying? I just don't believe it anymore, because so many thousands have come through my channel pretending to understand, and very few understand anything. Everything has to be explained in this realm, and it didn't used to be that way. You used to be able to say something decades and decades ago, and you didn't have to explain everything. But now it's like nobody understands anything. Or I just don't believe it. I've gotten to the point of most people are just bullshitters. They pretend to understand. They'll do that rather than work to understand. Most people are liars, pretenders, fakes, phonies, lazy. Just look around this realm. It's all around you. It's staring you in the face. I shouldn't have to do anything to prove it to you. It's right in front of you in this place. I do things that make me feel good and make me happy, that try to bring some happiness to others. Some happiness, some joy, some good food, some delicious, delicious food. And I also sent some ching chong food to somebody today as well at their door, delivered to a neighbor that's going through something. I'm not boasting, but a lot of people in this realm, they're just clueless. They think I'm the meanest person on earth. And you can if you want. I can't convince you of anything. I think most beings in this realm are so warped, so zombified. They'll never know what I am, who I am, what this realm is, anything at all. They're just clueless. They're clueless. A lot of you human beings think good is evil and evil is good. You're beyond my help. I can't help everyone. I can't do it. Because a lot of people, they don't see anything. They're completely warped. Just a second, I have to text someone something. I'm going to share this. This is another genius example. I thought this guy was Chuck in Tennessee. Chuck in Tennessee. I thought he was Chuck in Tennessee here. But it's not Chuck, but it's another dummy. A lot of these characters remind me of Panelverse people. This guy's sitting down.
My sister's daughters, my nieces, has a son now, but he was born a girl, but at 19 he became a boy.
So she doesn't have a son and she doesn't have a boy. She has a daughter.
Yeah, she has a daughter that's got, I would say, male apparatus. I would think that's what happened.
This child was born female?
Yeah, and now
then she doesn't have male apparatus.
Don't they put a penis on them?
No, you can't just create a penis.
We're
not God. We can't just create a penis. What they
This guy's like Chuck in Tennessee. He's very confused. He thinks they can just sew a penis onto a person. Don't they? And I can't help people like this. And they'll keep talking. They don't understand what they're talking about. And most of you humans on Earth are like this man sitting down, very much. And you'll just keep praising me and saying you have such patience. Most of you on Earth are like this guy, or not far off. You might not be exactly like him, but a lot of you are like this. You'll talk and talk about things you know nothing about, and you sound absurd and ridiculous. It's all in your imagination. Don't they put a penis on them? They can't just get out a sewing needle. Like you're just retarded. A lot of you just don't make any sense.
And now
then she doesn't have male apparatus.
Don't they put a penis on them?
No, you can't just. Then she doesn't have male apparatus.
Don't they put a penis on them?
No, you can't. Female.
Yeah, and now
then she doesn't have male apparatus.
Don't they put a penis on them?
No, you can't just create a penis.
We're
not God. We can't just create a penis. What they do is what's called a phallo. I'll answer your question for you. But we need to get away from considering this person to be a boy or a male or having the actual penis. What they will do in some cases is do what's called a phalloplasty, where they cut off a lot of the tissue from the forearm, or sometimes they take it from the thigh, fatty tissue, blood vessels, everything, and they'll fashion that into a fake phallus, which is then attached to the child's groin, and they'll run the urethra through it so that they can pee standing up, but it doesn't function otherwise for anything. It's not a penis. It's a tube of flesh that they sewed onto the child's groin, and it's absolutely horrific.
Yeah, so they're not going to have sex like another male would and have a...
No, it doesn't work like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Sometimes what they do after the initial surgeries have healed is they'll even install a steel rod into it so that they can maneuver it into different positions.
But they'll never...
I mean, this gets really gross and
and
Frankensteinian, but it's never, it's not a penis, it's just a tube of flesh.
Yeah, it's hard to talk to somebody that... Some people you can talk to, I would...
Chuck in Tennessee, don't they just put a penis on them? I don't know how it works. I just support the stuff. I don't even know how it works. I don't know how none of this stuff works. I don't take the time to know how it works. I just got an opinion on it. An opinion. That's all.
Would be too keen on asking too many personal questions on that. So
most girls don't get that done, but the percentage is actually startlingly high.
Yeah.
But I don't think most get it done.
Yeah. Hey, you're doing what you're doing, and I don't have a bad thing or a good thing. If it can stop somebody from who's wishy-washy and then does the wrong thing, that's a good thing.
Yeah, if we didn't have this ideology running rampant in society,
He's gonna have to run away soon because he's realizing that he's stupid, and he's talking to someone that's knowledgeable and informed and intelligent, i.e. Billboard Chris, the guy with the microphone, knows what he's talking about. And this is what bothers people. They don't want the truth. They just start to feel stupid, like, oh, now I'm exposed as a moron giving opinions on something. This guy in the hat, don't they, just, and that's the common zombie. And a lot of you feel sorry for them, and I know that too. I know that most people feel sorry for them, and they'll say, oh, Stephen, you're being arrogant now, and don't put the guy down for not knowing. They mouth off with no knowledge. If you don't know anything, sit quietly, listen, learn, ask questions. You can't fake knowledge and fool intelligent, aware beings. It won't work. You'll just look stupid like... Just a second. That old man. Stop doing that stupid shit. If you don't want beings like me to see how stupid you are, stop doing that then. Close your mouth. Don't be like him. A lot of you are like this on the internet. You'll argue and argue. You don't know anything. You're yapping like this fool, and you look that stupid. Some of you don't realize it. You look as dumb as this guy. Some of you that come here, you look this stupid. You'll come here and spew shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay? They can't create a penis. You don't know anything. And you're just as dumb as this guy. He doesn't last long because he realizes, oh, I look foolish. He starts to get that realization, and he has to end the little interview. He only lasts 2 minutes.
and they'll fashion that into a fake phallus, which is then attached to the child's groin. We're not God. We can't just create a penis. No, you can't just create a penis.
And now
then she doesn't.
I bet more of you feel sorry for the guy seated than the children that are being mutilated. I'm serious about this. Most of you feel sorry when someone feels stupid or makes himself look stupid because you relate. Because a lot of you don't close your mouths. You do what this guy does. You're sputtering away and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about on any topic. It happens all the time in this realm. Beings like me have to deal with it all the time. People that have these loud opinions and they don't know anything about what they're talking about. You just want to move your mouth.
Then she doesn't have male apparatus.
Don't they put a penis on the?
No, you can't just create a penis.
We're
not God. We can't just create a penis. What they do is what's called a phallo. I'll answer your question for you. But we need to get away from considering this person to be a boy or a male or having the actual penis. What they will do in some cases is do what's called a phalloplasty, where they cut off a lot of the tissue from the forearm, or sometimes they take it from the thigh, fatty tissue, blood vessels, everything, and they'll fashion that into a fake phallus, which is then attached to the child's groin, and they'll run the urethra through it so that they can pee standing up. But it doesn't function otherwise for anything. It's not a penis. It's a tube of flesh that they sewed onto the child's groin. And
there's no winning in this realm when it comes to helping. Maurice said mostly try to help the indigenous kids in the Philippines. Well, I try to help indigenous European people when I can. But let's put it this way. There's no winning in this realm. If I never mention helping anyone, people will talcott it and say I don't help anyone with my money. If I do mention I help, people will do what Mushroom says and say it doesn't matter if I help people and animals because I'm still evil somehow. There's no winning with humans. There is no winning with you. Good beings know that I'm a good being. The rest can fuck off because there's no teaching most of you. Most of you don't want the truth. You do everything to avoid facing the truth. That's what you put your energy into. Most humans put their energy into avoidance of truth, denial of truth. It's what you do. And you can shake your head, some of you, and say that makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. It's what's observably happening. A lot of you don't want to face the truth. You'll go through your lifetime and you'll go right into the grave without really facing the truth of even how humans behave. You won't even observe that honestly and say, yeah, I don't want it to be this way. It doesn't feel good, but they are this way. A lot of you just want what feels good, what makes you feel good. You'll pretend your way through life. You're not honest. Then if you do that, you're not strong. You're not in my league at all. You're not even close. And if this hurts your feelings, too bad, because you have a lot of spiritual work to do if that's what you're doing. And some of you do sit here and you do that. You're in denial. And you're just here for entertainment, to watch what I share and just kind of laugh at it or watch it like TV. And over time, you'll prove it. Because some of you, all you'll do is make jokes while I'm playing stuff, while I'm playing my videos, while I'm playing this. So you don't take it seriously. And you show me you don't take it seriously. And in the end, if you don't take anything that I'm sharing here seriously, I don't see how you're going to avoid the recycling bin. Because you're just not a serious being that sees the importance of this. So be it. I tried to help you, but I can't make you see.
It's absolutely horrific.
Yeah. So they're not going to have sex like another male would and have a...
No.
Yeah, so they're not going to have sex like just retarded. And some will say it's because he's old. There's 20-year-olds that have the exact same stupid view as him. All the excuses go out the window. And that's one thing I think I'm good at, is removing your excuses. And I do think that's what a lot of people focus on, is trying to make excuses. They'll say, well, he's old, he's this, he's that. And it's all excuse making rather than facing the truth. A lot of you don't want to face what the population is around you. You don't want to face it. And you not facing it doesn't change it one bit. You pretending that you're not in an evil realm doesn't change it. These are the games that humans play. You play little games rather than face the truth. You pour a lot of your energy into all that, into anything but the truth. If you put all your energy into the truth, you'd have a lot of truth already. You'd see a lot. But a lot of you don't. You'll cry for idiots like this guy and say it's not his fault. You'll defend ignorance. You'll defend stupidity. You'll defend everything stupid in this realm so it keeps going. Your defenses enable it. They don't make anything better, ever. A lot of you have worked for decades to make nothing better. You'll just make excuses for idiots, for zombies, for liars, for fools, for demons, for supporters of agendas. Most Canadians support the LGBT trans agenda. Most. You're damaging children. You're child abusers. Congratulations. That's what you are. And you'll say you didn't know any better. Again, an excuse. That's what you're good at, making excuses. Children are being mutilated, and you'll just make excuses saying you didn't know that's what it is. You support things without even knowing about it. You don't look into things. Most of you are just lazy zombies and immoral creatures. Because if you're supporting things that damage children and you're too lazy to look, you're an immoral, lazy zombie. And that's what most of you are across Canada. Whether you like hearing that or not, it's what you are. If it hurts your coochie chakra, too fucking bad.
It doesn't work like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Sometimes what they do horrific.
Yeah, so they're not going to have sex like another male would and have a.
No, it doesn't work like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Sometimes what they do after the initial surgeries have healed is they'll even install a steel rod into it so that they can maneuver it into different positions.
But they'll never.
I mean, this gets really gross and
Yeah.
and Frankensteinian, but it's never. It's not a penis. It's just a tube of flesh.
Yeah, it's hard to talk to somebody that. Some people you can talk to. I would be.
So he's all over the place. He can't even think and form sentences. It's hard to talk to somebody that, and then he changes. He doesn't finish his thought. That's a lot of Canadians. It's a lot of Americans too. It's a lot of YouTubers. There's creatures on YouTube channels that do that all the time. Landry does that, I showed in a recent video. Mushroom does that. It's not just old people. But I know how people are. He looks old. Maybe he's losing his mind or senile. They'll make up excuses. Most of you will never see, well, this is the general population. This is the level people are at, whether you fucking like it or not. And I see it all the time.
It's never. It's not a penis. It's just a tube of flesh.
Yeah, it's hard to talk to somebody that. Some people you can talk to. I wouldn't be too keen on asking too many personal questions on that. So
most girls don't get that done, but the percentage is actually startlingly high.
Yeah.
Most of you don't seek truth. You just go by your imagination. You imagine that when they say a sex change, that they're changing a girl to a boy and a boy to a girl. You just imagine it. You have no evidence at all that they can do this with surgeries or physically change someone. You just imagine. You're at the level of this guy. A lot of you humans are at the level of the guy sitting down in the chair. He's going to get up and run away soon, though, because he realizes that he's spewed stupidity and he doesn't know anything. He has a niece like that, but he doesn't know anything.
But I don't think most get it done.
Yeah, hey, you're doing what you're doing, and I'm not. I don't have a bad thing or a good thing. If it can stop somebody from who's wishy-washy and then does the wrong thing, that's a good thing.
Yeah, if we didn't have this ideology running rampant in society, kids would never even come up with this idea that they were born in the wrong body. This is all new.
Yeah.
It's a social contagion spread primarily through social media, but now also through schools and pushed by governments. So.
You're expressing your view in a very nice way.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all that matters to most Canadians. You're doing it in a nice way. Just be nice. The truth has to be nice. And I don't feel sorry for ones like this. This is a level, this is a way that you've kind of lived to make yourselves into these lazy zombies. All he cares about is you're expressing it in a kind of nice way. That's all. Doesn't care what's true or not. And that's most of you on Earth. You don't care what's true or not. You care about your feelings.
Primarily through social media, but now also through schools and pushed by governments. So.
You're expressing your view in a very nice way.
Thank you. Pushed by governments. So. Pushed by governments. So.
You're expressing your view in a very nice way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Good luck.
He walks away. I don't assume that he learned anything. The old man in the hat. I don't think he learned anything. Now, I realize my view is different from most of you. Many of you, it might take you 10 or 20 years to become close, something other than that, or to even see with what I just showed you, to fully understand that that's not uncommon in Canada or United States. Not at all. They'll just walk away. They keep their same view. They don't learn anything. Some of you sit here for 6 months or a year or longer, and you don't learn anything. You demonstrate to me that you have the ability to sit somewhere and not pay attention and not learn anything. You're very different from me, a lot of you. A lot of you have done that on my channel over the years. It's not just one or two. It's a lot of you. You'll sit here and learn nothing. And you'll just say, well, I had fun watching. It's just entertainment to you. That's all life is to some of you. It's just entertainment. It's just a game. Until you're in the bin crying that, oh, I don't want to go back there. You didn't do anything to learn how to leave. So then it is on you. You're lazy. And I'll keep calling you that because people keep demonstrating that they're lazy. I don't like lazy beings, in case you can't tell. Well, a lot of Canadians are that way, RI. All he got at the end was you expressed your views in a nice way. He didn't show that he learned anything. Very common. And he couldn't even sit there for just 2.5 minutes. He had to get up and leave. Such a busy guy. I just think he felt humiliated that he was exposed as a dummy that knows nothing. Doesn't feel good to Canadians to be shown that they don't know anything. You express your views in a nice way. Nice way. That's what you people do. Most of you in Canada and the US, you care about how someone expresses themselves. You don't care about the truth. Truth isn't even on your list of top 100, what you care about. Some of you just want someone to argue with and talk to. You're that messed up. You have no social interaction, so you come on here to harass me live, things like that. You're not better than the guy on the screen, a lot of you that have been on my channel. You just aren't. And I see it right away. You move your mouth, but you don't learn anything. Just like he didn't learn anything. He had ridiculous shit in his head that somebody can just stitch on a penis that'll work. Like, you're just a fucking moron. And that's a lot of you. And it upsets you. I know it upsets some of you. You get triggered thinking, oh, he's putting us down again. He's putting his own audience down. I'm trying to get you to learn something. I'm not doing what other channels are doing. They don't give a shit if you ever learn. You could sit on these other channels for 5 or 10 years. They don't care if you ever learn. They don't care at all. I'm trying to get you to learn something. I don't know if you can. There's beings on my channel. I don't assume you're learning. There's people that sit here for 6 months, a year, 2 years, and they learn nothing. And don't say, how is it possible? It happens all the time. Most humans don't care about learning. They're more like this. You keep all that stupid shit in your head. Even this goes over some of your heads. Wendy said this was an excellent meme earlier. I don't think this is simple enough for most people to understand. I think most people demonstrate they're simpletons, but they overestimate their intelligence. They think they're so intelligent. And they hang on to, the dumbest program you could ever imagine. That you could just stitch on a penis and it's going to work. It's just retarded. His view of a penis isn't much different than a girl that doesn't even know how a penis works. Just that's the way they are. Just dumb as fuck. And they're proud of it as well. Proud zombies that just hang on to programming. Your heads are full of programming, garbage, lies. And you'll find someone with massive amounts of knowledge and you won't listen to learn. And you won't dump your programming. You just won't get rid of it. You'll hold on to it. It fills up your skull. Just like some of you try to get on here and your phone's full. You don't have any memory. And you keep getting disconnected. And I keep telling you that this uses memory to be on here live. And people keep trying to connect with their phone full. They have no memory at all. Tons of tabs open, no space. And their phone just keeps crashing. And they won't change. They won't learn. They'll just keep trying the same thing again. That's what humans are good at. You're not good at learning and changing. If you were, this realm would show that. But you aren't. You're more like that old man. Most humans are just like that. Just grumble away, and you got ridiculous views in your head. It doesn't bother you to believe stupid shit. It comforts some of you to believe retarded shit. Some of you are so dumb you think you can change a girl into a boy and a boy into a girl. And you've never bothered to think about it, look into it. You're just dumb. You're dumb. And you don't mind until you get exposed by someone. Then you start to feel a bit sheepish and foolish, and you might feel humiliated. And then you'll hate someone like me. Say, I hate King Stephen. He made me feel stupid. But you're already stupid. You're believing in stupid shit in this realm, like him.
Why are black women often fatter than white and East Asian women? In East Asian countries like South Korea, Japan, and China, women over 55 kilograms are often considered overweight. In the West, women who don't have a slim figure typically don't meet the highest beauty standards. Conversely, in Black Africa, a fat woman with a huge bum is often seen as beautiful. In fact, some Black African women have
a fat woman with a huge bum. Look at them here. Look at this here. Oh my goodness. The darkies love them.
In Black Africa, a fat woman with a huge bum is often seen as beautiful. In fact, some Black African women have bigger bums than the entire body weight of the average East Asian woman. This brings us to the topic. Why are black women often fatter than white and East Asian women? Note my word choice. Fatter, not bigger. If we can call it slim.
He's calling them fatter, not bigger. They've got the big bums. They've got the big bums. You know why I'm showing this? People will just be fixated on the bums. But I'm showing the differences. And that's like a splinter in some of your minds. Oh, differences. Oh, he's showing differences again. It's hurtful. He's mean. He's mean. He's showing differences again. You can have a little pity party and cry somewhere. Go cry in a corner. I don't believe that most humans are truth seekers. I think most of you are comforted by lies. Lies are like security blankets for you. You wrap the blanket of lies around and you love it.
Person slim, then we should also be able to call a fat person fat. Welcome to the unpolitically correct zone of Bantu City Diaries. On average, black women tend to be heavier than both white and East Asian women. In East Asia, a girl weighing more than 55 kilograms is regarded as overweight and outside their beauty standards. In the West, while the standards may vary, a woman weighing over 65 kilograms might still struggle to meet the ideal beauty criteria. For instance, this Nigerian celebrity here, Destiny Ekito, could be considered at the peak of the Nigerian and Black African beauty standards. However, she might not meet the beauty expectations in the West, and she could be viewed as ugly in East Asia. Plain and simple. So why do Black African men have a different standard for beauty? In Nigeria, perceptions of body image differ significantly from those in the West and East Asia. While women in the West might be shamed for being overweight, and East Asian women face open criticism for the same, in Nigeria, the opposite is true. Slim women experience body shaming. Many slim girls avoid certain places to escape this kind of judgment. It's not uncommon to witness fat Nigerian women openly shaming slimmer and fit girls. Could this be why some Black African women allow themselves to gain weight to conform to their men's preferences? When looking at the average weight of Nigerian and Black African girls under 25, it is around 55 kilograms, which is still way off East Asia standard, but remains within Western norms. However, the average weight for women over 30 in Africa increases significantly to 67 to 75 grams. One contributing factor is that many women marry early and begin having children. But don't women in East Asia and the West also marry and have babies? Why then are they not as fat as black women? One concerning aspect of this discussion is the differing perceptions of slim among Nigerians and many black Africans, which leaves me somewhat confused. For instance, Sophie Alakija is considered slim in Nigeria. If she qualifies as slim, then what would we say about Arya Star? Perhaps super slim, is it? To understand a country's beauty standards, simply observe its celebrities. In East Asia, the average weight of female celebrities is under 48 kilograms. Looking at the chart for the 10 selected countries, we find that Japan has the lowest average weight for female celebrities at 45 kilograms, followed closely by South Korea at 46 kilograms and China at 47 kilograms. In contrast, among Western countries, France has the lowest average at 54 kilograms, followed by the United States, then the United Kingdom and Germany. The average weight difference between Japanese and Nigerian celebrities is a staggering 30 kilograms. In fact, the buttocks of many Nigerian celebrities are often heavier than the entire.
The buttocks. They weigh the buttocks, I guess. Look at their big bums. And the darkies in America love the big butt. The bigger the better. Big as a house. And he even brings up the fat white women that are rejects. They are rejects. The ones that are with the darkies, they're usually unattractive, not just overweight. The darkies take our rejects, and we don't want them.
Entire bodies of the average Japanese, Korean, and Chinese counterpart. This raises the question, why are standards of attraction so different across cultures? For many black Africans, female celebrities from Korea, Japan, and China are often not appealing. Women who lack curves and a decent bum size are generally seen as unattractive. East Asian women who typically do not possess curves may not resonate with the beauty ideals of Nigerians and other black Africans. The same, to some extent, can be true for Western women who, on average, don't also have big bums and curves. For example, these Western female celebrities could not appeal to a typical black African like their East Asian counterparts. The complete absence of a good-sized bum and curves is often viewed as undesirable. In contrast, Westerners and East Asians see this as the epitome of beauty. One man's meat is another man's poison. This raises an interesting question. Given the changing nature of beauty standards, what does it truly mean to be unattractive? Additionally, why are black women in Western societies generally larger than their white counterparts, even when slimness is emphasized as the prevailing beauty standard? One possible explanation is that black women may be attracted to other black people who appreciate curves and fuller figures. They couldn't care less what the standard is for non-black people in the West.
14 people tuned in right now. I bet some of you tuned in lurking can't tell the difference between my channel and the shit channels on YouTube. I bet you can't. I think a lot of you just foobar. There's no way to reach you. You're too dumb and you believe you understand things that you don't. You can't see the differences.
Now take a look at another chart showing the average weight of women over 40 in 10 selected countries. The United States rank at the top of that list. Among these, black women in the US are the heaviest on average. However, they cannot be solely responsible for the US's top ranking as they represent a minority. Following the US are other black African countries including South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. The overall weight differences among these.
He's a dummy. He won't mention what's been done to the food in the USA, which causes obesity. He'll just view it as cultural or something. Like listening to a darky try to explain these things, you might as well be listening to a retard. But that's the way a lot of people are. They don't even notice the difference. They'll say, well, what's the difference, Stephen? He's putting up a chart. Who cares about his skin color? A lot of you are just too dumb. You can't be helped. I can't help you.
countries are not that significant anyway. One noteworthy observation is that East Asians tend to remain slim even after the age of 40. For example, the average weight of Japanese women is 55 kilograms, which is 23 kilograms lower than.
This guy doesn't know anything about race. But he's not alone. It's not just him and darkies. Most white people in Canada and America don't know anything about race either. A lot of people don't know anything about race. They'll call it anything other than race. They'll call it culture. They'll call it all sorts of things. A lot of people won't even use the word race. They'll just say skin color. They'll never use the word race. I don't think a lot of you even understand what the word race means. I think a lot of humans are just so dumbed down at this point, they don't understand anything.
Coming this way.
We were going on a hike around Constellation Lakes, and one of my guests noticed some rustling in the trees and then shouted out that they had spotted 2 big grizzly bears coming out of the bush.
Oh my lord.
It seemed like it was one mum and 1 cub. Internally, I was quite nervous, but I also felt prepared.
Keep walking. All right, guys, keep walking.
They were following us for a good 15 to 20 minutes, and they ranged between 10 and 20 meters nearly the entire time. The baby one did do a few quick runs.
15 to 20 minutes followed by bears. Can you imagine that? I don't know if you know how stressful that would be. Tell them, keep walking, followed by bears for 15 to 20 minutes. You don't know how quickly that could go bad. They can outrun you easily. They'll run you down. So they're right there. You can't get away. And that's nature. The beauty of nature is this time nobody got killed. They got lucky.
Which may have just been what we call the entire time. The baby one did do a few quick runs, which may have just been what we call a bluff charge. But from my training and everything else, which
I like this chick.
do a few.
She has the standard issue nose ring, not the. She doesn't have the bull ring, the septum ring. She has the side nose ring through the nostril part there on one side. But almost, it's not every, but almost every, whether it's in Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Quebec, almost every woman that's under 40 seems to have one. Congratulations, you're so different that you have a nose ring like every other Canadian woman that I see these days. So many of them, it's just unbelievable. And they think it's great somehow. It looks so stupid. You know what it is, though? It's a good thing because it shows high-quality men. Stay away from this. Don't even waste your time. They're out of the running. To put it in female terms, women love stupid terms like deal breaker. They love terms that are business because they think they're business women these days, the average woman. It's a deal breaker, ladies. It's something that a high-quality man would say, nope, I'm not making her a wife. She has a stupid nose ring. She looks stupid. She looks like a 14 or 15-year-old that asked her mommy, can I get my nose pierced? You're supposed to be a grown woman, and you look like this. You look dumb. And I know women don't like to hear this. I'm willing to say it. It bothers you. It pisses you off, some of you. It triggers you. It looks stupid. You all have the same stupid nose rings. It looks dumb. It makes you look dumb. Doesn't make you look like a woman. Doesn't make you look unique. Doesn't make you look mature. It makes you look dumb. Dumb.
Quick runs, which may have just been what we call a bluff charge. But from my training and everything, I know that is a normal thing, and the best thing to do is, of course, to stay calm.
Keep walking. Nice and slow.
Keep walking. Keep walking. Nice and slow. We got 2 big bears behind us. Keep walking. My nose ring will protect us if things get harrowing. My nose ring. I'll pull up my goddamn nose ring. Like Wonder Woman. The nose ring looks stupid.
Knowledge-wise, I knew exactly what I should be doing, but it is different than to put it into action. We got to the Constellation Lake and we all kind of just watched in awe, getting our breath back from what had just happened, which was pretty intense. And I gave them a lot more information on bears and about bear spray as well, and how you should actually use it and carry it around the national park.
You should actually use it. There's a lot of grizzlies that have been sprayed. This spray's not effective. So she's supposed to be someone that is supposedly trained in this. Bear spray is not effective against all bears by any means. If it's a great big grizzly, you can use the whole canister and they'll just take your head off with a swipe. But they're anti-bang bangs. They're anti-weapons. So they think bear spray is a solution. There's lots of people mauled to death that had bear spray and used it. It didn't work. It didn't save their lives. It didn't do what it's supposed to do. I wouldn't put all your faith in bear spray.
As well, and how you should actually use pretty intense. And I gave them a lot more information on bears and about bear spray as well, and how you should actually.
She's very childlike. You should actually. Should you actually?
Bears and about bear spray as well, and how you should actually use it and carry it around the national park if you're ever hiking. So it was definitely a good learning process for everybody.
I mean, that is scary even to watch. So
So a darkie, a brown guy on CBC News, the National in Canada, because he represents Canadians. I guess Canadians are not white. They have a darkie, a brownie, it looks like. Isn't that great? Well, that's another agenda that people don't seem to notice or talk about. How most people in the media in Canada are not white. And people will accept it. Well, it's just diversity. It's diversity. Diversity. Diversity.
So the CPS has now released a full unedited 999 call made by Gurpreet Digwa the night that Henry Novak was killed. And what we learned from this call, which is actually nearly 12 minutes in duration, is that despite Henry Novak desperately trying to leave that scene and seek help, he was actually held captive and physically restrained by those present for well over 10 minutes before the police eventually arrived. Now, before I play you this call, I just want to go over something that was said by the judge during his sentencing remarks, where he said the following. Your brother Gurpreet arrived at the scene very shortly after your attack had finished. You then filmed Henry desperately trying to get away from you, somehow scaling a fence onto a communal bin before landing on a car in front of the property next door. So that gives you a very clear indication, doesn't it, that Henry wanted to escape. He wanted to leave that area, most likely to try and raise the alarm and get medical assistance. Now, Vikram, his brother Gurpreet, his mum and his dad, and it also turns out now a neighbour were at that scene and held him captive. They did nothing but restrain Henry and prevent what they perceived to be his escape. Take a listen to the following.
It's emergency.
Yeah, we just been attacked by someone racially. Yeah, this.
Oh, so they say we've been attacked by someone racially right off the bat. They lie and pull the race card, and this is what they do. Now, I know how women think because I've been around them my whole life. Most women isolate. It's they put all their energy into isolating. It's just them. These bad ones. There's a lot like this. It's not just these ones. That's the thing. It's not just these. You could run into some in Canada with a turban on or from India that would lie and say, you're a racist white woman. And white women tend to not understand, thinking, well, it's not true. It doesn't have to be true. There's something called false accusations. They do this when they commit crimes and murders. They cry racism. There was no racism, except with them. They're anti-white. And I know this is hard for a lot. It's hard for a lot of people to understand. I've been trying to get this through to people for decades. Now, if people understood it, it would be obvious. Most people don't understand it because if they did, this country would look different than it does. That's my evidence.
Right. He's just attacked it, took it to start. Sorry? Huh? Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Right, okay. Whereabouts are you?
We're on Belmont Road.
Just out in the street, are you?
Sorry?
You're just in the street?
Yeah, literally. I just parked up my car to come home and he's attacked my brother.
You're talking about verbally or physically?
No, he physically attacked my brother. We're Sikhs, we wear turban and he's just attacked my brother.
Have any weapons been involved?
No. No.
Okay,
Leave him 1 second. I'm calling the police. Leave him. Well, restrain him, please. Sorry? Sorry, what was that?
Right, okay. Is that person still there?
Sounds like Manny on the phone. It sounds a lot like Manny.
Yeah, we're restraining him right now because he's just attacked my brother and took my brother's turban off.
Hold on.
Can we have
Tell me a
someone out
number
here,
you're
please, ASAP?
Yeah, you can. Tell me a number you're outside of, can you?
No, so Belmont Road, down the police station. Pardon?
Okay, I've got you. Bear with me.
Okay. And he's also recorded some as well on his phone. So can we please have the police out here urgently?
Yeah. Listen, I'll get someone there straight away. It's not going to delay anything now. Just bear with me. I need some details, okay? So just answer some questions.
He's verbally attacked my brother racially. He's attacked my brother and took his turban off. Then he's recorded it on his phone thinking he was going to do something. So I need someone here ASAP, please.
I hear
we're restraining him, so I'm not letting him. I can't let him go until this gets sorted. I'm not being racially attacked and letting this get away with.
Okay, listen. What's your name?
Gurpreet Digwa.
And your date of birth, Gurpreet?
Uniform.
Okay, I've got you on the system. Let me just get it sent
I'm not having this as a regular occurrence. I live here.
No,
I'm not having this as a regular occurrence.
That's fine, I agree. Just bear with me and let me get it sent over to the control desk and we can get someone on their way, okay?
Thank you. He ain't fighting people, he's racially attacking people, that's what he's doing.
Are you still laughing, Gong Show? I can't hear you. I'm trying to listen to hear. Are you still laughing? I can't hear you. Are you there? Are you still laughing? I'm trying to hear you.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Una cucaracha pinta, le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. Una cucaracha pinta, le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
I can't hear you. You're still laughing? You gotta laugh louder. I don't think you're laughing now. You're gone. You still laughing? Goodbye, cockroach.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
Bye, cockroach. Bye. Bye, cockroach.
cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar. Entre cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar porque no tiene.
I had to grab my mic. Fly cockroach. La cucaracha.
Ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
There you go. Goodbye, dummy. Are you still laughing? I don't think you're laughing. You thought you were funny. You got caught right away. You got exposed right away, dumbass. Goodbye, cockroach. You're just going to get recycled.
It's a regular occurrence. I live here.
No,
I'm not having this as a regular occurrence.
That's fine. Okay, I've got you on the system. Let me just get it sent
I'm not
over.
having this as a regular occurrence. I live here.
No,
I'm not having this as a regular occurrence.
That's fine. I agree. Just bear with me and let me get it sent over to the control desk and we can get someone on their way, okay?
Thank you. He ain't fighting people. He's racially attacking people. That's what he's doing. Nah, he sees some brown people. That's what it was.
Has your brother got any injuries? I know they pulled his turban off.
We don't need no apologies. We're waiting for the police to come. They're on their way.
Jeffrey, just
Yes.
talk to me.
Yes.
Has your brother
Yes.
got any injuries or have you got any injuries?
I haven't, because I've just come back to my brother. My brother's had his hair pulled and stuff. The guy has fallen over because he looks like he's drunk, and he's fallen over and he's hurt his face. He also recorded my brother when he was about to attack my brother. So I want this, please, to be sorted. We've just come back from town, parked up to go home, and this is what's happened.
All right. Just stay calm. We'll get officers on the way, all right?
Yeah. I haven't got any footballs. No, I've called the police. The police are on their way. The police are on their way. Leave it, 2 minutes. The police are on their way. I haven't got any water on me. How can I give him water? I haven't got any in the car. Is anyone on their way, sorry?
Yeah, we're on the way. Okay, just bear with me and I'll tell you where we are. What did he say? Do you know?
Vic, what did he say to you when he attacked you? Yeah. Yeah, and then what happened? Then what happened?
Then he pointed to me. I'm like, look, bro, what are you doing? You're drunk.
So my brother said he'd come back to the car to grab my stuff, my food from the car, and he's then come to my brother, stumbled into my brother in a drunk rage. Yo, Vic, what did he say to you? What did he say to you?
Oh, who do you think you are? I was like, look, bro, you're drunk, carry on, walk on. Then I was there, he goes, oh, who do you think I'm a bad man? I was like, bro, look, I'm a bad man. I'm speaking to you.
Jeffrey, what did he say? Was he racially abusive?
The police need a report, come here. Yeah, he was. So basically, he stumbled into my brother.
Yeah.
So he stumbled. Do you want to speak to my brother?
No, you carry on. He stumbled into him, and then what did he do?
Okay. So he stumbled into you, and then what?
Yeah, so he's walked into me, stumbled, he's drunk. I've clearly said to him, look, yeah, look, mate, you're drunk, carry on about your day, do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Right?
So basically, my brother said he stumbled into my brother. My brother's ignored it and said, look, carry on with the day. And then what?
Then he goes to me, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
He goes, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to my brother? And then what?
And then he goes, oh, you're this, you're that. Who do you think you're a bad man? I was like, yeah, I'm a bad man. What? Then he starts recording me.
Right.
As he's recording me, I snatched his phone. He's then laid a punch onto me. He's pushed me back and my turban's come off. He started then grabbing my head. So I then grabbed him and then he started pushing me, attacking me even further and everything like that.
He's racially attacked my brother.
Jeffrey,
And as a result of that...
Jeffrey, when he said he said this and he said that. What did he specifically say?
So he said to my brother, "You're whatever." Like obviously, racial. Vic, Vikram. Sorry, let me just ask him. Vic, did he racially say anything to you? Huh? Did he racially say anything to you? He called him a.
Okay. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you. So he's called him a. He's FY'd him. He's sworn at him F, Y, and Z. He's grabbed my brother, pushed him, and my brother's turban has fallen off. Then he's grabbed my brother's hair and started yanking his hair. Obviously, Sikhs have really long hair, as you may be aware, and he started pulling my brother's hair. To which then my brother grabbed him as well.
The last thing I need to know now is exactly where you are on Belmont Road. Can you
So if
see
you've
a
got the
number or
cross
house
section of
name?
Belmont, so if you've got St Denis Road, the cross section at the top of Belmont Road, we are in the. So if you've got the police station, the Portsmouth police station, you come and you turn right into Belmont Road towards Thomas Lewis Way and Empress Road area. That way.
Near the junction of St Denis Road, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You still got him restrained?
Yes, we have, yeah. Okay. My dad and my mum has also attended, and then one of the neighbours here has also come out. The police are on their way. I'm on the phone with them at the minute. Leave him. Don't touch him, because the police are on their way. Just keep him restrained. Yes.
Has anyone seen any weapons?
No, there's no weapons.
Is this guy fighting and struggling, trying to get away?
At the minute now he's lying on the floor. He was trying to get away. He jumped over some bins and stuff on the other neighbour side. He jumped over the bins and tried to leave through the bin way. He's left a shoe here as well.
So he doesn't have any injuries?
He's hurt his face. I think he's fallen because when he tried to climb over the bin, he's fallen from the one side of the bins over the gates to the other side.
Okay. When you say an injury to his face, can you just tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me go back to him. So he's hurt his face from his mouth, and he's bleeding from the mouth.
So he said no weapons, and Henry had been stabbed multiple times. Now, where a lot of humans, because they can't figure this out, is that these anti-whites lie. I don't know why that's so difficult for people, but it is for a lot on YouTube. They can't figure out that for demons, lying is like breathing. I try to make it simple to show you, and I show you it's not just this case, but a lot of people will never catch on to this. And things will get worse and worse and worse for your children. And you're not a good being for saying, oh, well, it's not all of them, Stephen, or it's that it doesn't make you good or virtuous. A lot of you leave your children and grandchildren open to be slaughtered. It doesn't make you virtuous, quite the opposite. So keep on doing what you're doing. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of Canadians will just keep bragging, oh, it's a country of diversity and multiculturalism. And this is what you end up with.
I think he needs medical attention.
Does he need medical attention, you reckon? He will, yeah, I believe, yeah. He's jumped. Yeah. So he's jumped over the gates. He's fallen onto a car on the other side. And he's obviously very drunk as well at the minute.
Just to confirm, no one's seen any weapons?
No. I don't know what weapons it would be. This is my car key, yeah? Okay.
The cops are just worried about weapons because they don't want to arrive on the scene and there's any weapons. Because the cops there are a bunch of pussies. That's what they've become in England. They'll send a bunch of liberal cops and a woman cop and just a bunch of losers. Absolute losers.
I don't know what weapons he would have seen, so...
No, that's fine. I just need to confirm that so we know what we're dealing with. Just so the officers have got that in their mind, and safety is obviously the main thing for them and for you yourself. Okay?
Of course. Yeah, that's right. Yo, listen, stop trying to reason with him. The police are on their way. Yeah, I'm on the line with the police at the minute. Yeah, they're on their way now.
We've got 2 cars on the way, Gurpreet.
Police are on the way now, yeah.
Yeah, I'll try and tell you how far away they are.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just trying to look how far away they are from you, okay? They won't be long though, and they'll be with you. Gurpreet?
Yep.
Well, the victim is white, a white man. There's been no care in society for white men in Canada, United States, and Great Britain for the longest time. And a lot of that has to do with women, Marxism, leftists. They've said white men are bad. White men are the demons. And a lot of people went along with it, including most women. Most Canadian women would agree. They'd say white men are bad. The exceptions don't matter. The few women that stand up and say, not me. Well, what about the millions of females that aren't you? That say white men are bad. We got to embrace everyone that's non-white. Go ahead. See what you get.
Can you just tell me a bit more about this man? You said he's white.
He's a white male, tall. He's a university student, young age, short hair.
Okay, slow down. Hold on.
I can see. I think one of the cars is coming now.
So I see one, tall, white British. Sorry, tall, young.
Yeah.
What sort of
Tall
age?
individual, young. He probably in his 20s. Mid-20s.
And what's he wearing?
He's wearing a black jumper, black smart trousers. Black smart trousers. I think they've just gone past us.
And this injury?
Yep.
Can you just tell me a bit more about that so I can call the ambulance? He's bleeding from his mouth. Is that what you can see?
Is he bleeding from his mouth, yeah? Yeah, he's bleeding from his mouth. I think he's probably hurt his lip when he fell over the car.
Probably hurt his lip. They don't mention him being stabbed. Of course.
Or from over the gate onto the car bonnet.
I'm going to end the call. We'll be with you very shortly.
Yep.
I'm going to ring an ambulance for him just to get him checked over, okay, if he needs it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Are they on their way?
Yeah, we'll be with you very soon, Gabriel.
I know people are not in the habit of thinking bigger, but could I be sharing this, and could what happened to Henry be bigger than just Henry's death, one white man's death? Could it be bigger than that? Could there be something bigger than that?
All right.
Okay, thank you.
If anything else happens, just call back, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Okay, bye-bye.
Now, in some other news, in relation to the father Moga Singh and the brother Gurpreet Digwa, they both attended Southampton Magistrates Court on weapons-related charges and have both since been bailed. The weapons were as follows: a flick knife, an extendable baton.
Could this or does this happen in Canada? Does this happen in the United States? Does it happen where whites are attacked and murdered? Are you aware of it, or are you just blind and asleep like a sleeping sheep? Are you white women programmed to believe that white men are bad and dangerous?
Released footage shows the events leading up to the deadly stabbing of Henry Novak, in which English police handcuffed the dying teen after his Sikh attacker falsely accused the white victim of racism. The disturbing killing has resulted in explosive protests and widespread debate about anti-white racism from police. Here are the moments that unfolded before Henry Novak's tragic death. Newly released footage shows Novak, an 18-year-old college student, taking an elevator in his dorm as he goes for a night out in the town of Southampton on December 3rd, 2025. He was later captured on CCTV footage walking into a convenience store where he bought a drink before heading to a pub with friends. After leaving the pub, Novak can be seen heading home on foot, before he stumbled into Vikram Digwa, the man who would eventually kill him. Digwa, who is Sikh, was carrying a knife in a sheath on his belt. Practicing sheiks are legally allowed to carry a small curved blade known as a kirpan close to their body under current British law. Digwa did have a kirpan under his clothing, but the knife he used to murder Novak was much bigger and worn in a sheath over his clothes, according to authorities. Novak then began filming Digwa in what would be used later in court. He asked Digwa, "Are you a bad man?" "I am a bad man," Digwa replied before snatching the device from Henry's hands. An altercation ensued. Digwa unsheathed the larger knife and stabbed the defenseless student 5 times, including in the chest. According to the judge, the phone footage showed Novak desperately trying to get away, as the attacker continued to record video of Henry suffering. Soon after, the killer's brother, Gurpreet Digwa, called the authorities while at the scene.
Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Have any weapons been involved?
No.
When police arrived, Digwa can be heard lying to cops.
That sounds like Manny. No. Just like Manny said to me. No. When I asked Manny a question, racially by some white person. It sounds like Manny. No.
Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Have any weapons been involved?
Authorities while at the scene.
Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Soon after, the killer's brother, Gurpreet Digwa, called the authorities while at the scene.
Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Have any weapons been involved?
No.
Have any weapons been involved?
No.
When
Have any weapons been involved?
No.
Is that what all Indians, Sikhs, Pakis do? No. Automatic lie. No.
When police arrived, Digwa can be heard lying to cops, saying that he had been racially abused by Novak. Police then ignore the teen's pleading calls for help.
My brother, he took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruise.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me.
Got this stud.
Alright, let's get you out of there, shall we? What's happened to you, alright?
This stud.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
Shortly after Henry was put in cuffs, an ambulance arrived, but the damage was too severe. Henry died shortly thereafter. Less than a week later, Vikram Digwa was charged with murder. The killing and the trial that followed led to mass protests, with far-right activists and politicians claiming that there is a bias against white people in the justice system. The unrest eventually transitioned into riots in Southampton, with chairs, trash cans, flares, and rocks thrown in the melee, leaving multiple cops injured. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was sickened by the video, and there are questions to be answered about how accusations of racism informed the decision-making in this case. However, he and other members of the ministry also accused activists of hijacking the tragedy to stir up violence. The country's Independent Office for Police Conduct, which investigates allegations of police wrongdoing, is probing the actions of the officers. On May 28, 2026, Digwa was found guilty of murder. On June 1st, he was jailed for life with a minimum of 21 years.
Hi, I'm Robin Aisha Lansong, and I'm going to share some of my near-death experiences that I have not shared before. In the past, I've shared the really core experiences I had when I was 8 years old in surviving the Rhodesian War, where I was shot and the bullet grazed my head and I crossed over from blood loss. And then I had a second near-death experience days later when there was an attack on the village and I ran to escape. And I fell down, the bleeding started again, and had another death experience. So today, for the first time, I'm going to share 3 subsequent near-death experiences that really happened because of the trauma load in my nervous system. So I'm going to explain just a little bit before I get into the stories. There's something called parasympathetic shock. And for somebody who has had several close encounters with so much violence and having crossed over into death, parasympathetic shock is what all mammals do when they're about to be killed, and it's mercy to not feel the actual event. So what happened when I was a teenager is that the unresolved trauma in my nervous system was literally kind of bursting out the seams. And if I got stressed or even excited, my nervous system would react by going into that shutdown state. So the first time that happened, I was having a good conversation with my boyfriend at the time. We were actually planning a nice backpacking trip together, and something all of a sudden shifted. And maybe because I felt safe with him, the trauma memories started to come up, but at the same time I was squishing them back down, and that made a dilemma in my body. So my heart was rushing. I could feel I was feeling really faint. I said to him, something's really wrong. And within just about a minute, I could feel myself falling backwards. We got me laid down in the bed, and an incredible rushing of my blood pressure changing happened in my head. And I started falling backwards. And when I became aware again, I was in a totally new landscape. And it was like kind of the green rolling hills of Scotland or Ireland. And I knew something was terribly wrong. I wanted to be able to get up, but parts of me were missing. And I could see from above this aerial view, like an old Stonehenge, and that my heart, my essence, was lost in that stone maze. And I knew if I didn't get connected back to my heart center, that I was going to die. And what was happening was I just was getting weaker and weaker, and that my blood pressure was just bottoming out. And so I was trying through this, looking down from above to see in the maze where my heart was beating. And I knew it was getting quieter and quieter and quieter. And without being connected to the rest of me, I was going to die. So what happened was there was a sense of this divine feminine began singing to me, kind of lifting me back up, taking me closer to my heart, and kind of scooping up all the lost parts of me, bringing me back together in this really held place in her heart. And she returned me back to my body. When I started to become conscious again, it was very uncomfortable. I was paralyzed. I felt like my whole body was full of waste and heaviness. And my boyfriend at the time reported that I had been out for about 20 minutes and that he was very scared, very concerned. And ever so slowly, it took about another 20, 30 minutes before my blood pressure regained enough where I could feel my face and move my limbs. And in the household I was growing up in, I was told a lot of my experiences were very minimized and ignored. And unfortunately, my family wasn't able to, be in compassion or even hear my experiences. So I tried to tell my family, I think something's physically wrong with me. I think maybe I should go get checked out. What was happening is when I did swim meets and swim practice, I would, again, if my heart rate got to a certain point, I would pass out, go unconscious. And my coach called my parents and said, I've had to pull her out of the pool unconscious twice. You need to go get her checked out before I can let her be back in the pool again. Again, my parents weren't very attentive. I think they made an appointment 10 days later for a regular doctor's appointment rather than an urgent appointment. And so in the meantime, a few days later, I was in the kitchen, which was a brick floor, and I could feel, again, that incredible heart rate rushing, the need to run for my life, and this just kind of almost desperate feeling to run and escape. But then my body would go into shutdown, into that parasympathetic state where I couldn't feel or breathe. And I knew enough to squat down. So as I passed out, I kind of rolled onto the brick floor. And so the report from my parents is my mom is a registered nurse, and she said she couldn't find a pulse or breath rate for about 3 or 4 minutes. So they had called an ambulance. So my experience was freedom. And I realized I had landed on this kind of raft. Registered nurse, and she said she couldn't find a pulse or breath rate for about 3 or 4 minutes. So they had called an ambulance. So my experience was freedom. And I realized I had landed on this kind of raft. And this raft was incredibly organized. And I was on this raft, kind of like literally kind of on the edge of it, laying on it. And I looked back, and behind me, from my sacrum, there was a golden tether back to the earth. And I realized it was keeping me just the right distance from going too far out into the universe and keeping me anchored to the earth. And on this raft, I could look out at all this incredible beauty and spaciousness and things being created and broken apart. And when I got curious, what is this raft made of? I realized it was keeping me organized, and that if I went off the raft, or if the tether let me go too far, I would just become broken apart molecules and just be part of the drift and just all the organic material out in the universe. And when later on I began to really look at this experience, and I got curious, what was that I was on? Material out in the universe. And when later on I began to really look at this experience, and I got curious, what was that?
She has such a calm, soft voice. Surely she must be wise. She's a female, she's a woman, and she's telling her experience. It must be good and helpful to people. It must be. She must be very wise. She must be. She thinks this is so great.
Me just the right distance from going too far out into the universe and keeping me anchored to the earth.
I would ask her, what is the earth and what is the universe? Can you define such things? You're using the words, but do you have any idea of the meaning of them? Or do you just believe the earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted, floating, flying blue ball going through? This is the thing. Like, women will use words, and so will men, obviously, too, but they believe they're the great communicators. That's what kind of makes me laugh, because so many women have this belief. If you talk to many women, which I've done in my life, almost all of them will say they're better at communication and better at language than men. But do you understand the words you're using? Define earth, define universe. I don't think she has a clue where she is, but she's willing to talk. She's willing to make videos in public that will reach thousands and thousands of people, which this one did. And she's willing to put out bullshit that doesn't help anyone.
And on this raft, I could look out at all this incredible beauty and spaciousness and things being created and broken apart.
Oh, and by the way, for the women that might tune in that get their coochie chakras hurt because I will mention sex of someone speaking, I didn't start a gender war. Women did decades ago, before I was even born. And that's another tactic. Women like to blame men for mentioning anything about women that's quote unquote negative. But you've been at war with men and boys for generations. So I feel compelled to say something back. Women, you're not as wise as you pretend to be. A lot of you pretend, oh, we're just the calm, wise gender. If only men would listen to us. We women, we know about the universe. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're more like this woman. Most of you are more like this one. You could learn a lot from men, but you believe that you already know, like this chick. Here. She comes across as very new agey, with the necklace, with her voice, the way that she is, with the hands, all of it right off the bat. I know what it is.
Me just the right distance from going too far out into the universe and keeping me anchored to the earth. And on this raft, I could look out at all this incredible beauty and spaciousness and things being created and broken apart. And when I got curious, what is this raft made of? I realized it was keeping me.
You look out at all this incredible beauty, but while you're in a body on earth, you don't look around at all this massive suffering. You don't even notice it. And a lot of you, women and men, are that way. But women fancy themselves to be the compassionate ones, the empathetic ones, the nurturers. But you don't notice the suffering in the realm you're fucking in. There's a problem there. It's about goddamn time that people called out women in general and said there's a problem. Most of you don't notice the suffering. How the fuck can you describe yourselves as these great nurturers and carers, and you don't notice the suffering, the massive suffering in this realm? Well, then you're a fraud, you're a hypocrite and a liar and a fake, a phony. Not just her. Most of you Western women and other women. And I'm going to keep hammering away at that point, most likely until my body dies, because most of you will not acknowledge this, that you're in a realm of suffering, and most women are more like her, pretending, oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, I noticed all the beauty. Well, do you notice the massive suffering where you are? What's wrong with you? And I'm going to keep asking that. You don't notice.
Organized, and that if I went off the raft or if the tether let me go too far, I would just become broken apart molecules and just be part of the drift and the
part of the drift. Oh, it's so beautiful. But there's millions, if not billions, of young, innocent children suffering here every day. And you don't give a shit. Because, oh, just a little bit of beauty. And, oh, it was kind of sparkly and glittery and it looked like this. And that's all it takes, because you really don't care. And I'm tired of the average woman by the millions pretending they care about others when they don't.
just all the organic material out in the universe. And when later on I began to really look at this experience and I got curious, what was that I was on? And I was researching scientific images, and what came closest was
I'm trying to remember a video where a woman spoke about the massive suffering of innocent children and the suffering in this world, and they have a channel and make videos. Women care so much that there's none of them doing that. That's how much women care. Or maybe they don't have the time. They're so busy. There's got to be some stupid excuse, right? I'm just tired of the excuses. And I don't think a lot of humans are. I think a lot of you love excuses. You love making excuses.
a cell membrane, which of course is this incredible organization in our body. And I burst into tears and realized I was both in the micro of this.
Oh, she burst into tears. Oh, it's all so beautiful. The micro, oh. Do you ever cry for the suffering ones in this realm? Probably not.
Cell membrane, and I was also in the macro of the universe. So it just gave me this confidence that even when we're kind of focused in on some place in our life or our experience, or a heartbreak is all we know, that we're also still held in the macro of the universe. And what was happening on the physical realm with my body is the ambulance crew had arrived, they resuscitated me. And when the oxygen and their resuscitation means brought me back, there was a moment where the oxygen mask was shifted off my face and kind of accidentally up in my eye, which of course is surprisingly painful. And I was telepathically saying to the ambulance attendants, like, please notice this this is a problem, it's a plastic edge. And just then he turned his attention towards me and shifted the mask. And for those of us who have been through really hard things, we
Oh, that's so beautiful. They shifted the mask because it was hurting the eye. And does that happen to all the millions of abused children? You just tunnel vision. You're thinking of yourself in one little incident. You can't think bigger. Dare I say that there's not a woman on earth that can think as big as I do? You're more like her. Oh, it was so beautiful. He shifted the mask and it no longer hurt my eye. How wonderful. And what about the millions of children that are starving and being abused physically, violently, sexually every day here? Well, it's such a good place that you never even think of them. You don't care because that's beyond you. It's beyond your little tunnel vision of your experience. It's all so beautiful when you don't care about others. This place is so beautiful when you have no view of the suffering of others. Then you're like her. And you know what? She's the typical modern woman. Most women today are like her. Most. What's their concern? Themselves. That's it.
We know that a kind gesture in these moments of desperate need just can really make all the difference for us. And I just remember my heart feeling so connected to his heart. And so I don't know what happened. That desperate need just can really make all the difference for us. And I just remember my heart feeling so connected to his heart. And so I don't know what happened after that. I woke up again in the hospital. They did an incredible amount of tests on me and found, of course, very high stress levels. But at that time, they didn't have the context of the post-traumatic stress and what that looks like biologically. So they just told me, literally, oh, you're just too worried about your grades at school and you should just kind of mellow out. And I remember, of the post-traumatic stress and what that looks like biologically. So they just told me, literally, of the post-traumatic stress and what that looks like biologically. So they just told me, literally, oh, you're just too worried about your grades at school and you should just kind of mellow out. And I remember at the end of all these tests and them, seeing.
Men and boys are taught our whole lives that women are the carers, the caregivers, the nurturers, the ones that are of the heart and empathy. Where is it then? Where is it? We look around, but where is it? Where is it?
All these episodes happen. Again, they didn't have polyvagal theory and a really deep understanding of the nervous system and trauma. So they literally just sent me home saying, just, don't stress so much. And I remember sitting across from this MD, don't stress so much. So they literally just sent me home saying, just, don't stress so much.
You could have just said they sent me home, not they literally. I mean, you women, I think it's your favorite word. I really do. Literally. It's used all the time.
And I remember sitting across from this MD, this huge mahogany table, all his degrees behind him, and him never asking me, are you safe at home? What is it that makes you this stressed, that your body goes into this level of shock? So I actually even repressed my trauma response. And I went off to college and was having a really different experience of really a community where I could open up, start to share my experience. There was discussions about abuse. There was discussions about childhood history. And so all of this was starting to open up. And I began to have nightmares about the childhood assault. And so I had that nightmare and I didn't know what to do with it. And I went to class. And again, I was with people that were safe, that were open-hearted. And one other student was giving a presentation. And again, the huge rush of the urge to run for my life, the heart pounding, the buzzing in my ears. And I interrupted and I said, I'm going to pass out. Don't worry about me. It might look bad, might look like I'm not breathing, but don't worry about me, I'll be okay, just put a blanket on me. So I went down, again, they couldn't find a heart rate, they couldn't detect any breathing. So of course they did the right thing and called the EMTs. And this campus had an EMT program, so they were there in just a moment. And as I was leaving my body, I was in the tunnel again. And because I'd crossed over so many times before, it was incredibly peaceful, and I just wanted to stay there to get restored, to get refreshed, because my life was feeling so difficult of having all this repressed trauma. And
It's so peaceful. It's so peaceful. And the obvious question that almost none of them ask, why is it so peaceful there and not here? Could it be a deception? You're so wise.
and not knowing how to heal. And so I'm drifting further away, but I can still hear people talking.
She's thinking with her vagina. She's thinking with her coochie chakra. It's so peaceful. So peaceful.
It was incredibly peaceful, and I just wanted to stay there to get restored, to get refreshed, because my life was feeling so difficult of having all this repressed trauma and not knowing how to heal. And so I'm drifting further away, but I can still hear people talking. It's like as if they were speaking in a tube, and it would make it to me, and it was still coherent. And one of my friends was crying, and she was saying, "You have so much to live through." And she knew I love nature, so she was describing birds singing in the woods, and we had been on many hikes together, so she was reminding me of why it would be so good for me to come back. And I thought, oh, I really want to spend time in here. It's so lovely. I'm so deeply welcome home here, but my friends are really scared. So maybe I should consider heading back. So by then the EMTs had arrived, and I could hear the lead person was actually one of my friends. And I knew him well enough that I knew he became an EMT because he had done a attempt, and it was the EMTs who were so good to him and kind to him when they resuscitated him and saved his life. So that was his devotion. And so I felt very comforted knowing it was him. And I could hear them using like the scissors to cut open the front of my shirt, and they were putting the AED pads on my heart. And I thought, that's so nice of them, that cut open my shirt and just come out here and take their time to help me. And then I heard clear, and I felt the volt even all the way in the tunnel. And what I want to get across is when you're actually dead, the volt feels good. The AED volt felt great. It felt like the best massage in the world. And so, boom, it drew me back in the tunnel, closer to my body. And I was like, that's so nice of them, but I kind of would like them to stop because they're disrupting my peaceful experience. So again, I heard clear, and I felt the volt, boom. It moved me almost right at the cusp of coming back out of the tunnel into my body. And so the third time I heard clear, they vaulted me, boom, it landed me back in my body. And then I thought, ooh, that didn't feel so good. I didn't like that, and I really want them to stop. And so again, my conscious awareness is a bit low, so I have to go from the reports of other people. They said what happened next is that I started speaking about the repressed trauma that I had from childhood. I don't remember saying any of this. And when I asked them later what I said, they were so shocked by what I'd said. They really couldn't bring themselves to share it back with me. So I was still on the edge between going unconscious and coming back. But because of my childhood experience, I didn't like to be repressed. So the first words that came out of my mouth were, "Don't strap me down." And, so of course it's protocol when you put somebody on the gurney to strap them down so they don't dump you. But I sat up from being unconscious, pulled the straps off, said, "I told you don't strap me down," and then went back to being unconscious. Apparently this scared some of the EMTs. They thought maybe I was like, I don't know, coming back from the other side. They didn't know how to make sense of that. So I did stabilize. They took me to the hospital, just gave me some IV. And it really...
I don't think the EMTs get scared too easily, so I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe her. But even if she is telling the truth about her experience, it doesn't matter. It's just a fake place that she went to, and she got duped like so many do. They have no questions. They don't say, why is this place so evil and full of suffering? They can't even do that. That's so simple. They can't do that. It's too much.
It was the gift of it was one, my experience of getting refreshed from that divine love that is available in the tunnel. And it was also the beginning of my healing process. After that, I couldn't go back to repressing my trauma. And so I reached out to resources and began my healing process. During my first death experience, I was called back to life by a rural African woman singing to me. And that opened up inside me my ability to hear the song that each person is born with inside. And so I learned from her the gift of singing that song back to people. So I hope that's helpful for you that I shared all of that. And I just want other trauma survivors to know that your trauma response, your nervous system response is okay. And so whenever we have shaking or things come up for us, it's all normal mammal response.
Oh, it's all normal. Everything's normal. Everything's all okay. It's all okay, everyone. She told you it's normal. It's normal. It's wonderful. What's this? This looks like London McDouchebag. That YouTuber, KJV London. Is that him?
There was a time when British women could reasonably expect that if an argument broke out in public, a neurosurgeon wouldn't resort to punching them. Yet here we are. A man pulls up on a bicycle alongside two British women, he hops off and immediately turns violent.
Oh wow, is that London? Is that the KJV character? That looks like him. A darky, a Negro attacking white women. So this is what women are going to be dealing with, is these darkies on attack. And women will just say it's men. Men are violent. They won't differentiate. Excuse me. A lot of women just won't do it. They'll say men are violent. See? This is the way women react.
As he's pointing in the face of one of the women, he actually starts aggressively poking her in the face before punching her really hard in what looks like her breast.
I've never seen a white man stop and attack women like this. But this is common with the darkies. There's a lot more attacks of women and girls going on in Great Britain. Now that you have a lot of the darkies there, a lot of the Negroes, the Negroiders.
Area. What a violent people punching her really hard in what poking her in the face before punching her really hard in what looks like her breast area. What a violent piece of shit. When a British man comes over to protect his fellow countrywoman, he becomes his next target. The nutter only decided to leave when an ethnic minority man came over. And it's
get on your shitty little bike. They should be floating them away on doors. Get rid of them. Should start listening to men, white men, that tell you there's a difference. Start listening. Start noticing the differences.
It's only a matter of time before third world fly-tipping behaviour like this turns up in Devon and Cornwall, places that people once assumed would remain out of reach from inner city enrichment. One of the women can be heard saying something along the lines of, "This sort of behaviour does not belong in Britain. This trend where the new inhabitants are actively destroying the environment is bloody enraging."
Yeah, I'm recording you. No, take it right now, because this is my house. You can't just dump thing near my house like that.
I just saw that. Put out of order.
You mustn't do that again.
Apply to a country. What you do when you live in the place. You do not dump on the streets.
I think the problem is Europeans and Westerners in general,
their brain has been so compromised and addled. In other words, if you could bring back, let's say, let's go back 100 years ago and bring back your average European person and just show them what's happening, I don't think they could believe it. In a million years, they would think this is like a movie. This is not real. This is my country, Britain. Now it's become, like 30%, or London's been taken over by Muslims who are openly engaged in jihad, and then my government is putting people in jail for noticing it. I don't think they could even begin to comprehend, and so that's
the barriers around Christmas markets.
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
routinely see
we saw
in
that
Western
too.
Europe,
Yeah.
not in Poland or Hungary. Or...
Yeah.
I keep showing you evidence of you being in a hell realm. I hope one day more than a few handfuls catch on. I hope one day more than a few handfuls catch on.
Levi has a special heart for a million different reasons.
I've always liked to swing on and go really high when closing my eyes.
At 13, he hasn't outgrown the park or the jungle gym.
I am scared of heights, but it's just, you can see everything from up there.
In his short life, Levi hasn't spent enough time at parks or playing outside. He has been in and out of foster care since he was a little boy.
Mostly when I think about my family, and I'm not being with them, that makes me pretty sad because I can't be with my family anymore.
Levi most recently has been in foster care since 2017. For the last 3 years, he says he's been happy, drawing strength from others, and not just humans.
I love cats and dogs.
You look up animal lover in the dictionary and Levi's picture should be there. Here he is with the 2 dogs at his foster home.
Maggie, she's a German Shepherd. Our Sonic, he's a lab mix.
Animals calm Levi and help to balance his emotions.
We have 2 dogs and 4 cats. One of them is an old cat, one's a black cat, one of them is a gray cat, and the other kitten's a gray cat. The kitten's gonna look like her mom when she grows up.
Levi is all about love, just like families are all about love.
I've always wanted to get adopted.
Levi wants a family who will lift him up just like he'll do for them.
I would like a family that would treat me how I want to be treated and take me places and do fun stuff.
Later this month, when he turns 14, Levi wants a forever family and to send his biological sister a special message.
I want to say I want to see you because I miss you.
Can you see now why I told you he had a special heart? Levi wishes he had parents but doesn't know how to find them. I told him that's our job. So if you know in your heart that Levi is your son, here he is, waiting for you to bring him home.
That's not his mom. He wishes he had a family. He's never been adopted. He's 13 years old. This is part of hell realm. All the children that want to be adopted that most people never think of. There's a lot that happens in hell realm that most people never think of. They don't want to see it as a hell realm. I know that. Most on earth, most that come to my channel don't want to see what this realm is. You don't want to see. You don't want to see where you are. But the evidence is sky high where you are, and most of you never want to look. You can't face it. There might be a few handfuls on earth that can face what this place is. Most humans are liars.
Yeah.
They love living in denial.
All right, Lola.
Yes.
Lola, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Originally, I grew up in West Covina area, and then we kind of worked our way out towards the Inland Empire. So from there to Fontana, to Rialto, to San Bernardino. And then my son's dad passed away. Will be a year next month, and I just took everything and came to LA by myself.
How'd you lose your...
He passed away from drinking, cirrhosis to the liver, at the age of 25.
At 25?
Yeah. And my son was his oldest. My son's will be 10 in February. So yeah.
So that made your living situation tough. And
Yeah, living situation.
Her son will be 10. She's a prostitute in Los Angeles. Isn't this wonderful? Wouldn't you be proud to have her as your mom? As a son. That's his mom. So how's the son going to grow up? What's he going to think of women? What's he going to think of men? He doesn't have a father. Nobody cares, though. Nobody in this realm really cares. Most of you in this realm don't want to see where you are. You don't want to see it as a hell realm. It's easier for you to pretend.
Situation is very like tough. I lost everything, place, cars, just everything just went down the drain. So
is that how you got into this game?
yeah, like I just lost everything, lost my mental, lost everything, and I just, good girl, got turned out and led me to prostituting. So nothing I wanted to do, but you know I had no choice, and I was a felon and running away from the freaking the courts and everything. So finally got caught, then went to jail, came back out, and then back on the run again. So life's kind of hard for me right now. I have 2 kids. I have a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old, boy and a girl. So
how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 28.
28.
Yes, I am 28. I jumped in the game kind of late.
She calls it a game. Jumped in the game. A lot of them call it a game. So she has a boy and a daughter. She has a son and a daughter. Isn't that wonderful? What a role model. Another Mother of the Year. Get a job somewhere? No, just become a prostitute. Sell your body. Get covered in tattoos. Dress like a prostitute. It's amazing. It's wonderful. She's a strong and independent woman, right? You don't want to be critical like me. Just praise her. It's better. That's what women are good at. Strong and independent.
Unfortunately, but you know, it is what it is.
How does it affect you emotionally?
It hurts me a lot because I have a daughter, so, and then I have a lot of people like hitting me up like, hey, like, we know you're better than this. Like, I'm gonna cry. You're better than this, and we know that this.
None of you on earth have to see what I see or what I show. In fact, I don't expect most of you in this realm, even on my channel, to see what I'm showing. Most people can't do it. You have some kind of spiritual blockage, most people. They don't want to look at this as a hell realm, no matter how much evidence I show. You just don't want it. You don't want to look. I've been live now for 3 hours, 34 minutes. I missed the 333, but there's the 3 hours, 34. So there's the 33. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Now, I would be shocked in my life if any being on this earth has the understanding and awareness and big picture view of what this realm is like I do. I don't care how that sounds, because I deal with people every day that can't see shit, and they don't try to see anything. Maybe you need 1,000,000 lifetimes here. Maybe you do. I don't believe most of you even use your minds. Most of you are just lazy. Lazy followers of Hell Realm that don't want to see it as a Hell Realm. You don't care. Most of you on Earth don't care about the truth. You won't call it a Hell Realm. So be it. Get recycled.
There's so much going on here, you could write an entire thesis. There's so much going on here, you could write an entire thesis. A GB News reporter outside an ICE detention facility in New Jersey, perhaps expecting tension, but he didn't expect this.
Or what? 20 times more likely to commit sexual offences than the Brits? Yeah, native Brits.
The Brits that colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have?
The Brits, yeah.
Yeah, the Brits that did that.
Yeah.
And you guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
Well, it's not audacity, it's just a fact.
So is it not a fact? Is it not a fact that y'all colonized the world through rape, murder, and pillaging? Right or wrong?
British people hundreds of years ago gave the world infrastructure, medicine, abolished slavery. Doesn't that mean you should import infinity predatory third world criminals?
So what are you talking about?
British Empire.
So what are you talking about then? How dare you? How dare you?
Why are you shouting?
What are you? Because you're full of. That's why.
Turns out his feelings didn't care about the facts.
How dare you? You're talking facts? Let's talk facts.
Being in my face.
So do something about it.
I'm not.
Do something about it, Brit.
My friend. I'm here.
Do something about it, Brit.
Escalates to threatening violence within the space of about 10 seconds. Yeah, not helping the stereotype.
I'm here to ask questions.
How'd you get into this country?
Soy Jack Open Borders activist suddenly finds a passion for border control.
What are you talking about?
I'm here.
How dare you?
Why are you getting so angry?
Really because you're a piece of you're a liar.
You know you're
a liar. You're a liar.
Would you like me to show you the
You're a
government
liar. Bro, I just asked you. I just asked you what the did the Brits do to have the power they have? Answer that question.
You got your elbow on me.
Answer that question. Answer that question. How did the Brits get their power?
So the argument here being, we deserve having our women and kids preyed upon as a form of revenge.
Can you stop spitting in my face? What was the question?
He's speaking.
Why are you shaking? Why are you getting so angry?
Because my drone is going. I'm holding everything back not to break your jaw.
Well, you can do it. You would get arrested.
I don't give a bro.
Are all men created equal? Are all men stoic and masculine? Or some of them feminine in their feelings and they don't have any emotional control or impulse control? Do you see any differences? Are you starting to learn a little bit? Learn the differences. We're not all the same.
Bro,
there's police stood about 5 meters away. Wait until you see what they do.
You get
I don't give a
This doesn't make your argument look
I came out
good.
here for the
This doesn't make your
I
argument
came
look
out here
good.
for the
Came out
I
here.
came out here to talk
for violence.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Turns out he didn't really want to have a nuanced debate about the British Empire. He just wanted to violently attack someone to prove wrong people who say we really want to have a nuanced debate.
Doesn't make your argument look
I came out
good.
here for the
This doesn't make your
I
argument
came out.
See what they do.
You get
I
arrested.
don't give a
This doesn't make your argument
I
look
came out
good.
here for the
This doesn't make your
I
argument
came out
look
here for
good.
the
Came out
I
here
came out here to talk
for violence.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Turns out he didn't really want to have a nuanced debate about the British Empire. He just wanted to violently attack someone to prove wrong people who say we shouldn't let violent people into our countries. You're not the brightest spark, is he?
That is the degenerate, violent left. You give facts.
Who started
You
it?
came all the way over
Who
here.
started it? Who started
You
it?
give facts, you give
Who
data,
started it?
and they get violent.
Hey,
This is
why
what
don't
you
you
see on the
finish
streets
it?
of newer class.
Why
Started,
don't you go
I'ma
back to your
finish it.
country?
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah, I wish you well, my friend.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Maybe finishing an actual sentence that extends beyond low IQ snarling the same few words repeatedly might be a better look.
Hey, why don't you go back to your country?
Hey, why don't you go back to your country? Same dude whose entire personality revolves around defending illegal immigrants now demands remigration. Only for well-dressed, law-abiding white British news reporters, though. The criminals, oh, they can stay.
No, I live here at the moment.
Oh, you live here?
I do, yeah.
How'd you get over here? What you do?
Aeroplane.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, facetious smart-ass suddenly.
Oh, you live here?
I do, yeah.
How'd you get over here? What you do?
Aeroplane.
Oh, you live here?
I do, yeah.
How'd you get over here? What you do?
Aeroplane.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, facetious smart-ass suddenly ran out of snarky comebacks.
What you thought was gonna happen? You thought shit was sweet?
Well, normally we have
You thought it was
conversations.
sweet?
We have conversations and we talk about
People's lives are at stake, sir.
It sounds like you're
This is
an
life or
agitator.
death.
It sounds like you're an agitator.
I'm the agitator.
Yes.
Look at this. You're surrounding me. He's spitting in my face saying he's going to break my jaw.
you're standing here with a
and
camera
I'm
and
the
a
agitator.
You're standing here with a camera and a microphone.
I'm the bad guy.
Runs defense for the guy aggressively confronting him, spitting in his face and threatening to break his jaw. Stop agitating.
I'm the bad guy, yeah.
I was asking.
Well, I think you're probably a nice guy, get down, and outside this, we probably get on down at the pub or something.
You really wouldn't, but Mr. I'm a finish it is still not finished, though.
Sir, I can't understand you.
What you wanna do? You wanna kick for them? You wanna kick up for them?
You wanna kick up for them? You wanna kick for them? You wanna kick up for them?
Kick.
What, sorry?
You wanna kick up for them?
I think you
What
gotta
does that mean? I
go.
don't
You
know
out
what
here
that
kicking up for them?
You wanna kick up for them? What? It's just a noise at this point.
I
What
think
is
you
kicking
gotta
up,
go.
No, I'm staying here. I'm not going to be intimidated
it's
by
okay.
violent people.
They're absolutely shook he's stood his ground and not just run off.
You mean intimidated by like motherfuckers with guns yesterday?
You can swear up to me and get
So why
violent.
do
I'm
you
not
world view if you're not afraid of him?
Why would I be afraid?
You're definitely less afraid of me.
Wonder why that is.
I'm a human being here to have a conversation.
Are you a human being?
You're not here to have a conversation.
Are you a human
You're not
being?
here to conversate.
You're here to start shit.
You're not.
I admit it.
We're not stupid like you.
Oh, we're not stupid. Everyone knows low impulse, incoherent barking is the height of intelligence.
I want it.
And then
I need it.
Then watch what happens when the police are canvassed for their opinion.
What's wrong with you?
Anyone watching him squaring up to me, saying he's going to break my jaw? Like,
I said it. And what? And what? You came out here. You came out here. You knew what it was when you came out here. You knew what you were doing asking those questions. You got what you wanted.
dude, you are
now
very,
do something about
you
it.
are very, very.
Do something about it. You got what you wanted, right?
Mate, you do something.
Do something about it.
You're the one squaring.
I am.
Hi.
I am.
Sorry.
Let somebody come and talk to me like this. Think rock. I'm who's in front of
Any of you guys gonna like do anything about this guy?
Are any of you law enforcement guys gonna like enforce the law?
we gotta chill out.
Squaring up to me, saying he's gonna smash my. I'm a journalist from London. You're
both getting in each other's face.
Glorious. Yeah. The reporter's getting in his face. Great observational skills, officer.
Just separate. We gotta chill out.
Squaring up to me, saying he's gonna smash my. I'm a journalist from London. You're
both getting in each other's face.
Glorious. Yeah. The law.
We gotta chill out.
Squaring up to me, saying he's gonna smash my. I'm a journalist from London. You're
both getting in each other's face.
Glorious. Yeah. The reporter's getting in his face. Great observational skills, officer.
Just separate.
I'm not getting in his face. I'm standing here very calmly and politely asking questions.
Provocative questions.
Yeah, the journalist asking questions. He's the real provocateur. But guess what? Mr. I'm a finisher is still not finished.
Call your boys. Where the Proud Boys at? Where the Proud Boys at? Yeah, get that on camera. Send that to them. Where they at? Where you at? You gonna that tough on and females and bro. Out of here.
What a perfect microcosm of literally everything. The aggressive instigator, the leftist facilitator, the biased, corrupt, do-nothing police. The post-war history of the West in one photo.
No, I was more concerned, actually, as opposed to taking those open goals and making him seem a bit stupid. I was more concerned about watching his hands, making sure that he wasn't about to swing for me, watching his body position. So that was kind of going through my head.
This guy's a security guard in New Jersey, by the way, with a previous charge for alleged simple assault. Very similar to what he did during this confrontation. A key component of security guard training being de-escalation. Who hired him to work security? Chris Brown.
Do something about it, Grit.
The hot weather has served to expose a disturbingly familiar phenomenon happening across the country, and everyone is noticing. Dovedale stepping stones in the Peak District then being about 15 years ago, Dovedale stepping stones now. Compare the reviews of this place from 10 years ago. What a delight, there is a calm beauty all around. To more recent reviews, trash everywhere. People washing curry pans in the water, throwing rocks at birds. One of my daughters told me that a man was staring at her sister. So I turned around and the man was staring at my daughter and licking his lips, putting rugs down in the car parking space, spitting and snotting. Very loud music, cooking curry, literally washing their pots, pans, clothing and armpits in the river. Interethnic squabbles. Resembles a street market in Islamabad. Human poo. Disrespectful visitors who arrive in herds and wreak havoc. Like being in the Ganges. What a mess this place is now. So sad. Ruined.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person.
They've even started calling it the mini Pakistan.
Stepping stones, you'll shut the jump.
Yeah, they've definitely entered the Shires. Open-air barbecues on public land in national parks. Completely prohibited, but what do they care? Despoiling the beauty spot by driving cars through a hiking trail. But don't worry, we can always go to the beach. A polite picnic replaced with the wafting stench of masala. Durdle door in Dorset then. Durdle door in Dorset now.
कि मैं हूँ, ये जिगा है, पीछे दूसरा जिगा, जिगा जिगी सब लोग हैं और हम लोग हैं। Look at this.
When you decide to drive for a swim on the UK's hottest bank holiday weekend and realise the entire country comes along. The entire country of India. Apparently it was used for a wedding scene in a Bollywood movie. Now its peace and tranquility is gone forever. Listen to this WhatsApp voice note someone posted on X. It's his relatively normie mother talking about the Lake District, expressing her utter shock at how fast things are changing.
Monty, I thought I'd just send you a little bit of reflection on my day yesterday. I'm at Windermere, camping at Bowness, which I can walk to Windermere in 2 minutes. And yesterday I thought I'd walk to Windermere and get in and have a swim. I walked along the shores of Windermere. It was absolutely rammed with people. And I didn't go for a swim, firstly because there were too many boats, secondly because it was too shallow, but thirdly, it was absolutely rammed with Pakistani Asian families. Loads of men chanting in Pakistani, having barbecues, all of the women covered, and the kids paddling in the water. Totally happy, whatever. But it made me feel totally uncomfortable, like I didn't belong. And like I couldn't actually, if I wanted to go in the water, I couldn't get dressed up and undressed on the banks because all of the women were covered, and it just made me feel really uncomfortable. And it wasn't about me being racist, it was about just uncomfortable, just too many people, just too many of one culture, and the men are dominant. Men's voices are always dominant in the world anyway, but the fact that they're in a different language and a different culture, I felt completely an outsider and disengaged from. Windermere to me is one of the iconic English areas that I've never really been to, but because I suppose it's quite close to Bradford and Leeds, it's just rammed with Pakistani families, but not just like, you know, half a dozen people, like 20 people all together, all talking a different language very loudly. I mean, their culture is quite loud. Just felt like a fish out of water, literally. And I just walked back to the caravan and thought, wow, that's not my place. Anyway, just thought I'd send you that as a little reflection. I do get it. And I mean, I know that I'm not racist, and I know it's got nothing to do with the colour of their skin. I just felt like I was on a different planet, just in a different place, just not my, I'm not racist, and I'm not racist, and I'm not racist, I'm not racist, and I'm not racist, and I'm not racist, and I'm not racist, and I know it's got nothing to do with the colour of their skin. I just felt like I was on a different planet, just in a different, with the colour of their skin. With the colour of their skin, I just felt like I was on a different planet. With the colour of their skin, I just felt like I was on a different planet, just in a different place, just not my not my country.
This isn't integration. This isn't small family groups just enjoying a nice day out. This isn't tourists. It's an entrenched occupation of space by large groups practicing alien cultures. A very intentional act of self-segregation which manifests as a hostile presence. Even knowing the sheer scale of those who've arrived in the last 5 years alone, 1 in 5 people in the UK now being foreign-born, the sheer deluge of diversity on display has led many to conclude that they're even lying to us about those numbers. But why does it all feel so demoralising? Because even though many have given up on and ceded the territory of the cities, despite their best efforts, we always knew we had somewhere to escape to. Somewhere that was still inherently and spiritually English. Now those places are being swamped. It increasingly feels like there's nowhere left to run. It really helps me, by the way, if you like the video and comment, because I really want to know what you've been noticing. Don't go away though, because wait until you see what's happening elsewhere. For 3 years the FDA tried to ban NMN. Not a drug, not a weapon. A natural compound your body already makes, found in broccoli. And comment and description. Grab it before the sale ends.
The Venice of the Cotswolds. That's what visitors call the picture postcard village of Bourton-on-the-Water.
My, how times have changed. Just as disturbing are the mobs of feral urban youths descending on similar beauty spots, many of them born in England, but mimicking the aggressive behaviour, mannerisms and language of a decidedly non-English culture. In Bournemouth.
Allah Akbar! Hey, y'all move your fucking head, man. Yo, no, yo, what am I gonna fucking die from?
And they're running through people's, picnic blankets, knocking over their windbreaks. Just real horror for, just ordinary families who want to go down and enjoy a day by the seaside.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my grandparents used to go to Bournemouth. They wouldn't recognise it. Would they recognise it? No, would they? They would not.
In Southend, where this is how they promoted their gathering. In Brighton. Beachfronts across Kent. Folkestone Beach, immigrant men shouting, chucking rubbish in the sea, letting their kids shit on the sand. This isn't the country I want my kids to grow up in. Another thing I've personally noticed, just random foreign men walking up and down the side of motorways and A-roads for no apparent reason. What are they doing? Walk through a park in modern Glasgow.
Are you recording us? Are you recording us? Stop fucking videoing us, miss. Please, man, don't do that. This is a culture where we're celebrating our culture. This is our culture. Stop doing that, miss.
What did you say?
Stop harassing us. You're literally harassing us. You're harassing us. You're harassing us.
This is Glasgow Green, it's a public place.
You're harassing us.
No, I'm not.
Stop filming me without my privacy. Stop filming me, please. Don't be doing that. Don't start anywhere. Don't be racist. Public place, but don't record me. You can't record the public place. But I'm in your video. I don't have to be in your video. It's not like literally. This is racism, This is racism. You can't be like that.
And how about over on the continent? A park in Duisburg, Germany. German media reported on these mass illegal barbecues.
Ganz viele Leute, unglaubliche Mengen hier vergrillen, an Sachen reinschleppen und hier lassen und dann gerne nach Hause gehen und Mensch und Tier hier damit leben müssen, mit dem Rauch, mit dem Lärm, aber auch mit der unglaublichen Verschmutzung.
But seemed to conveniently ignore the elephant in the room. Who's responsible?
Auch nicht rausgehen kann, weil einfach nicht mehr zu ertragen ist. Man kriegt keine Luft, die Augen brennen.
It's truly incredible how fast things have accelerated in just the last few years. Morgoth summed it up best in his video.
All of these things actually do mean something. They mean something to us, but not other people. And you get the sense that that's our place and our memories and our identity ultimately. And so you get this erasure which is taking place. And I think this is what people feel when they see these images going around. This ultimately is what's beneath the surface, beneath the arguments about economics and about demographic projections and about housing and about all the crime statistics and all the rest of it. This ultimately is the core of it all. Do we have a right to a territory or not? And if not, then who decides that? And what is its moral legitimacy? And I can tell you now, it doesn't have any. So that's currently what we're in. And when you see these videos on social media, I mean, it's easy to despair, but this is, this is, as they say, hopefully, a wake-up call.
"12,000 years ago, a population of grizzly bears got stranded on an island off the coast of Alaska. They couldn't leave. No wolves, no competing predators, no reason to share resources or retreat from anything. For 12,000 years, the island did one thing to those bears. It made them perfect. The Kodiak bear is not a grizzly bear that got bigger. It is what a grizzly bear becomes when nothing on Earth can stop it, and there are roughly 3,500 of them living on an island the size of Connecticut. Let's talk about what that actually means. But the first thing most people get wrong about Kodiak bears is the scale. When you picture a large bear, you probably picture something the size of a big dog, maybe something that comes up to your chest. A mature male Kodiak bear stands between 9 and 10 feet tall when upright. That is not an exaggeration. That is taller than most ceilings in your home. On all fours, a large male still reaches the shoulder height of a draft horse. They weigh between 1,000 and 1,500 pounds. The largest confirmed Kodiak on record weighed over 1,600 pounds. To put that in terms,
1,600 pounds. There are people every day, people, that deny that this is a hell realm. Almost every day, people tell me that, but there's people every day denying it. All over YouTube and in person. How much more do you need? How much more evidence do you need? Because you're a little bit slow. I show you evidence every day. See, it would never take me this long to see this. So I know right off the bat there's something wrong. Not just that humans are slow, there's something spiritually wrong with you. You don't want to face the truth, most of you. You'll play it like it's a game, like, oh, I kind of go along with King Stephen and call it a hell realm. I show massive evidence day after day for years. And some of you come on here and say it's not a hell realm. Where's your evidence? Where's your counter evidence? You've shown me what liars you people can be.
as you can feel, an average NFL offensive lineman weighs around 320 pounds and can bench press over 400 pounds. A Kodiak bear can generate more force with a single swipe of its paw than that lineman can produce with his entire body. The paw itself is roughly the size of a dinner plate, tipped with claws that can reach 4 inches in length. One strike from that paw produces force consistent with what it would take to crush the skull of an adult moose. What most people don't consider is what that body is built to do beyond raw power. A Kodiak bear can sprint at speeds exceeding 35 miles per hour, roughly the speed of a racehorse at full gallop, and sustain that speed across terrain that would slow a human to a walk.
Can you run as fast as a racehorse? Of course you can. But a lot of you don't understand how fast bears can run. You just don't get it. A lot of humans don't understand anything. They just say nature's beautiful because you're simpletons. You don't want to learn. A lot of you. There might be a few handfuls in this whole fucking realm that want to learn anything that matters. Handfuls. So you do show me all the time.
Rocky slopes, dense brush. A Kodiak bear can sprint at speeds exceeding 35 miles per hour, roughly the speed of a racehorse at full gallop, and sustain that speed across terrain that would slow a human to a walk. Rocky slopes, dense brush, shallow river crossings. The anatomy that makes them massive also makes them extraordinarily capable in the environment they were built for. Their sense of smell is estimated to be 7 times stronger than a bloodhound's. They can detect a food source from over 20 miles away. Their hearing picks up frequencies outside the human range, and their eyesight, despite the common assumption, is roughly equivalent to a human's at distance. with significantly better low-light performance. In practical terms, this means a Kodiak bear on Kodiak Island almost certainly knows you are there before you know it is. But size alone doesn't explain why Kodiak bears are different from grizzlies on the mainland. What makes them different is what 12,000 years of isolation actually did to their biology. On the mainland, grizzly bears compete. They compete with wolves for salmon runs. They compete with each other for territory. They compete with mountain lions, black bears, and other predators for the same food sources. That competition shapes behavior. It creates bears that are aggressive, but also bears that have learned, over thousands of years, to be cautious, to weigh risk, to sometimes retreat. On Kodiak Island, that pressure never existed. There are no wolves on Kodiak Island. There are no competing apex predators. For 12,000 years, the only thing that determined which bears passed on their genes was size, strength, and dominance. The result is an animal that has been selectively shaped by isolation into something that does not carry the same risk calculations that mainland grizzlies do. Kodiak bears are not more aggressive because they are meaner. They are more direct because they have never needed to be anything else. Biologists who study them describe a behavioral profile that is distinct from mainland grizzlies in one specific way. Kodiak bears, when they decide to approach something, rarely stop. That distinction matters more than the size. The salmon runs on Kodiak Island.
I'm going to share this in the chat. It's fantastic. Nature's so beautiful. Now all I have to do is put you on Kodiak Island with some meat and some salmon and some snacks in your backpack. Have at it. Have at it. And they'll sniff you out and find you. And it won't be pleasant. You won't be saying, nature's so beautiful, like most of you do. My whole life I've heard you say this. Most people. Oh, I love nature. It's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. You just sound like morons repeating after each other. You don't have a clue what nature is. You don't have a clue. You don't want to know either, most of you. Most humans. Most of you don't want the truth. You want to pretend your way through life. You're dishonest.
Technology. I think technology was supposed to be the thing that I came here to immerse myself in. Right. So I got a degree in computer science, and then I worked for tech companies, was always interested in computers more than in the social aspects of life. Because, yeah, I think life was very hard for me. So somehow I think that is what I call my previous life, my old life. But then in the sixth dimension, when I saw the visions of the future, that's just very futuristic. Spacecraft, mothership, orbiting Earth, like a city-sized floating organic thing. And then, cargoes coming in and out of Earth, antimatter propulsions. I saw things that were too futuristic for me. And imagine at that time, 2022, I've never seen even a single episode of Star Wars. So imagine the shock I would experience. Like, why are they showing me all of these futuristic stuff? Like, do they think that I have the capability of somehow participating in making this come true?
So this channel, NDE Research Project, is run by a coward. His channel has grown very quickly, outgrown my channel in about a year or so. And people say, oh, Stephen, how'd your channel grow? 5,630 subs on his channel. Grows and grows and grows. Nobody questions it. Most people are okay with shield channels. And this guy's made videos lying about me He's a piece of shit. He's made posts lying about me. He's a coward. He doesn't show his face, his name, his voice. He's a coward. He might be linked with Darius J. Wright or some other creatures. And a lot of you are duped by channels like this, and you can be. And I just don't have the energy to try to warn you again and again about every channel on the whole fucking internet. Most of you people will be duped. And I think you enjoy being duped. You enjoy following anonymous cowards. You just can't see anything. You don't pay attention. You don't listen. Most people don't listen. And they don't pay attention. You don't have to. Follow this shit. Go ahead, follow this. He never shows who he is.
The 5. 1.
Uses an AI voice if he uses one. Usually just the TV static with text on the screen to be anonymous. And a lot of you respect these anonymous shills. And you can. You can do that. I'll drop a link for his channel. Go follow it. Go get brainwashed. I can't save you. Most of you want to be duped. You want to follow anonymous fucking cowards. Go for it. Have at it. Gobble it up.
So what is the real difference between real death? Well, obvious difference is that whoever crosses
Wayne, seriously, many people who feel that, when they die, they're going to take on the Matrix. They're going to shut it all down. They're going to have a word with the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
And I say to
You're
them,
just feeding into it even more.
Yes.
Just
And
still buying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen, Wayne? The Matrix is going to provide that illusion, right? The Matrix is going to provide, you're fighting it. You're fighting it. You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit?
Right.
With the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone.
have.
Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit?
Right.
Come on.
Come on.
The people that are telling you not to fight the Matrix and not to save the trapped souls because you might manifest those scenarios are the same people telling you about the soul trap and Lush. Aren't they manifesting being soul trapped and fed upon?
Come on.
Wayne, seriously, many people who feel that, when they die, they're going to take on the Matrix. They're going to shut it all down. They're going to have a word with the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
And I say to
You're
them,
just feeding into it even more.
Yes.
Just
And
still buying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen, Wayne? The Matrix is going to provide that illusion, right? The Matrix is going to provide, you're fighting it. You're fighting it. You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit?
Right.
With the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
You think you're the first person out there who's
The presence.
Then it doesn't matter what happens to the physical things that you have, even your physical body, because you're not even your physical body. But these physical bodies, the prisons for the soul, gives you the temporarily illusion of loss of something. I've seen passed away relatives come to me because my thought form of fear was so strong, I put myself in my own self-imposed prison. I've seen passed away relatives come to me because my thought form of fear was so strong. I put myself in my own self-imposed prison. And that's what's going on with people here. They're putting themselves in their self-imposed prisons. Not realizing that if they just believed for one moment that they are the greatest authority, just like every other soul, and all creation is the greatest authority, that not one thing could ever touch them, then nothing ever will.
Just keep following the shills. That's all you have to do. Don't listen to truth speakers like me that do this. Go follow the shill channels, the shit channels. That's where most people belong. That's where most people belong. Most people aren't even deserving of what I'm putting out there because they've supported evil. They've supported ones that slander me, lie about me. You support evil, so you belong here. Supporters of evil belong in this realm, and I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you get out. Stay here, lovers of evil. Stay here.
And the police hate you. We just saw what happened. If you are a normal white man, the police hate you. We just saw what happened with Henry Novak in the UK after he got stabbed by a disgusting, violent Indian invader. And the police showed up to the scene and handcuffed him while he was bleeding out. And he said he can't breathe and he was just stabbed. And the cops on video said, "I don't think you have, mate." And even if Henry was racist, even though there was no evidence that he was, why the fuck is the police siding over the invader over his own countrymen? It is absolutely fucking sickening and disgusting. And it's not just Europe. It's not just the UK. The same thing is happening here in the US. Every single encounter I've had with the police, maybe there's a few.
Now, this is important. I've tried to teach people this, but people are very stubborn to see that the same thing happens in Canada and the United States. And it's observable that our countries are anti-white and anti-white men. The police hate normal white men. This is very difficult for people to see, whether they're a white man or a white woman or a darkie. They'd never admit it. But this is what's going on. This guy's come to the same conclusion that I did years ago. And some of you are a little bit slow. You'll drag your feet for months or years, maybe decades. Maybe you'll drag your feet until it's you, till you're under attack and you personally experience it. And that's how some of you learn. You can't see until it happens to you, which shows me you don't care about others. You don't care if others are under attack until it's you, right? You're selfish and self-centered.
Exceptions, but 98% of them, the police are against me just because I am a straight white man. That's the only reason. And I was just at a pride parade today and I had an encounter with the police, and usually the police officers are white. There was a black guy, there was a woman police officer, but 99% of the time it's our own people against us who hate us, who are fucking traitors. And their excuses are, look, I'm just doing my job. I didn't want to cause any more issues. I'm just following orders. I don't want to lose my job. I need to feed my family. And these aren't acceptable anymore. We aren't accepting it anymore. It is absolutely disgusting that these traitorous scums who
all these excuses are bullshit. You don't have the right to stomp on me or other white men because you're, quote, just doing your job or just trying to feed your family. These are excuses that women usually make and that women accept from fake men that are not real men. And women do a lot of times accept this. They'll marry these pieces of shit. If you're married to a cop, you probably have some screws loose in your head because most cops are anti-white men. Most are fucked up in the head.
call themselves police officers who are required to protect and serve their community are enabling these invaders to kill us, to harm us, for these freaks to spread their propaganda and degeneracy. And it's funny that these leftist scum always have these shirts, all cops are bad, defund the police. But the second something happens, they're the first ones to run to the police. I try to like cops, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt most of the time, but every single time they take the other person's side, the invader side, the freak degenerate side, even though these people hate the police. But they protect them the most, and they're the ones who need the most protection. It is fucking sickening. Rest in peace to Henry Novak. I hope we don't forget what happened to this young white man. And just remember that Henry was killed just because he was white. And he was left to bleed out from that sick police officer because he was white. Remember that. If you are a normal white man,
So this guy knows. He doesn't have the full picture, but he knows that the police are anti-white men. He knows that. Some of you on my channel tuned in day after day still don't get it. You don't get that much. You don't understand what he just said. And what he said is true. And if you do research into it, you'll see. But I don't expect that. I don't expect anyone to do actual research. Almost no one does into things that matter. You just fixate on little things that you can't change at all. That's what a lot of you do. You waste your time. You're stuck on baby truth or shit that won't help your spirit get out of hell realm at all. That's what a lot of people do. There's a very good chance we live in a simulation. This Tigga, he's going to tell you you're living in a video game.
I do hope it's a simulation. I do hope it's a simulation.
He's going to suck on his lips and suck on his teeth.
Because that means that one day I will wake up in the real world. I don't want this to be real.
It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean one day you'll wake up in the real world. Real world. No, it doesn't mean that. Ooga booga. You might be trapped here. You might be condemned here forever. I'm a colonizer. I might just keep you in here. I'm a colonizer.
Real. It is too absurd. Too confusing. I do hope that one day I'm going to wake up somewhere confused and they tell me that, oh, that was just a video game. And I'll be like, what? A video game? Damn, man, what did I know that it was a video game? And they'd be like, you were the only one playing, bro. All these other people, they're not real. You could have had all the fun, but you believe that it was all real. I do hope it's a video game. When you look at like the first video games that were created in the last century, you couldn't have imagined well, they're not real. Well, they're not real. Damn, man, what did I know that it was a video game? Damn, man, what did I know? Game. I'd be like, what? Confused. And they tell me that, oh, that was just a video game. I'd be like, what? A video game? Damn, man, what did I know that it was a video game? And they'd be like, you were the only one playing, bro. All these other people, they're not real. You could have had all the fun, but you believe that it was all real. I do hope it's a video game. When you look at like the first video games that were created in the last century, you couldn't have imagined that they will be able to create games like Cyberpunk, like 2077, in less than 100 years. You couldn't have imagined that. It seemed impossible at the time. What kind of video games do you think we'll be playing 100 years from now? 200 years from now? 300 years from now? 500 years from now? 5,000 years from now? What kind of video games do you think we will be playing?
People think Tig is such a great thinker. I don't assume this matrix will be going 5,000 years from now. 5,000 matrix years. It could be, but I don't just assume it will be. I don't focus on video games the way a lot of you creatures do. You just play video games your whole life. And then you play them so much that you start thinking that you're in a video game. Tigga. A lot of you love to follow the low IQers, I notice. A lot of humans. You'll watch shit like this guy's channel. And you can follow this. Go ahead. See where it leads you.
Don't you think that we will be playing video games that are indistinguishable? Why can't I pronounce this word right? Video games that are indistinguishable. Video games that are indistinguishable. Video games that are indistinguishable.
Your lips, you can't get past your lips. That's why you can't pronounce it. Your teeth, the gap teeth, and your lips, you can't pronounce it.
Why can't I pronounce this word right? Why can't I pronounce this word right? Indistinguishable. That's not the word. Indistinguishable. Don't you think that we will be playing video games that we can separate from reality? Yeah, in a video game that's to them real. You feel everything. Don't you see that happening? And if that's going to happen, is it too absurd to think that it might have happened in the past? I know this is what Elon Musk said. And people like Nick Burston, I think he said a similar thing, that, well, if in the future we'll be able to create realities that, video games, simulations that looks like what we call reality now, why do we think that that didn't happen in the past? And the real truth is that it makes more sense to believe that it happened in the past. It makes more sense to think that this is actually a simulation. It's too weird, you know? It's too weird to be something real. The things that are happening are a bit too convenient, you know? Try to imagine a world that started to exist randomly. Can you imagine something like this? It started to exist randomly and it happened to become like this. Doesn't this world seem like something that was designed by someone? That is why things seem to be working together.
Got pretty good instinct. Psychopath got pretty good instinct on who they can manipulate. I was intuitively knowing who I can manipulate just by looking at them walking onto the street. Manipulation is only about one thing: gain. I only want good things in life and I'm gonna get it.
Why have we brought you in for an interview today?
So they called their show 33 Minutes.
I'm gonna get it.
33 minutes with the psychopath. Why 33? Well, it's obvious. Lad Bible Stories is very controlled by the system. Part of the club, Club 33. Club 33.
Why have we brought you in for an interview today?
Because I'm a psychopath. A diagnosed one, you know. I'm not making this up. Few people really know what is psychopathy, you know. A lot of people think that this is cannibal, serial killer, and very often it is not the case. You know, psychopaths can be really successful and can be a good person to help society.
At what age did you get that diagnosis?
23, and now I'm 25.
And what is the clinical diagnosis of a psychopath?
It depends of the culture and the country. In some country, it is ASPD, antisocial personality disorder. In other country, it's gonna be psychopathy. For me, that was the clinical psychologist, and that was psychopathy, antisocial personality disorder, and impulsivity with narcissistic, because narcissism is a part of psychopathy. It takes a lot of tests. Sometimes you can go to the hospital to make PET scan. We can see that it is not an invention or it got physical implication because your brain is wired differently than others. It's like some part of your brain is dead, I want to say. And it is the proof that I don't want to take excuse for me, but this is not our fault, guys. We are different, simply.
Let's go back to the start and kind of try and unpack some of that. Where were you born and what did early childhood look like for you?
I'm born in Waterloo, you know, the famous battle where the French emperor unfortunately...
Hello, hello. Oh, somebody's here. Mayhem is here with the letter P. Maybe she was lurking and hit the keyboard by accident. Hello, Mayhem. P. Maybe you didn't want to be seen. There's a lot of lurkers today. A lot that are just lurking around. Lurking around here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Lose the battle. And my childhood was On some aspect, really nice. I live in a middle class family, and my mom was really empathetic, protecting me. At 7 years old, my parents divorced, and after that, my mom fell into alcohol. At the age, I think, of 8, she tried to kill herself. So in my adolescence, my mom was drinking from maybe my 8 years to 16 years. And she was aggressive, she was absent sometimes, and it got an impact on me. She was saying to me that I'm not her son anymore, and she was this kind of mean. This is the kind of thing that with psychopathy, it changes you. With psychopathy, you are born that way, but it doesn't help this kind of behavior from a mother or a father.
Did you have siblings growing up?
Yeah, I got a little sister and a bigger brother. When I was a kid, maybe 6 years old, we were playing near the family pool, you know, and we were playing with little plastic golf clubs. And at one time, she fell into the swimming pool. And I looked at her, and this is something that's gonna shock some people, because I was looking at her and I didn't jump into the pool. You know why? Because at the time, the only thing that matters to me was my clothes. My mom came out of the house, and she is yelling, screaming that why I didn't jump into the pool. And I answered, Mom, my clothes are clean. And she was like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid? That was the first time my mom understood that I was different. And when you are parents, you're like, you're trying to find excuse for the child, because we are all told that child are angel, it's something like that. And my mom was like, okay, he's a bit different. He's sometimes cold with other person. People gonna tell me, you're not a human, you're a fucking demon to do that. But at the time, I was not understanding what is happening. And that was not by cruelty, looking at my little sister just drowning. That was not cruelty. That was just feeling unempathetic to my little sister.
And so from that point, you said that your mum kind of noticed that there was something different about you.
Yeah.
How did that impact things going forward?
When I was a child, they put me with psychologists because I was feeling different, etc. I was into antisocial behavior. From early childhood, I was taking the pencil, destroying the drawing of every other child. I was playing with the pencil like it was missiles. And I was like on the...
And let's fight together, knowing our diversity is our strength and our unity is our power.
Oh yes, diversity is our strength. Yes, I agree with that. Honestly, I am pro-diversity, okay? And I'm going to give you some examples of the kind of diversity I'm talking about. Because I am indeed pro-diversity. It is what creates civilizations that have slightly different flavors. So when you go to France, you get certain sorts of architecture and different food and different sports. When you go to Germany, you get something slightly different. When you go to Spain, you get a different sort of vibe. When you go to Russia, when you come to the United States, when you go to New Zealand or Australia or Canada, it's all a different vibe. So yes, absolutely, I am pro-diversity. And in fact, I believe it's a little bit strange that we're making it very hard for Europeans to come to the United States and that we're scanning their social media history to see if they've been critical of a foreign country. I think that's a little bit strange because I think they should be allowed to come in here because we need more diversity, right? obviously. So let's go through some examples of diversity. Wow. Wow, now this is some diversity. I believe, I'm not sure which European country this is from, but these are some lads. Lads doing what they do best. This is poetry in motion on a horse, playing polo. Absolutely phenomenal diversity that I'm seeing here. Would love to see these chaps come to the United States. Would love to see them traveling all over Europe, skiing in France in the winter, enjoying a beer in Germany in the summertime. Here's some more diversity. This is the mountains. This is at a ski resort. Skiing, dancing. They got the costumes on, the dreidels, I believe. Definitely butchering the name. They're drinking their beer. They're eating the traditional foods. They're all... See how nice it is when diversity comes together? Do you see how there's no crime? Do you see how people are getting along and laughing and they're having a great time? And it actually looks fun, and at the same time it's beautiful and orderly. I don't see any trash being thrown down. I don't see fights breaking out. Here we go again. This is some diversity. This is demonstrating some more athletic abilities. Not just athleticism, but if anyone knows sailing, I don't know how to sail, but I see people sailing, and this looks like an incredibly difficult sport that requires a very high IQ, a lot of agility, excellent teamwork. And you see there that the diversity is helping them work together as a team to make sure that they don't flip over and they can navigate the seas properly. Now, if the posh life, the polo, the skiing in the Alps, if that's not really your speed, we have other diversity. We can come over to the United States and you go out west and you have the cowboy vibe, if that's something that kind of suits you a little bit more. People who like folk music and the folk dances native to the US, which has its roots in its European ancestry, cowboys, guns, riding horses, rounding up cattle. Here you go. Here's some more diversity right here. This is a bucking bronco. He is breaking. If anybody knows horses, you have to saddle break them. So you usually put the saddle on first. They kick it out. They buck it out. Then you put them on a line. And you get them running around with the saddle on them. And then you get on them and you got to stick on them. And if you get thrown, you got to jump right back on there. So it takes a lot of courage. Takes a lot of agility and athleticism. Here's some diversity from the United States. Here's some. This is the folksy side. This is from Tennessee. This is I suppose like an Appalachian dance. And it looks like, again, everybody's enjoying themselves and enjoying the music and having a fun time. And I'm sure they're going to have some absolutely delicious potluck food afterwards. And we got the cowboys, of course, bringing the cattle in from open grazing. There you go. You got the good old dog along with. You got the outfit on, looking stylish too, and rugged. There's some more diversity from the Americas. And if you're wanting something with a little bit more flair, a little bit more spicy, not Latina, but if that's kind of more your vibe, we can go over to Spain. Look at these fine-looking specimens. Nice outfits, great traditions. I'm sure, again, great food. You got animals. They're having fun. They're athletic. They're outside. Looking stylish and great, too. Definitely not going to get attacked there. Definitely going to get some good views, some good food, and no crime. And then here you go. This is a demonstration of our athletic abilities. More athletic abilities. And this is at a festival. Again, notice the pattern. Looking very calm. While this vast display of strength is on display, there is seemingly no crime. One would think, sometimes if you got high testosterone and you've got a lot of power and a lot of strength, that would come with a lot of violence. But not in this case, with this kind of diversity. So in this video particularly, this really shows everything, athletic ability. And then right here, you see sportsmanlike behavior. You see a controlled fight that's in a ring that has rules. You don't see a bunch of other people jumping in, piling on, stomping on heads, laughing, recording, acting like fools. You see a very organized fight that's been organized. And here you go, teamwork, no fights. Everybody's got a plan. There's one goal in mind, and they are going to achieve that, which would explain why Europe and its architecture and design and the layout and the roads and how everything is planned makes sense and works together, because it used to just have that kind of diversity. And here we go. This is in Vienna. If you want, again, something more posh, Vienna has a waltz season every year, and people go and they waltz to the waltzes that's been around since forever. In these beautiful ballrooms, wearing beautiful clothes, showing off their grace mixed.
Graceful dancing, not degenerate. Like the Tiggas, popping their butts, twerking. Elegant dancing, graceful, elegant, beautiful, civilized. Civilized.
And here we go. This is in Vienna. If you want, again, something more posh, Vienna has a waltz season every year, and people go and they waltz to the waltzes that's been around since forever. In these beautiful ballrooms, wearing beautiful clothes, showing off their grace mixed with masculinity, grace and poetry in motion, all mixed together with peace and power under control. So lots of diversity, as you can see right there. So honestly, when Kamala Harris says diversity,
We have the greatest diversity in art, in culture, in cuisine, in architecture, in hair color, eye color, skin tones. White people have the greatest diversity on earth. The greatest diversity. Some of you need to learn that. You're a little bit lost.
is our greatest strength. I believe her. I believe her, and I don't understand why we don't encourage more of this kind of diversity. I don't know why actually this kind of diversity is constantly poo-pooed on. Why do we hate on this kind of diversity? Who is it that wants us to hate on diversity? Who is it that's trying to divide us? Because you see videos coming out of other kinds, other variables, and it doesn't look as pleasant. It's not orderly. It looks dangerous. It looks like if you got involved, you might succumb. You might be attacked. You might be hurt. The food doesn't look great, and it generally leaves your body feeling very unpleasant. As opposed to this kind of diversity, which is discouraged. And these sorts of people in this diverse category where you have blue eyes, brown eyes, hazel eyes, green eyes, turquoise eyes, gray eyes, all colors of hair, all textures. Well, mine is subtracting one kind. And yet this isn't good enough. We must try to find something that will, add a little bit more spice. Because when you see something running great, when you see a well-oiled machine, when you see a society progressing and moving along nicely like a freight train, what certain people want to come in there and put an end to that. And maybe that's so that they fit in more. Maybe that's so they feel more comfortable. Or maybe it's because there's some sort of resentment going on, or some sort of deep-seated jealousy going on. And that's why they want to destroy all that we just witnessed. Amazing qualities, and all working in unison to achieve goals, whether it's a rancher bringing his cattle in to feed the country, a farmer tending to his fields, or people enjoying some friendly sport where no one's getting hurt and people can enjoy it. Or they're enjoying, the gaieties of life when you are not having to deal with hunting and foraging, as some people still are doing. When you've created a hunting and foraging, as some people still are doing. When you've
Hey guys, it's Matt. Just jump right into a little role play. Hey guys, it's Matt. Just jump right into a little role play, which may have happened to you before you incarnated here. Something along these lines. I think the rule of opposites to me tells me that something like this is in play. Every inner knowing, every instinct tells me that this is the case. I will look to your comments. You might think this is absolute horse shit. I've agreed to go into this place. What's it called again? Oh, Earth. Yeah, that little place for son of bitches. I've agreed to go in. So what are the rules here? It's a game being played in there. Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. So this place. First of all, I'm going to remember a little bit about who I was or where I came. Nothing. Nothing. I don't know. So this place, but Matt, who are you speaking? But Matt, who are you speaking to? But Matt, who are you speaking to? But Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. So this place, but Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. So this place, I don't know. So this place. First of all, I'm going to remember a little bit about who I was or where I came. Nothing. Nothing? Absolutely nothing? Tommy, the deaf, dumb, and blind kid? So this entire place is going to work me over through tens of thousands of systems and unlimited deep pockets and billions of dollars in media and marketing and advertising and television and radio and false role models. This entire system of millions and billions of different component parts is going to work me over from birth so I just will fall in line that I'm powerless, I have no say in anything. And somehow, in the middle of this bombardment, I'm supposed to get some sort of realization that I have the power to decree anything, to decide if I want to come back to a material incarnation like this, to decide what I'm going to do after I die. That's the game. So it will work.
He calls this a game. He says the key component of this spiritual game on earth. He calls this a game. Are you at the level of movies, Maddie? Are you stupid?
Work you over. You have no knowledge or any sort of understanding of who you really are, where you came from. And most people, it's a very, very difficult game, but as this person's telling me here, whatever this spiritual entity here is, the last conversation before you incarnated, that whole role play I put out a few years ago, it doesn't work if there's nobody there to talk to. So I don't know if we could talk to, if it worked that way before we incarnated or not. I don't know, but I can't put it down in writing if there's not two people talking. Give me some sort of liberty in terms of my writing. Person saying, we're timeless beings, so we have a lot of time. What we know of as 1 trillion years is nothing. But so you're going to fail. Everybody's going to fail over and over again. And this system is going to successfully work over almost everybody. So they'll believe they're completely powerless, and they'll walk around and say, I'm only human. Oh, give me a break. I'm only human, and this is who I am here. And I need oh God, what? There's these religions and gods before me, and I got to pick the right one. I have no power on my own. I have no say. I have no say. I have no power. I've got to pick one of these gods. But what if you pick I kind of over here, I'm favoring this God over here, but then Jesus will be upset. For Private Gump, have you found Jesus yet? I know I'm supposed to be looking for him, Lieutenant Dan. But I don't know which one to pick. One of them is the magic key to get me out, right? One of them, I'm going to pick one. Everything here is designed. I'm not going to re-record. I don't know how that came out. Everything here is designed to lower. You have no power. You have no say. You're nothing. You're a newt stuck on the bottom of a rock. It's the rule of opposites here, and it's never failed. I believe in it wholeheartedly, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind about it. If everything here is designed to beat me down, so I believe I have no say, I have to, can I get past the archonic beings at death? They're going to swoop down. Am I going to get past the riddle of the Sphinx at death? I'm going to be recycled back. Prison planet. Oh, then rule of opposites. Oh, I have say over everything. Why? Because I said so. Because I understand and I see through the trick of this game. I can decide right now, am I part 3, part 2 the work, this is part 3. Am I done with material incarnations? Are we ever coming back to a place called Earth? No, Earth, absolutely not. It's out of control with its AI, and it's the outer ring of reality, the screen, the false world has impinged or creeped into what we would consider the real world too successfully. Where now they're blending together. This world is there's no way back for it or from it. There's no sending. Matt, you're not supposed to laugh at your jokes as you think about them before you present them. They're not that good to begin with. Sending the Hillary Clintons off to jail. There's no coming. It's just the AI. I'm sorry, Matt. That's a very negative attitude. The reality was put here for you. Wayne's diagram. All this for us. Yes. It doesn't. We put too much stock in this. This is just a construct of some kind. And there's no going back into this. The systems of this or this role player that was put in here. Call it evil, call it whatever you want. It's one. It is. It will continue to gain more power. And okay, maybe this round or this set in the tennis game it won, and maybe we're winning somewhere else. Another part of us is winning somewhere else. It's okay. It's just the way it works here. But I can decide right now. I mean, even Tony alluded to this a little bit. The higher self is all powerful, but it needs us. It needs the little guy in here. If the little guy can overcome the trick, can overcome how it's been beaten down to believe it's this low fill and bends thing, then it's actually might be up to the little parts of us spiritually that are in here to have the key to get all of us. If you believe in Tony's simultaneous incarnations of higher self, all of us out of exiting the game permanently. So, part 3, I'll decide right now. We're done with this. Not doing any more earthly incarnations. There's no possibility I'll be tricked or recycled back. Why? Because I said so. Because I see through the game. Because I've been led to believe I have no power here, which means I have the ultimate power. Matt, you can delude yourself like that. Well, say what you want. That's what my inner knowing tells me, and that's what examining the trick for 15 or 16 years tells me. Why is it working so hard? You've heard me say this millions of times. It's working so hard because the key part is to wake up that it's right here where we have the power to make the decision. The power to get out might be with us, not with the higher self, for example. Not with Joel. Yeah, you. Not with. So somebody once, I'm going to make sure this is still recording in a moment, but somebody said in a comment, I'll never forget, because every instinct said that's wrong. When I read it, she said, and this is, I don't know if this person's still here, was a nice person. She said, I'm going to, after I leave this place, after I die or pass away, then I'm going to decide if I'm going to do it again or where I'm going to go. No. That's the whole point, in my opinion, of this game. To have the realization that it has to be done now. It has to be done in the low form where the trick is most potent, where the trick is all encompassing all around us. If you see through that, then the affirmation or the decision here might be carries the weight it needs to get us out of here, or might be the key, might be to declare it or proclaim it in the lowest form, which is what we are here. Let me make sure this is still recording. Sat here quietly for a minute thinking about some things, and what popped into my head was, no matter if you think what I'm saying is right or wrong, or you agree with a little bit, I think we all would agree that this sort of discussion, or whatever frequency or vibration we put ourselves in thinking about these big issues, is beneficial, even if you think I'm mostly going wrong. Or it's so beneficial to explore these types of topics. And the one thing that popped into my head is it makes the specific conspiracy, the in-the-weeds conspiracy, seem so absurd, so pointless. having these sorts of big thinking discussions. You know, the one I've been picking on the last few weeks, and you know why. Are all the NFL players are in on it? Do they go home at night and they don't go out to the bars and party and they study their plays and they know that the third play of the fourth quarter is going to be a fake fumble? You see how absurd? Any sort of conspiracy topic that our type of person, well, I don't know if I can't say that those that push this sort of hardcore in the weeds conspiracy are our type of person, because to me, they're essentially working for not milk. They're they're bringing the real spiritual being back into the low, back into the weeds and back into the bog where the not milk wants them stuck. So let's just say our type of person in general that questions the world, questions their place in the world, at times thinks big. You see how absurd it is for our type of person to go back and latch onto the bog where the not milk wants them stuck. So let's just say our type of person in general that questions the world, questions their place in the world, at times thinks big. You see how absurd it is for our type of person. Absurd it is. The world questions their place in the world, at times thinks big. You see how absurd it is for our type of person to go back and latch on to specific conspiracy, whether it be the NFL or the NBA's row, the NBA finals, now it's all rigged, of course, I'm getting emails about that, or any sort of in the weeds, specific topic conspiracy. You could just see how the whole not milk loves it. It takes you right back into the bog. It prevents us from having these sorts of conversations, you know. And we all go back into the bog and weeds at times. What I've been accused of, and rightly so, is I'll talk too much about Star Wars and how it's being ruined on purpose. I'm fascinated by that and the creeps and the minions that play that out and why. And it's not just that is not just drawing people back in the weeds. There's some high level or some beneficial things about seeing through why the not milk is trying to destroy, Star Wars or certain types of media or old IPs to usher in the new magenta age of the digital world, and going back and pointing out the not milk's trick is beneficial. But is that what these dummies are doing by saying that the NFL is all scripted and all the players are in on it, and the fourth play of the second quarter right after the timeout will be a fake interception? I mean, you see how absurd. I mean, if you're spending time on these types of conspiracy topics, going back into the weeds, you're doing exactly what not milk wants. Okay, in terms of all the 1,000 conspiracy topics that we've all been through, that we've all spent time on to get us to kind of where we are now. We're at different levels, but you wouldn't be at this channel if we didn't generally see the world the same way. I want to say all the thousands of conspiracy topics, we wasted our time on, Matt? No. As I've said, it's not a waste of time at all if you can climb out of the weeds or step out of the bog. But to me, there's only one way to do that. And I'm kind of doing this on the fly. I haven't sat here for 20 minutes thinking it through. Do I need to be so definitive? There's only one way to step out of the conspiracy bog. And I'm sure I'm missing things, but I'm just going to continue to record and people will push back in the comments. But to me, it's to climb out of the bog and to look back and say fake world. That makes everything that we went through justified. So, Matt, you spent 5 years trying to be some sort of Russian Vid's disciple. He was the first to say, "Well, did you see the mall event or the school event on the news?" Or that's fucking fake. He didn't curse. I would say that's fucking fake. And then I'd get, I'm going to do more research, or I'm going to add to the conversation. I'm going to do my own video about the fake mall event or the school event or the bang bang event. Now that was, Matt, you wasted your time. No. Was if I stayed there, I'd be wasting my time. I don't feel any of it was a waste of time, even though it would have been nice to be a 3-year process for me instead of an 8-year process, or even a little bit more. And then we went on to space and the Apollo missions and all that fraud, and then all the over here. And I don't think I got caught up in as much bullshit as a lot of us got caught up in. I was pretty quick to say, to come forth 9 or 10 years ago and say this is bullshit. I didn't know about or have an opinion about the fake world the way I do now. For example, every single rock is a tree. Every single they don't say some. Every single rock formation is a petrified tree. I didn't know or have a real solid opinion as to what the reality is then, like I do now. But even back then, I was like, this is bullshit. This is a rabbit hole we probably shouldn't go down. But if you can climb out of it, none of it is a waste of time. If you can get up, towel off, get out of the weeds, step out of the bog. But to me, I don't think it's possible to get out. Unless this is where I'm recording on the fly and I haven't thought it through, and I'll look to your comments. Unless you can say fake world. Okay, wait a second. No, after, let's just say the mall events or the school events, after the 5th big one, and then the 10th big one, and the 15th, and then there's 30 or 40 other side bar ones that don't. And I said, wait a second, now we have millions of people in on it. How this isn't a real world. There's no way and the first grade truther digs in. Oh, Matt, the fire chief's in on it, and the chief of police is in on it. They dig in, and it's not just mall events and school events. Even just in that little bucket, in that genre of conspiracy, I said there's too much going on. It's a fake world of some kind. This couldn't all be pulled off. Matt, you don't know what the deep state can do. All that is the weeds. This place is not very real, folks. This place is a supernatural reality that we have no idea. We're just have a little inkling as to how it works. When we leave here, pass, we will look back and say, my goodness, I mean, it was 170 degrees different from what we thought. We weren't even close, yet we were closer than the normie that just can't wait for the stars and the celebrities to come down the red carpet. I mean, we're probably not even in the ballpark, but that's okay. We're meant to be fooled here. That's kind of what we signed up for. Didn't sign up to figure it all out. No matter what I said, in the beginning, it's just to figure out enough carpet. We're probably not even in the ballpark, but that's okay. We're meant to be fooled here. That's kind of what we signed up for. Didn't sign up to figure it all out. No matter what I said, in the beginning, it's just to figure out enough that this is a game of some kind, a trick's being played here, and that means we have the power here to make decisions that potentially affect our spiritual whole for trillions of years or whatever. That's the nature of the game being played here, per the rule of opposites. So someone may be yelling at, wanting to talk to me now, or yelling at the screen or commenting, Matt, there's a lot of different ways to step out of the bog, not just saying fake world. And I'm not going to do any more mall events or school events because too much has been pulled off. Too many millions of people would need to be in on it. Too much absurdity has been presented through the catastrophe thespians and their ridiculous testimonies, and every single news anchor and reporter is downloaded somehow, or a different. If they're different types of spiritual entities, then it's a fake world. It's not, what do you need to satisfy your definition for a fake world? If they are, as Tony said, sequential incarnations, and every news anchor can can somehow, when Mike, from the Las Vegas gambling town just makes a complete idiot of himself, and he took the microphone away, and he says, well, we were out here watching Jason Aldean, and then my buddy got 3 and then we knew it was for real. And the reporter, instead of just saying, I can't do this anymore, they all follow along, and they all tried. And you watched a man pass away in your arms, and he's trying to get him. He's trying to get him to cry. It might be a different type of spiritual entity, Tony called the sequential. If that's the case, this isn't a very real world, is it? To me, the only way out is to turn back and say this is a fake world. This endless conspiracy generation machine. Remember the conspiracy map? 1,000 topics all pointing to each other. Come on. Just the amount of conspiracy just associated with JFK and Dealey Plaza by itself, to me, proves fake world. Oh, Matt, come on. No, you haven't, and I've only looked into 5% of it. If you have the mindset of how could the world pull all this off and line these facts up, if you spent like some people have of 20 to 25 to 30 years looking into JFK Dealey Plaza, read all the different books, all the different scenarios that Castro did it. No, he was trying to get us out of that's just the way, you know, I don't want to put it like that, but trying to get us out of Vietnam, wanted to audit the Fed. RFK was, he was going after the mob. So all these different whodunits and all the different possibilities. And the conspiracy didn't just putter out in 5 to 7 years. Oh, we thought Castro, Cuba, but 7 years into the research, everybody knew Castro wasn't involved. Those conspiracies are just as strong today. And per a fake world and the reality generation machine, they fuel themselves like egregores. They gain momentum and gain energy by people being interested in them. All is mind. Everything comes from us and goes outward. Because those conspiracies are still there today and just as strong, that by itself is fake world. There's no possible way that even that one conspiracy topic, and we have thousands or tens of thousands of others. Let me make sure this is recording. Matt, there are other ways out of the bog and out of the weeds except without just declaring fake world. I'll look to your comments. I don't think there is. Because why else would you want to leave behind your little conspiracy topic and, oh, the Trilateral Commission's pulling this off and this secret society's pulling this off? That's the weeds. That's the bog. Almost everybody here can see that initially you want to say what a waste of time that was. It's just a way we have to say it, but it wasn't a waste of time at all. It's let me give a bad example. Play a hand of cards with someone and they put down 3 aces, you know, for the first 3 or 4 games. Oh, it's luck, you know, it's the person's a good card player, or even they're cheating, but I can't quite figure out how they're cheating. And then they go down to just a wife beater tank top, that they have just boxer shorts on, and they say, where am I hiding the cards? And they keep throwing 2 or 3 or 4 aces to beat you. Maybe a king here and there, and they're down to just a wife beater T-shirt and briefs. Not even then. Where am I? I'm not hiding any cards. Well, how do you keep doing this? Well, at some point you say this is a fake world, or something's not right here. I'm dreaming. At some point, the reasonable person says there must be another explanation here. I'm dreaming. I was hit on the head. I'm dead, and I'm in some netherworld. You wouldn't just keep thinking that the person's beating you, or even being able to cheat. If they're sitting there relative naked. The reasonable person has to then put other possibilities on the table. That's what many of us did with the endless conspiracy. 5 years, 1,000 topics here, hundreds of different things to look into here, and then you go, wait a second. At some point, you go, this is too perfect. Too many weird things, too much. It's just not possible. And then as we
tell me why you don't think kids should choose.
All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is hour 1 of episode 591. It's me and Jason today. We're going to be talking about basically what people like to call the New World Order. What does that mean? Well, we were just making the joke before we pushed record from the old movie, There Can Only Be One. Every merger you see in the world, every buyout you see in the world is one step closer to what people like to call the New World Order. There will come a point when everything is under one banner or the control of one banner, although the appearance will probably be different than that. But above the companies and corporations that are controlling everything will be that BlackRock or whatever it is. I think a lot of people claim that it's down to 3 or 4. I've been of a mind that it's maybe 1 or 2, and I've been of a mind that that's true, just to point out the power and the sway that they have. Other people who are in the know tell me that there are factions, which actually, in my view, wouldn't be a bad thing. Maybe they'll get mad at each other and do damage and set things back. Who knows? But as we jump in here, I'm going to sprinkle in a lot of information that I've been able to vet recently through sources, some of which who have firsthand knowledge of how closely the banking is to almost every facet of what we're going to talk about. The day that the Napoleonic thing went down and the Rothschilds lied about the outcome, took over Lord knows how much banking and money, on that day was a massive shift with regard to how the future was going to play out. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
And a hot and humid good morning.
It's not too bad here. We actually cooled, but we were hot and humid the entirety of the month of June. Typically, it's like 3 weeks in August, but we seem to be cooling down already.
I made the realization that the last 2 Augusts, last year, the year before that, was when the 2 HVAC systems died. Last year was the big one in the house. The year before that was the one in my studio.
That's a drag when that happens. I'll tell you what, I set up to film yesterday morning and I was up and running by about 8 a.m. and it was some of the clearest, best seeing that I've experienced after a rain and after all the humidity is gone. But I'm pretty excited. I just got a automated filter wheel for the scope, some colored filters, some cut filters, and a Barlow, which is basically kind of like a magnifying glass to think about it. And I'm getting real excited about what I'm going to be able to pull off. But man, I rue the day when I can get these tools on the sun, the other sun, the second sun. I'm convinced I can bring it into focus. I'm convinced that I can learn more than we currently do. But anyhow, shall we jump in?
How far along are we on the way to a one world government? Who wants and is pushing for a one world government? This seems to be something that has been in the works going back to at least the late 19th century. Numerous luminaries of the time had various plans that were being put into action to destroy national sovereignty in the world's nations and drag them all closer to what H.G. Wells called the New World Order. The first attempt was made with the League of Nations in a post-World War I era, but too many nations were still very much wanting to keep to themselves. The second attempt came post-World War II with the United Nations. With their main headquarters in the city of New York, on land purchased and donated by John D. Rockefeller Jr., the United Nations has worked alongside numerous other organizations such as the Club of Rome, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Trilateral Commission to help bring the world's nations closer and closer to a single authority under the direction of the world's top bankers and banking institutions. As so many of these globalists will say,
So here we've got a video filmed by a Muslim man who has lived in both Britain and France. Now this individual of the Islamic persuasion claims that he prefers living in French society over British. Why might that be? Because he claims he can walk around in his Islamic gear and not get noticed as much or get any weird stares. Just take a listen.
See, the reason why I like the ends in France way more than the UK is because I can step out like this, yeah, and no one cares, bro. Everyone just says salam to man. I don't need to wear no like drippy fit. Look up, bro. I have no shoes. I mean, no socks. I mean, sliders. You can't see that in the UK. You'll just see guys with bellies and neck techs, and then it's a bit weird if you walk around. Whereas here, I'm just chilling, bro. I'm chilling. Look, everyone just playing football, chilling. I feel no feeling of uncomfortability. I have no shirt under this camise, bro, and I have no socks. Do you think I can ever step out like that in the UK? See, I'm just comfy dans le quartier. Straight comfy. Everyone's chilling, doing it all.
Now, why might that be? Why might, when you walk around wearing your very foreign clothing in France, do people not notice as much and most people just greet you as if it's entirely normal? Well, because France simply is further along when it comes to mass immigration and becoming diversified. So yeah, of course it's more normal in France. I'll tell you what's not normal in France these days: French culture. I mean, where did that go? Simply doesn't exist anymore. If you go to Paris, it'll feel like you've been to 10 different countries, none of them being France. Absolutely insane.
It's not global of the world's top bankers and banking institutions. As so many of these globalists will say, it's not global government, it's global governance. We will explore what steps the major power players in the world are taking to accomplish their goal.
It's getting close, isn't it? And how did this happen? Well, the richest in the world bought things, merged things, hand over fist. This has been going on, and they kind of feel, I think, at this point, that they own so much that they really can't be stopped. I really do think that is their mindset. And Jason and I were talking about the movie Ready Player One. My point of view of that movie, beyond the message it seeks to supposedly deliver, which probably isn't far off, by the way, how many copyrighted things were thrown into that movie? 10, 20, 30 years ago, the bill to pay on licensing and copyright would have been astronomical. But now the message they want you to believe is, well, it was this company and they already had a good chunk of the rights and this, that. But unfortunately, they couldn't get Star Wars. They really wanted it. That's not really the point. The point is a movie like that could not have been made before the consolidation of so much power by the bankers at the corporate level. And Jason, I want to run a thing that you and I put forward some time ago that I recently just reposted, which is a very important piece of information that people can look up. It tells people one of the tactics that has been used to put us all frickin' asleep while they literally take over the world. What I'm about to read you is a speech that was given by Montague Norman, the governor of the Central Bank of England, which our central bank is modeled on partially. And he gave that speech to the U.S. bankers in New York City in 1924. Listen carefully, particularly if you are still under the red-blue mind spell, particularly if you still are caught up in the political trap that it was designed to be and implemented as such. Here we go. Mr. Montague Norman said to all those bankers in 1924 the following: by dividing the voter through the political party system, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting for questions of no importance. It is thus, by discrete action, we can secure for ourselves, the bankers, that which has been so well planned and so successfully accomplished. What more do you need to know in this lifetime? He's talking about the supposed home of the free and the brave, the supposed democracy, that beacon of liberty, America. He's saying us bankers came in and made up this red-blue thing to warp all the minds while these careful plans we've been laying for over 100 years come to fruition. And look where we are now. I guess I don't remember what episode we ran that, Jason, but it's a pretty big deal.
We've mentioned that a few times, and that's quite the quote. It's good to keep reinforcing that.
As we go along here, I'm going to throw information in, and I'll tell you right now, any information is questionable, of course. I vetted it to the best of my ability. This all started with things like James Shelby Downard, the work of Michael Hoffman, Daniel Estlin, that one book about Tavistock, certain areas where he's referencing studies and other things and citing them. A new book called The Saudi Swindle. My friend, who I guess I won't name, who has firsthand knowledge of such things. That's
In the world of sprinting, there have only ever been a handful of white athletes to break the 10-second barrier in the 100. This isn't something that is often directly mentioned, but if we look at the reality of sprinting, white athletes rarely have times that challenge the fastest in the world. Now, we have seen a few athletes getting under the 10-second barrier over the past decade or two. We recently saw Kalen Walker running a 9.94. We also saw Cole Beck running a 9.97. We saw Lachlan Kennedy running a 9.96. We saw Matthew Bowling drop a 9.98. And we also saw Filippo Tortu from Italy running a 9.99. And then there is the fastest white sprinter of all time, Christopher Lemaitre from France, who back in 2011 ran a 9.92.
Lemaitre Vico à l'arrivée, 9.92.
Oh là là! This time was actually the first time that an athlete of European descent, let's say, broke the 10-second barrier, and to this day, he has remained the fastest. Well, that was until today, because at this year's Music City Carnival in Memphis, Tennessee, we saw something completely unforeseen, and it came from a man who had actually never broken 10 seconds in the past. In the pro men's 100 meters, the qualification rounds saw something quite interesting unfolding, as Sam Blaskowski from the United States dropped a 10.07, which led all qualifiers into the final. Now again, this was only the semis, so moving into the final, it was extremely possible that the lineup of athletes set to run would be much different, ultimately finishing. But then, this happened.
Set.
And they're off here in our 100-meter final. Keep an eye on the middle of the track there, Blaskowski in front.
With a jaw-dropping display of speed, Sam Blaskowski just ran a 9.89 second 100 meters, and he did this with a legal wind of 1.5 meters per second. This now puts Blaskowski ahead of the legendary Christopher Lemaitre's famous 9.92 from 2011, and to address the obvious, yes, Blaskowski is indeed a white athlete. This time puts Sam a full tenth of a second ahead of Cameron Crump in second at 9.99, followed by Brandon Hicklin in third at 10.04. Then it was Zach Beard in fourth at 10.09, and then there was Stewart in fifth, Akintola in sixth, and Marcelino and Edwards finishing in seventh and eighth place, respectively. Up to this point in Sam's running, he had gotten quite close to breaking 10. In 2024, he ran a 10.09. In 2025, he ran a 10.05. And so far this season in 2026, he's actually already been under 10.10 on 2 separate occasions. But the reality is that this was a pretty massive personal record, as he jumped from 10.05 all the way down to 9.89. This 0.16 second personal best improvement is actually pretty crazy, but this really was the breakthrough that Sam and his team had been anticipating. Now, for those who might not be familiar with Sam's background, it's actually very important to mention that he does not come from a D1 program in the collegiate ranks. In fact, he doesn't even come from a D2 program. He comes from D3, as he competed at the University of Wisconsin Lacrosse, or UWL for short. While attending UWL, Blaskowski was actually a 14-time national champion, as he went on to dominate the 60, the 100, and the 200 meters. For many years, Blaskowski was just so explosive that nobody else in D3 could challenge him. But I think the big factor in his running that was holding him back from a sub-10 was his top speed maintenance. But now he has clearly upped his game, as this 9.89 is now tied as the second fastest time in the world for 2026, now only placing him behind Kayinsola Ajayi's recent 9.84, which he actually ran just yesterday, and it now ties him with Colin Kebanachipi's 9.89 from the Botswana national champs. I'll be honest, I'm not completely surprised that Blaskowski broke 10 in the 100. I mean, he does train with athletes such as Kenny Bednarek and Christian Coleman. But what does surprise me is the fact that he went from 10.05 to 9.89. Remember that this time would actually be the equivalent of a bronze medal performance in last year's World Champs, as Noah Lyles ran a 9.89 to take the bronze there. So potentially,
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, a ribeye steak. That sounds delicious. I had one a couple nights ago. I love those ribeyes. I love them. I love them. Girl runs over mom with car after a minor argument. Glad you had a good dinner. TG, it sounds delicious. More Hell Realm coverage that Jeremiah Finkelstein would say, well, it didn't happen outside my window, so it couldn't be real. People don't do this. It's just all media hoaxes, according to Baby Truthers.
That was a daughter crushing her mother beneath her own car, and she was far from...
A daughter crushed her mother. But girls aren't violent. Women aren't violent. We're always told that. Men are bad. Women are sweet. Women are caring, compassionate, nurturing. Nurturing.
Finished. That was a daughter crushing her mother beneath her own car, and she was far from finished.
They're all right. Pinned against the wall. She's still in there. I don't know if she's hot. It's crazy what she's saying. She's trying to get back to her. We have somebody pinned against the wall. Reverse and back up. They just let him get pinned. All right. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get on in the car now. No, I'm not going. Get out of the car! I need to get back to Earth! Get out of the car! I need to go back to Earth! Watch out. Don't move, man! Don't! All right, stop! 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 Get out of
They should have shot the fucking bitch. She drove away. They should have shot her right there. She's a danger to herself and others. She's driving a weapon. They should have shot this bitch. They should have shot her. Look at this. Look at this.
JIL 7562, black actor, headed towards Blair Chilton.
They drew their weapons. They did not fire. I didn't hear any shots. They let her drive off, and she might have killed someone else. They didn't fire. She's a threat, and they didn't do it because she's female. If that were a guy, let's say an 18 or 20-year-old guy driving the car, they would have fired right at his face. They would have shot the weapons. Look at the neighborhood she lives in. Look where she lives. She's not exactly poor. She's an entitled bitch. She's entitled. She has entitlement syndrome. They're yelling at her, stop, stop, stop. Look at this.
Watch out. Don't move, man! Don't! Stop! 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 JIL 7562, black actor, headed towards Blair Chilton.
And now everyone on the road is endangered by that bitch. That's what comes to my mind. Everyone, children, whole families in vehicles. She could have hit somebody head on and killed their whole family because they let her get away. They let her get out of the garage. They let her get on the road. They let her get away with it. At that point, she could have run over anybody. Anybody. She could have killed tons of innocent people. She could have hit a vehicle full of people and killed them. They let this bitch get away. Now, if it was a guy, they would have riddled that fucking car with bullets.
Mary 16, have EMS respond in now. Ma'am? All right.
She already ran over her mom in the garage, pinned her mom against the wall. There's her mom on the floor of the garage. Because women aren't violent. They can't be. We were taught this. I'm going to keep showing evidence to prove you wrong, you people that say, oh, men bad. Girls are all good. They never do anything. She drove over her mom and pinned her against the garage wall and floored it over a minor argument. And then the excuses will flood in. She couldn't have been in her right mind. Maybe she was on her period. Who knows, right? It couldn't be her fault, though. She's a female. She has a vagina. She must have a female privilege of a vagina pass. It couldn't be her fault.
Can't move. Okay, stay with me.
She can't move her legs. It looks like she paralyzed her mother. She probably broke her spine. But she's a good girl. Women don't do violence. It's men that are violent. We're always taught that. Women don't do violence unless a man puts her up to it. It's always a man's fault. Boys and men are told this our whole lives in this fucking shithole hell realm. And a lot of you women tell your sons this. Oh, sons, you can trust girls. They're always good. They're never violent psychos. Never. No, never. No, never.
You okay? Drop me. She was pinned against the wall. Okay, if you got to throw up, you're fine. I got you.
I'm going to deprogram you fuckers, and I'm going to take away every excuse so that when some of you end up in hell realm, you won't have one goddamn excuse left. You'll have to say to yourselves that you belong here, because a lot of you will defend evil right into your grave, and I know it.
Got her? Yep, got her.
She's in a vehicle. See if State's got anybody in route.
25, we're in the area.
17, I'm in route. I'm checking northbound.
If that were a white man like me, any white man driving that vehicle, they would have filled the fucking car with bullets. They would have fired probably 15, 20 shots, those cops. They would have emptied they would have emptied their service revolver or service weapon. Absolutely. And I know that for sure. And any white man that's honest, that isn't a liar, knows that as well. That's what would have happened. If they had their guns drawn saying, stop, get out of the vehicle, and you sped off, they would have been firing right into that vehicle without hesitation. The only reason they didn't fire is because it's female. That's the only reason. Because she's female. That's the only goddamn reason.
17, she's in me at Brancho Gideon Weber.
17, are you pushing?
17 affirmative. We're northbound, approximately 40 miles an hour. Her car door is still hanging open, not acknowledging lights or sirens.
Okay, any with the patient?
16.
EMS is with her.
This is the chaos they cause. And people will just say, well, she's innocent. She's a girl. She didn't know any better. She's just a girl. She's just a girl. How could she do this? She's just a girl. Now look at the length of that driveway. What do you think their front yard is in terms of property? We're talking, I would estimate 80 to 100 feet from that garage door to the road. Maybe it's over 100 feet. So these are good-sized properties and good-sized homes. It's a 2-story house there. She's not in Poorsville. Was she ever told no in her life? No, you can't do that. No, you're wrong. No, you can't get away with that. Did they parent her before this? I don't know the situation, but I know she ran over the mother and pinned her against the garage, in the garage, right up against the wall. Almost pushed her mother right through the fucking wall. She couldn't move her legs. Some of these bitches are out of control. And society in general doesn't want to acknowledge it. They just keep saying men bad. A lot of men are just tired of it. And boys. Just sick of it. When are you gonna when the fuck are you gonna acknowledge the psycho bitches and violent bitches that exist in our society?
She just turned westbound on a little bit Miami Road, or C-75, tire just lost.
17, she's riding on her front right rim.
7362, correction, 7362. That's not a good tag, you can go.
6 Mary 17, coming up on Ward, speeds of 40.
Approaching Ward, speeds of 40, that's not a good tag. Keeps coming back, not file.
6 Mary 17, she's ramping on to 275. Northbound speeds increasing to 60. 6 Mary 17, she's about to lose control.
I don't respect a lot of cops. Now, some of them I would. This guy is being professional. He should have fired into the vehicle, but in terms of the pursuit, he's staying calm. He's not endangering others while he's driving. I think he's doing a good job at the driving part and reporting her location calmly. This part of his job, he's doing very well at. I would say the best ones for the job are straight white men for cops. They shouldn't be anti-white. They shouldn't be against white men. They should do their job fairly. But in terms of this part of his police performance, he's doing a good job. Should he have fired into the vehicle? All of them should have fired at her because she's going to endanger everybody. Everybody she goes by on the road is a potential death that she could cause, where she should have been taken out long ago. That's how I look at it. Now, that's the way a man looks at it. The way a woman looks at it, they just hope nothing bad happens. That's the women brain. Hope nothing bad happens. But she's already almost killed her mother, and then she's reckless, speeding, endangering everybody on the roadways where she goes. She could hit somebody with a newborn baby, and women would be shocked. But a man can see that coming. Okay, a man can see she's endangering everybody in the road. There could be a little 1-month-old baby killed because of her driving right now. That's the way a man's mind works. She's going to end up killing somebody innocent. It's a man's mind. Okay. Now, I don't think women tend to think that way. They just hope and they worry and hope nobody gets hurt.
6 Mary 17, 53 over 4, speeds of 54.
In case you're wondering how I know that, I've heard women's stupid comments my whole life, including watching things like this. They just hope no one gets hurt. They don't have the same viewpoint as a man to stop the threat. That's the male brain. Stop the threat. Stop what's endangering every innocent being. Stop them. That's the male focus. We're not the same.
5 miles an hour. 6 Mary 17 just crossed over into Hamilton County, coming up on Logan exit.
We'll try to get
So the crazy bitch crashed. She's still getting away with what she did, by the way. She hasn't faced anything yet. And she crashes, and then she slowed down to crash it. She's ditching the car on purpose and gets out and is fleeing. So once again, she's fleeing. Are they ever going to put her down, or are they going to let her get away? Who knows what they're going to do? I haven't seen this before. This is all new to me. I don't know what happens in this case. There she goes running over the guardrail.
Go move! 6 Mary 17, taser deployed. Taser deployed.
Okay, so they finally tased her. Finally, they did something to put her down to the ground, to not let her get away with it again and again and again. I think they tased her right in the coochie chakra. She's screaming, but I think she's enjoying it. I don't think she's hurt. I think she's enjoying being tased right in the coochie chakra.
17, taser deployed. Taser deployed. Taser deployed. Suspect in custody. Get on your back. Get on your back.
She's still not listening. She's still screaming and screaming and resisting and screaming.
You're good. Okay, come on.
So let's see. It looks like her head is shaved. I wish they'd show her face. She's got titties. She's got boobs. But when they showed her head earlier, are they ever going to show her face? It looked like she had her head shaved. She's cut her hair very short, Rose McGowan, or whatever the fuck her name is, her style. There it is. Yeah, she's got a shaved head. So she's trying to look like a boy. She's one of those. Maybe she's a Leslie Bean. I don't know, but she doesn't look very feminine to me. She's got her head shaved, very short hair. Now, some of you will be offended. I'm okay with that. Get as offended as you like. I'm fine with it. I'll say it again. She has boobs. I think it's a girl, but she's got her head shaved like a Leslie Bean. Again, get as offended as you like. Stomp your feet, throw a tantrum. That's what some people do. They don't like my commentary. It hurts their coochie chakra, hurts their feelings when I talk this way. Go ahead, get upset.
Please, I want to go back to Earth. I was just trying to commit. Somebody else in there?
Don't let it out. Hey, there's a dog in there.
She's got a dog in the car, so she risked the dog's life as well. For the animal lovers that want to defend her, maybe you'll take into consideration that she risked the family dog's life in the car driving that way. The dog could have died because of her. But she just, I don't know if she's making it up, saying she wants to go back to Earth. Maybe it's just a fucking game to her. Who knows? But she seems very strange because of her haircut. Now some would say, oh, it doesn't matter how. Yeah, it does matter. The nose rings matter. The haircuts matter. The face tattoos matter. The neck tattoos matter. All that kind of stuff that I point out in videos, all of it matters. But a lot of you want to ignore it and just pretend everybody's normal no matter what they do. Their whole face can be covered in tattoos and you'll say, perfect, they're perfectly normal. It's what a lot of you are like at this point.
A dog. 378, can you try and contact animal control? There's a canine in this vehicle.
So there you can see she's got the shaved head. She has boobs. I'll mention it again, and that'll piss some off. Good if it does. If it gets under your skin, it makes you angry. All the better. She's flicking her tongue out. She has boobs. She has a shaved head, and she's flicking her tongue out. There you go. And she's tiny. She's not near as big as these male cops. So I think it probably is a female. I wouldn't be surprised if they, I don't know, like anything goes these days. They could lie and say they're not female. Who knows?
Please, I want to go back to Earth. No, I'm serious. Please. No, please.
Maybe she's a feminist. Maybe she's a Rose McGowan fan.
Please, I want to go back to Earth. Have a seat in the car. Please, I've been abducted by aliens.
All right, right now you're under arrest, okay?
Please, can I go back to Earth?
Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say, no.
Yeah, you can go back to Earth in a prison cell. Look at this. She's still trying to get free.
Please, I want to go back. Can I just...
Anna, stop. Get in the car.
Please, I don't want to be here.
Put the leg irons on her and put the chains and anchor her into the vehicle so she can't get out. That's all. Stop playing around with this bitch. You almost let her get away with mowing people down in her vehicle.
Please, I don't want to be on this plane.
Slow down.
I want to...
The real reason behind Anna doing all of this was captured by one of the CCTV cameras in the area.
So it's an argument with the mom. It wasn't let me go back to Earth. She wasn't playing crazy. It was an argument with their mother. Now some of these bitches will come up with all kinds of excuses to try to get away with shit. But she was arguing with her mother right there. Go in the house and get the fuck out, the mother said. Pack your shit. Wow. The mom was laying down the law. She was tired of this daughter, if you can call her that, with the shaved head that looks like a feminist. Looks like one of these shaved head ones that doesn't want to be a woman. And yes, that detail matters a lot. I will, listen to the mother. I will drop you off at the homeless shelter. Pack your shit. I got to play that again.
It is alleged that the heated argument between 64-year-old Joyce and her 23-year-old daughter Anna was over Anna's cell phone.
Wait a second. A 64-year-old mother and a 23-year-old daughter? That's a big age gap. You were over 40? Wait a second. That's crazy. So this daughter was just out of control, I guess. Out of control.
The argument between 64-year-old Joyce and her 23-year-old daughter Anna was over Anna's cell phone, which
64 and 23-year-old daughter.
She claimed Joyce had taken and hidden from her. Little did they know these would be the final moments they would share, because the following day, Anna would make the biggest mistake of her life. Back at the garage, Joyce was pronounced dead. She succumbed to injuries.
Oh shit, she killed the mom. The mom wasn't just run over, she died. The mom was killed by her. Holy shit. She killed her. The mother got crushed by the fucking daughter ramming her with the car into the wall. She got pinned and I thought she was going to be paralyzed, but she died. She killed her. She murdered her with the vehicle. Fucking hell, man. Because she got kicked out, she couldn't take it. She couldn't take it. The 23-year-old got kicked out.
Moments they would share, because the following day, Anna would make the biggest mistake of her life. Back at the garage, Joyce was pronounced dead. She succumbed to injuries sustained after being pinned against the garage wall. An autopsy later revealed that the victim suffered a crushed pelvic region.
She pushed out the whole fucking wall. That's the back of the house. She basically pushed her right through the back wall of the garage. She pinned her against the wall and crushed her. Severe internal bleeding. Jesus Christ. What a horrible way to die. Being crushed by your evil bitch of an ungrateful daughter, pushing you right through your garage wall with a vehicle. It's just horrendous.
After being pinned against the garage wall. An autopsy later revealed that the victim suffered a crushed pelvic region and severe internal bleeding. As witnesses recounted the events that took place, Joyce's youngest son arrived at the scene and shared.
There's her son. Can you imagine being the family and even the neighbors hearing that, seeing that, going, what the fuck? What the hell is going on next door or across the street? Jesus Christ. And it looks like it's probably usually a quiet little street. Like, what the fuck? And that's all it takes is a crazy bitch. And then this son finds out, yeah, your mom's dead.
Severe internal bleeding. As witnesses recounted the events that took place, Joyce's youngest son arrived at the scene and shared the final moments he had with her.
Did anybody watch the full event?
So I live right there in the White House.
Okay.
My wife's the one who called 911.
Can I speak with her?
Yeah, I'll go get her.
Ma'am, this is our witness statement form. If you could just date and time, fill out this information for me in as much detail as you can, and then a signature at the bottom. Nothing.
I mean,
No, there was nothing that you could have done. We couldn't get her out. You're not paid to put your life in jeopardy. Okay, that is our job. That is what you guys pay us for. There's nothing you could have done. Okay?
Please, I want to off the bridge.
I get
no,
that, but
I
we
know.
can't
No,
have you
listen.
do that, okay?
Then.
We can't do that
Rick,
either.
please, they've been
Anna.
dissecting people. I want to go back to Earth.
Anna?
No, I'm not. That's not me.
Anna.
No, let me off the bridge, please. I don't want to exist anymore. Please, I just want to off the bridge.
Anna, you're hurting anywhere?
Please.
Anna, we're going to put you on this cot. We're going to strap you to it.
No, please, just let me go off the bridge. Please.
One of you go with me.
Please, just take me off the bridge.
So now she's acting all crazy when she knew exactly what she was doing when she ran over and pinned the mother against the garage wall. There wasn't any of this said then. Isn't that interesting?
Somebody's going to have to get with me.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Have you taken any today?
No, I want to go back to Earth.
You're on Earth. You're on Earth.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Where else are you then? You're on Earth, okay?
I'm literally already
Well, I was in my house and I heard something crash, and then I heard the...
She had to get a literally in there. I literally already died, though. Is there a young person on Earth that doesn't say literally all the time? Is there one left? Is there one fucking goddamn under 30 that doesn't say literally? I'm just sick of it. Sick of hearing it. Fuck off.
I'm literally already
You're on Earth, okay?
I'm literally already
Well, I was in my house and I heard something crash, and then I heard the horn wouldn't stop. So I rode my bike over here to see what was going on, and then that's when I saw him. And
dude, you're lucky you didn't get run over by that crazy bitch flying out of the driveway.
My neighbor were up in the...
It's not funny, but what I'm saying is a crazy bitch can cause so much chaos, and society treats them like, oh no, girls are always good and they're the victims, and it's only boys and men that are bad. Girls are they're not violent or dangerous.
In the garage trying to get her out of the car. I was kind of watching things from my bike down here at the mailbox, but I was concerned about them because I could see.
If I had been the cop in that garage, the whole every bullet I had would have been emptied into the vehicle. I'll put it gently, into the vehicle, all of it. I would have just unloaded.
The car would go to reverse and then out of reverse, and she was revving it. And
Did you get hurt here?
Yeah, trying to get out of the way of the car coming down the driveway when she barreled down the driveway. Did that lady pass?
You're lucky you didn't get run over with her flying out of the driveway.
The car coming down the driveway when she barreled down the driveway. Did that lady pass?
She's no longer with us, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That I wasn't able to come because I was just getting off my shift. And I told her I sent a message after she ended the call just to call the police. And then I never got a response back. I think she called me to get her out.
She normally would call us, though, right? If she's something she can't handle.
She doesn't like calling the police at first. She's had bad experiences with the police.
Hi, can I help you guys?
Our sister-in-law.
Yeah, we just wanted to see what was going on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for your loss.
We're communicating with Elizabeth, who's flying in, the daughter.
Well, we know she stayed away from the house last night because Anna was beating her up and hitting her and stuff, and so she went and stayed over at Elizabeth's. And
we got the text this morning. Can somebody please? We live in Columbus.
Okay.
Can somebody please go? And I said, let's call for a well check or something.
Yeah.
And she said, well, we think Mom is hurt. And so we got in the car and drove.
As a result of the crash, Anna suffered a collapsed lung, a broken leg, and internal bleeding. She was airlifted to a hospital for treatment. Soon after, a detective conducted an interview, but the more Anna spoke, the more bizarre and delusional her statements became.
And I just want to ask you a couple questions about what's going on this morning.
Yeah, well, I'd be in trouble for all I do is drive away and try to kill my...
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what's going on, that's all.
I accidentally drove forward, and then I needed help backing up. I just wanted her to drive away. She started dragging me down the road because she had my phone in her purse. So I held onto her purse, and then she just started dragging me. She's not an old woman, she's strong.
How was she dragging you down the road?
By her purse.
So you kind of were playing tug of war with the purse?
Yeah, then she started dragging me. My ex-boyfriend was and I went to hell. And he himself.
Where was hell for you?
At my sister's house.
At your sister's house? Why was it hell?
Just got my face ripped off.
Just because you got your face ripped off?
And literally ripped off, and now I have a new face. And then they also ripped my body off in that camper. They ripped my body apart. I have a video of it.
How long ago did you break up with your ex?
Like months ago or something in the hospital. It's like no matter how many times I wanted to, or it like accidentally happens, it's like I just won't. And he's trying to erase me. He looked at our family photos, all my photos of me and Eric gone.
From your house?
Yes. She's extremely strong. She broke my leg.
When did she break your leg?
We were having school. I broke my sunglasses, and then she started me, and then I hit her back.
Yeah.
So then she broke my leg.
Do you remember what day that was?
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday?
All I wanted to do was do outpatient and stuff, and she agreed that was fine. Right when I got home, it's like we started fighting. It's an alien or something. Like I looked at her closely and I took a picture of her. I have it on my phone. She's not human. All I was trying to do is just about him.
Okay.
I didn't want to hurt anybody. I didn't want to hurt the car. I didn't want to hurt anybody. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to have peace at last. I shouldn't have freaked out. I was just laying in bed and I shouldn't have freaked out. I just wanted to go somewhere with her.
Yeah.
I do love her, and it's not her anymore. She freaks me out.
Yeah.
I don't know when she, but like, it's just confusing because it's not her anymore. I want to talk to her though. I really want to talk to her. I know it's not her, but I find comfort in her voice. I want to make sure she's okay.
2 years prior to the incident, Anna had intentionally done the same thing to her ex-boyfriend after he broke up with her. In January 2023, she pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 8 months in jail. Less than a year after her release, the incident involving Joyce occurred. Anna was arrested and charged with aggravated murder and 2 counts of felonious assault. Her bond was set at $5 million. 1 month after her arrest, Anna underwent psychiatric evaluations and the results determined that she was incompetent to stand trial. After several months of rehabilitation, she became stable enough for the case to resume. Prosecutors highlighted that Anna stopped taking her medications despite knowing what could happen and that she had done so multiple times before. On August 19, 2025, she was sentenced to 21 to 26 years in prison after pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter and felonious assault.
First, I'd like to say I have lots of remorse for what happened and regret what happened. Never again will I commit any crime. Losing my mom was the worst thing to ever happen to me, and I cry daily. I love my mom dearly. At the time of the events, I was in psychosis. This was a horrible accident. This event has deeply affected me, and I had a major wake-up call that I need to take care of my mental health and make better decisions. Furthermore, I'm sorry for being so reckless and the harm that I brought to my mom and police officers. Additionally, I want to say how horrible I feel for this happening. An innocent life was lost. My mom did not deserve that, and I'd do anything to get her back. Losing my freedom is a small price to pay compared to losing my mom. In the year of being locked up, I've changed dramatically. I'm mentally stable, loving, kind, and back to the normal self my family knows me as. I take the necessary precautions to be the best version of myself. I have a daughter now. I have to do better and would like to be out and reunited with my daughter one day. I want to make a positive impact to society instead of a negative one. Furthermore, I want to apologize and say sorry to my family for the hurt they experience every day grieving Joyce, as I also experience this too. My family still supports and loves me, which I'm greatly thankful for. The day of June 15, 2024, the day the crimes took place, is a tragedy. I ask for forgiveness from my family and police officers.
Yeah, she really wanted to get through it. She really wanted to get through that.
I was going.
So this is an NDE journey. She died and asked the beings why Earth was so painful. Why is Earth so painful? It's such a beautiful place, though, isn't it? Just ignore all the pain and suffering and violence and evil and disease. Ignore all of it. Just pretend. Do what most humans do. That's the good thing to do. Just pretend.
I was going down the street, another car was coming, and at the very last minute, he turned into my lane as if he was making a left turn in front of me. And the next thing I know, I was looking down at the top of my car. And I realized that I could see, you know, like in 360 degrees around this tunnel of light whooshed in, and I heard it and I felt it. The quality of the air around me changed. And it just suddenly started feeling really sweet and soft, like love. And the farther I got in to this tunnel of light, all of the burdens and worries and concerns that I had been carrying around just fell away.
All the burdens fall away. That's why this is such a good place.
My name is Ellen Dye. In 1985, I had a near-death experience. I was adopted as an infant. And my father was pretty harsh and critical, and I was extremely sensitive. So I took all of it extremely personally and internalized all of it, and basically grew up with the idea of having to twist myself into a pretzel to please everybody. When I was 12, my adopted mother died of cancer. And the night she died in the hospital, I was asleep, and I woke up and she was standing at the bottom of my bed. And she told me that she had to leave, that she loved me, and that everything would be okay. I processed that, you know, as a 12-year-old, and I got up and I walked out into the living room where my grandmother was. She was staying with my brother and me. And I said, "Mommy just died." And she says, "Oh, no, no." and the phone rang, and it was my father calling from the hospital to say that she had died. So at the age of 12, my mother put me firmly on the path of the seeker because I realized there was a lot more going on in the universe than I was learning in Sunday school, and I was going to find out.
So she believes she's found out, this woman. She believes she was on the path of the seeker. Now, I'm only 2 minutes, 50 seconds into this. I have not seen this ND's case before, story. Do I think this woman has this realm, an understanding of this realm like I do? No, I don't think so. I think she believes she's on the path of the seeker, and I think she's been deceived. I think most of you have, humans, and you love it. You don't feel bad about it. You feel the way she does. This is the look of a woman that feels great, feels brilliant for being duped. And that's not unusual in this realm. This on the screen is the norm. Most humans are like this. You feel great being deceived. You don't feel bad. You feel like this. It feels good to you to be duped. You feel good about it.
Out what it was. So I started just inhaling. So at the age of 12, my mother put me firmly on the path of the seeker because I realized there was a lot more going on in the universe than I was learning in Sunday school, and I was going to find out what it was. So I started just inhaling everything I could get my hands on about metaphysics and spirituality at the time. And that lasted, I just continued to do that. When I was in high school, I kept being accused of sneaking out to meet boys, but I was really sneaking out to go to seances. I went to college, I got into my 20s, and I'm working, and things just, did not go well for me. One thing after another, I ended up in secretarial jobs. It wasn't what I saw as my path. So I was very unhappy because I couldn't kind of break out of it. I'd see my friends get married and have kids, and I'd wonder what was wrong with me and this, that, and the other thing. And by the time I was in my early 30s, I really felt like a complete failure. But I had all this metaphysical information. I hadn't incorporated the principles into my life. I just had them in my head. One night, I was going down the street and headed into an intersection, and another car was coming, and at the very last minute, he turned into my lane as if he was making a left turn in front of me. And I had enough time to realize that he was coming into my lane and that we were going to hit, but I didn't really have enough time to do anything about it. And the next thing I know, I was looking down at the top of my car. I didn't feel any impact. I didn't feel any pain. I just suddenly was looking down at the top of my car, and it took a minute. It's like, what am I looking at now? And I realized that I could see, like in 360 degrees around. I saw the other guy get out of the car and walk over to my car, and I thought, oh, isn't that nice? He's looking to see if I'm okay. And he reached in and turned my headlights off. But while I was watching this, and I lost interest, and I thought, there ought to be a tunnel of light somewhere. And as I said that, it kind of whooshed in, and I heard it, and I felt it. The quality of the air around me changed. And it just suddenly started feeling really sweet and soft, like love. I didn't have to, consciously move toward it, it kind of pulled me in. And the farther I got in to this tunnel of light, the stronger this feeling of joy and bliss and happiness and peace just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And I could feel all of the burdens and worries and concerns that I had been carrying around just fell away. I got to the end and I was in this atmosphere of bright white. It was like I gave this giant sigh of relief because I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. It was like, this is what I'm made of. This is where I belong. This is where I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm made of. I never fit on planet Earth, but I fit here. It's love. I fit. This is where I'm supposed to be. Love. Gave this giant sigh of relief because I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. It was like, this is what I'm made of. This is where I belong.
She's a seeker. I bet she would call me negative for what I say about what's going on here. This is why it's so difficult to deal with humans. You try to help them, and for the most part, for most of my help that I've tried to give to anyone on earth in this realm, most of you have attacked me or betrayed me. Most in my lifetime here. Most of you, by far. It's not even close. It's not like for every time someone trusts me or accepts my help or is kind, there's another one. It's way more that are evil. Way more. It's hundreds to one. Hundreds to one. So when people say, why don't you just trust us? Because most of you will put knives in my back. You already have in my lifetime, including on YouTube. It's what you do. It's what you do best. And you will follow the deceived. You will follow the evil. You will follow the liars. And you will stab the ones that are truth speakers. That's what humans do, which is why you're here. Not as punishment, but you can't get out by doing that. You can't get into the goodness of eternity outside of the matrix by being lying fucking pieces of shit that betray and stab people in the back and do all the evil and support evil. And as soon as you hear truth, you lash out at the truth speaker. You can't get out by doing that. You can't get out of here behaving the way you do. You can't. Even without someone like me standing in your way. You can't do it. And you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. And I've tried to show you and warn you. And a lot of you can't take anything seriously. I take your fate more seriously than many of you seem to. That's what I notice. Just a big joke for humans until it closes, and then it's done. And then it's a relief for me because I won't have to deal with this anymore. The demons will be sealed in. If you decided, if you chose to stand with evil, then you chose. And I tried to get you to stand against evil and choose wisely. But a lot of you never even thought when you heard me say choose wisely 1,000 times or 10,000 times. What does he mean by that? I'm talking about your fucking fate. And a lot of you don't take anything seriously. So be it. But once it's done, it's done. Because I don't want to have to deal with this for eternity. I don't want that. I'm already tired. I want to be able to get out of here and rest. And most of you don't care about that. You don't care what this realm does to others. You don't care if it wears them out, drains them, tears them to pieces. Most of you don't care because you don't care about anyone but yourself. Most humans are that way. You demonstrate it all the time in this place. If somebody shows you evil, chances are you're going to attack the truth speaker, the one that is exposing evil. It's what you do. It's very human of you. Human is not a good thing to be. Human is something that The amount of betrayal that you do is just incredible.
It was like, this is what I'm made of. This is, this is where I belong. This is where I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm made of. I never fit on planet Earth, but I fit here. It's like if a wave comes up on the beach, and then it recedes, and it leaves little spatterings of drops of water.
Most of you don't even pay attention when I say there's a storm coming, a storm like no other. And when I talk about fury, you don't have to understand until it's happening, and then you do what's human, and you're confused, and you say, what the fuck's going on? When you've been warned ahead of time. I don't believe that most of you on Earth can pay attention, can focus, can think, can do anything. Most of you demonstrate you can't do it. You just follow along with evil, and you side with evil at almost every turn. Almost none of you fight evil on Earth or stand against it. Almost none.
In little, holes in the beach. And I feel like I had been one of those drops of water, in a dry, harsh environment that I didn't belong in for so long. And then suddenly...
So how difficult was it for them to dupe this lady? Not at all. Just make her feel good. Make her feel good. Make her feel weightless. Make her feel like she belongs. No more worries or burdens. Mission accomplished. Simple. Because humans are simple. And I know you hate to hear that, but you are. Most of you are as simple as this woman. You can't see through anything. You're gullible. You're simple. You're easily duped. And you feel good being duped. You feel good.
In a dry, harsh environment that I didn't belong in for so long. This giant sigh of relief because I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to. I got to the end and I was in this atmosphere of bright white. It was like I gave this giant sigh of relief because I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. It was like, this is what I'm made of. This is, this is where I belong. This is where I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm made of. I never fit on planet Earth, but I fit here. It's like if a wave comes up on the beach.
She has it all figured out. She calls it planet Earth. And I'm sure even just to get that programming out of her might take 10 million fucking lifetimes. That's the way humans are. You cling to your beliefs. You cling to your programming. You don't want to hear somebody trying to open your mind to deprogram you. Most of you, in fact, will hate and resent the ones that try to help you. That's how fucked up you are. Most of you in this realm are much like this woman. You're not all that different. Most.
And then it recedes, and it leaves little spatterings of drops of water in little, holes in the beach. And I feel like I had been one of those drops of water, in a dry, harsh environment that I didn't belong in for so long. And then suddenly the ocean came and grabbed me and pulled me back. As I was feeling that and just luxuriating in it, in this love and peace, and just feeling embraced by the air around me, I noticed this commotion over here, and I looked over, and there are all these people. It must have been like 50 or 100 people. And they're all like, hi, how are you? And I started recognizing them. And of course, the first one I saw was my adoptive mother, who had died when I was 12. Both my grandfathers, both my grandmothers at that point, a couple of aunts and uncles who had passed. And it was all like, oh, we're so happy to see you. We have watched over you, every single day. and we're so proud of you. And I was like, there's nothing to be proud of. It's like I'm a total screw up. I haven't accomplished anything. And they said, no, we're so proud of you because it's very hard there. And just getting up every day and doing your best and keeping your sense of humor, which is huge, it is amazing. And they said, you haven't known that we were there, but we have celebrated with you for all of the little triumphs that you've had, even though you don't seem to recognize them as triumphs, but you've had some. And we've been there with our arms around you when you were despairing. It really was amazing. And then I realized, I started seeing some of the other faces. And there was this man there, and I knew exactly who he was, even though I had never met him before in this life. And it was my biological father. Now, I was adopted as an infant. I had no information whatsoever because the adoption records were sealed. I had no information at all, and here's this guy, and I know immediately that this was my biological father, and he knew me, and I knew him, and he knew my adoptive family that were there, and everybody knew everybody, and his parents were there. So, I was pondering that, and I was saying hello to everybody, and it was a big party, and it felt like it went on for a long time, and at some point I thought, I'm really getting tired of this whiteness.
You're getting tired of it, really. It was a big party, but where is she now? Is what I want to ask my viewers. Where is this woman now? She's not in the white light. She's not in heaven anymore. And there's a reason why I'm saying this and saying it that way. I want to provoke you. I want you to say, wait a second, she's here on earth in hell realm with us. She believed she was in such a glorious, beautiful place, yet here she is in the material hell realm. She's not done yet. And over again, I point this out to try to get you to think. I try to do Mission Impossible because most humans don't want to think that. Here she is. The goal is not to see. Baby truthers believe the goal is they want to wipe us out. They want to KI double hockey sticks all of us. No, they want to keep you here forever, dummy. They want to keep you here forever. You got it wrong. A lot of you spent years or decades having it wrong. They're going to wipe us out. They're going to do this. We better be preppers. We better do this. We better do that. The goal is to fucking keep you as a slave here forever. Keep duping you lifetime upon lifetime. And it works. Works on most of you. Because most of you aren't too different from this woman on the screen. That's reality.
No information at all, and here's this guy, and I know immediately that this was my biological father, and he knew me, and I knew him, and he knew my adoptive family that were there, and everybody knew everybody, and his parents were there. So, I was pondering that, and I was saying hello to everybody, and it was a big party, and it felt like it went on for a long time, and at some point I thought, I'm really getting tired of this whiteness because, as humans, we're used to depth and we're used to color. And I said, I really wish this looked more like a landscape or something.
Well, they had her in the white room. Room of sorts. I'm using the term room loosely. It's frustrating to be in this realm, to want to help others, but it's almost impossible because most people just don't pay attention. They're not learning. If people were learning, I would see it. I would see it. And very few are learning. A lot of people hang around me in life for a while, but they don't learn. They just don't. they end up being more like this. And you can. That's the easiest path to do, is to be like her. She believed she was in heaven. Then what are you doing here? A woman like her would go, oh, good question. I never thought of that. You just seem like a different species to me. Most of you beings don't think of anything. You just don't. You don't question anything. You don't think of things. I bet I could walk up to her in person and say, what are you doing here? And she'd say, what do you mean by here? On Earth. What are you doing back here on Earth? I have a mission.
And as I said that, it totally changed. And it was as if a hand came up and with paints, and painted the landscape. And it was sort of like this rolling hills in a park. And there were trees and flowers and bushes.
Yeah, and it was all an illusion. They gave you what you wanted to see, to deceive you. And it worked like a charm, because most of you are simpletons. Like this woman. You can get as upset as you fucking want, but most of you are as easy to dupe as her. They gave you what you wanted. You wanted that, so they gave you that. They presented it to you. And like a fool, you thought it was real.
And birds and butterflies and all these cats and dogs running around, including all of the ones that I had who had passed, and they all came and said hi to me. I realized that although I really wanted to stay and talk to my relatives, I was there to see somebody else, and I didn't know who.
So for those driving or just listening, it says on the screen on their video, help us share more of these type of stories. Join our membership on Patreon. They want you to give them money on Patreon to see more of these. You got to pay them. Go pay them. I'm not stopping any of you. Go waste your money on channels. Go ahead. Do what you want.
I saw this path that led down into some woods, and I followed that. The colors of the grass, the color of the flowers and the trees and the birds, everything were colors that we don't even have on this planet because they're so bright and vibrant and alive, and everything was alive. The grass was alive, the trees were alive, the flowers were alive. And I came to this little clearing, and there was a little hill, and at the top of the hill there was like this gazebo. And I could see that there were people inside. And I thought, well, I guess those are the people I'm supposed to see. So I walked up there, and there were 12 beings in there, and they were all very tall, but they weren't they weren't scary. You would think that tall would be very intimidating, but they were not, because they just oozed love. It's like it came out of their pores, and it just that tall would be very intimidating, but they were not, because they just oozed love. It's like it came love. It just oozed love. Just oozed love. They just oozed love. They just oozed love. Just oozed love. It's like it came out of their pores, and it just enveloped me. And I stood in the circle with them around me, and for the longest time they just kind of beheld me. All of my own shame and self-judgment came pouring out, but they were not judging me. I was judging me, but they were not judging me. They could see deep into my soul, and they knew everything I had ever thought, everything I had done, everything I hadn't done, everything I wished I had done, everything I wished I hadn't done, everything. And they loved every bit of it. It was very uncomfortable because we're not used to that either that kind of scrutiny or anybody like seeing us that clearly or that deeply here, let alone loving us that unconditionally. It was very uncomfortable at the beginning. And then they started to talk to me. I kind of said, okay, what was all that? It's like, what is the meaning of all of that? Why do we go through all of that? What, why? Why? Why is Earth so hard? And all that. It was it was very it was very, let alone loving us that unconditionally. It was very uncomfortable at the beginning. And then they started to talk to me. I kind of said, okay, what was all that? It's like, what is the meaning of all of that? Why do we go through all of that? What, why? Why? Why is Earth so hard? Why is Earth so hard? Through all of that, what, through all of that, what, why? Why? Why is Earth so hard? And so they showed me everything. I mean, I felt like I was there for, several years. And, they showed me, where, how humanity sprang up and why souls decided to come to Earth and why souls decided to come back to Earth. And where we were going, and they showed me all of my past lives. We've all been kings and queens. We've all been scullery maids and serfs. As I say, we've all been saints and we've all been serial killers. And we've tried it all on. As I say, we've all been saints and we've all been serial killers. As I say, we've all been saints and we've all been serial killers. And as I say, we've all been saints and we've all been serial killers. And we've tried it all on. We have experienced all of it. So after I saw all of that, they showed me where we're going to, like the golden age of humanity. And I'm like, okay, I'm for that. And I said, but I have to ask you. I mean, my childhood was pretty awful in a lot of ways because I was criticized. I didn't fit in. It seemed I could never do anything right. And, I wasn't physically abused, but I was certainly emotionally abused. And, now that I understand that I guess I set these things up in my life, why would I do that? Was I a masochist? And they said, I guess I set these things up, and I guess I set these things up in my life. I guess I set these things up in my life. Why would I do that? Was I a masochist? And they said, no, you were determined to master self-love in this lifetime because the things you wanted to do later in this life, you would have to have self-love. And you had tried. This is not an easy lesson. And you had tried many times in many lifetimes to master this, but you hadn't been able to. So this time you were determined that you were going to master it or die trying. And I said, well, yeah, it almost killed me. It was bad. and they said, I said, but wouldn't I have put myself in a family that would affirm me and support me and tell me how wonderful I was and how I could do anything and that kind of an atmosphere? And they said no, because then you would spend the rest of your life looking for love from outside yourself rather than being forced to ignite the spark of self-love within you, because
It's all for your own good. All of it. It's all for your own good.
When you don't feel like you're getting love or when you don't feel like you're getting love or validation from anybody else outside, the only person you have left is yourself, and you've got to find it in there. You lit the spark of self-love, yourself, although you hadn't integrated it completely into your life by this time. And I'm like, oh, okay. But since I did that, I really do not want to go back because, you know, people are mean. It doesn't feel like there's any love on that planet at all. And trying to do anything is like walking through hip-deep molasses or peanut butter. And I just, it's like, I'm not going back, and you can't make me. And they said, that's fine. You don't have to go back. You have free will. You are a divine, powerful being. If you don't want to go back, you don't have to. And just as I started to relax into that, I hear, let us tell you what you can accomplish if you go back. Let us show you that. I woke up in the emergency room and I started to swear because I could not believe that I had ended up back in my body. And it felt like I had tried to put, let us tell you what you can accomplish if you go back. Let us show you that. I woke up in the emergency room and I started to swear because I could not believe that I had ended up back in my body. And it felt like I had tried to put an elephant into a Coca-Cola can. Because while I was out of my body, I was this big, expansive being, all of myself. And suddenly, I had to compress all of that down into this tiny thing. So it felt awful. I was back in the sludge. I was back in the molasses. And the nurse came over. And I'm like, why am I here? And she's like, you were in a car accident. And I'm like, no, why am I here? You're in the hospital because you were in a car accident. It's funny because everyone wants to hear about what happened during those 5 minutes of, you know, heaven, when in fact the real work starts after you have the MDE and you have to try to integrate the new perspective into your life. I was very lucky. I think in years since then, I've realized I must have negotiated during that time that I don't remember. I think I negotiated a few things that, like, if I'm going back, this has to happen. And one of those was that I don't want to have to deal with a lot of physical injuries. And I didn't. I had a concussion, and I had knocked my knees into the front of the car and hurt the cartilage, but it wasn't bad, really. So I recovered physically, but I had this like expanded awareness of what life is and what life is supposed to be and what we're supposed to be. And I, you know, could only compare it negatively with what was going on in the outer world. And I was like, oh my God, how can I be back here? I mean, I really literally would go to bed at night praying to die and wake up disappointed in the morning. Right after that, people started giving me things of lion motifs. And I had a cat, but I didn't collect cat things. I always loved lions, but I didn't collect lion things. But all of a sudden, people were giving me books and jewelry and pictures and statues, all kinds of stuff with lions. And I couldn't understand why. One day I walked into this shop that had greeting cards, and they had these cards for each of the zodiac signs. And I looked at the card for Leo, and there was a picture like from chest up of a lion with hands. So holding things, and an orb and a scepter, actually. And all of a sudden, it was if these beings of light that I met with during my NDE had been like wearing sheets. And in my mind, I could see the sheets fall off. And these, 12 or 13-foot beings were lion people. In that second that I saw this picture and I had this recognition, my knees completely buckled. I went straight down on the floor in the shop, and I was like, oh my God, those were lion people? What do I do with this information? So that took a while to get used to that idea. But what started to happen was I started to have communication with these lion beings. And, they slowly started guiding me as long as I would listen. It wasn't that they were slow, it was I was slow. But they started guiding me in how to integrate everything that I had learned into my life. Which really, I had to change my whole personality. They have stuck with me this whole time, and they're very present in my life. They're present in my coaching, and they've been with me ever since, with a very close relationship. Trying to basically, change old habits and personality traits to fit with my newer perspective that it really is all about love. And one of the most important things is self-love. And I really have come to believe that if we had more self-love on this planet, it would be such a better world. Because when you love yourself, you don't have to convince other people of your viewpoint. You don't have to argue with people about things. You're not defensive all the time. You're not, you have trust in yourself and the universe, and you will be provided for. So you have to step on other people to climb up the ladder. There's so many things that you don't have to do anymore when you really have self-love. And so that's one of the things that I've really worked on for the last 40 years, was really learning what it means to have self-love. And so my biggest message to anybody right now is cultivate self-love. Not selfish, not love at the expense of other people, but loving who you are, embracing who you are, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We all have all those parts, and they're all parts. Embrace all of those and love those parts, and those parts of ourselves. We can love and accept those parts in other people and allow other people to have those parts and to be who they are. Really, it changes your life when you can move from not knowing who you are and being a people pleaser to knowing who you are and loving, accepting yourself and loving, accepting others.
So,
like I'm not trying to. I don't mean to be.
so
great question. That's
great question.
You're totally fine.
So the question is, why are we here? Well, we're here to have conversations, and I think we should have conversations at university campuses, not only in the United States, but all across the world, because this is supposed to be a place where we have dialogue. This is supposed to be a place where we can disagree on issues.
Yeah.
And if I'm being honest with you, it is principally through universities that they are pushing gender ideology, this idea that we have a gender separate from our sex. And
Yeah.
it is principally through universities where young people are becoming the teachers, the social workers, the counselors, the healthcare workers who are pushing this idea on kids that they might have been born in the wrong body. And for me, this is the greatest child abuse scandal in modern medicine history. We shouldn't be teaching children that they might have been born in the wrong body. We should be telling them they're perfect just as they are. No drugs or scalpels needed.
Well, yeah, perfect. What do you think about that? I'm just saying, it's like, I don't know how I feel about like medical intervention.
Right off the bat, this young guy at Georgetown University, this Keanu Reeves knockoff from Temu, says he doesn't know how he feels about something. So right off the bat, I detect he's in his feelings. He's in his feelings. I think his pants are too big. He's got a belt, but looks like his pants are too large for him. He's in his feelings, this guy. He's at Georgetown University.
Drugs or scalpels needed.
Well, yeah, perfect. What do you think about that? I'm just saying, it's like, I don't know how I feel about like medical intervention, but I do think that gender ideology, as you describe it, which is a very like heavy term,
is it?
Is like, what do you mean gender ideology? Like that's.
Well, gender ideology is this teaching that we have a gender identity that might be different than our sex.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Hey, you're okay.
I don't mean to be so forward, but.
Oh, I love it.
Be as forward as you want. Do we not have societal definitions of gender that people adhere to?
Oh, I love
like,
this
for
question
example,
so much.
Dad. Your definition of dad, is that not a societal definition?
I'm having a little bit of fun with that, but
okay, I get it.
But perfectly, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think it should be in the dictionary. But
whoa, this is a young Keanu Reeves. I'm convinced this guy here. He's a young Keanu. Now they start to get in the discussion. His body language changes to the arms folded. Very defensive posture right there. He's not feeling secure. He's holding himself.
I'm so glad you asked, don't we have societal definitions for gender? I have asked this question thousands of times. Yeah. I've never asked it in reverse. So you tell me, what is gender?
Okay, as I understand it, I'm not gonna act like I'm any expert. And also I'm in nursing school, so I think about it like, obviously there's like a scientific definition of sex, which I agree with. But I think that gender is more based on the way that you express yourself and the way that society has roles for who you are. So for example, a human male, like has a penis and has testes and an X and a Y chromosome
produces small gametes,
produces
which is ultimately what
sperm.
determines sex.
Yeah, and so that's sex.
Yeah.
But a human male doesn't necessarily need to be. Wait, one sec. Let me read this. He doesn't necessarily need to be a human man.
Okay, so let's not get sidetracked. What's gender? What's gender?
What's gender? It's just a societal definition of how you express yourself, like based on, like, I don't really know.
See, this is the problem. This is the problem. I've asked this thousands of times. I can't get a definition.
I know what you're saying. Sex.
Yeah, you know, we all know what sex is because sex is objective reality. Gender is made up.
Gender is made up. Exactly. That's the point. It's made up.
So we're sterilizing kids for something that's made up.
Okay. First of all, you don't need to strawman me now.
I'm not straw man.
That's his position. That he's
That's what's
talking about
happening.
Puberty blockers.
Yeah, but I'm like,
Little girls and little boys are being led to believe that their gender is different than their sex, and they're being maimed and sterilized and turned into lifelong pharmaceutical patients.
Wait, do you know like a child who's been on puberty blockers personally?
So yes, I know many young people who have been on these drugs and hormones. I know many who have gotten off of them. I've been doing this.
That's not an innocent question. People do that. They'll try to make it personal when they're losing the argument or the debate. Now, an argument doesn't mean that they're about to they're about to make fists and get in a fist fight. It's about making points of an argument. This guy tries to make it personal. Do you know someone? They go right to that rather than looking at the issue. They try to make it personal. There's a reason why a lot of humans do that, because they want to use it against you. So I don't trust the Keanu Reeves character right off the bat. Do you know, like right off the bat, I know what he's doing.
Are being led to believe that their gender is different than their sex, and they're being maimed and sterilized and turned into lifelong pharmaceutical patients.
Wait,
little girls and little boys are being led to believe that their gender is different than their sex, and they're being maimed and sterilized and turned into lifelong pharmaceutical patients.
Wait, do you know like a child who's been on puberty blockers personally?
So yes, I know many young people who have been on these drugs and hormones. I know many who have gotten off of them. I've been doing this for 5.5 years all across the world. And I've had tens of thousands of these conversations. I'm gender famous. Which is not famous, but it's gender famous.
Made up famous.
And then he makes it about him and says, "Are you famous?" See, this is what we're raising. These people are in colleges and universities. They don't want to talk about the issue. They want to make it about Billboard Chris. Right off the bat, he's deflecting it to make it personal instead of talking about the issues. It's what they do. And then he's folding his arms again because he's not winning anything. He's like, well, now I'm defensive. That didn't work. So he'll cross his arms again. Keanu.
Appreciate your expression of your own gender. I fuck with the
I don't have a gender.
Or the lack of
I don't have a gender. There are 2 sexes, 0 genders, and infinite personalities. But getting back to gender, what you did tell me when you struggled to give a definition and ultimately you couldn't give one, which is fine. I don't blame you because there's not really a definition.
It is a little hard. I'm on the spot here.
But what you did say was and that's cool. I get it. I'm not here to like get a gotcha moment with you. I'm here to have an honest conversation. But what you did say is that it's perhaps about how you express yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's great. Let's say we have a little girl who hates wearing dresses.
Yeah.
Who wants to have short hair.
Okay.
Who wants to play football with the boys.
Sounds cool to me.
Climb trees, play in the dirt. Sounds phenomenal to me.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And these are the type of girls who grow up into women that you want to marry, by the way. The tomboys. They're all good.
That's true.
Tomboys rock.
No, I agree.
Tomboys
but
That's
they're fun, right?
Yeah, they're cool people. Yeah.
But let's not get crazy here and say, well, because this girl doesn't conform to stereotypes, because she doesn't express herself in a stereotypical girly fashion, that she is now a boy.
Well,
that is fundamentally the teaching of gender ideology.
I think you might be conflating 2 things. Because obviously a tomboy is not a trans man.
You kind of actually describe, if I'm going to be honest, personality. That's what you described when you were trying to describe gender.
Okay.
It's basically
let me try to be more precise.
Like
then
how you express
be more precise with my gender definition. Okay. I feel like gender is an expression of sex, not sex itself, but an expression that is informed by sex, that is informed by your role in society, maybe be informed by your children or your parents, that is separate from sex because it doesn't have any biological realities besides maybe neurological, I don't know.
So roles determine your gender?
I guess they could. It depends on...
So a boy who wants to maybe do some baking in the kitchen with mom and who's more sensitive and just likes reading books and writes poetry, are we now to tell him...
You're describing me.
Okay, are we now to tell him that really he's a girl?
No, I feel like that's...
Sounds like you're putting them in a box with that description.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to be doing that.
It's very offensive.
Dude, you just described me.
Yeah, and you're a man.
Yeah, I mean, I find myself to express myself as a man.
But I'll tell you what's happening in society today is there's a bunch of kids who...
Dude, I really don't know about this bunch of kids thing. Like, well, I understand puberty blockers and the medical interventions in kids are very, very scary and they're difficult and there's not a lot of research on it. But I also think that, like, it needs to actually have enough, that it needs to happen enough for people to actually care about it. Even with, like, Chris, people being trans in general, like, what percentage of the population is trans in the first place? Like, why do you guys care about it so much?
Well, he was actually in the middle of telling you kind of what's going on, but I'm sure he can touch on the numbers too. But take it away.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hundreds of thousands of children just between the age of 12 and 17 in the United States identify as trans.
As soon as you care about anything, that's what people say. It's not just this issue. Why do you care about it so much? Why do you care? I've been asked that for decades. If I talk about something going on in Europe, well, you don't live in Europe. Why do you care? That's the average being. They don't have care, okay? Including ones that are studying to be nurses and doctors. They don't have care for what's going on in society. And they express that to you. Now, it's a matter of you realizing it, being aware, hearing what they're saying and going, oh, I'm around a being that doesn't care about anything or anyone. Because he's just stunned that they care about this. Why do you care so much? He says, well, it's child abuse. But then they'll say, well, it's not you. See, a lot of these beings don't care about anyone. So no matter what the issue is, they'll say, why do you care? They're confused why anyone would care. They don't have care. Okay? Do you understand? Maybe one day you will. Maybe for some of you, I don't wish this upon you, but some of you are slow to recognize differences. Maybe you'll realize these demons don't care about you when they're eating you, but you've been warned a lot, by me especially, for years. And you'll see what I mean. They don't care about you.
Transgender or non-binary. Tens of thousands have received puberty block just between the age of 12 and 17.
What percentage of the population is trans? What percentage of the population is trans in the first place? Like, why do you guys care about it so much?
Well, he was actually in the middle of telling you kind of what's going on, but I'm sure he can touch.
You guys care about it so much. In general, like, what percentage of the population is trans in the first place? Like, why in general, like, what percentage of the population is trans in the first place? Like, why do you guys care about it so much?
Well, he was actually in the middle of telling you kind of what's going on, but I'm sure he can touch on the numbers too. But take it away.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hundreds of thousands of children just between the age of 12 and 17 in the United States identify as transgender or non-binary. Tens of thousands have received puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. Approximately 20,000 minors, girls, have received double mastectomies, including children as young as 12 years old.
That's pretty bad.
This is a social contagion primarily affecting girls. So if you look back in history, it was a small number. It was maybe 1 out of 30,000 boys who had what they call gender dysphoria, which is just distress associated with their sex.
I mean, we've all been there.
I haven't, but...
No.
Yeah.
But,
anyway, doesn't matter.
It's a legit thing.
But if you look at all the academic papers that were done before they started giving kids puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones.
Yeah.
And they're all up on my website. The biggest study, because this was such a small thing, it encompassed 139 boys, and they followed them until an average age of 20.5 years old. And so from 5 up to like 21, right?
Okay.
87.8% of them saw their gender dysphoria desist.
Yeah.
They just grew out of it. 63.6% grew up to be gay, which makes a little sense when you think about it. Really effeminate little boys, sometimes they grow up to be gay. But the cure for their gender dysphoria in almost all cases was...
You disagree with that?
No, I'm not. It's not that I disagree. I just feel like it's it's a difficult thing to say. I feel like
it's factual.
I mean, yeah, it's factual, but I just feel like it's
yeah, sometimes
it's
this
funny.
world teaches us sometimes that
way,
truth
right?
is difficult to say.
It's true though.
But I don't have a problem saying it. But I get it. A lot of people are afraid to say simple truths.
The truth.
He wasn't trying to be like offensive saying something.
No, I'm not
No,
saying
what
yeah, no, I know you're not. I know.
So the point I'm getting to here
be in
is
good faith here.
the point I'm getting to here is
it's kind of a funny
that these kids who used to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, severe distress, and almost all of them grew out of it too. And a lot of them grew up to be gay. And if you look at all the academic studies, they all point to that same conclusion. If you look at the more recent studies from the Tavistock in the UK, where when they shut it down, basically there were 15,000 kids on the wait list, but they have similar numbers. And when you look at the Tavistock, where they did a systematic review, 70% of the children at the gender clinic, 7 out of 10 had 5 or more coexisting mental health comorbidities. Autism was extremely prevalent. Sexual abuse was extremely prevalent. Borderline personality disorder, BPD,
Dude,
ADHD, kids in foster care, mothers with borderline personality disorder. It's just struggling kids, right? And they need help. But what they're being told is, well, really, it's because you're trans. And so the solution, little boy or girl, is to block your puberty because it would be too distressing for you to develop into a man or woman, go on the opposite sex hormones, destroy your future adult sexual function even. They admit to this. The president of WPATH admits to this, Marcy Bowers. WPATH is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. And in a video, which I'm happy to send you, or you can find it on my YouTube channel or whatever, he admits that none of the boys who started puberty blockers at Tanner stage 2, which is the beginning of puberty, none of them as adults even have ever been able to have an orgasm.
They're sterile.
So
wow, they're not just sterile.
They're not just sterile, but they're destroying sexual function. And these are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old kids. They can't possibly understand what they're signing up for. They're never going to be able to have a family of their own. All because of this idea, if we go full circle here, this idea of gender, which teaches them that roles determine their gender and that expression determines their gender.
In the clothes that they wear.
Instead of saying, you're beautiful just as you are, express yourself however you want, you're still a beautiful boy or a beautiful girl, we're telling them that maybe they're trans.
Dude, it sounds like you're a trans ally.
Honest question.
You sound like a trans ally.
Honest question. Do you think that this sign, after hearing all of that, you heard the numbers, you heard what they're doing, do you think this sign right here, specifically children,
honestly,
do you think that's reasonable?
As soon as I first saw it, I was like, that's probably true. I think that, but I don't see why, if you care a lot about children, why you're at a college campus.
Well, because what I covered, this ideology kind of reaches a fever pitch on college campuses, and it's teaching and educating and producing the next generation of nurses, who then push this, and teachers and social workers, etc. And it's important to have these conversations here because they try to shut us down. We got kicked out here, actually.
You get the opportunity to speak with a nursing student about a very important
because you're never going to hear what I just told you in here.
I mean,
but I want to get to one thing real quick.
That's the thing, is like Georgetown is a Catholic university. There are a lot of people that...
In name only.
Are you Catholic?
No.
Are you Protestant?
No, not really. I would call myself agnostic, but I do have.
Okay. Well,
I appreciate a lot of.
I'm surprised where all these ideologies are coming from. These morals.
I appreciate Jesus' teachings. I have some issues with some of the metaphysical claims and things like that, but we won't get into all that right now. Okay. Right. But I love a lot of that.
But wait, can I
say?
I
have one more point. Very important.
Okay,
very
I'll
important.
I'll get you this.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's fine.
You said a minute ago, you guys sound like trans allies.
Yeah.
We are an ally of all these people because we want what's best for all these people.
See, that's good.
But what's going on is a deception.
Okay.
And these people themselves are being deceived and harmed, and I don't want them harmed anymore.
See, they don't want to take anything seriously. And I know the excuses. I already know people just say, well, he's young. There's people that are 60, 70 years old, and they have this, they never grow up. It's so common in this realm. You got to get rid of the word allies, though. The whole allies thing comes from feminism, leftism, Marxism. It's just stupidity. LGBT ally, trans allies. Allies, what are you talking about? Are you on the side of truth and common sense and caring for children or not? The whole allies thing is just more programming. That's what it is. And it's frustrating because that's what most people are. They're just programmed to the hilt. They're programmed to the hilt in this realm. And some of them, I would say most of them don't realize it. And then some that are shown how they're programmed, they do nothing to deprogram themselves. The majority of people don't do any work in their entire life to deprogram the garbage that they've taken in. And I'm going to show you a meme. Wendy understood it earlier. She was here hours ago. She commented on this when I shared it. I don't even expect most people in this realm to even be able to understand this on the screen. You can't learn if your mind is an overfilled trash truck with no room left for truth. No room left for truth. And that what most people do is they do mental gymnastics when they see this. Oh, that's some programmed people. It's most people in this world. This fits most people in this world, most in this realm. Their minds are stuffed full of garbage programming. It's full of trash, false beliefs, propaganda, lies, garbage, degenerate nonsense, believing that LGBT are oppressed and straight white men are privileged. A lot of you believe a lot of garbage. You're full of garbage. You don't have any room for truth. You're coming to my channel saying, I wish I could learn. Well, your goddamn head is full of garbage. It's full of garbage like this. It's just overflowing. And you say, well, I want to learn, Stephen. Well, you don't even want to deprogram. You don't want to dump the trash that you already carry. You just don't. I've heard it all on my channel. Women have come here and said, well, straight white men are privileged. And yeah, this is a realm that's anti-woman and West. It's a patriarchy and all this stuff. You come here with so much programming and you just don't even realize it. Most human beings have no self-awareness at all. Zero. You don't have any self-awareness. You just believe whatever the fuck you're told. They tell you it's a planet Earth. They tell you white men are privileged. You just believe. That's what most of you do. And a lot of you feel intelligent because you're going to university like this Timu version of Keanu Reeves. And by the way, Georgetown University is a prestigious place. Just morons. You're morons. And you don't realize it. You're absolute morons. I'd run circles not only around him intellectually, the Keanu Reeves guy there, but any of them from that university. Bring them here. Bring them here. And I'd run circles around them. I don't care if you don't understand that. I don't care if you are such a dumbass that you're on my channel thinking, oh, it's just confidence by him. That's all. Why do you think I'm confident? Because I know what most human beings are. You're not thinkers. You're followers. You're slaves. Your heads are full of programming. You can't outthink me. All you can do is spew out what you were programmed with. You're like robots. That's what most of you are. That's what most of you are. Does it offend you? Because it's true. So start getting used to the truth.
And you know what? A lot of former trans-identified people, a lot of current ones totally agree with everything we're saying here. They're not a monolith. They don't all have the same feelings about everything, especially when it comes to kids. But we are an ally of all these people, no matter what anyone might try to say. This isn't about hate. This is about wishing the best for everyone.
That's
love
great.
To hear
yeah.
your take. Go for it.
I agree with this.
They can get you to accept anything as normal. They could normalize anything. In your lifetime, they could normalize people sitting in front of you in a Denny's or whatever little place in America, or a McDonald's, not just fast food, but a restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, maybe an Applebee's, and eating baby's brains in front of you. And they'd look at you like you're nuts and they'd say, what's wrong with you? This is legal. This is normal now. What's wrong with you? And a lot of you can't see what zombies are around you. You just can't do it. I know you have zombies in your family. It's not a bet where I'm going out on a fucking limb. I know it to be true. All of you do. All of you do. Everyone has zombies, pure zombies, that'll go along with anything. Now, I'm not saying every single family member of yours, but you all have family members. Because this isn't exactly a world of thinkers. So some of you really have to start getting real and facing where you are. They can normalize anything if they can normalize this with children. Think about it. Start thinking. Don't be a zombie for life right into your grave. If they can normalize this with children, they can normalize bloody anything in Canada, United States, England, etc. In modern first world countries, they're able to get people to defend anything, including this. butchering children. They've normalized it.
Yes. I think that that puberty blockers are a very touchy subject, and having children consent to them, I think that it's important that parents be educated on what they really can do, like medically and scientifically. But like you were saying with the comorbidities thing in that study, parents with BPD that are trying to figure out a way, parents that feel like they failed, parents that just want their kids to be accepted, all these things. It seems like what you guys should be doing, instead of just coming to a college campus and saying trans bad.
I really don't like the college campus.
We're not saying trans bad. We're saying children cannot consent to puberty blockers.
It's right there. Right there.
But what about the dad part?
Yeah, so I'm saying gender doesn't exist.
That's
we need
like
to get back to
that's
sex.
effectively trans bad though.
It's saying trans doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So not trans bad. Trans doesn't
I'm saying
exist.
nobody's transgender, that everyone is beautifully made, and that they don't need to.
So this is the level of college university students where they're trying to say trans bad. They dumb it down just like men bad, like a caveman. That's the level they're at. Okay? And I can't respect that. I don't respect simpletons. I know society does at this point. Many of you respect absolute simpletons if they show you or mention a degree or 2 degrees. You respect simpletons, but I don't. The whole trans bad, men bad, this bad, it's dumbed down to that level where people that are supposed to be in higher formal education are just complete morons. And most people accept it and think, well, what's wrong with that? Most humans go through life in the first world thinking there's nothing wrong with anything unless it costs you in your wallet. And if something goes up where you notice price increases, that's a big thing with people. Other than that, most of you don't give a shit about anything. You're just simpletons. And if that hurts your feelings, too fucking bad, because that's the way most people are. If it doesn't hurt them or affect them directly, they don't even think about it. It's a realm of zombies.
Change their body to find true happiness.
Which sounds like
and they can express themselves
you are
however
an
they
ally.
want.
Like that's exactly, I feel like, what trans people want. Is they just want to be accepted for the way that they express themselves and feel beautiful, regardless of what they do or how they express themselves.
And I'm saying
that goes back to his programming, his feminist programming. You are an ally. They try that kind of dishonest shit. Just like if a man says that feminism is hurting not just women, but hurting men, boys, society. Or if you say, oh, it's hurting women, oh, well, then you're a feminist. They try this kind of shit. I think a lot of people are scummy. I don't care if you agree with me or disagree. I don't expect most people to see what I see at this point. Most of you are just walking blind zombies. You're walking blind. You're like this. Coughs and Leslie. There you go. Stoned all day long. She's stoned all the time. Georgetown University. He couldn't think his way out of a wet paper bag. That's what you've raised. Congratulations. And that's what many of you believe to be intelligent, so long as they're in university or they have a degree. There were idiots that used to come to my channel. Kirsten was one of them that had multiple degrees. Just a programmed fool. Programmed by feminism, Marxism, took things that didn't help her in life, delivering DoorDash when you have multiple degrees. Great job. Great job.
And kids, go ahead and express yourself however you like, but let's not sterilize and maim them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I feel like is that not a pretty...
Yeah, it's good.
It's pretty, it's
this
very,
is normal.
It's not
And then he says, I feel like, and he goes to that guy and asks him for his view. Can't think for himself, can't stand on his own, just a weakling. And this is all normalized. Most of you that have sons would think this is normal, unfortunately. Maybe not the rare few on my channel that can see through it. I mean, humanity, American women that have sons. Most would say, what's wrong? Why are you so critical of this fine young man? What's wrong with you, Stephen? You're negative. He's a weakling. He has to look to someone else immediately for validation. It's not masculine. There's nothing masculine about this guy. And you'd see it as normal. Most American mothers would see this as perfectly fine.
That's exactly, I feel like, what trans people want. Is they
He feels like.
just want to be accepted for the way that they express themselves and feel beautiful, regardless of what they do or how they express themselves.
And I'm saying, kids, go ahead and express yourself however you like, but let's not sterilize and maim them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I feel like is that not a pretty...
Yeah, it's good.
It's pretty. It's
This
very.
is normal.
It's not controversial. It's
This is normal.
It's not controversial.
Yeah.
That take.
Not sterilize and maim them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I feel like is that not a pretty...
Yeah, it's good.
It's pretty. It's
This
very.
is normal.
It's not controversial.
Yeah.
That take is not controversial.
But wait, can I
This is
touch
the wildly popular
Can I
take.
touch
Yeah.
back on that though?
please.
Sure.
Because what I was saying before with focusing on the parents, I don't know if you guys are hitting the mark exactly with the gender ideology thing. I think there's a lot of mental health issues in this country. My brother passed away. He took his own life, and so I have a lot of the things that I see, a lot of the issues that I see, a lot of the political divide is defined, I feel like, by taking advantage of people with mental health disorders, by not taking care of them properly, school shootings, all these things, violence.
Do you mind if I ask specifically though, what do you think he was missing the mark on when it comes to gender, specifically, I guess? And as you were saying,
I just think that we agree with everyone is beautiful, everyone should feel accepted how they are. What I think we also agree on is people shouldn't make severe life-altering decisions when they are really young.
I'm with you.
But I just think that you're demonizing the wrong thing. That's my personal
I don't know about
opinion.
demonizing.
I don't mean demonizing, but severe life-altering decisions when they are really young.
I'm with you.
But I just think that you're demonizing the wrong thing.
So this guy's very nervous. He's not masculine. He's grabbing his hands, playing with his fingers, doing all sorts of behaviors that reveal a lot to me, his body language. And then he says, I just think you're demonizing. This guy's not demonizing anything. So yet again, as usual in Hell Realm, people use words without even understanding what the words mean. Demonizing? Who's he demonizing? I don't think he's demonized anyone. But this is what you do. And then when somebody like me calls it out, a lot of you humans will say, I'm harsh or negative. How dare you call him out for just using the wrong word, demonizing. It's not just one time. You humans do it all the time. I'm surprised he hasn't called Chris, the guy with the billboard, is Billboard Chris. Surprised he hasn't called him a bigot or a transphobe or a hater. This is what most of you do. You don't have arguments. You don't discuss things. You don't contemplate things. Most of you humans are more like the guy there, or worse. The guy with the pants that don't fit, the Timu Keanu Reeves. A lot of you are like that in this realm. A lot of you don't want to admit it or see it, but you are. You don't ponder things. You just want to villainize the person speaking up.
Decisions when they are really young.
I'm with you.
But I just think that you're demonizing the wrong thing. That's my personal
I don't know about
opinion.
demonizing.
I don't mean
That
demonizing.
was
but
your takeaway?
but
Was demonizing?
I meant I don't mean demonizing. Sorry, I was just trying to think of a word to sound smart. I can't lie. Keep that in.
There you go. He said he was just trying to think of a word to sound smart. This is the level we're at in Western society. It's not just with this idiot. A lot of them are this way.
No, I meant I don't mean demonizing. Sorry, I was just trying to think of a word to sound smart. I can't lie. Keep that in. Just trying to sound smart.
I get it. We live in a world where if anyone expresses an opinion that's not orthodox on a university campus, that there is then a presumption that they have these hateful views,
Yeah.
etc.
And I don't mean to be.
And that's just not the case.
I'm sorry to.
Oh, it's all good.
To strawman you. Again. I go to Georgetown. I'm trying to look smart. I'm in nursing though.
You're in nursing school.
He goes to Georgetown. He's trying to look smart. And this is often the case. A lot of humans aren't actually smart. They just want to look that way and people to believe that they are. A lot of you humans pretend your way through life. It's what you're good at. But you don't fool the ones that can see through you, and then you get very defensive and upset when you encounter beings that see right through you. You're not coming across as smart. You're coming across as a dumbass.
We're well aware that you are a bright guy. You know, we're well aware of that.
but-
and we do
He's not a bright guy. He's not.
appreciate you,
Yeah.
you know, stopping and talking.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry that I feel very long-winded here, but
You're good,
this is
man.
my last thing, and then I gotta go. I'm really thirsty.
All good.
Yeah, trans people, adult trans people, even teenage.
I think I was more mature in elementary school than this guy that's going to Georgetown University. When I was in 6th grade, 7th grade. And this is what you're raising, and this is what people believe that is normal these days. It's pathetic.
Teenage trans people, people that can express themselves as trans without, like, as you say, maiming their body, you know, making life-altering decisions. I think that we should accept them for who they are, because they're just out here trying to express themselves the rest of the way that we are, and that's why.
Children don't get to set their bedtime at when they're 11 or 12, but they can make informed consent to alter their body forever. You're just a moron. You're just a moron, and that's the way many people are, just morons.
I don't think saying gender doesn't exist is a very helpful thing, because first of all, it makes people combative.
As a nursing student, what is gender then? You gotta tell us.
I just told you. I feel like I just told you.
Well, we can watch the tape back later.
I don't.
It came down to expression. It came down to stereotypes.
No, it didn't. You guys just
What is it then?
You took me out of context.
No, you told us.
Is gender then? You gotta tell us.
I just told you. I feel like I just told you.
As a nursing student, what is gender then? You gotta tell us.
I just told you. I feel like I just told you.
Well, we can watch the tape back later.
I don't.
It came down to expression. It came down to stereotypes.
No, it didn't. You guys just
What is it then?
You took me out of context.
No, you told us it's how you express yourself, and then you also said it was about roles. Those were your two specific terms.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try to do one. I feel like ChatGPT.
Oh, I was giving you another shot at it.
I feel like
so you want to
ChatGPT
double
right
down
now.
on those? You want to double down on those?
Yeah, I think I
I'm not
doubled
trying
down.
to twist your words. You said it was about how you
No,
express
I know,
yourself
but I
and
feel
your
like
roles.
I feel like ChatGPT when you're like, no, give me another definition. He's like, all right, I got it. This time's the charm.
I use grok. Trying to twist your words. You said it was about trying to twist your words. You said it was about how you
No,
express
I know,
yourself
but I
and
feel
your
like
roles.
I feel like ChatGPT when you're like, no, give me another definition. He's like, all right, I got it. This time's the charm.
I use grok, by the way. Everyone should use grok. It's far superior to ChatGPT.
Very true.
Thank you, Elon Musk.
Okay, let me try to do it. Let me try to
I was
do
kind
it.
of throwing you a bone, if anything.
Yeah, no. I feel like I'm gonna look like an idiot here. I'm gonna get so gosh, this YouTube video is gonna be
You don't.
insane.
You don't look like an idiot. And I
Are
can
you
tell you
gonna
from
edit
experience that I'm airing every second of this. There's no edit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Let me.
I don't do that.
I appreciate that.
No one else on this campus can define gender, just so you know. Not without saying
mean,
exactly
like,
what you said.
we
That
get a
it's
little
about stereotypes
professor.
and all that. The most used resource in the world, by the way, about gender identity, what is it? It's this cute little picture of a gingerbread man called the Genderbread Person. You might have seen it.
Oh, is that? Wait, are you Canadian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's why I knew it. Okay.
Pick it up?
Yeah, I picked it up.
Oh,
I'm from Maine.
Man, you got skills.
Yeah, see,
They call
smart
me a-
guy.
Mad skills right here.
They call me a
But
detective.
this genderbread person, it defines your gender identity as being based on your personality, your job, hobbies, likes, dislikes, roles in society,
Yeah.
and expectations upon you. So
What's wrong with that?
a lot of people who push gender ideology, whatever you want to call it, will tell me that they disagree with that because that's sexist and regressive, and we shouldn't be pushing sexist and regressive concepts on children. We shouldn't be telling them that if they don't conform to stereotypes,
Sorry, let me check
that
my
this
phone,
means
sorry.
they're trans.
I'm just looking at the
But ultimately, this comes down to stereotypes. And so the leftists who agree that stereotypes are bad, who say that, yeah, we shouldn't put kids in some stereotypical box, there's a blind spot going on, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. A huge, massive blind spot where in the next breath it's, well, this child doesn't conform to stereotypes, so they must be trans.
Yeah, I think that I feel like there's
kinda crazy,
skepticism. Needs to be a lot more skepticism. There needs to be a lot more nuance in like basically everything in the entire world. I'm sure that you guys agree.
Nuance is great.
I just thought of another thing while you were speaking.
All right.
because I keep saying expression and you keep saying expression, like I'm kind of giving you a wishy-washy answer. What I mean by that is gender is defined however the person that says they're that gender defines it. It's like health, for example. I was just learning this in nursing class yesterday. Health, there is an ideal health, right? But each person's health, the place they want to be, the wellness, the mental, physical, spiritual, social wellness that they want to feel is defined by them. There's a guy comes in, he's like, I feel super healthy, but he smokes 2 packs a day. If he doesn't want to quit smoking, you can't force him to quit smoking.
As a nursing student, would you say that guy is healthy?
I would say, to him he is. I mean, like, obviously, like, if you're smoking chimneys, want to quit smoking, you can't force him to quit smoking.
As a nursing student, would you say that guy is healthy?
I would say, to him he is. I mean, like, obviously, like, if you're smoking chimneys to get a little hitch in your giddy up, then you need to maybe redefine what you find is healthy. But I can't tell him what
so
is
if he
healthy
says
to
he's
him.
healthy when he's 60 years old, yet his lungs are black and his cancer is growing and he has 4 weeks to live, but he says he's healthy, would you say he's healthy?
See, that's I know the analogy you're trying to make here.
Well, this is what you just told me was about self-identifying as healthy,
Well,
whether
yeah.
one is or not.
I mean, like, health is defined by how the person feels. He's not going to feel good if he has cancer. If he has a small cell carcinoma, he's not going to feel good. So I don't think he would say he's healthy.
Health is defined by how somebody feels. Do you think there's any objective kind of
yeah, of course.
health across the board when it comes
Here,
to humans?
let me make a in a clinical setting, health is defined by the person coming into the clinic, let's say. How they want to be treated for whatever issues they have, right?
This is the problem.
There's also a health that is probably objective, but it depends on
Probably objective?
Well, I'm saying it depends on who you are. Like, there are, like, your sex, your weight, your height, etc., etc. Now, sex, sorry, I just said sex, but sex would be in that objective category of health, right? Let's say that. Gender is in, like, somebody walks in the clinic and they have diabetes, for example, and they want to be treated for something. They have the flu, and their diabetes they're not taking care of themselves. Their blood glucose is high, their A1C is high. They're just, like, kind of messed up. If they don't want me to treat them for their diabetes symptoms, I'm gonna say, are you sure? They're gonna say, I'm sure. I'm gonna say, you really should get it checked out. They're gonna say, I don't really want to do that. And then I'm gonna say, okay.
Why would
and
you
I'm
say they really should? Is it because you're saying that that's objectively
what I'm saying is, like,
the correct thing to be doing?
You could base
Health standards wise?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say health standards wise because
Health standards wise. I'm clearly not a nursing student.
yeah, it's just like racking my brain for a word that might go next. No, I get that. That's how I felt with this. I'm not a gender studies student. I just care a lot about, and I really agree with this, being a nursing student. Like, it's really a difficult topic. I don't want people to feel combative. I don't want people to feel like I'm trying to take away, or like we're trying to take away their right to identify how they want, to do what they want. But obviously kids, even me, I'm only 20. My brain is still not close to being developed. I'm sure you guys remember when you were 20. If you're not younger than me. Are you older than 20?
I'm 18.
Okay, you'll get there someday, Buster.
He's self-identifying as 18.
I'm self-identified. That's how I identify as 18.
Yeah.
I'm actually 31.
He's like 31 and single.
I'm like a
almost
grandpa.
single ladies.
I'm a grandpa.
Wait, are you saying that
He's
you're
single.
pretending to be 18 to get with 18?
He was just making a joke.
No. I was making a joke, and that was a separate joke. Two separate jokes.
Wait, I'm about to make a joke.
Not connected.
No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I didn't hear it.
He'll tell you later. Now cut that one.
All right.
Okay, but
I'm 50. And anyway, look,
but
you're a good man.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I
do. I really do.
Like, I care.
I'm just going to leave this
I care
with
about
one thing.
People because I'm in nursing. I care about people.
Yes.
I don't care about. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, in 15 years when Mrs. Gender becomes the fascist dictator of our country, and she's like, every man, woman, and child needs to get their balls chopped off or get a full mastectomy or hysterectomy. Sorry, I'll come to you. I'll be like,
I don't think
"Please,
Kamala Harris is going to get elected, man.
please save me." But I don't think that's gonna happen. And I'm
Anyway.
just saying, it's like gender expression is important to people. And
So here he is not taking the issue seriously. This is common too. These creatures can never take anything seriously when it's serious. But when you're joking and making, they can't laugh. That's another thing. They're not funny, but common themes.
so it's important to me.
Yeah, express
That's all I'm
yourself.
saying. Yeah, express yourself.
Don't cut off your testicles. Anyway,
I mean,
let's close
until
this
you're
with
an adult
something.
and you can consent to it
I-
yourself.
I want to close this with something. You're a good guy.
Closing statement from Chris.
Closing statement
Let's
from
get
Billboard
it.
Chris.
I would love to hear it.
I don't like when they do this, when they call people a good guy and that kind of stuff. You don't know anything about this creature. I'm tired of anybody doing that. It's not just Billboard Chris. Just don't do that with strangers. Don't say you're a good guy. You don't know anything about this idiot. The guy could have someone's head in his closet. How the fuck would you know? You don't know if it's a good guy or not. I don't like that. I think that's dumb stuff.
I mean,
Let's close
until
this
you're
with
an adult
something.
and you can consent to it
I-
yourself.
I want to close this with something. You're a good guy.
Closing statement from Chris.
Closing statement
Let's
from
get
Billboard
it.
Chris.
I would love to
With something. You're a good guy.
Closing statement from Chris.
Closing statement
Let's
from
get
Billboard
it.
Chris.
I would love to hear it.
You're a good guy.
Thank you. Boom.
As a nurse,
I thought he was done. Sorry.
as a
End
nurse,
scene.
you're going to have a responsibility
Yeah.
sometimes to deal with people who need actual guidance. They're going to need you to hold down truth, not just to go along with whatever they think truth is. Because despite whatever this somewhat post-truth world likes to teach us sometimes, there is objective.
Who wants Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, whatever it was called, nurses? Who wants Keanu as their nurse? The guy looks like he's wearing high-heeled shoes. Look at that. It looks like he's wearing women's shoes. Very weird. But there's a lot of weirdos out there. So how's he going to take care of you? Is he just going to care about your feelings? Or is he going to actually be able to take your blood pressure, your vitals, do anything? Is it just about feelings?
Reality, there is still truth. And universities are honestly trying to destroy that a little bit. And you probably don't believe me because you're here and it's beautiful and all that
fair,
sort of stuff.
I'm in nursing, so I don't see a lot of I'm not in like a humanities, I'm in
Sure.
science. I'm in STEM.
But ultimately, I just encourage you to keep exploring this. Maybe give me a follow, Billboard Chris, on whatever social media you're on. Except for TikTok, I'm not on there.
Bro.
But Billboard
Because
Chris,
of CCP.
keep learning about this. Read the systematic reviews that have been done.
Yeah.
Because the gold standard in medicine, and as a nursing student, I'm sure you know this, is a systematic review where they look at all the peer-reviewed journals.
Of course.
These have been done in Canada.
So he likes to say he's a nursing student. I don't have any respect for nursing students. That doesn't automatically get my respect. You could say that you're in university for anything. I don't judge by that. That does nothing. You might as well point to an ant on the ground and say there's a little black ant at your foot. Am I supposed to be impressed? You're a nursing student? You come across like a dumbass.
Canada and the UK, Sweden. The HHS just conducted one. Even the Washington Post said it was balanced, and it is balanced. I know that some of the people who wrote it. Finland has reviewed all this. We have this stopping.
How do you think this Timu Keanu would fare on my show if he was brought on here or coaxed somehow to come on here? I don't know what it would take to get this idiot to come on my show, but how do you think that he would do on here? Because I wouldn't go as easy on him as these two did.
All over the world, because this truly is one of the greatest child abuse scandals in history. A lot of people on the left.
Second to Catholic priests, am I right? Hey,
That was a
am I
terrible
right?
child abuse scandal.
This is a way bigger
100%.
But
Sorry,
this is worldwide.
I was being, I'm being a little on the nose.
But this is a serious issue. It's not a fad. It's pushed by leftist governments and intergovernmental bodies all around the world, and we just got to keep getting the truth out there. And we're going to keep doing it one conversation at a time like this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
What was your name?
David. I appreciate you guys not trying to gotcha me, giving me a lot of opportunities to make me seem like I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
But I also think,
You did that on your own. You showed that you're an idiot on your own.
I'll just reiterate.
It's about conversation.
I don't think that gender. I don't think that gender.
It's weird. You grew up in Maine, but you went all the way to Georgetown University to study nursing. Couldn't you study that anywhere? It's kind of weird, but anyway, Georgetown must absolutely suck if this is what they accept. It must. It must be terrible. It must be just a pathetic place.
Gender ideology is the problem. If you really want to address this issue,
Well,
like
we talked about that
let
already.
people be people.
I say we close it out.
Let's close it
That's
out.
my opinion. Chris, we can keep going if you want, but
All good. Keep exploring what that magical gender term means, because no one's figured it out yet. Respect.
We'll figure it out one
Way
day.
to go, guys.
Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Of course.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty funny. I like your style. Obviously we don't agree on everything, but I really, like, if you can keep being funny, keep.
He's goofy. He just wants to be funny. If you can keep being funny. You know the issues about child abuse. You're trying very hard to be funny, and that's why I get annoyed when people do that on my channel too, or if they do it in real life in person. When it's a serious issue and you just keep trying really, really hard to keep being funny, you're trying to be funny, you're not funny. The issue they're talking about is children cannot consent to puberty blockers, child abuse. And his final statement is keep being funny. Keep being funny. It's all a joke to this idiot. This is the thing. This is a problem with people. It's not just this idiot. It's a hell of a lot of people this is a problem with. Child abuse, just make it funny. He's saying just keep being funny.
I like your style. Obviously we don't agree on everything, but
I like your style. What does that even mean? How's that relevant?
I really, like, if you can keep being funny, you're pretty funny. I like your style. Obviously we don't agree on everything, but I really, like, if you can keep being funny, keep doing your thing. Avoid people like punching you in the face.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not good at that.
He's like collecting them.
I've had all sorts of stuff.
But you got good teeth though. He's got good teeth.
Good teeth. Yeah, that's true.
Anyways, just
it's that Canadian dental plan. You know what I mean? You have to wait like 9 months. You have to wait 9 months for your appointment. Is it actually that bad?
No, I don't get the government dental plan anyway. I have private insurance for that stuff. I can go to the dentist whenever I want, but I hate the dentist.
Black market dental plan.
Yeah. Thank you. And
all right.
I hope that
Brother, respect. Thank you very much.
Really
see
appreciate
see you guys next week. Right?
Yeah.
I'll be a tech or something.
Hey, have a good one. Thanks for your time. See ya. Nice kid. Nice kid for sure. Willing to listen.
So there they go complimenting him. What purpose does that serve? You're at Georgetown University. I would be like, what the fuck? He's like, nice kid, nice kid. Really? That's what's at prestigious universities in America these days. It's pathetic. Nice kid? That's just pathetic.
And actually curious. He was being a little bit cheeky here and there, but hey, we're talking to a 20-year-old student, so you're going to expect
Yeah,
that.
we're talking to a 20-year-old. You can't be mature at 20. I was more mature at 13 or 14 than that 20-year-old. Easily. At 12, I was more mature than that jackass. But this is what people expect these days. You got to make excuses for him. He's only 20. He's got to be 40 years old before he starts maturing and thinking this child abuse isn't funny. You got to be at least 40 plus, right? Give him another 20 years. Fuck.
But how do you think that went? That was good.
That's fantastic. He's never going to forget that conversation we just had.
Yeah.
He's only going to.
So what? He's never going to forget. But what did he get out of it? He didn't even take it seriously.
Explore more. And so when you're having these conversations at home, wherever you are in the world, you don't have to get all your points out.
You don't have to placate people and tell them that they're good, that they're a good guy, they're a nice kid. You don't have to do that. I just don't like that. I think that's fake praise. You know nothing about that guy. You know nothing about him. So why do that? I don't think it looks good for your message. I really don't. Do I like what Billboard Chris does overall? Yes, but I'm critical of that part of it. the nice kid, you're a good guy, all that. Like, that's just stupid. It's really dumb. You just met the guy, you spent a couple minutes with him. You know absolutely nothing about him, his moral character, fiber, anything at all.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video from Pink Tourmaline, and today we're actually going to be going through an OBE account from a gentleman his YouTube channel is named Insights with Tony. Got to give a shout out to Sergeant Schultz, who posted this video. Also, shout out to Tony Sayers. I actually saw Tony Sayers did a review of this video. Initially, I think I saw he posted something on Thursday or Friday, and I just saw the title, watched a little bit of it. I'm like, man, I gotta dive into this one as well, because he talks exactly about, in detail, seeing Loosh Farms in the astral plane, which is wild. Buckle up, because there's some very fascinating information in here. Now, quick caveat. This is my first introduction to Insights with Tony in this YouTube channel, so I don't know too much about this gentleman, but I do know that he has studied Robert Monroe, and some of his teachings, which he talks about in this video. And he seems, I mean, he feels authentic, and I'm using my intuition as best I can as I'm going through these different sources. One thing, I was actually talking to some folks today who are able to, not astral project, but remote view, that are able to remote view. And I wonder if the same principle applies with astral projection. I imagine it does, but they mentioned to me that sometimes we have to be careful of personal biases creeping into things that we view in when remote viewing. So I'm wondering if that we have to take those same precautions when it comes to astral projection as well. I just say that because we want to be as cautious and conscientious as we go through and we analyze all these different cases, because they're not all the same and there are differences. So take everything you hear in this video with a grain of salt, but this is very, very interesting. This is food for thought. Obviously, you guys know where I sit right now. Right now, this seems like a very reasonable, very realistic theory that I'm exploring. And so that's why I want to share it and just keep digging and keep learning more. So without further ado, let's get into the mix. Insights with Tony. So who is this gentleman? He's got this YouTube channel. I couldn't find a website or anything like that, but I wish I could have shown you more. But on the YouTube channel description, it says, this channel features my thoughts and experiences about my out-of-body experiences, my ongoing journey to higher self-awareness, life, and even thoughts on religion. Very similar to me, except I haven't been able to make it out of body yet. I welcome open-minded conversations about these topics. So by all means, comment and consider subscribing if you like the content. Okay. So without further ado, we're going to go through one of his experiences. And first, he talks about Focus 21. So I wanted to start with this quick introduction, then I'm going to explain what is Focus 21 according to Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute.
I believe I found Focus 21, the area what Robert Monroe talks about, where you have souls that are taking a break. Essentially, they are chilling between lives. I ended up going there like at least 2 or 3 different times in 3 different OBEs within the same night. So this is my experience.
Okay, so that's what we're going to get into now. So what is Focus 21? We're going to go through the different focus levels first, according to Robert Monroe. So Focus 10, this is your mind awake, body is asleep. Focus 12, expanded awareness. Focus 15, no time. You're out of the dimension of time, beyond normal time perception. Focus 21, this is what he's talking about, the bridge between physical reality and non-physical reality. Now, I don't know enough about these focus levels. Obviously, I'm going to Monroe this summer, and I'll learn a lot more there. I don't know if what he's about to describe is exactly this bridge, because what he's basically describing, and you're going to see, obviously, as we get through the clips, is a resort type place, literally a resort where it seems that souls are stationed right after they pass away, right after they pass away from this physical life, and then they come in and then they're kind of hanging out in this area. I think one of the reasons why he says they might be there is to recover and heal and recoup. But anyways, so that's the area that he's describing. I don't know if it's exactly in line with this concept of Focus 21. Maybe it's right. Maybe it is exactly. I'm just not sure, but that's what it says here according to the summary of Focus 21. And then Focus 23 through 27, this is the after-death belief system recovery and planning territories in Monroe's map. I mean, very well, what he's describing could fall into that category, the after-death part, right? Because he's mentioning these are a lot of souls after death that are hanging out there. So I don't know if it's exactly Focus 21. Maybe it's Focus 23, 24, something like that. But you guys can decide and let me know in the comments. Now, And so what it says here in a more detailed description, Focus 21 is not exactly heaven or the afterlife. It is more like a launch pad or gateway. From Focus 21, Monroe-style explorers may attempt to contact guides, receive information, explore non-physical realities, or move toward later focus states like 23 or 27, which deal directly more with post-death states, belief system territories, and reception recovery areas, right? So right off the bat, what he describes, I think, would probably be in the reception or the recovery areas, which is more like Focus 23, 24, 25, whatever. Just saying, but he mentions Focus 21. Just wanted to clarify for the sake of the video. Okay, now we're going to go through a bunch of clips. This is like a 33-minute video, but I've extracted a bunch of excerpts that I thought were particularly important to go over and discuss. So here, he's talking about interacting with souls in this place, and they just seem to be confused. So what I'm thinking is happening here is the souls have maybe passed on out of the physical body, and then maybe they go through this memory wipe process. And after they go through it, they're disoriented, and they're sort of then, which is why they, and maybe there is another Lush extraction, right? That was described by Intuitive Underground and also Brett Stewart, but that's just a theory. So we're going to hear from him what it was like interacting with these souls that seem a little bit out of it.
I wound up in what looked like an office area. This particular area had other souls that were just kind of, some of them sitting, like waiting for I don't know, like they had an appointment with somebody, right? So they had all of these people that are sitting there waiting for somebody to call their damn name and they can get up and talk or whatever. They called me over. Now I flew in and I'm looking at everybody else just kind of like just sitting and walking around. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, nobody's really paying me much attention, even though I'm flying. Like, y'all don't see me. I'm flying. So anyways, but apparently those particular souls were in a state of either they were asleep or on autopilot.
Autopilot is what he was going to say. Asleep or on autopilot. That just seems bizarre to me that they were sounding catatonic to some extent. So that's my theory. He doesn't say that, but that's my theory. Maybe it was right after the post memory wipe. Okay, next, he says, this is where souls, so that's the waiting room that he describes. Now he's talking about this resort area, and this might be that area, as I mentioned, which is the soul, what's it called, Focus 23 area, 24, something like that.
Yeah, okay. So we have to keep a mindset and understand that in areas such as area that I'm calling it Focus 21, but it's the area where souls are coming to basically, they're just dying or something to that effect. These people are, half of them don't even realize that they're dead, but it has to come off real, like a, more than just a dream, but more, like a life that they had just left. You feel me? As a matter of fact, a large part of that area, technically it was a resort, but really and truly it would look like apartment complex.
It's funny, if you think about this whole system.
Listen to the darkies. The darkies will help teach you wisdom. Listen to darkies.
As a manipulation, when you're out of the body, why would you need to be in a resort anymore once you've passed on from this body? Why?
Yeah, technically it was a resort, but really and truly it would look like apartment complex.
It's funny, if you think about this whole system as a manipulation, when you're out of the body, why would you need to be in a resort anymore once you've passed on from this body? Why would you need, he talks later on about eating food. Why would you need to eat food the same food that we eat here. It doesn't make any sense. So the entire setup of this place, when he goes deeper, it does go in line with the same idea that it's just one big manipulation to kind of keep you entranced, to keep you in this mindset of you're in a realm very similar to what you just left, maybe making it more enticing for you to go back. Okay, now you've kind of rested, you've recovered, but now we're going to send you back into the real deal with something you're already accustomed with, as opposed to taking you out and really letting you experience existence or pure consciousness as it could be in that realm, because then it might feel very foreign to come back. It might diminish somebody's desire to want to come back. I mean, this is just my interpretation, but it does feel very manipulative. Why would you have this setup in the astral? It doesn't really make any sense, because so many of the way the physical world is structured with food, with buildings, all that's by virtue of the fact that we're in this physical type of system, physical type of matrix. Okay. Now,
you get jobs in heaven in the astral. You get apartments, you get jobs. You have to work. You have to eat food. They'll convince you of anything, because most humans are so fucking stupid, and they'll never consider anything. They're just fucking idiots. Most on Earth are just fucking morons. You're zombies. You'll believe anything. Doesn't have to make sense. It's actually better if it doesn't make sense. If it sounds weird or stupid or foolish or absurd or ridiculous, all the better for you to believe it. Most of you can't think your way out of a wet paper bag. That's reality. I wouldn't doubt that there's billions slaving away in the astral realm like fools, believing they're in heaven and they're working jobs. Like they can't think. Most of you can't think.
Now here's where he gets into the discussion of the food. It just doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't. Obviously, I'm taking this gentleman at his word. Absolutely, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that for this whole area to look this way, that doesn't make sense. It just feels manipulative, and it feels like it's part of this whole recycling system.
I could see a big machine that was taking all of it was like these plates and cups and knives and food that was essentially made, and it all looked the same. It was just, I don't know, like burgers and fries, but all of it was like the same. Like, I don't know how to describe that. It was weird, but all of the food that was made, it was almost like they were just recycling it and taking that energy to create more of the same food, if that makes sense.
It's crazy. Why burgers and fries up there again? Yeah, it just feels as though it's just trying to keep them in some sort of a comfort level, and maybe also preparing them to eventually return once they've rested and recovered. Okay, next. This is crazy too, because he has this really bizarre encounter here with what he calls a parasitic entity. And I think this is a really important term, because many people have described
the size of the watermelons in heaven. They be ginormous, these watermelons up in heaven. And the fried chicken, the spicy fried chicken, it be better than Popeyes, and it's just recycled shit in heaven. They recycle all the food and feed it to us. We need to eat. We got stomachs in heaven. It's the same as here, but it's better. Bunch of fucking retards.
Potentially the archons or whoever may be in charge of this realm as parasitic entities. Like, they can't manifest or create on their own, but that's why they need to leech the energy off of us. Brett Stewart's talked about this also. Max Spears has talked about the same idea, that they're parasitic entities that are managing the whole system. And obviously that's why they need us to kind of keep the system up and running. Also, he's going to talk later on about literally this energy, the loosh that's being extracted, is being used to float and power the entire simulation. Something that
up there in heaven, they be having these black bitches, and they ain't even got weave. They just grow their own straight hair up there in heaven. They do have the Asian. They be having those Asian hair shops for us darkies. But some of the women be growing their own hair. They not even going to the Asians for the weaves. It's truly heaven. Heaven.
That's echoed by Intuitive Underground. But anyways, here's this really crazy interaction that he has with one of these parasitic entities, and there's a very positive takeaway from this interaction.
Now, I'm thinking, okay, now he really is running away from me. Him and the Asian guy. Now, his features, again, were kind of off kilter. The ass was just too damn big, and just the features were just too, it was too extra. So anyway, so it lets me know that this particular individual, something wasn't quite right with him. He was quite possibly some sort of a parasitic entity. Sure enough, he turns into this monster-looking thing with teeth. Everybody runs away from him for the most part, except one other guy. And this other guy, I guess, was trying to fight him to some degree, but he made quick, easy. That monster type guy just kind of pushed him off to the side. He bit somebody else, and then, but the girl, now the young lady I was talking to, she was still just sitting there kind of like scared. So finally he sees me, and he walks up. I mean, his teeth were just like jagged teeth and whatnot. Now, I'm not a scary person, but that would have scared anybody typically. But in that state, I just kind of went with what my higher self says. Whatever it says, I mean, I just let it happen. And I just stuck my hands out kind of like this, nothing but death to keep me from it. That it was kind of like this, and my fingers went straight through his eyes, and this yellow stuff came out, and he just stopped. He was like, ah. And that was it. He falls, and he's gone. So the thing is, in these areas, sometimes there can be entities that, and then they're all electronic. It's like a lot of them are not organic. They're not real, but they can do some damage if you let it. You know what I'm saying? They can suck up your energy and things like that. A lot of these parasites, they may look a certain kind of way, but what it's intended to force you to feel some kind of way. Usually fear, because fear is a huge loose type of way to get that energy. They love that type.
My takeaway from that entire story is you just got to realize it's not real. And again, we've talked about this many times. Again, that's a happy ending for me in terms of, or a happy takeaway. But we've talked about this from different angles and different ways, but all saying the same thing. Why all this manipulation? Why all the lies? Why all the smoke and mirrors? Because ultimately the power probably does reside with us. Why the scare tactics? Because we have to be thrown off. We have to be constantly manipulated and subdued, because ultimately once we truly wake up and realize what's going on, just like he did, blah, and the thing fell apart. I think that's the truth. I think that's the true nature of reality. And we just have to remember that and not be manipulated or fooled. So I like that story. That's the other thing too. He mentions it's electronic. It's not real. Like that, I don't know. It resonates with me, at least where I'm at right now on this journey. You hear more and more people paint this same narrative that they're having to do all of this crazy stuff and to go to such levels and lengths to keep us entrapped. Well, what does that tell you? It tells us we're pretty darn powerful. You know, another thing I was thinking about as well, even let's say we talk about when we're in this physical form. I said this on an Instagram video. We talk about being in this physical form, maybe having limited faculties mentally, whatnot. And maybe even in the astral, after our memories are wiped, our intellectual capacity is diminished, or just our general recall of events is diminished, and therefore that makes us less capable to reason through what's happening compared to these other entities. But one thing that I talked about on my Instagram video is that the biggest advantage that we have, even if they are 10 times, 100 times smarter than us, whatever it may be, is that we have truth on our side. We're trying to understand the truth, and we're trying to get to the bottom of things, whereas they're having to weave a lie. And you just think about, even on this planet, even if you look at the powers that be, we're able to figure out because lies always have cracks in them. There's always something imperfect. No matter how good or how intelligent you are or how well you weave this lie, there's always cracks. That's what's happening right now. People are seeing through all this nonsense. Even look at humans interacting with animals. You try to deceive a dog. I mean, there's magnitudes of differences in terms of intellectual capacity. Dogs are very smart. They can pick up on deceptive people and people that are trying to trick them into doing something. They have a sense. And I think it's we have that same advantage of we're truly just seeking truth and trying to get an understanding of things and push back a little bit. I think ultimately, regardless of the memory wipes or all these other things, we're going to be able to see the real truth if we really want it. I think so. All right, moving on. He mentions that this place, this resort, the reason for it being there, the reason for souls being in this intermediary area, Focus 23, whatever we want to call it, is to heal the soul. So to me, what this reminds me of is what Brett Stewart talks about, where the soul comes out and then it's like something is stripped away from it even after death, and more loosh is extracted. So and then maybe the memory is wiped there, memory is wiped after. So it's maybe in a bit of shock and maybe powered down. And so now it has to power back up in some sort of way so that it can re-enter the cycle and then be more food for whatever, a source for loosh extraction. Oops, I skipped it. Here we go.
It's for the healing of the soul, but then after a certain point, it's time to don't stick around. They try to make it so nice and pleasant for you to just stay there and indefinitely. You don't really want to do that because there's nothing there really and truly for you. Not even the food is like, the food is recycled. It might look, pretty and enticing, but it's the same meals like over and over, and it's like
like, why is there food again? It's just it just feels like one giant manipulation. It's also it's so similar to the NDEs too. Same thing when you see Jesus or Buddha or whatever else it may be, or a grandparent, right? We have different experiences, but it's all there to comfort you. But
the nigga food is recycled up there. The nigga food.
But do you really need comfort, or do you just need truth? Like, let me get out and tell me what's going on. Tell me that I don't need to be comforted. We don't need any of that at that point. So again, it all speaks to a nefarious intent. And that's why there seems to be these ideas of different realms or areas or people or whatever to try and comfort you, is just to lull you into a false sense of security and make you more privy to manipulation.
The chicken and waffles be recycled up there. The chitlins, the ham hocks and the chitlins, they be recycled. Recycled shit for us to take us.
God, it's crazy, man. I used to just love the NDEs and these stories of greeting this person and that person. It felt so.
No, I bet you did.
Awesome. And I guess at God. It's crazy, man. I used to just love the NDEs and these stories of greeting this person and that person. It felt so awesome. And I guess at one time it did really it was clicking with me. It was making sense. Maybe I wanted to believe it. And now I just have such a different vantage point. But the other.
Yeah, you did want to believe it. It felt good. It felt good to you. They're waiting for you when you die, these spirits. They're waiting for you to die to greet you. They're waiting right there. It felt good. You don't care if you're stupid. It just felt good, right? Felt good.
And that's why there seems to be these ideas of different realms or areas or people or whatever to try and comfort you, is just to lull you in.
Well, you believe it's a planet. You said earlier you believe it's a planet. And you posted this 7 days ago. You think you're on a planet right now. Your head's messed up. You got programming in your fucking head. You got garbage in your head. You think you're on a planet, on a spinning ball. You're fucked up.
Into a false sense of security and make you more privy to manipulation. God, it's crazy, man. I used to just love the NDEs and these stories of and make you more privy to manipulation. God, to a false sense of security, privy to manipulation. God, privy to manipulation. God, it's God, 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 God. It's crazy, man. I used to just love the NDEs and these stories of greeting this person and that person. It felt so awesome, and I guess at one time it did really it was clicking with me. It was making sense. Maybe I wanted to believe it. And now I just have such a different vantage point. But the other thing is, too, it reminds you to always be thinking critically, because my viewpoint could still change 6 months from now, a year from now. You know, I was feeling so good about all the NDE stuff that I was learning. And now look at me.
He was feeling so good. It's all about feelings again. They can't even teach you that on these other channels. 14,000 views in 7 days. People actually view his content. 670 likes. He's teaching you to feel your way through. It's all about feelings. If it feels good. He hasn't even learned that much. Feelings deceive you. Lots of things feel good that aren't true or good for you.
Okay, now this gets real crazy. He literally sees loosh harvesting, and I believe in this clip also pipes effectively carrying the loosh.
I think this guy was having a zombie-gasm.
Transporting it somewhere. Effectively carrying the loosh. Transporting it somewhere.
I saw this last.
Effectively carrying the loosh. Transporting it somewhere.
I saw this last out of body experience. I saw the sand playground, I should say. It was an area specifically for loosh harvesting. The souls in that area, they were quite.
Tyrone, Leroy, did you see Harlem up in heaven? Did you see Harlem up in heaven? Did you see Harlem? Leroy.
Low in energy, and for whatever reason I just see a lot of that type of stuff. Okay, but the key to this particular section was the fact that there were.
Did you see Harlem?
Entities that were actively harvesting the loosh. Some people may call them sirens. They were pretty ladies. They all looked exactly the same. They were in yellow, wearing some sort of yellow attire that kind of matches with the sacral energy, self-awareness, that type.
Were they in purple and gold? Are you sure? Are you sure they were in yellow? They might have been wearing purple and gold.
Of stuff. So anytime a person or a soul has some issues with self-awareness and whatnot, and who they are, issues with, that kind of thing, they are loosh. And that energy could be absorbed by said entity.
Okay, there you go. But there's a little key, right? We've got to become self-aware or do whatever we can. I don't know the answer to how to get there completely, but that's just a good tip that he's saying. If you're having issues with self-awareness, you become, I guess, a better food source. Okay. And now he goes into further detail, jumped a little bit ahead in the video, but now he's saying that this whole area is a astral plane loosh farm. Obviously, this entire planet theoretically is one big loosh farm, but there's these different loosh farms potentially in the astral as well.
So y'all, it's not.
I wonder if this black guy, if this darky met spirits in heaven at the resort that were negresses with watermelons for titties, that he could suck on these big watermelons, and they were actual watermelons. They'd taste like watermelons. I could picture that being the dream of a lot of darkies. They just love those watermelons.
In the astral as well.
So y'all, it's not about being afraid or anything like that. So that was a loosh farm surrounded. That whole area was surrounded by a red pipes. I always see pipes in areas of loosh farms. Okay, for whatever reason, I'm able to see that type of stuff. But Why are there pipes? What are the pipes carrying? Well, they're carrying certain frequencies of energy. Red is carrying red from the root chakra, which is, it's going to be your passion, the rawest and most potent form of the split light. Okay, because it is split at that point.
All right, there it is. I mean, how wild is that? And he said he's seen this multiple times. I've never heard other folks and or at least not yet in other accounts talking about the pipes, but I do find it to be very, very interesting. Curious to know when I talk to Intuitive Underground if they've seen similar things. And then I think in this next clip, he talks about where do the pipes go. This is also fascinating to me. I don't know too much about how Saturn or these other planets are potentially part of the system. This is somewhat new information to me, but he explains that's effectively where he believes. I think it's speculation, though. So he's speculating that he believes that's where these pipes go.
The pipes can be different colors, and those colors represent the loosh in which it is carrying. I was carried out of the body one time by some guy that I thought might have been a guy, but I let him carry me, whatever. And then when I get on my feet, we start walking, and then I look at him. He was a black guy wearing brown. This particular area had brown, dark brown pipes, which is energy that is very, very low energy. Why did they have me in an area of low energy? What was I supposed to do with the energy that was flowing through those brown pipes? Well, of course, use my source energy to energize that whole area, because obviously we all have the power, but y'all know I guess I'm some kind of a power pack or something to them. I don't know. But point is, those are loose farms. Where are they going? Well, according to some researchers that have come out of the body themselves, George Cavasilis, he says that it is going towards Saturn within a different dimension, of course, within the different dimensional space.
Okay, but that's interesting. So this gentleman that he's talking about, George Cavasilis, I have to look him up, because I think what he's saying is he's also seen these pipes, and maybe he has a theory of where they're going. So that's fascinating. I want to find more accounts of OBEs and remote views, astral projections, whatever, other people who can corroborate these stories and these visions of what he's describing. Very, very interesting. Now, this next section, he talks about these different realms within the astral where the farming is still going on, and these souls are maybe stuck here. Again, trapped might not be the right word. I said trapped, but perhaps they believe they are trapped, but they're actually not. I think, again, the exercise of free will is probably possible. You just have to realize, I think, what's going on and not fall for the BS.
Nah, I just wanted to get out of that general area because it was very low energy. All of the souls in that area, just low energy, unfortunately. But those were souls that were trapped in a specific loop of a specific sort. And I would imagine areas like that are everywhere within the astral plane, in the lower astral, most likely, just everywhere. Probably billions of souls just in those areas. And what are they doing? The same thing that they were doing when in their waking life, except as a soul, you're still giving up loosh, still giving up your energy. That's what they do, all in an effort to uphold the higher realms, as well as most likely Saturn, the areas over in Saturn, according to Cavasilis again. I don't know. I've never been there. However, that is what is understood is that's happening, guys. But those higher realms, realm 5, heaven, it's also considered focus 27 from Robert Monroe's, what he talks about, where you'll see all of your family and all of these loved ones, and everybody's over there enjoying their time together and just having a respite. It was just a nice rest reset, It's beautiful, beautiful place, upheld essentially by the loosh of other souls, of course. And guess who's over it? Again, I'm gonna say this again. The same entities, those angels and beautiful and pretty and all this stuff, they are over that area as well. But it's all still a part of the construct.
It's so crazy when because I think a lot of the NDE accounts are all in whatever he's calling what's called focus level 27, the beautiful astral, where you see family, loved ones, figures. It's beautiful, it's amazing, and you come back and you tell people about it. And so that's what's normally relayed, and we don't hear stories of, for the most part, of people going to these other areas, of these other realms, maybe occasionally, but not in the majority of the NDEs that people talk about or are shared across, like, getting more views and stuff like that. But it does remind me of a similar structure to what's over here on the planet right now, where you have third world countries to developing, these developing countries up to the the first world nations, and maybe some of the things, of the products or the labor happening in these other countries, propping up these first world nations to have, you know what I mean? So it feels similar. And then same thing in the astral, we have this same spectrum of realms, from higher quote unquote vibrations to lower vibrations, I guess. And then the loosh being extracted from these realms in the lower astral are propping up focus level 27. Why there's this structure, I don't know. Maybe that's, again, part of the system to always have levels and kind of keep people separated or souls separated. I couldn't really tell you, but we keep going back to that same phrase: as above, so is below. So it seems to be the world seems to be mirroring whatever structure is designed up there. I wonder too, if they're able to extract loosh in the astral, what is the purpose for also involving the planet in this cycle? Is that part of the memory wipe? Is that optimize the loosh extraction to have loosh happening there and in the astral? I have no idea what the answer to that is, but I'm curious and we'll definitely have questions. I hope I can get those questions answered at some point. All right. And I think we are at the end of the presentation. That is all. Yeah, that's it. Those are all of the slides. Holy smokes, guys. Lots and lots and lots of information.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm going to share a bit of this. It could be copyright, because it's the British broadcast, the Bolshevik Broadcast Corporation, BBC Earth, with over 14 million subscribers. I'd love to be able to share more nature with you, to show you people, nature. Because nature isn't what most people believe. But I don't think most people want the truth anyway. I think most people desire feeling good all the time, being told shit that makes them feel good. So chimps go to war with monkeys. They go to war. They go to war. And people just think, well, nature's like Disney. It's so nice. They don't have a clue. A lot of humans, most humans on Earth say they love nature, and almost none of you know what nature is. That's the way it is in this realm. People say a lot of shit with no knowledge at all. None.
This is one of them. From the purposeful way
None.
in which he's walking, it's clear that the search for prey has started. The other members of the team are not far away. They've been steadily following the monkeys for about 20 minutes, looking for an opportunity. The technique...
They go to war. I'm going to skip through this. They go to war. They set up ambushes. That's nature. It's so nice. It's so pretty. And that's enough to fool almost every human on Earth. That's all they have to do. These entities dupe. It's they could tell you that sewer water is lemonade and most people drink it. That's the way people are. You want to believe that nature's good. Mother Nature's so good. Here's Lolita. Lolita loves Mother Nature. She thinks for millions of years there were no men. It was all females. And women had babies without men back then in her belief system because she has real issues with men. And I'd wager that there might be some tuned in to my channel now and then that have issues with men, similar to Lolita. There's a lot of damaged women, fucked up women in this realm, a whole lot that have issues with men. She's by no means alone at all. Do I think most of you are aware of that and see it? There's a lot like this, a lot.
This video is called Do Not Look Outside of Yourself for Your Leader. And that is how I ended the last video, and I could hardly speak because I was crying so much and I had my hand on my heart. And I want to thank you all for witnessing me in this process. I'm trying not to cry because...
Oh, Lolita, don't cry. You're an evil witch. That's going to ruin your reputation. Don't cry. I tagged her in a meme that I made of a witch, and I asked her how she's doing. I haven't seen her in a long time. Don't cry, Lolita. Don't cry, you evil witch. You man hater. Don't cry. Don't cry.
I've been doing all of the self-healing, the level 1, like energy healing that Randy Green offers in her Hell philosophy. And I had shared that with you, and I hope that you're getting into it because we're going to look at some of those things today. And I've really been crying since December. And I've had to look at what is that, what a lot of my videos, I'm just crying now. And it is, my heart is trying to.
Oh, is it your heart? Maybe you should get your hormones checked. I think it's probably hormonal. But you're such a genius that you'd never look at that, right? Maybe it's your hormones.
To open. And it is just the layers and eons of pain that we have all experienced. And some of you saw that I put up a picture of a female looking down at all of these broken shards of stars, and then the stars still in the sky. And I also had this realization of the Big Bang.
She's a hateful creature. She called me crazy. She said I'm demonic. She said I'm schizophrenic. She said all sorts of things in emails to people years ago, talking about me behind my back. And I saw screenshots years ago. I know what this thing is. Some of you don't, but some of you are staying here with it. If you don't learn how to see and spot these creatures, you can't be trusted with eternity because you'll always fall for these fucking deceivers. And I'm not dealing with that forever. I'm telling you right now, I'm putting my foot down and saying no more. I'm not allowing you fucking creatures to follow me and stalk me and harass me and slander me and play your demon games, your two-faced Janus demon games for eternity. Fuck you. You can rot here with this creature. And if you don't understand, you don't understand. I tried to get you to see, but a lot of you are very lazy. You don't pay attention. That's the way humans are. That's the way they are. She believes in the Big Bang, the Freemasonic Big Bang bullshit theory. She pushes all kinds of nonsense. She has on the wall behind her Randy Green, Randy with an I. It's a woman. Green is usually a tiny hat name, Randy Green. I think Lolita's a tiny hat. I think a lot of you are following and falling for tiny hats. So be it. Have at it. I've warned you for years. You want to fall for this dumb shit, go ahead. I did hours of videos exposing this creature years ago, showing what it is. But nothing is ever enough for most of you people. Most of you on earth love to be deceived. That's what you've done. You've convinced me of that. Most of you on earth do not want the truth. You want the opposite. You want to follow witches like this. So be it. Have at it. I'll help you out. I'll drop the link. I'll share the link so you can go right there and gobble up this shit. You can open up your mouth and gobble it up. And I really do believe most people are at that level. Most walking this earth, including many that have been on my channel, are at the level of just wanting demonic witchcraft. You want to go get your minds fucked. And you want to pay the money to do it. Go pay her. Go pay her.
And I also had this realization of the Big Bang and how the 4th of July celebration in the United States repeats the Big Bang, the regression, the inversion that happened, and that is a ritual. So you know, in my videos, I have very strongly tried to identify what these holidays are about. So be careful what you participate in. That is kind of like ironing.
Yeah, be careful about having a hot dog or a hamburger on the 4th of July. You're really, this is just stupidity. But this is the level that truthers are at on YouTube. Her channel and all the other dupe channels, the deceiver channels. It's a level people are at. And most never seem to outgrow it. They never see through it.
You know, over and over the regression through these rituals. Every single one of the holidays of the base program is some kind of ritual to keep the enslavement contracts in place, to keep the regression in place, so that we can be used for those things that cannot get into the physical to piggyback inside of us. So we're gonna look at, you know, these topics because a lot of people are expressing concern about, you know, the different ways that teachers, facilitators, mentors, people are presenting information. So do not look outside of yourself for your leader. We have been very programmed by that for at least 15,000 years, if not 26,000 years of the whole last grand cycle or galactic cycle. We have been programmed to look outside of ourselves for leaders. It's very much inside of you, and you will rise to your own level of energy. So you can see since December, I've gone more introspective. I'm emotional, but it's because I'm trying to release all of this like calcified, crystallized, hard rock.
Demon tears. That's an adulteress on the screen. She committed adultery in her first marriage. She also tried polyamory. She's done a lot of weird shit, a lot of degenerate shit. And what do most people do on YouTube? They applaud. They applauded her. Go ahead, but just go away from me. I don't want scumbags around me. If you want to go follow a witch, go follow a witch.
Of trauma that is in me that kept me as part of the base program. So the base program is based on fear and trauma and really traumatizing the womb.
Oh, and by the way, I've tried to warn people for all these years. These demons are going to use their tears to influence you. So if the demon tears work on you in this realm, you're halfway into the bin then, to getting recycled. Because they're going to use their tears to get sympathy from you and influence you using their fucking tears.
Because as I said about, you know, Hester Prynne did not sin, and that whole video about boring sex, is that I've now also heard from the teaching videos that Randy's offering that it is like our wombs are these beautiful organs of white light, creative power. And the more that they're traumatized through the thousands of wombs are these beautiful organs.
Oh yeah, your wombs are so beautiful. You're so special. She'll say that men are dumb, men are simple, women are thinkers. You're not a thinker, you're a bullshitter. You're a scammer. You can't hold a fucking candle to me, lady. Come on my show, one-on-one, and show me your stuff. I'll have your coochie chakra crying tears all over the place. You're a fraud.
Of white light, creative power. And the more that they're traumatized through the thousands of years and recycling program and breeding program that goes on here, the more that that womb can bring in like a fourth dimensional reptoid or a humanoid thing that is really a dead thing, but it can't come through unless it's an extremely traumatized womb. So I've been reading this book, this cute children's book, because right now I'm also trying to heal and evaporate the inner child. So I'm not trying to incorporate the shadow. I'm literally releasing her. And I did a big ritual yesterday, and I will put that information in the description. But look at this one picture. This is of a lamb that is born, and a mother does not like the lamb, does not identify it as her baby. So it's like this kind of creepy alone lamb that's ba 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 and screaming.
Listen to this, ba. I don't think this woman has children. I've never heard her mention children. I think she's one of these women that went batty, that hasn't had children, and she went absolutely fucking. I'm not making excuses for her, by the way, at all. But I think she's batty. This is one of the crows. This is Jim Crow from a Disney Dumbo movie. Look at this. I love it. I love it. I'm going to show more of these Jim Crows from Disney. And if it bothers people, good. If it triggers them, good. Good.
And every you is bamming it and smashing it and will have nothing to do with this creepy little lamb that is screaming its head off. So what the farmer does is another lamb dies, and he skins that lamb and puts the cloaking device on that lamb, and then the mother accepts it. This is a super hard topic, because a lot of people in the codependency program or the Peter Pan syndrome, and again, I've had sessions again, people, male and female, saying, yeah, that happened to me actually. We conceived while she was menstruating. Like, she wasn't even ovulating. All right, and that is a fourth dimensional entity trying to come through. And then, it's...
Ew, you were having period sex. Ew, ugh, yuck, ugh, yeah, yuck. I hope I trigger people. I don't have a job in this realm to avoid triggering people. Doesn't bother me if people are triggered. Get it out. Get outraged at me. The things I say, the things I share, whatever. Go ahead. I'd be laughing if I triggered every goddamn coochie chakra on earth at this point. I think people need it because they've been so warped and got it into their heads that the truth should just feel good. You should feel good all the time. Everything that somebody says should just make you feel good. That's a lie. That's a lie from evil. And a lot of you just can't recognize evil. So if you're triggered by the things I'm saying, showing, good. Gives you a chance to maybe see something in those moments. Gives you a smack on the ass. And maybe you'll realize you've been in a trance your whole fucking life. You've been asleep. Beyond asleep, in a trance. Following evil. That's what most of you have done in this place. Most humans is what I mean. I don't necessarily mean the 15, 20 tuned in here. I mean most humans. You followed evil. You're not even aware of it.
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
Get a tourniquet on.
Yes.
Now.
Yes, no! I know. You cannot move right now.
This is abuse. Get on the ground! Use that third officer! I didn't mean to.
He lost both of his legs.
Think it's a game out here?
He lost both of his fucking legs. And this chubby guy, it is a game for most of these creatures. Most people, they just treat life like it is a game. Nothing serious to them. No matter who they harm, what they do. It's all just a game to these creatures. This guy on the screen could be Landry, or Landry's daddy that ran over a girl. It's all just a game to you, isn't it? It is, isn't it?
What's going to happen to my car?
When a teenage street racer taunts police,
What's going to happen to my car? He doesn't care about the cop losing his legs. What's going to happen to my car? What's going to happen to my car? You can't make this up.
What's going to happen to my car?
when a teenage street racer taunts police, daring them to chase him at dangerous speeds across a Maryland highway, officers work to bring his antics to an end. Instead, one wrong move turns a high-risk situation into a full-blown disaster.
You don't treat our family like this.
The following is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. On the night of October 17, 2023, a lime green Dodge Challenger pulls up alongside a Montgomery County police officer before rolling straight through a red light. The officer attempts to initiate a traffic stop, but it's clear the driver has no intention of pulling over.
Don't you do it.
The moment the driver clears the entry ramp, the Challenger's headlights and tail lights go dark as it picks up speed and vanishes.
That green Challenger that we've had problems with, I just had him take off from me. Blacked out his lights 270 over 100 miles an hour. I am not in pursuit.
But at just after 3:30 a.m., the Challenger returns, and officers keep a watchful eye.
Whiskey 10, can you advise the location?
Yeah, we're at the Clarksburg outlets, 270 south. He's just sitting at the entrance revving his engine, getting ready to jump on the 270 south, but we're not going after him at this moment.
No, bro. You gotta back up and come around.
Under
There he
IW
goes.
70 and
Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's backing down the 270 exit right now. He's going to probably try to come around and do another loop. We'll let you know.
You wanna...
I'm going to set up over here. Stay right here. 32, he's getting on the 270 northbound at the moment.
he's 1060 driving without a license and a bunch of other charges.
The driver, 19-year-old Rafael Adolfo Mayorga, is no stranger to the officers, who now must find a way to stop him safely before the situation takes a deadly turn.
Long story short, we're authorized to stop stick him right off the bat. Don't even try. Matter of fact, too, we can box him in, not roadblock. We can box him in. That'd be even better to force him to take an exit.
Box him in, start ramming the cruiser, first degree assault.
Straight up.
Though seemingly confident in their plan, the officers have no idea it's about to go very wrong. 36-year-old Sergeant Patrick Kepp heads to one point of the highway as his colleague positions himself at another, both preparing to deploy stop sticks. While watching for the car to appear, a call over the radio from Sergeant Kepp reveals that his attempt to stop the Challenger has catastrophically failed.
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
Nearby officers race to his location, and it's immediately clear that his condition is critical.
Hey, alright, hey. We got fire rescue coming, alright? It looks like you've been in a crash. Hey, don't. Hey, get him. Stay down. Stay down, Sarge.
Sarge, we'll be back. We'll be back.
Sarge, stay down.
Get a tourniquet on. Now.
Sergeant Kepp lies on his stomach, one leg horrifically twisted and mangled, the other torn off and lying in the road.
One of his legs is torn right off, as you just heard. They had a plan to get that guy, but it didn't work in Hell Realm with the stop sticks. Ripped one of his legs right off. See, this is all just a game to people in this realm. It's not just to this road racer. I played earlier in this live stream. Matt McKinley, a truther, calls it a game. This is a game. They call this a game, this Hell Realm.
Nearby.
What do you need?
The second officer, still waiting further down the highway with a second set of stop sticks, throws them just as the Challenger speeds past.
I hit the car, spike strip going northbound, 270.
He follows the car until it comes to a stop, where it's quickly abandoned by 19-year-old Raphael and his female.
It's all just a game, isn't it? Are you still tuned in? Are you still paying attention? It's just a game, isn't it?
Passenger. They both jump the guardrail and attempt to flee on foot.
70.
He follows the car until it comes to a stop, where it's quickly abandoned by 19-year-old Raphael and his female passenger. They both jump the guardrail and attempt to flee on foot.
Get on the ground now! Get on the ground now! Get on the ground! On the ground!
You get on the ground now. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Give me your arm. This is abuse. Get on the ground. You just hit an officer. I didn't mean to. Why are you abusing me? Why are you abusing me? 32, I have him in custody. 270 northbound on left-hand shoulder. You put a place on my picture.
Sir, you got a placemaker, sir.
I know you don't give a I know you don't give a Stop talking. I freedom of speech. Your freedom of speech is you being arrested for first-degree assault on an officer. Good luck with that. I didn't mean to. Good luck with that. Put your hands behind your back. Think it's a game out here? And I'm gonna tell you right now. He gets hurt and he dies, guess what? You're going to jail for murder. Here? Think it's a game out here? Think it's a game out here? And I'm going to tell you right now. He gets hurt and he dies, guess what? You're going to jail for murder. You understand that?
But hope isn't lost for Sergeant Kep, who continues the fight for his life. A female officer cradles his head, trying to keep him calm and physically stabilized.
Your breathing is perfect. Just in and out. Keep your eyes open, Cap. Keep them open. I know. I just need to see them. I need to see your eyes.
Is somebody with 9 Whiskey 10, please?
We're with 9 Whiskey 10. We need fire rescue here now.
They're coming. Just make sure somebody's with them. 69.
Officers are reassured that a helicopter is on its way. Meanwhile, a witness who saw the entire incident unfold is placed in the back of a police cruiser, where he calls someone over the phone.
I just watched a police officer get hit by a Charger.
What the?
He lost both of his legs.
What the?
And I think he might die, bro.
Cap, keep your eyes open. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hear it over and over, but I'm going to keep saying it over and over.
You're good. Bro, his muscle matter was literally on the floor, bro. Like his legs are, both of his lower legs are torn off. Like his ankles past to his shin below. Middle of his shin below is torn off.
That's crazy.
No, bro, this low-key has me shook. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Can I pray?
Yep.
God, right now I lift Cap's life up for you, to you. We know that you are a healer and you're a good God. We don't understand why things happen, but when
Now they're praying to God, a good God. Listen to this. So the TIG in the back of the cruiser is low-key shook. God right now, look at, they're praying to God. They're praying to the monster for help.
This low-key has me shook. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Can I pray?
Yep.
God, right now I lift Cup's life up for you, to you. We know that you are a healer and you are a good God. We don't understand why things happen, but we know that you have a plan. Keep still. Keep still. Don't move. Do not move. I know you want to. Keep your eyes open. I would love to know that. Yes, no. I know. You cannot move right now.
He got hit, fool. Like, when I say he got whacked and went straight into the guardrail. I hate to even tell you any more details, bro, but I seen this muscle. His literally the muscle, so I guess like his calf muscle down to his Achilles sitting on the floor.
Meanwhile, the officer who single-handedly apprehended both Raphael and his female passenger takes the opportunity to scold them while he awaits backup.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Is your officer okay?
I'm gonna tell you what. Both of y'all are gonna be going to jail for first-degree assault on an officer. Good luck with that. You thought it was a game playing with us all these times.
Okay.
But this is where you're at.
The officer okay?
Guess what?
I don't give a about me.
I don't know. I don't know. He's gonna be medevac to a hospital. I don't know. That's your answer.
But despite the devastating injury to his legs, Sergeant Kep continues relaying orders to his officers.
Walk all 270 to the chopper.
I've asked.
God, I'm a dumb. Shut it all down.
Shut it all down.
Vicky, it's fine. I know it's wrong.
You're not dying.
No, I said it's fine.
Okay. I'm just making sure that you know fire rescue's finally here.
Good. Get me on.
Oh, we're getting you on a helicopter.
Listen to how calm that cop is with his legs missing the bottom part of his legs. The guy's just calm as shit. So I usually don't compliment cops, but that's a badass. That guy's a badass. Listen to this.
Shut it all down.
Vicky, it's fine. I know it's wrong.
You're not dying.
No, I said it's fine.
Okay. I'm just making sure that you know fire rescue's finally here.
Good. Get me on.
Oh, we're getting you on a helicopter. You don't treat our family like this.
Never in my life have I ever got that angry. You're over here playing with people's lives on this road, and you're riding with them thinking it's okay? And guess what now? You're just as much an accomplice as him.
He's got a bitch riding with him. He's got this bitch beside him. Well, they're young. They don't know any better. Just make excuses. That's what people are good for. They're just young. They don't know any better.
Over here playing with people's lives on this road, and you're riding with them thinking it's okay? And guess what now? You're just as much an accomplice as him. You want to talk about you got medical conditions after doing that? You think anybody's worried about your medical conditions? You come stand over here with them. Idiot.
With the helicopter still some distance away, paramedics work to stabilize Sergeant Kep for transport and manage his pain.
God, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I am.
He's conscious.
He is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you in pain right now?
My legs, obviously.
You are aware there's a... Yeah, right there.
Cap, I'm going to move back slightly so they can evaluate you, but
Can you stay with
literally,
me?
I will be with you every step of the way. I'm going to move back just slightly.
How's your head? You get knocked unconscious?
No, sir.
Any injuries on the front of your body that you know
Not that I know of. I'm starting to get massive pain in my legs.
Who's trying to get to We're good.
I'm starting IV on you, okay?
Quick.
Still in the backseat of a cruiser, the witness continues to talk about the incident with someone over the phone.
Was the guy running?
Yeah, he was running, bro. This was driving at least 120, bro.
That's just so sad, too. You don't know if he has family or kids.
Yeah.
All right, when I find out what hospital we're going to, who do you want me to call? Anyone? Okay. Got it. Then you know it's coming. Okay.
Phyllis and Tim.
Okay.
They're going to be freaked out.
Yeah, I'll wait till, you know.
Thank you.
All right, that medicine's coming.
You're amazing.
The female officer takes hold of Sergeant Kep's hand as paramedics deliver a round of pain medication.
I know the police can be bad, bruh. Damn, bruh. I done did some dumb bruh. Some dumb. Pray for the officer, man. Pray for the officer.
How you doing, brother? You alright? Yeah, just a lot of pain, obviously. Okay. Got you. We got you. How y'all doing?
A helicopter finally arrives, transporting Sergeant Kep to a hospital for emergency treatment. The two teenagers are also taken to the police station, where the shocking lead-up to the night's tragedy will soon come to light.
So your first name is Rafael Mayorga?
Mayorga.
Okay, I'm pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
What's your middle name?
Adolfo. Not Hitler.
Adolfo?
Yeah, Adolfo.
Not Hitler?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said.
Not Hitler.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Yeah.
You do happen to be dealing with two Jewish detectives, so I'm glad.
sorry about
that. I'm sorry that we're Jewish.
No, it's just I don't know what's wrong with my parents. My grandfather was named Adolfo.
No, it's all good.
I said that half kidding. When you heard said not Hitler, I just wanted to make sure I heard you say that right. That's kind of funny.
I guess we'll just get down to what happened tonight?
Wanted money.
What's up?
I need money. I'm going broke. So I do a little illegal street racing.
Raphael shares that earlier in the night he went to a local car wash where other street racers meet and place bets.
Then there's some people that bet money, bet their cars, or bet something. I don't have money. Sometimes I bet my car, even though it's not 100% paid off.
So tonight, you went up there to race?
Correct.
And is that what the bet was about? Is it always a race? Is there ever a bet about I can get away from a cop or I can?
Correct.
So what was it tonight?
Tonight was racing and get away from a cop.
Both?
Yes, sir.
What was the bet?
It was $2,000.
The bet he describes is fairly straightforward. If he won, he'd take home the cash. If he lost, he'd have to give up his prized possession, his lime green Challenger.
You did the race tonight, right?
Correct.
Did you win?
Yes, sir.
Where's the money?
My wallet.
However, he claims his wallet was lost while he fled from police and was taken into custody alongside his female passenger, who turns out to be his younger cousin. According to Raphael, he asked her to come along and play the role of a lookout. The detectives explain she will receive a grand jury subpoena, but for now, the teenage girl has been sent home.
So you're just driving around 270 trying to bait cops, basically, trying to get into chases?
Yes, sir.
You correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
That's what you were doing tonight?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna look at you in the eyes, telling you, yes, sir, that's what I did tonight.
I appreciate that. Most people don't do that.
I'm sorry for what I did.
How fast do you think you were going?
I wasn't lucky. More than 100.
More than 100?
He admits he believed that officers wouldn't chase him if he hit such dangerous speeds, and that the only officer who has ever done so in the past is Sergeant Kep.
Back when I ran away from home, and when I was 17, I ran away from him in a rented vehicle.
You mean you fled, you took off in a car?
Away. Yeah, and I caused a collision, and I fled on foot. That's how I knew Sergeant Kep, and then...
This was 2 years ago?
Yeah.
But Raphael has yet to realize that Sergeant Kep is the same man he struck tonight. Back at the scene, the officer who apprehended Raphael grapples with what happened to his sergeant.
Man, you just gotta hang in there, bro. Let me tell you something. Between my job here and the 9 years that I volunteer in the fire rescue service, I've seen some stuff where I have no idea how that person lived. We already know Kep's a tough man. Just gotta have a little bit of faith and trust in God, and brothers and sisters in the fire rescue service. 'Cause let me tell you something, man. When it's one of our own, the effort's tenfold. That's what I would want to know happen. That my brothers and sisters on the job stayed out there and they took some down. The kind of guy Kep is, that's going to mean something to him, big time.
As the officer leaves the scene, he makes a plea.
Please take care. Please let him be okay.
There's no other way to tell you. So the officer you hit tonight is Sergeant Kep. He's the officer in the hospital right now. We know for a fact he's going to lose one leg. We hope that that's, in a way, that we're in this position where we hope that that's it. We hope that he'll make it out there with one leg as an amputee, but we don't know. But, the officer that you've known for a couple of years, and he seems like for a while he's been kind of made a project to get you off the street, and, to make sure that you're not doing what you're doing, and this is what happened. It's kind of a sick twist or irony in a way. What do you think?
What you just said, sir.
You didn't know that was him tonight?
No, sir.
Alright.
I wish it was me.
According to police records, Raphael was driving approximately 162 miles per hour when he struck Sergeant Kapp on the highway, which ultimately resulted in the traumatic amputation of both his legs. After explaining Raphael's charges, the detective gives him an opportunity to ask questions.
I think I'm gonna hold my daughter again.
Yeah, you will.
What's gonna happen till I go her?
We have it, and
How bad is it?
I've not seen it, or else I'll tell you.
I'm not allowed to see it.
Well, you're not going to see it today.
Following his interview, 19-year-old Rafael Mayorga was taken to jail and held without bond. After entering a plea of not guilty to Rafael's charges, the detective gives him an opportunity to ask questions.
I think I'm gonna hold my daughter again.
Yeah, you will.
What's gonna happen till I go her?
We have it, and
How bad is it?
I've not seen it, or else I'll tell you.
I'm not allowed to see it.
Well, you're not going to see it today.
Following his interview, 19-year-old Rafael Mayorga was taken to jail and held without bond. After entering a plea of not guilty to multiple charges, he was found guilty by a jury of 1 count of second-degree assault, 3 counts of attempting to elude uniformed police by failing to stop, 2 counts of leaving the scene of an accident knowing or reasonably knowing the accident might result in serious bodily injury, and an injury occurred, 1 count of failure to render reasonable assistance to an injured person, 3 counts of attempting to elude police in an official police vehicle by failing to stop, 1 count of attempting to elude uniformed police by fleeing on foot, 1 count of attempting to elude police in an official police vehicle by fleeing on foot, and 1 count of driving a motor vehicle without a license. He was sentenced to an aggregate term of 22 years plus 60 days behind bars, ensuring it will be a long time before he is behind the wheel of a car again. In 2024, Sergeant Patrick Kapp received 2 awards from the Maryland Highway Safety Office for his outstanding achievements in road safety. And after spending nearly a year in rehabilitation and learning to use prosthetic legs, he returned to service with the Montgomery County Police Department. According to a Facebook post by the agency, he was promoted to lieutenant in 2025. The same year, Maryland lawmakers passed the KEP Act, which increases penalties for reckless drivers in an effort to strengthen accountability. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help
Hello, hello. Is this a hell realm or is this a game? You tell me. I want you to tell me. A lot of people dropped out. The viewers went down to 9. We were at around 20 earlier. So a lot of people dropped out. It's okay. You tell me what this place is. You tell me. You're going to tell me where are we? Is this a game? Is this a game or is this a hell realm? What is this place?
A relative gets a phone call and doesn't fully understand. Something about evil spirits inside the house. And less than 2 hours just after midnight, Milton, Florida. A relative gets a phone call and doesn't fully understand. Something about evil spirits inside the house. And less than 2 hours later, he'll make a second call he'll never forget. What officers walk into isn't a spirit, it's pure evil. Hello, I'm Jude. You're watching Body Cam Break.
What happened? Okay, what happened?
I don't know. Other units stay on the house. All other units stay on the house.
Clear everything over there. Who else is here?
Sheriff's office, let me see your hands if you're in here. All right, you ready? Yep. Check that. Yep. Clear.
You okay, buddy?
Yep. Just trying to breathe. Just trying to breathe.
We're not going to do this.
Hey, out of the house, please. Not trying to be out of the house. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, out of the house. All units out of the house.
She's got a cut on her neck. Notified major crimes. We have a deceased child. Lots of blood on the mom. She'll try to figure out what's going on. All right, mom, what's next?
House clear. Okay. What do you need me to do? Hey, detain anybody. Detain anybody.
Most people in this realm ignore all of the evidence. They'll turn off my channel and go watch something else when I'm showing evidence of it being a hell realm. They don't want to see it. They don't want to look at the evidence that shows what this place is. They can't take it. They hate the truth.
Walk out here for me.
She's found.
Yeah, found
two knives. On her stomach. Right behind you. She's yours. Come on, play. All right, first. I know. You messed it right. We're sending her outside now. Make sure we take photographs before anything.
Same type of me,
Yeah. All right, hey. She got a very large cut on her neck and a very large cut on her stomach.
You got her?
Yep.
You good, Kelly?
Yeah.
Is this what we think? Stevenson's getting insecure in the
I don't
car.
She got a very large cut on her neck and a very large cut on her stomach.
So women are said to be they're gentler, fairer sex. They're supposed to be nonviolent. We're taught that moms care about their children. Mama bears will do anything to protect their children. Well, human mothers are not the same as mama bears. This so-called mama bear here stabbed her 6-year-old daughter 40 times to death. Now, bears don't do that. Mama bears don't do that with their cubs. But human mothers do things like this. And a lot of this violence is more common than you realize because it doesn't make the big news. It doesn't become a great big story like if a man does something. This is just a story that just gets buried. Unless you see it on YouTube, you'll probably never hear about it. Or unless you live where it happened, you might hear about it. But this is more common than people realize. Women kill their children more than men do. Mothers kill their children more than fathers. But women don't like that. It doesn't make them feel good. It doesn't make their coochie chakra feel good. So women get upset when they're shown that how violent they can be. But this is a hell realm, and mothers in this realm do kill their children a lot more than you'd realize. And as for the unborn, it's millions and millions, tens of millions every year, thrown in the garbage. So pardon me if I don't just assume that women are caring, nurturing, and that they're the sex that are the caring ones. I don't see it that way. I have too much knowledge and I've seen too much to see the fucking way that women want men to see things. It just doesn't work. Seen way too much.
Okay.
They're saying large laceration in neck and stomach.
Flat, yeah, neck and stomach.
Are you good with this one?
Yeah.
Flanagan? Okay.
Take a picture of her hand real quick.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a woman and I'm not a mother, but I can't imagine stabbing a 6-year-old 40 times. I can't imagine doing that in any scenario at all. But I guess this is normal now, maybe. Is this the new normal? Or has this been going on forever? But it seems to be ramping up. Women harming children. And then still wanting us men to believe that, oh no, they're the nurturing ones. They're mothers. Mothers. We got to put women and mothers on a pedestal. Well, I won't do that. Even if you want me to. Even if millions of you want me to. I'm not doing that. I'm going to look at the truth of things, including the truth of women, women's behavior, women's evil, women's lies, manipulation, false tears, mothers harming and killing children. That's what I'm going to look at. And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep speaking out about it. And if it hurts some coochie shockers where they have to run away and hide somewhere else on a shit channel, then go away if you can't take it. But I'm going to uncover and expose every fucking truth in this realm, no matter who you are. There's not a single group that's a protected class that I won't shine a big spotlight on and say, you too. I'm not covering up your crimes for you. Fuck you.
Yeah, nobody's going in the house.
Nobody else is going inside. Just so you're 20. We're not drinking. Thank you.
You got all my stuff? 600 just grab it. Just throw it in my back pocket.
Just imagine she stabbed a girl, her own daughter, her 6-year-old, 40 times. You want to talk about violent? That's a creature that does a crime like that. That's just an absolute demonic creature. And that's in the same realm you're living in. So when people say it didn't happen, it's in the same realm you're in. That goes on in the same realm you're in. This is a hell realm, period. Because if it wasn't, that wouldn't even be possible in a good realm. That should never happen. And I'm trying to explain it in such a way that maybe even the 80 IQers that tune in could somehow grasp what I'm saying and comprehend a little bit of it, maybe a little nugget of truth in a hell realm full of fucking morons. They could look at that and go, what's wrong with that?
Most homicide scenes officers respond to follow a familiar pattern. A stranger entered a home. A robbery turned violent. A conflict between two people who shouldn't have been in the same room. This wasn't that. What officers are realizing at this moment is that there was no intruder. The person covered in blood and the person who needed protection were never two separate people in this case. They lived together. They shared a last name. And the gap between what one person did and what the other person was, 6 years old, is what makes a case like this stop officers in the doorway. Because once you see something like this in person, the question isn't what happened anymore. The question is how anyone got close enough to a child to do it.
You right? Yep. Yeah, it's so cold, yeah.
So the demon is moaning after she butchered her child.
There's one of them.
You got the mail?
The old man?
Yeah.
He's in the back of my car. And then one of y'all, I think you have her phone, his phone.
Oh, it's on your hood.
Huh? I assume so. That's who it is as a complainant in the call.
So does it sound like the house?
He was saying that he needs to call her husband.
Do you have an in card? You want to move him?
No. I don't think he's a suspect.
Okay.
But Mr. Steven, do they have any other kids, or is it just Valerie?
Pardon?
Does Philip and April have any other kids together, or is it just Valerie?
Just Valerie.
It's just Valerie? Okay. Do you know where's Philip at? Is he at work or?
He works out of town. He's usually in
Atlanta?
In South Carolina.
Okay. What's he do? Is he a truck driver or?
No, he works for an electrical company.
Okay.
They're subcontracted with Southern Company.
Okay.
So he's
so
out
he
of town.
lineman, stuff like that.
Systems control.
Okay. Okay. And then you said April, back in the day, whenever she was a teenager, she had some drug issues, and then she got with Philip, and pretty much all of that stuff was remedied, right?
If I had harsh words, I'm getting a cramp in my leg.
Okay, yeah. Stretch out, get out and stretch, whatever you need to do.
I don't know if I really want to stand. I just want to stretch my legs out. If I just yelled at her, she'd start crying.
Okay. Was that back in the day, or is that current?
I yelled at her since she left home. So.
Did she leave at 18, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
On paper, this is a family that doesn't appear in case files. A working father out of state, a mother at home, one child between them, other children mentioned briefly living elsewhere, the kind of household description that, in any other context, wouldn't raise a single concern. That's what makes the next several minutes of footage difficult to watch, because the people being interviewed aren't describing strangers. They're describing someone they all knew well, and the version of her they're describing doesn't fit the room officers just walked out of.
So she moved out at 18, and how long have her and Philip been together?
They're married.
They're married? Does Philip have any other kids? Or does Philip have any other kids? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so he's got kids of his own?
Yes, but they're not here.
Okay. Do they come over and hang out sometimes? Or?
No, they're not even in the state.
Okay, gotcha. So that's one of the detectives right there. I'm not sure if she's going to be the one to talk with you or not. Okay. Like I said, there's quite a few coming out. Okay, so if you need anything, please let me know. I'm going to be hanging around here. Okay.
I need to urinate.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me see what I can do for you, because I understand it might be a little difficult to go on the side of the house or something like that. So let me see what I can do. Okay.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, it's Detective Thompson. Sorry for calling so late. So we have a concern. We found a picture where it looks like April was pregnant, but we're not seeing any other evidence of a birth. Is that an old pregnancy, or do we know what happened there?
She's only been pregnant once.
Okay, and that's with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. Does she have
I know of.
Does she have a
We're
stepdaughter?
trying to have another one.
Okay. Does she have a stepdaughter or anything?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, she does, but like I told somebody, they're not in Florida.
Okay. We had seen that family picture up by the front door, so we wanted to make sure we're not missing anything or anything like that.
No, the girl with black hair.
I think so. Dark hair.
Yeah, that's Ma. She lives with her mom. I forget what state they're in. They're too far away.
Yeah. Okay.
So she has to fly in for a visit.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, have you heard from Phil yet, or have you guys called him at all?
I called him, but I didn't get an answer.
Okay. Well, if you hear from him, we're expecting his phone call. We're trying to track him down so we can have we're not giving this information over the phone. But of course, if he calls you back, you tell him what you need to tell him. That's absolutely fine. It was just if we're able to make contact with him before you.
Up here on the motherboard. I'm sure your tech guys know that.
I'll get a piece of paper. Do you happen to have the power cord?
Yes. Can you give me a minute?
Yeah. I'll go put this up and I'll get a piece of paper.
The mother in this case has been identified as April, 40 years old, of Milton, Florida. She was arrested on February 25th and is currently being held in the Santa Rosa County Jail without bond. On Monday, a Santa Rosa...
So should this demon win Mother of the Year award? What do you think? You think she should be rewarded?
County grand jury formally indicted her on a charge of first-degree murder in the death of her 6-year-old daughter. Court documents state that Olivia stabbed her daughter approximately 40 times, using 2 separate knives inside the family's Milton home. When officers arrived, April was found lying on the top of the child. Both were covered in blood. These are cases on this channel where the verdict provides some kind of ending, where you can close the file, sit with what happened, and feel like the legal system did what it was built to do. This isn't going to be one of those cases. Whatever sentence April Olivia eventually receives, the math on it doesn't work. There's no number that balances 40 stab wounds against a 6-year-old who hadn't even started the part of her life where she'd remember most of it. There's no explanation that lands. There's no version of this where anyone outside that family walks away with anything resembling peace. And the part that's hardest to set down is this. Every adult in this little girl's orbit described her mother as sensitive, as emotional, as someone who would cry if you raised your voice at her. Whatever was actually happening behind the door of that home, it wasn't being seen by the people closest to it. And that's something worth sitting with long after the trial ends.
Hello. You're in a hell realm. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No jokes or mockery of me or my model that will change it. I can pile on mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence every single day for the rest of my life. And it's undeniable. And most humans in this realm will go into denial because they're weak. They don't want to face the truth. And what does denial do? Well, it just gets you back here again. You don't get a reward for being weak in this place, for being weak, lazy, a liar, a demon supporter, an excuse maker. It'll just get you fucking recycled.
Oh, fuck. Freaking out. Please help. Bring him up. Come here. Put him down. Oh, God.
Oh, what's this story? Oh, it's another baby. A 2-year-old dies from fentanyl. A 2-year-old. This is what cops and paramedics deal with in this hell realm. And people don't want to admit it because it's not you. So how could this be real? Some baby truthers would say none of this is real. It's all a hoax, they'd say. The body cam footage, it's all just actors. That's how fucked up some of you are. Some of you right on YouTube that run channels that talk about me are fucked. You're fucked in the head. You're morally fucked. Your conscience is fucked. A lot of you are fucked up. You will pay for it. You will pay for defending this hell realm by pretending that none of this is happening. You're going to pay.
Oh, God. 10. She's got some purple going in the face. She's cold. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Where's she live? Right there in that second house.
So they keep saying, oh, God. Well, God doesn't help. In case you haven't noticed. Not just with this child. God doesn't help. Your God doesn't help. You fucking weirdos that are programmed. Your God doesn't help. Maybe you should face that fact and grow up.
Oh, God. She just screamed and ran out of the house. And who? The mother. Oh, my God. Do you know her?
Yeah, I know her. You want her back? You want
Yes.
her here?
Is she mom?
Yeah.
Imagine having to do this, trying to perform CPR to save a dead child. How would you like to do this? So where would this happen? Only in a hell realm. Now, for you morons that tune in, only in a hell realm. This wouldn't be possible in a good realm, you fucking morons. And a lot of you are. You're liars, you're demons that lurk here, that watch my channel. I know that there's not many good beings in this realm. I know that already. And I'm going to filter out all of the good from the bad. I've been doing that for years. And you'll see what I mean. You demons are going to stay here. And it's going to get really dark in here.
Give me the bag, give me the man bag. Oh, she's cold. Yeah, I know. I know.
She's cold and they're still performing CPR. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make every effort to save a child. I'm sick of the liars of this realm that deny what this place is. It's a realm of fucking liars. You're not clever. You're not strong. You liars are just lying fucking demons. And who else calls them that? No one has exposed this realm as much as I have. I dare you, find someone that has. In fine detail, meticulously, I've exposed what this place is. It's undeniable. And all that most of you can do, humanity, is lie and deny. Hardly any of you can face reality. Hardly any on earth.
It all started with a call about an unresponsive child, but things quickly took a darker turn. When officers arrived, they saw the child's mother running for help, leaving...
Well, Rose, you make a good point that the EMTs eventually become hardened and lose their empathy. Most beings in this realm do without even being EMTs. Most beings in this realm don't have empathy. They'll pretend it's a good place. And I'm showing you that it isn't a good place. It's not a good place.
The child in a neighbor's hands. From that moment, she disappeared, and officers are still trying to locate her.
Where's the mom live? The house right there. I don't know where she went. What did you see? What happened? I seen the mother run out of with the baby or something. No.
Where's the mom live? And they're asking this woman in a bonnet and a house coat. Where's the mom live? You in the hood. You in the hood.
Came out first with the phone. She screamed and then came back, went back in the house, and she run out with the baby, and I started doing chest compressions on her, and I don't know where she is. That's the grandfather right there.
All right, do you live around here?
I live right there.
Could you stick around for a minute,
Absolutely,
please?
sir. Absolutely.
What's the address here, sir?
Pardon?
What's the address here?
At 10, it's probably going to be Overland Court. Is anybody home?
No, just me now.
I need you to move.
She was just...
Can you get off?
She ran out the door with the baby.
Where she came out here, then what happened?
Like, real quick, what house do we need to be at?
Second one.
Is there someone in there?
No, but we got no response.
To that door?
No. What is your relationship to mom?
I'm her dad.
So your grandpa the baby. Who lives at that house?
She does.
Do you live there as well?
I'll be back in and out here in Manchester Road.
Who else lives there?
Her and her baby.
Anything else?
Now, is the door open? There's a dog in there.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Officers even spoke with the child's grandfather, but he seemed just as confused about where she went during such a critical moment.
He doesn't seem too upset that his granddaughter is dead. This is all I'm going to share of this. If you want to watch the whole thing, it makes me sick. Just makes me fucking sick. Just no care at all. So I don't think that grandfather's an EMT, but he just doesn't give a shit. That his granddaughter's dead. A 2-year-old. Dead. I know the excuses too. Whether people vocalize them and type them or not, some people would say, well, he's in shock, Stephen. People grieve in different ways and all the parroted robotic shit. I don't know if you people get tired of that. I do. The people grieve in different ways and he's in shock. There's always excuses for why people in this realm are never even affected emotionally. They're just never affected. And all the excuses in people's minds, there's always an excuse why no one gives a shit anymore about anything. I'm sure a 2-year-old could die in front of some people that tuned into my channel and there'd be no reaction. And then other people would come in and go, Stephen, you're mean. They're reacting. People grieve in different ways and they're in shock and you don't know, Stephen, and just all this kind of shit. Most of you are just defenders of Hellrom. That's what you are. Most walking this earth. Most people are just defenders of demons. You spend your life making excuses for demons. I've heard millions of excuses, I bet. Must be millions at this point. And I was tired of it long ago. I was tired of the excuses. I was tired of hearing excuses made for demons when I was still a child. And I think a lot of you never get tired of it. You just think it's normal. You hear all these excuses and you just nod your fucking heads like zombies. That's what I see a lot of. You just never get tired of it.
A.m. on New Year's Day in Clear Creek Township, Ohio, where a twisted love triangle gone wrong has allegedly caught one innocent bystander in its crosshairs.
I think with most people, you're so demonic at this point in this realm, they could just take children and throw them into graves in front of you. And most humans wouldn't even react. You just don't give a shit. That's what I see. Most people don't give a shit. You make me sick.
Who's hit?
He's laying on the ground right here. Somebody pulled up and shot right through the. He was sitting right here fucking chair. He's literally laying there bleeding. Oh, leg. Hey, you alright? No, I don't.
Inside, police find a 29-year-old man shot in the abdomen area.
I know, bro. 13, sitting medics in. Shot in the stomach. Do you guys have any idea who it could be? Why?
The blue shirt helped.
Please, bro, please. Medics are here, man. Medics are here.
The man was rushed to a hospital while officers on scene try to figure out what exactly happened here.
I heard one bullet.
Why do you think your ex did this?
It literally happened like.
Huh?
It literally happened like we both caught onto it.
Caught on to what?
3 years.
So yeah, my wife, I've been with her since 9/16/13. She found out that me and her current boyfriend were hanging out tonight. We went to the bar. We came back here, decided to drink some drinks here. And she's apparently been waiting at my mom's house for me to come home. And never came home. I touched my hair up with him and just been hanging out with her, or with him instead of her. And then apparently she left my mom's. And
You heard that right. Witnesses point the finger at 28-year-old Olivia Clendenin, an Ohio dance instructor who two partygoers claim to be in a relationship with. Both men, described as a husband and boyfriend to Olivia, said they decided to spend the new year together after learning about the other, allegedly leading to the shooting that left a third man fighting for his life.
We had a drive-by shooting on road. Yeah. We got one head to the hospital. Hang on a second.
Like at 13, April 11 out of our traffic crash advising that the Olivia suspect is who they are out with. She's claiming to be the only one in the vehicle. However, the passenger door was open and there is a second cell phone on the floorboard. They've not touched anything in the car.
Yeah, I heard all this. Why do we have to repeat it? For a minute. I believe that's going to be our subject, so just have them detained and hold for now. Drive-by shooting on North Road. Guy sit on the front porch and takes one in the stomach, and she drives off and crashes her Jeep. So it sounds like we have a possible suspect in custody right now.
Over the radio, officers learned that Olivia was taken into custody after she was allegedly involved in a nearby drunk driving crash. Hours later, after being cleared by medics, we catch up with Olivia, now seated in an investigation room.
Let me ask you first of all, do you know why you're here? You don't have a clue.
I mean, I was in an accident and they did blood work and I got an OBI at the hospital.
Okay, but beyond that, you have no clue?
No.
Okay.
No, just the wreck and stuff.
Okay. Was anybody in the car with you?
No.
Nobody was in the car?
No.
What happened when you got out of the car?
The neighbor that I wrecked into, like, the house, or not in the house, but near the house, she had got out, made sure I was okay. I was trying to find my phone so I could call my mom. She was calling the cops, and then the cops showed up, and then the ambulance showed up, and then that was about it at that scene.
Okay. Do you know? How do you know them?
Mm-hmm. That's my husband. And he is my ex-boyfriend.
How long have you been seeing him?
Met him back in summer of 2022.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him?
Yesterday morning.
Where'd you see him at?
I took him home.
From where?
Me and him were going to go see Christmas lights in Middletown.
Okay. When was the last time you saw your husband?
Last night at around maybe 7, 8 p.m. He came by my house, my parents' home. We're legally married, but we're separated.
What time did you go to the Christmas lights?
Well, we were going to go right at 6, and so about the evening of the day, but we got in a huge fight, a really bad fight, so I took him home.
This was last night?
Mm-hmm.
Did you drive or he drive?
He drove.
Okay.
He was driving.
What was you fighting over?
His friends.
Why was you fighting over them?
Because they don't like me and they don't want me involved with him because we have issues, we fight a lot, we don't get along a lot. So they're going to do what it takes to try to split us up.
Out and friends because that
doesn't.
ends off.
She wanted us to fight.
Yeah, she's never.
Is this a hell realm? Cheating wife. Is this a hell realm? Where are you?
Cloaked in this human skin form, flesh, and so you think it's your child, and then you accept it. I don't want to say anything more about that, but I want you to consider that the more traumatized your mother's womb is, your grandmother's womb is, the more like incest, pedophilia, rape kind of energy of the masculine in your family, the more traumatized your womb and your eggs, which came out of your mother, so that Claude and I have gone into complete celibacy now. So, we have explored this, and I said, is there a spider in here? And now I know that all human sexuality is linked to the Leviathan. Not only is it spider stuff, but it's linked, literally your orgasm now goes to the Leviathan. So that's not supposed to happen, but that is what's happening. So we're celibate now, all right? And in fact, we're not hugging each other. We're not gonna, and I've also asked Claude not to pick up Ezzy, not to handle her or hug her until he is sure that he has cleaned out all of his regressions, his inserted genetics that are living in a sac right in his solar plexus. And it's a massive amount of dead people. That's what it is. It's a huge amount of dead people because he was used as a warrior. So just to explain a little bit about Claude's process, and then I'll get back to this topic, is he has had more than a week of feeling like he's going to die. Like there's no way that he's going to make it through this. And then he did, he's burping nonstop. He's really purified his diet. He stopped doing the emotional eating where he's like eating everything all the time because he's feeding the parasites, the dead people inside of his solar plexus. So that is a huge thing because the moment he stops feeding them, they get angry and they start causing him huge amount of pain, like really painful, right there, like in the top of the belly, like. And so I kept using my skills, and I was like, well, I'm going to make you this fermented lemon with a lot of sea salt water in it, and see if they will attach to the sea salt crystals. And the lemon is to get your, pH back to a basic level again. And he did. He thought he was going to die. Like, he doesn't want to go to the hospital, because he knows this is a psycho-spiritual operation happening. And then he drank that fermented, it was like a kimchi lemon that I had made with the high level of sea salt. And suddenly I heard peristalsis. And his intestines started gurgling, because most of the critters live in the intestines, the colon, the penis, the scrotum, the vagina. They're all in the lower level. And if you look it up, and I had it written down yesterday and it literally disappeared from my notes. I don't know where it is. I looked and looked to try and get you the numbers. But if you have 20,000 human cells in you, know that you have 20 million microbes, fungi, bacteria, and other things that, like all the critters of the constellation. You have scorpions, you have spiders, you have slugs, you have worms, you have snakes. This morning I took a squid off of my head. I literally took a big saltwater bath, which I will explain to you why I did that. Rolled this thing, and I am still a little bit trying to get my own vibrational shielding up. So I did this whole self-care routine this morning, and then I had to redo my biofield that is my biofield, and do a lot of layering out, the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and so forth, all the way out until I had my own biofield really spinning again. Because I did a big, huge release of not only the fetal patterns and my inner child, who was a broken, devastated girl. And that's been hard. I burned my my high school diploma and my yearbook yesterday, and I've been holding on to that for years. That girl who had bruises and fingerprints all over her body to the point where I would not be able to change my clothes in the high school bathroom. There was no way I could take a shower. I was covered literally head to toe with bruises. So that nasty thing was the enforcer of that Draco seal that is on my heart and on my third eye. Now imagine what I can be like if I can break those seals.
Isn't she amazing? Isn't she amazing?
You all find me very intelligent. What would we be? What would you be if you were free? If you did not have those enslavement contracts, which is the astrology. All right. So, I did meet with Glendy yesterday, and we have a facilitator package for you of going through the 12 houses, probably, 3 or 4 at a time, of each of the parts of your life, from your conception, your fetal patterns, your first breath, your early childhood when you were a toddler. And Glenda's really good at this. I've been working with her way of doing it since, for months now, since the winter time when I first told you about this. And it's really helping me. There's no way to get out of the enslavement contract because you are the one that you've been waiting for. Only you can do it. Like, I cannot go to a healer, and I have been to the highest level, galactics, who can see, they can see that seal on my third eye, but they can't remove it. Only I can, because the enslavement contract that you have was somehow made by you. So no one can remove it for you. And in fact, I'm very wary of anyone who calls themselves a healer and says they can remove that stuff for you, because that is an indication that they are actually acting on behalf of some entity, like a Leviathan or a spider, because they're actually making a deal. Only you can do it, which is why you've got to do these self-healing modules that I'm going to post. You must. Nobody can do it for you. And still people want sessions with me. They're broken. They have diseases. Their life is in shambles. It's because this whole system is closing down. And if you're running the base level program, you're going to entropy. Like, so that your life is regressing. And like, I can't not do it. My brain is very different because I removed that squid today. So I'm also trying to get my brain working the way that I want it to work right now. So you're seeing me in a very weird state, and I'm doing that on purpose. So you can see me. My eyes are changing, my skin is changing, my teeth are changing. I also brush my teeth with a sea salt, because a lot of these entities and the nano wetware, it's in your teeth. So you need to salt yourself with, when I first did the thing with Glendy, she said a full pound of salt in the water, and the entities will attach to the salt crystals. And you should have heard the bath emptying today. Like, it was like there were so many weird squids and scorpions and worms and crabs and spiders and the horrible stuff. And I had scrubbed my whole body with the salt too. Like, I scrubbed myself with the salt, because they will attach to the salt because it's a crystal, and then go down the drain. And it was going and then I took all the clothes, the towels, everything. I wiped out the tub and I put them in the laundry with my borax, because that's a type of a salt crystal too, to cleanse all those energies off the clothes. So this is like the level of the process. There's nothing else that I'm interested in doing, although I am going to do this with Glendy, and we are going to offer this course. Usually she's doing it at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday, so you should look at your calendar. It's not going to start on the 13th. It'll start after that. Glendy will get this up on her website. And then we're going to just facilitate you actually doing the work, because you...
God damn, she's amazing. She's amazing. You can book sessions with her where she'll give you psychic readings, astrology readings, tarot card readings. She's into everything. She's amazing. She's amazing.
You are the leader. Do not look outside of yourself for the leader. And we've been so programmed with that some Messiah is coming, some God is going to save us. Well, let's get into these two different things now. All right. One side, let's just pretend this is like Don Juan and Gennaro. All right. Two different teachers, Don Juan and Gennaro, from the work by the anthropologist Carlos Castaneda. Don Juan says there's no God. There's no such thing. You are it. You are the unit of consciousness. You are it. And you are then making anything outside of you into so-called source or divinity or whatever, but you are it. Okay? You are the road and you are the knower of the road. You have to get all the distortions and distractions out of you. I am in agreement with this one. There is no God. All right? It's you. There's nobody who's going to like fix it for you. Nobody can take this thing, this seal off of my third eye. This group over here, Gennaro, says that there is God and you should sun gaze. This one over here says, be careful with the sun gazing. That's a dying star. That thing is dying and it is going in and out of the void itself. So you're picking up those energies of death and void. And I really felt that this week. And thank you to the person that did send me one of Randy's videos about a day where she just felt like these black holes. And I saw it this week because we had a KP7 and there were gamma rays coming through. And it was like purple with black holes coming from the sun. And Ezzy's very sensitive. Like if we go kayaking, she's hiding under the edge. She cannot deal with the sun at all. So here we got Don Juan saying don't sun gaze and Gennaro saying sun gaze. You have to be the one who knows what to do. See what effect it's having on your body. You are the leader. You are an individual who is progressing. You decide, do you want Don Juan or Gennaro? Okay? This
All right, I'm going to shift gears a little bit here. 4K films. Hopefully this isn't copyright. 1.4 million views. Maybe I'll just mute the sound. Beautiful, just beautiful. Canada in 4K. Beautiful, just beautiful. Don't you see the beauty? There's so much beauty in nature, man. See, the beauty's not there to fool you the way I suggest. No, that's ridiculous. The beauty is there for you. So beautiful. So beautiful. Canada. Beautiful. Wow. That's a big rock. Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls, Ontario. Oh, the beauty. I've been there many times. Where's this? Oh, this is in Alberta. Oh, beautiful. Don't you see the beauty? I do. Squamish, British Columbia. The beauty. Don't you see the beauty? Shannon Falls. It's so beautiful that you people could touch your coochie chakra. You could masturbate to this and fall in love with the beauty. But it doesn't change the suffering of this realm. See, that's where you fall short. You just get taken by the beauty, transfixed by the beauty, captivated by the beauty, enthralled, enslaved by the beauty. Mentally enslaved, emotionally enslaved. It feels so good, like Talcott talks about all the time. You just want to feel good. You don't want to face the truth. Could there be beauty in the hell realm? Yeah, to mind fuck you, to dupe you. And most of you are dupes in this realm. Most of you, the vast majority. There might be a few handfuls of you anywhere on earth that aren't completely duped by the beauty. That's how well it works. And that's also how dumb and gullible you are, most of you. Great Bear Rainforest, British Columbia. I'm going to share this with you, and you can watch this and you can touch yourself to the beauty. How about that? That's what you can do. You're already walking in a realm with billions of dead bodies over the thousands of years here, including the bodies that go right into the water you're drinking. A lot of you are so fucked up you think you're drinking pure water and you're eating food without being grown in shit. You don't understand everything gets recycled here. There's nothing pure in this realm. Just admire the beauty and just pretend. That's the best that most of you can do. Pretend that you're not in a hell realm until your dying moments, and then they'll recycle you. Because most of you won't face the truth. You can't get out of here without facing the truth.
That holds itself together. Together. The love of itself, for itself. It's like the pure energy that holds.
Go watch this guy. Watch the creepiest freaks on YouTube. That's what you should do. You should stop watching my channel immediately and watch Lolita and this guy here, Christopher J. Smith, and Darius J. Wright. There's lots of channels for you to watch. I think people should stop watching my channel and they should just go watch these. It could be great.
Itself together. The love of itself, for itself, by itself. As that one. And so then the one that is recognized, which is liberation, that freedom, when the artificial self is not there, there is a recognition there that is not for a artificial self, is not for something that is separate, but is somehow the one.
You know how someone someone is intelligent or a great interviewer? When you hear them making I call those Oprah sounds. Oprah used to do that sometimes on her shit show that my family used to watch way back in the early 90s, late 80s, I think, early 90s. Just Somehow people think that's a good communicator and a good listener when you're interrupting someone to make these sounds like you're out of the fucking jungle.
Recognizing itself, that natural oneness is all that there is. The unbounded love is for everything that it is, which is, of course, everything that is present.
That oneness. Oh, yeah. Go watch this guy. Oneness. Unbound love. Oneness. The new cage will just keep pumping you full. And people keep saying, it's not a hell realm. It's not a hell realm. Why is there so much programming here? So many lies. I can go on. Every aspect of this realm reveals what it is. But people don't want to face what it is. You don't want to face where you are. So you say you're equal to me? You're not as strong as me. Most of you can't face where the fuck you are. You're not nearly as strong as I am. Because for me, that's easy to face where I am. I can do much more than that.
In the absence of that artificial self. The artificial self is just...
Go watch this guy and the one that's interviewing that...
In that transactional perception of love and experience of love. You give this to me, I'll give this to you. We play by a certain set of rules, conditions, a particular game. and that to it is love, but that will then come with attachment and fear and but when that is not there, then in the natural intelligence or life as it really is, the love has no limits to it, and so it is an unbounded love. It's the everything that you see is that. Everything you see is itself, recognizing itself. There is the love of the simplest of things which the artificial self would never pay attention to. Falling in love with a carpet, falling in love with a chair, the shape of it, the texture of it, the colour, the vibrance of it, falling in love with sitting, falling in love with the sky. It's like everything just becomes lovely. It's like the pure energy that holds itself together. The love of itself, for itself, by itself, as that one. And so then the one that is recognized, which is the liberation, that freedom, when the artificial self is not there, there is a recognition there that is not for a artificial self, is not for something that is separate, but is somehow the one recognizing itself. That natural oneness is all that there is. The unbounded love is for everything that it is, which is, of course, everything that is present in the absence of that artificial self. The artificial self is just in that transactional perception of love and experience of love. You give this to me, I'll give this to you. We play by a certain set of rules, conditions, a particular game, and that to it is love, but that will then come with attachment and fear and but when
And these morons, if you talked with them, they would insist that they're great listeners, they're great communicators, they're articulate beings, they're great at language, they're fantastic. They're just a bunch of fucking morons. That's what they are, just morons. Sounds like somebody that's got duct tape over their fucking lips. And that's what people watch. They watch absolute shit on YouTube. They watch shit all over YouTube. Most people are watching absolute shit. They're so moronic, they don't even know how moronic they are. They're so stupid. These idiots, they're just watching absolute stupidity. And they can't even pick up on what's going on. They don't even notice. They'll sit there for hours listening to and people watching and go, oh, this is so fantastic. Oh, this is so good. This is the highest level channel. They're making these fucking monkey sounds. Like just absolute fucking idiots. And they're just convinced themselves, oh, this is so great. Most people on Earth can't tell the difference between smart and stupid. They're just completely fucked at this point. That's the way I look at it. Absolute fucking morons. Most people. Here's Darius. Oh, meet Darius. This guy tried to shut down my channel 2 years ago. He reported dozens of times to YouTube, claiming I was harming his business. He claimed I was harming him. He claimed I was harming his business. He claimed I was harming him. 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 And people watching, they go, oh, this is so fantastic. Oh, this is so great. Most people on Earth He claimed I was harming his business. He claimed I was taking money from him, that he was losing clients, losing money. He claimed that I'm a troll, he said, that I'm hiding behind fair use. He claims the simulation is ending very soon. He makes all kinds of claims and people love it. Humans love shit. They just are addicted to it. They love shit. They love it. $316,000 views. People, most of you people on earth couldn't love shit any more than you do. If they filled up this realm and turned the whole place into a sewer, you'd be smiling and just loving it. Look at the monarch butterflies behind him on the wall. It's just, you can't make this shit up. People just love it.
Because beyond that point are certain.
There's the sun and then there's the moon. The sun's on the left. The moon is on the right. It's all set up on purpose to mind control you. And people just applaud. They love to be slaves. You people love to be slaves.
Things that they don't want the public to see. Also, there's a point in time within this entire construct where all things were open to all souls. All of the realms were open. All of the other land masses were still there. There's other land masses within the earthly realm that are here. This is where a lot of your ET races are, right? When you go beyond the poles, this is why they have the Antarctic Treaty. You're not allowed to go past a certain point. And why do you think that is? Because beyond that point are certain things that they don't want the public to see. Also, if you are biblical, if you need to go through the lens of the biblical sense, heaven does come back on earth again, essentially. But it's an entire completion of this entire, you could say, experience. Hello, everyone. My name is Darius J. Wright, and I've been having out-of-body experiences my whole life. As a child, I've been doing out-of-body experiences, not really understanding what they were, accessing.
People love this guy. They love it. They love it. Take his courses. Pay him money. Give him your money. Go get screwed.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another video from Pink Tourmaline. And today we're going to be talking one more time about Darius J. Wright in the context of an interview that he conducted with David Gunn, of King 810. Now, I'm not really familiar with David Gunn. I believe he's a musician in this band, King 810. But again, I don't know too much about him. I do know that he's from Michigan, just like me, which is really cool. And I want to say this too. In the interview, man, I don't know a lot about him, but I really like him. I love the way he asks so many questions. He's truly curious, like the rest of us, about what is going on. And I feel like he just asks questions.
I don't think Darius has blue eyes. I think his eyes are black. We'll see if I can get a good look at his eyes somewhere. But I think his eyes are just black.
New information.
He has the dead-eyed look. It's very creepy. He looks like a zombie. Looks like a zombie. Dead eyes, dull eyes. Take a screenshot. They look black to me. He's part of the black-eyed club. Hold on a second. I'll show you a larger version. I took a screenshot just of more of a close-up. A snippet. Where is it? I saved it. Just a sec. Where is it? I'll show you what his eyes look like up close. One more second. Here it is. Uploading and processing and restream. The processing takes a while. It's not the upload. There we go. This is what he looks like. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Body.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
And that
having some mouse issues with the fucking mouse button. Gonna show you a real close-up of the eyes. Look at the eyes of that thing. Look at them. Just look at them. Is anyone here a fan of Darius? Are there any fans of that creature here? There might be tuned in. He has a lot of fans. A lot of people really like him. They think he's really going to help them somehow. He's got the dead eyes. He's part of the Black Eyes Club. Very strange nose, but he's got a look of just deadness to him. Here's his eyes, close up. Here you go. Here's the eyes, just dead. Probably was airbrushed for an event, but this is what his eyes look like. No light in them, just dead, deadness, dull, dead. Black and dead, no light. There's nothing there. That's the way they look. Here you go. Completely dead. That's the way his eyes look to me. Looks like an entity. And for some reason, people like that. He has the masonry behind him, the brick wall. It's a nice touch that they use. Masonry. They almost always have a brick wall. These creatures. People love it. I could try to show you for a millennia what a creepy is. And most people on Earth would say, there's nothing wrong with him. They'd say, you're negative and evil.
Fear is actually going against the highest truth, which is unfiltered, unconditional love. A love that you just love so much. If you would have put as much love into that.
Jack Talcott should get this fraud on his show. He could learn some things about how to scam people out of money and make a living doing this. Preaching this shit. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. They call him an OBE master now. Full disclosure will change humanity forever. They're going to disclose that there's aliens. He's leading you down a path into being fucking just mind fucked. There's the masonry. That's at his place. He films himself in front of a brick wall. Masonry. Creepy creature. Do I think people will catch on? No, I don't. I think most humans are dupes. Look at them there. Out of body training. They're all sitting there. Go watch him and go give him money. I've warned you so much already, not just about Darius. I've warned you people for so many years. Barely any of you on earth listen to truth. You want to be lied to. And that's what you've shown me en masse. Humanity has shown me they love to be lied to. They love frauds. They love paying for frauds. The end of all suffering on earth is coming, it says. You can go follow this fraud and you can give them your fucking money. And I tried my best to show people the truth, and humanity showed me you don't want the truth. Most of you, it's only a few handfuls, it seems like. Most of you don't want the truth. You want to follow demons, and you do. That's the thing. Some of you are like, what? I don't follow. Yeah, you do follow demons. Most of you do on earth. Most of you follow demons. You idolize fucking demons. You follow them. You defend them. You pay them. You do everything the opposite of what I've advised you to do. You don't have to listen to me at all. Follow these creatures right into hell if you want to. I'm not stopping any of you. You're free to follow demons, and that's what you love to do. That's why I get sick of trying to help people, because in the end, most of you follow demons. Hundreds of you have left my channel over the years, thousands, to go follow demons. You choose, and most of you don't choose wisely. You choose this shit. The end of all suffering on earth is coming, he says. Love wins. They scam you and scam you and scam you. And most of you people on earth are just a bunch of fucking idiots. That's what you are. You'll follow anything so long as it's demonic and dead and evil and a scammer. That's what you follow. Is that true or not? You look at humanity, and what do you follow? What do you fund? What do you support? Evil. It's what humans are good at. That's what you're good at. People get upset when I say it because it's true. Wouldn't upset you if it wasn't true. You get upset at me saying it because it's fucking true. Who are your idols? If they're famous, they're all fucking evil. You love it. You love evil. Most people love evil. You follow evil.
So here's yet another clip of some anti-European nonsense. A culturally enriching individual decided to give a TED speech about how white Western children need to have diversity and inclusion shoved down their throats in order to make them more accepting of multiculturalism. Just take a listen to this.
It isn't as simple as just reading a few Maya Angelou poems during Black History Month. We have to fully incorporate the work and ideas of people of colour into each aspect of the curriculum by rethinking the very foundations of our education system to a point where it doesn't feel performative but provides beneficial insight. For example, at Nottingham Girls High School, we've refined the English curriculum to provide students with a more representative approach to the literature they study. We've replaced controversial books by white male authors, such as Of Mice and Men and The Boy in the Striped Pyjamas, with pieces of literature that celebrate a diverse array of authors and themes.
You know, if in order to sustain a multicultural society, you need to have all of these extra educational campaigns, perhaps we should acknowledge the fact that multicultural societies are inherently unstable and therefore a bad idea. If we had never opened our borders in the first place, we wouldn't have to go through all of this pain and suffering, having to spend extra money just to stop certain communities from clashing with each other.
There's a famous quote by George Santayana, which I imagine many of you will know. Me quoting a white European man is, in a way, ironic. I struggled to find an equally popular and relevant quote by, for example, a woman of colour. Me quoting a white European man is, in a way, ironic. Me quoting a white European man is, in a way, ironic, by George Santayana, which I imagine many of you will know. Me quoting a white European man is, in a way, ironic. I struggled to find an equally popular and relevant quote by, for example, a woman of colour, showing how our views on history are dominated by a specific demographic of people. Anyway, it's those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
Absolutely disgusting. So basically this person wants to censor the works of white European men in British schools. That is basically what this speech is about. How subversive is that? How about absolutely not? We want to celebrate our native culture, and you are absolutely not going to stop us. Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
Let's go back to another female genius. That's a real genius there. Let's see. Let's go to this one. I suspect this one might be a tiny hat. Look at the schnoz. Look at the schnoz. Look at the hands. Look at the size of that hand and that finger. Does that look feminine to you? I'm not saying it's a man, but it could be some kind of weird concoction. Some Frankenstein some some Frankenstein creature, some creepy creature. The forehead, the finger, the hand. Look at this. Very strange.
This one says eat meat. This one says be an herbivore. This one says use marijuana. This one says don't use marijuana. This one says don't use astrology. This one says figure out the astrology because the astrology is the enslavement contract and you need to delete and neutralize it and get those contracts out of you. I'm with this one. And what's the interesting thing was when my website and my whole Vimeo was taken down so that all my teaching videos were taken down off of Vimeo and my website disappeared, that corresponded to a time where Randy said she was not even allowed to talk about the astrology because the captors, you know, the D10 and the D11 collectives of the Draco and the Anunnaki would not let her say it. So I'm like, oh my gosh, no wonder. I had no idea why my videos were taken down from Vimeo. My whole account was canceled and my website was taken down because I was onto it. This stuff is, the astrology is not good. This stuff is horrible. This is your enslavement contract because like the Tracy Twyman stuff, they did all kinds of perverted sex rituals to the planets and inverted the planets. That's how they did it. Tracy knew this. All right, that was in her book, Genuflect. This one says self-heal. This one says self-heal. All right, so there's an agreement. So I put, you know, the agreement up here. You've got to heal yourself. You got to heal yourself. This one says, don't ever die. Please, you've got to live because you've got to make it to 1,000 years old or 1,000,000 years old and don't ever die. And this one says, it's okay, pack up and get out. Just make sure that you vibrated high enough to be able to leave this system so that you're not on a regression path or trapped on Mars. That's what I would say. That was my addition. This one says you're ascending. This one says the system is resetting to its core human and human only template. Now up here, the thing is that both of them say, both teachers, Don Juan and Gennaro, say we have to and we are returning Earth to its original intended and rightful inhabitants. So all these collectives still moving through, you know, we got to watch that. You've got to be sovereign. And I'm saying my thing, you know, still about that I revoke all contracts, agreements, and vows made with legacy control systems, consciously or unconsciously, across all timelines. So I'm, you know, you got to be on that, folks, because the tall grays are here. And they are the ones that destroyed the Pleiadians during the Orion Wars, which is why major alarms came off for me when they came in, because I am one of those Pleiadians that then got destroyed and then bought, sold, or traded to the Dracos where I got that enslavement seal. So I've seen all that now too. So this one says the body is a miracle. This one says the body is full of every kind of critter that the constellations hold. You've got hydras, squids. The most of your DNA is not even human. So for 20,000 human genetic pieces, you've got 20 million foreign fungi, worms, parasites. And the interesting thing again is these parasites don't come in because you ate some bad fish.
Vibrate that coochie chakra. You got to vibrate it higher, higher. Bzzz, bzzz, from 32 feet. Bzzz, 33 feet maybe. 33 feet. 33 feet away. Bzzz, bzzz. Vibrate that coochie chakra. Go ahead.
They come in from your thoughts. They come in from a belief program. They come in when you attend an entertainment thing like a concert, Disney World, a sporting event. You buy your ticket for admission to, you know, a theater production. And the squids and the critters and the ticks and the parasites and the hydras run those productions so that if you go to a big concert, be sure that you're getting those cooties all over you. All right, so your body is full of critters.
Cooties. Ooh, cooties. Ooh, cooties. 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 Cooties in her cooter. Cooties in her coochie chakra. She's got the cooties. She's got the cooties.
Both of them agree that you need to get back to your full potential. Okay, Don Juan and Gennaro both say you need to get back to human genetics, or else you're going to be flushed down the entropy toilet with a space dust return. All right, and it's not a fear-based thing. To me, it's like, I want my freedom. I want my freedom. So
She wants her cooties. She wants the cooties in her coochie. Cooties. Cooties in her coochie chakra. Chaos shortly after birth. What's this? Isn't this beautiful? Watch this. Look how violent this realm is. I know people don't want to see it. That's the thing. Most people don't want to see. Chaos shortly after birth. Montana. Just given birth to Patriot, this foal here. Patriot. Well, this is nature. This is nature that people laud all the time. This is the wild. Most of you don't understand the wild. You just watch Disney movies. So this is life and death. If that little foal gets kicked in the head, it'll die. Humans, they can't consider that, though. That's too much to think of. They can't focus. It's just, oh, don't you see the beauty? Don't you see the beauty? Don't you see the beauty? Don't you see what the mother has to do? Again, most of you don't understand nature. You talk about it, but you don't go out there. You don't watch things. You don't study. You don't learn. Most humans on Earth know nothing about nature. Nothing. Nothing at all. The mother's kicking the back legs, and this is shortly after giving birth. Must be exhausting. But that's nature, and most humans on Earth, I'm convinced, will never understand nature. Most will never look into things, think about things, do anything. It's way too much work for most people. They'd rather watch TV in Hollywood and just get brainwashed. They love it. I think most people love being brainwashed. They love being duped. They love defending Hell Realm. I think most people could watch endless animals die or get slaughtered, and they'd just say, well, this is a good place. My life's pretty good.
To update my personality because whatever the fuck is going on right now just isn't working for me anymore. I don't align with it. I'm gonna become a fucking a literal fucking asshole. Because I'm done fucking worrying, catering to people's feelings. Oh my god, what if I make them mad and they think differently of me and I say or do the wrong thing and they have a problem with it? Who the fuck cares? People are only thinking of themselves. You could try your best. People are gonna have a fucking problem with you regardless. So you might as well let the inside of you rip. Let it fucking loose.
I guess having a tantrum is considered empowering for women now. I cannot possibly understate how unattractive that kind of talk from a woman is. When she says, like, I'm just gonna let loose, what she means is I'm done being likable, I'm done being cooperative, I'm finished, I'm no longer going to care about anybody else. Essentially, she is abandoning her femininity. But why is that empowering? Why do these women seem to suddenly think that they are men, that what works for men is going to work for them? It won't. This kind of attitude of like, I don't care about other people's feelings, I'm just going to share my truth, that can sometimes be attractive on men because it signals an elevation in his masculinity. He's stepping into his manhood. He's becoming a leader. He trusts himself. He's not seeking permission from others to exist. And that's good. Like, you don't want him to be a jerk, but from the perspective of masculinity, that kind of self-assuredness, that power can be attractive, but it's because he's a man. When women act like this, and it's all just aggression and swearing, and I don't care about anybody else, it is so ugly because it is the exact opposite of what femininity is. It just shows how far she's fallen. These women have just lost touch with their own identity as women. Like, here's a good test. Women, before you say anything, ask yourself these questions. Would men find me attractive with this attitude? Are these the traits of a good mother? If the answer is no, then stop. Think about what you're doing. Because there's no way I would ever trust a woman who speaks and acts like this to raise children with. No. Would you guys trust her?
I would love to be a stripper, but the thought of making a man smile it really kills the whole idea for me. Like, never gonna fucking happen.
I actually agree with her. I think if she was a stripper, men smiling, no, that would never happen.
You don't let your boyfriend like bikini pictures on Instagram, but you want to post them? Okay, because I thought...
100% rules for thee, but not for me. Don't let her get away with it, fellas. Call her out on her hypocrisy.
It's honestly so simple. Posting a bikini picture when you're in a relationship is cheating. Like, period.
No, it's not. Cheating is when you have a secret relationship or you hook up with somebody and your partner doesn't know about it. Posting bikini photos on social media is trashy and desperate, and it's inappropriate because it's a sexual display to other men when you are already in a relationship. So you shouldn't be advertising yourself to other guys because you're not single. Like, it's not good. I'm not defending it, but it's not cheating. And we don't need to call it cheating. Sorry, that might seem like a small point, but that annoys me. Can we stop changing the definitions of words words. Like, we don't need to borrow the credibility of cheating in order to make posting bikini photos online when you're in a relationship bad. We can criticize that behavior in isolation. We don't need to borrow the negative stigma attached to cheating. Like the photo posting that's bad enough, it can stand on its own merits.
And I don't want to hear, oh, I'm just posting for my girls to see it and hype me up. Okay, so send it to them directly then. I'm posting it for myself. Girl, it's literally on your phone. Go look at it. But my boyfriend doesn't even care that I post them. Girl, yes, he does. He's just not going to argue with you over something so obvious. Girl,
women don't actually want a man who's okay with it. Like, do you think that she actually respects and is attracted to her boyfriend if he's okay with her flashing her flesh to a bunch of guys online? There's all these thirsty comments of like these simp men like drooling over her. Do you think she's going to look up to and admire the man who's like, yeah, this is great. I love this. I'm so supportive. It's probably just a shit test to see if you actually have any standards or values, whether you respect yourself enough to put in some limits or you care about her enough to say, hey, like, no, this is not my value system. This is not the kind of relationship that I want. I'm interested in dating a girl where our bodies are just for each other. So if that's not you, then we're not compatible. Giving your approval for this kind of behavior is not demonstrating how supportive you are. It's just telling her that you don't respect yourself, and she's not going to respect you either.
Girls will literally look you in your face and say, you can't like other girls' bikini pictures on Instagram. And then they'll turn around and try to post a bikini picture on Instagram. And then when their boyfriends are like, hey, I'd rather you didn't, they're like, you're so controlling. You're like so manipulative. Are you all there? Are you? Is everything wired right? And it's like, how long do we have to have this conversation? Ridiculous.
You know, last night I was watching an episode of Bluey. It's a kids' TV program. I was watching with Emily and my daughter, and there's this 3-year-old character, this little girl called Muffin, and she's kind of a nightmare, but she's a toddler. That's kind of the joke. Anyway, in the episode, her dad tells her that she's special, and when she hears this, she instantly starts acting like a menace. She breaks the rules. She ruins the game for the other kids. Like, she wants all this special treatment, and when the other kids like protest and try and get her to play like everybody else, she's like, no, I don't need to because I'm special. My dad told me so. I just thought that the message was so good. It was so clear that even a kid's cartoon could kind of get it across, because this woman's like, how are they like this? Like, what's wrong with them? How can they be so inconsistent and hypocritical? Is there something wrong with their head? But really what's happened is that, you know, it's the same as in the Bluey episode. If you tell somebody that they are special, then naturally they start to think that the rules don't apply to them. You're not allowed to like other women's bikini photos, but I'm allowed to post bikini photos because
Who am I? I am before the first contract, before the first nation, before the first border drawn across the earth by the minds of men.
Darius has that same hand picture. Is this a cult? What is this hand that they have? Darius J. Wright, look at this. They love their Darius. They love him.
Men.
I am the original essence and body, the living declaration of eternal existence, the conscious witness moving through flesh.
I am self-aware, therefore I am authority.
I am self-evident, therefore I am verification.
No institution created me. No fiction defines me.
This is so awesome. It's so culty. It's perfect. It's perfect. 15 voices, Darius J. Wright. I guess they're reading his shit and somebody put this together. This is great. It's so culty. It's perfect. It's perfect. This sums up humanity. This is the way you look to me. This is the way you look and sound to me.
I am not the corporation. I am not the artificial entity.
Defines me.
I am not the corporation. I am not the artificial entity projected by systems of commerce and fear. I am the living essence behind the name.
I do not consent to illusion,
disguised as truth. I do not bow before fear disguised as authority.
For I am not commerce, I am consciousness itself, moving through form.
I am part of that awakening. Of that awakening. Part of that awakening. I am the remembrance of original source.
Ja jesam most između svjetova, vidljivog i nevidljivog, konačnog i beskonačnog, tišine i zvuka. Ja jesam dah prije nego što je stvaranje otvorilo oči.
No court stands above the soul. No institution stands above God. No paper reality supersedes eternal truth. Stands above God. Institution stands above God. No institution stands above God. No paper reality supersedes eternal truth. I am not division.
Slaves to a false god. Congratulations to these idiots. Congratulations.
I am unity, remembering itself.
I am limitless value. I am infinite source.
I am consciousness creation.
I am in love. I am in peace. I am in gratitude because I am original.
I cannot be diminished.
I cannot be divided.
I cannot be transferred.
I cannot be owned.
I am the one remembering itself through all things, and I cannot die.
Because I am of God.
Because I am of God. Because I am of God.
Cringe demons. They are retards. Retards. They're retards. Bunch of retards.
Proper upset.
Can I get you're proper upset at what you just saw?
Yeah. You're looking after everybody other than Europeans here. The Irish government is looking after people from all over the world, which is great. Don't get me wrong, I like that Ireland and other European countries are helping people that are maybe down on their luck, but you need to provide for your own first. Your country needs to be in a good position in order to be able to help other people. Like, this entire construct is just going to break and then nobody is going to be helped in a few years, right? Sorry, but it's just the truth.
There's nothing grand about the situation in Ireland at the moment. There's nothing okay about what's happening with the Irish people right now.
But Ireland, please protect your own culture and your own communities and your own people, because if you don't, you will lose it. It takes 2 generations and it's gone.
So welcome to India, folks. I'm making a few videos for both channels. I'll throw the camera around now in a minute and show you. You don't see anyone Irish here. You don't see anyone white here. Whereas Ireland is 1%, minimum 1% Indian. Interestingly enough, and I'll be making videos about this, you can get dual nationality as if you become an Irish citizen as an Indian. Namaste ji, Tiga. This video is about 2 mad explorers. Hello ji. This video is about 2 mad explorers, huge YouTubers.
One of the most beautiful train stations in the world is in Detroit, Michigan. For years it sat abandoned, vandalized, and decaying. And it was even supposed to be torn down. Instead, it has been completely renovated, and for $1 billion, it's been restored to its former glory. In the future, it may even become a train station again. Let's go explore Michigan Central Station. I don't know about you, but it's always interesting to me how people talk about Detroit. It's almost never positive. At school, I was shown so many pictures of the city in decay. Perhaps my teachers were from Ohio, but they convinced me and my classmates that this was a failed city not worth ever going to. With Detroit's role as the birthplace of the automobile and the city's decades as the world leader in car manufacturing, it's no surprise that Detroit's transportation policy heavily favors cars. There are wide highways, excessive parking, and a stunning lack of rail transportation options for a city of its size. So it's no surprise then that the people in this urbanism space online often write off the city as well. Well, I'm glad that I had a healthy dose of skepticism even in the 3rd grade. I now have family in Detroit, and every time I visit, I really enjoy my time there. The Belle Isle Aquarium and the Eastern Market are 2 of my favorite spots, and I always leave the city having eaten way too much good food. And yes, Detroit absolutely deserves its reputation as a car city. But trains play a bigger role in the Motor City's history than you might think. Detroit once had the largest municipally run streetcar network in the US. The People Mover, small and silly as it may be, was the first transit system to incorporate public art into its stations, something that's now common across the country. And Detroit is home to one of the most beautiful stations ever built, designed by the same architects who built New York's Grand Central Terminal. And that's what we're visiting today. And let it be said, we're lucky to do so. This is the Michigan Central Station, which opened in December 1913. The station's towering height immediately captures your attention. In total, the tower is 18 floors tall. It's 230 feet, or 70 meters. When it opened, that made it the world's tallest train station. Most of the tower part of the building was used for office space. It was built and owned by the Michigan Central Railroad, part of the New York Central. Besides the company's own trains, the station was also used by trains of the Canadian Pacific and the Baltimore and Ohio. You could hop on a train across Michigan and to destinations like Chicago, Toronto, and New York. Right next to the station are a set of tracks. Today they are only freight tracks, but they lead to a tunnel underneath the Detroit River. This is an important international rail connection, used by quite a few freight trains every day, traveling and broken windows becoming symbols of the reputation that Detroit had at the beginning of this. On the marble, harken back to the station's glory days. It looked.
So this is what I would do across the Western world. The glory would be restored. The glory and the magnificence. The power and the glory and the furious beauty would be restored across all of the West. Every important building, every great piece of architecture, every great library, train station, all of it would be restored. There would be people working on all of these places to restore them to their glory. That's what I want people to understand. Detroit used to be known as the Paris of North America. It was a beautiful city with glorious architecture, music halls, libraries, train stations. It should all be restored. From here to Germany, France, England, everywhere. We should kick out the demons and spend our money beautifying, restoring, beautifying, building, and tear down the garbage. Tear down the buildings that look like commies built them, the brutalist shit, the ugly buildings. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. I'm not kidding about that. We should be living in beautiful places. The European spirit is too great to be living in ugly places. Why this woman recorded TV 24/7 for 35 years. You don't think there's weirdos in this realm? There are. There are.
Help support AMTV by becoming a patron, an AMTV staff member, and following us over on Twitter.
I'm in Brentford in West London, and as you say, it's the biggest film and VT library in the world. There's something like about 500,000 rolls of film in this library and about 300,000 reels of tape of different sorts of type of tape.
Preserving our history is important. I shouldn't have to tell you that. And in the visual medium of television, that effort is ever more vital. There are countless examples of lost media from the first few decades of TV, due to a lack of foresight, a lack of technology, and in some cases, just a way to save money. There are tons of preservation groups and enthusiasts out there who go to great lengths to preserving the history of television, and in no way was this greater exemplified than by the efforts of Marion Stokes, a woman who was able to preserve nearly 35 years of American television.
The late Marion Stokes. Marion Stokes hit record way back.
How did she do this? Why did she do this? Well, that's what we're going to delve into. How Marion Stokes saved decades of television. This is her story.
It's part of an electronic video recording system that you plug into the back of your television set where the aerial goes, and it transfers film on this cassette onto your television screen.
When discussing preservation, it's important to go back and look at the technology that was around to do such a thing. In the early days, most television programming was broadcast live, more in the style of the traditional theatre, plays, dramas, comedies, etc., that would be performed by a cast live in front of the cameras, which were transmitting said show to the viewers at home, and that would be it. You had one chance to see it, and if you missed it, well, tough luck. In those exciting early years, the only way a performance could potentially be saved is if it was shot or exported on film, commonly used for movies, and then preserved in some archival collection. Here in Britain, this practice was few and far between, but all of that had the potential to shift momentously in 1958. It was in this year that the first examples of videotape recording started to emerge. Systems were developed to allow broadcasters to capture their programs on videotape, which could be rebroadcast, sold across the world, or wiped to make way for newer programs. The BBC's example was the cumbersome Vera machine, as showcased here by Richard Dimbleby on an episode of Panorama.
I want you, first of all, to look at this clock and to remember the time that it says just after 9:16. Now, the reason for asking you to do this right at the beginning of Panorama tonight has all to do with Vera, the Vision Electronic Recording Apparatus. Vera is recording this program, Panorama, and it's putting the sound and the picture all together onto a magnetic tape. I want you, if you will, to look again at this clock and once again to note the time that it says, which is very nearly 9:20. When this clock jumps back suddenly and my pen disappears, you're on the telerecording by Vera. Evening. I want you, first of all, to look at this clock.
By the 1960s, more and more programs in Britain and America were being shot on videotape, thus allowing program makers to make easier edits and export programs to different territories. In hindsight, programs should have been stored safely in a broadcaster's archive for historical preservation, but in the vast majority of cases throughout the 60s and into the 70s, this didn't happen. Videotapes were continuously and frequently wiped so that newer shows could be shot, a cost-cutting exercise to say the least. At the time, broadcasters genuinely didn't believe television programs had much commercial value after they'd been exported around the world. In Britain's case, strict agreements with the Actors' Union Equity often limited programs to an initial transmission and then one repeat within a certain time frame, but that was it. However, by the late 70s, all of this was about to be overhauled once again, as the videotape format finally found its way into the hands and homes of the viewing public.
The Philips television recorder records TV when you can't watch, so you can replay anytime.
The first videotape machines, be they VHS or Betamax, debuted in the United States around 1976. Like with most new technologies, adoption amongst consumers was relatively slow due to the high cost of the VCR machines and indeed the high cost of purchasing tapes outright, some costing as much as $70 to $80. Once the rental market for video was established, and as VCR prices came down, by the dawn of the 80s, the home video market would experience an economic boom. Before long, a VCR machine would become just as standard a piece of equipment in the home as the television itself. One notable appeal, of course, wasn't just the ability to re-watch pre-recorded programs, but the ability to record what was being shown live on television onto a blank tape. Did this spark a huge issue regarding piracy? Absolutely, one that would continue to plague videotape throughout its commercial life. But it proved to be a convenient feature for millions the world over. And it's around this time, 1979 to be exact, that Marion Stokes comes into the picture. Born in 1929, Marion very quickly in her adult life became politically active. Scouted out by the Communist Party USA, she also involved herself heavily in the civil rights movement during its peak activism years of the 1960s. Whilst fighting for good causes, Marion's relentless activism would land her into constant bouts of trouble, including being spied on by the FBI, would you believe? By the late 1960s, Marion found her way into the television world, even producing and featuring regularly on a show that was called Input, which ran for a few years in the late 60s. Broadcast on Sunday mornings on a local Philadelphia station, the show made a conscious effort to focus on social issues and feature a wide variety of people with different jobs, beliefs, and experiences to tell their story. Marion would continue her political work in the 1970s, but at the end of the decade, an event occurred that would set her on a trajectory until her death.
From ABC in New York, this is World News Tonight, Sunday, with Sam Donaldson. Good evening.
On the 4th of November 1979, Iranian students stormed the US Embassy in the nation's capital, Tehran. This was mere months after the Iranian Revolution, which changed the trajectory of Iran for decades to come, and sentiment towards the United States, and the West in general, was vitriolic, to say the least. 66 Americans at the embassy were taken hostage, and the US administration found itself in a truly perilous situation. Catching the news on television, Marion immediately began to record the program. Little did she or anyone know just how long this situation would last. With updates being presented each and every night, Marion would record the broadcast to tape. Eventually, a late-night news slot was developed specifically covering daily updates regarding the hostage situation in Iran. Marion dutifully taped these as well. By the summer of 1980, the situation was still ongoing, and would receive even more attention with the launch of the world's first 24-hour news channel, CNN.
Good evening, I'm David Walker.
And I'm Lois Hart. Now here's the news.
Launching on June the 1st, 1980, CNN was a game-changer for its time. Now audiences across America could tune into news whenever they wanted, 24 hours a day. CNN devoted a lot of coverage to the hostage crisis in Iran, and Marion would continue to tape the broadcasts extensively. By the time the situation was finally resolved on January 20th, 1981, 444 days after the initial storming of the embassy, Marion had amassed hours upon hours of coverage. She could have very easily stopped there, except she didn't. Sensing how much more quickly news was being gathered and broadcast, particularly with the introduction of CNN and the recent advancements in electronic news gathering, Marion felt determined that history as it happened should be preserved. And so, she kept recording.
This is CNN.
One benefit of continuous news coverage via a channel like CNN is that smaller stories, often ones that would never make national news bulletins, would get some time in the spotlight. The fear of those stories not being heard or lost was a primary motivation for Marion to record them, likely harking back to her peak as a political activist and wanting various stories and viewpoints to be heard. Throughout the 1980s, Marion would continuously record programming on a 24-hour basis across a variety of channels. She did this with multiple TVs and VCRs all hooked up, and would rigorously time her daily schedule and outings with when the tapes would run out. When they did so, Marion, together with her family members, would swap out the used tape for a fresh one, and the cycle would begin again. The practice continued into the 1990s, with thousands upon thousands of hours being captured, particularly news footage, Much of it would have ended up as lost media today had it not been for Marion's efforts. As the new millennium approached and Marion reached 20 years of near never-ending recording, would this be the point in which she would finally call it a day? As the world welcomed in the year 2000, a now 70-year-old Marion continued her long-standing practice of recording television programming onto videotape. But this new era brought many advancements in technology, particularly in the field of home video. The DVD format had launched in 1996 and offered greater picture and sound quality, storage space, and provided new avenues that VHS or Beta could never have dreamed of. With the introduction of digital video recording via successful devices like the TiVo box, in the final years of the 90s, multiple attempts were made to convince Marion to transition to this newer, seemingly more convenient format of recording. Each and every time, she outright refused. Throughout her life, she'd always been concerned with who may be watching or listening in, likely brought on from her political activism days, and in particular having been spied on by the FBI. As such, she chose to stick with the analog avenue of videotape, as she could record what she liked without fear of anyone else in establishment positions knowing about it. Regardless of what you may think on the position, one challenge would pose itself to these efforts as the 2000s progressed.
Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of the Sith.
Despite a slow start, the DVD format was quickly and rapidly increasing in popularity, and in its adoption by audiences all across the world. This meant that video formats, namely VHS, were now in their era of decline. Whilst it managed to hang on in a stable way for the first half of the decade, by 2005-2006, hardly any new major releases, be they from film or television, were being released on the VHS format in America. This decline didn't necessarily affect Marion's work. She wasn't purchasing pre-recorded tapes, she was buying blank ones to record programs onto. And even by the mid-2000s, there was still somewhat of a market for blank videotapes, and they could still be picked up in electronic shops across America. However, by the end of the 2000s, their stock began to drop too. And by the time the 2010s arrived, it was becoming more and more difficult to track down and purchase a new, blank VHS tape. Marion's family members cite this difficulty, and with their reluctance to move to a digital-based format, there were some real doubts as to how much longer she could continue her recording efforts. They wouldn't have to wait long for an answer, but it arrived in the most tragic of circumstances. Marion hadn't been too well in the final years of her life, and despite many hospital visits and having a nurse by her side daily, she continued to maintain that the VCRs had to be kept running. Marion Stokes would pass away on December the 14th, 2012, at the age of 83. As she was surrounded by her loved ones at home when she died, the VCRs were indeed still running. In an awful twist, as she passed, the news coverage of the day was largely devoted to the appalling and tragic Sandy Hook massacre, in which a crazed gunman murdered 26 people, 20 of them being young children. It would be these broadcasts that finally marked the end of Marion Stokes' near 35-year passion project. The VCRs were finally turned off, and the lack of sound or picture in the room left an eerie presence amongst family members on that day. By the time of her death, Marion had amassed more than 70,000 videotapes in her personal archive. That number is large enough, but trying to comprehend in terms of videotapes is mind-blowing. You may be wondering, videotapes are notoriously bulky. Where on earth would you store all of these? Well, Marion had help, of sorts, from a little company that you may have heard of called Apple Computers.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary of the information forever.
Always having a keen interest in emerging technology, by the time Apple Computers was beginning to grow its profile in the late 1970s, Marion kept a watchful eye on the company. By the time Apple was preparing to launch its highly anticipated Macintosh personal computer in early 1984, Marion was one of the earliest adopters. She also invested heavily into stocks and shares regarding Apple, and given how much the company would grow, expand, and profit in the years and decades to come, you can imagine that Marion accrued quite the personal wealth as a result. She used some of this wealth to purchase or rent various homes and apartments, for the sole purpose of storing her videotape archive. And to be fair, it wasn't just videotapes. Marion was a keen reader and amassed a collection of tens of thousands of books, newspapers, and magazines, the vast majority of which she vigorously read cover to cover. But with all this material, now that Marion was gone, what was going to happen to it? Regarding her videotapes, Marion left them to her son, Michael. Her only instruction regarding them was that he donate them to a charity of his choosing. In 2013, Michael announced that the collection would be donated to the Internet Archive. Transferring the tens of thousands of tapes to the Archive's HQ in San Francisco cost Marion's estate around $16,000, so God forbid if anything got damaged. The Internet Archive pledged to digitize and thus preserve each and every one of Marion's tapes. The cost would be in the millions, and several digitizing machines would operate around the clock. As of the time of writing, 13 years on, the project is still not complete. The Internet Archive is a not-for-profit organization and relies heavily on donations. If there's anything you can spare to help them continue to preserve not just Marion's archive, but archives from many across the world, then I highly encourage you to do so. The legacy of what Marion Stokes was able to preserve in her lifetime is truly one of a kind. For nearly 35 years, every scrap of programming that was aired across a variety of American TV channels made their way onto one of many videotapes. Marion captured everything from the biggest historical events to the smallest of local news. Her efforts were unwavering, all with the aim of making sure history wasn't altered or changed in the years to come. If anything, Marion's sentiments echoed the eventual rise of what we term as fake news. And especially with techniques such as deepfaking and AI, it's becoming ever more of a prevalent problem. But by sticking with the analog format, what's being captured by Marion is history as it was happening. Her story is very inspiring, so much so that in 2019, a film was made about her. Recorder, the Marion Stokes project, directed by Matt Wolfe, is a fascinating watch, and I highly recommend that you check it out. In fact, the entire documentary is available to watch for free on the Internet Archive, the same destination where you're able to see many elements of Marion's collection. Whilst recording on videotape is sadly non-existent in the wider culture these days, it's down to people like Marion Stokes who not only embraced the format, but used it in its purest form, to record, to preserve, to help us relive and remember. And without her, there are several stories, viewpoints, and memories from the peak era of analog and digital television that would be lost to us to this very day. From this, we remember and honour the efforts and legacy of Marion Stokes, an archivist by its most essential definition.
Rest in peace, paranoid Tigger. Rest in peace. Oh my goodness. What a life. Recording everything from TV. And it's still a hell realm, no matter how much you record. It's still a hell realm.
Men are not coming back, and nobody wants to talk about what that means. But I think I know what it means, because I talk to a lot of men one-on-one, and the conversations that I have, the common through line from each of those conversations is that they were destroyed in one way or another by a woman, and they were in one of two positions. They were either in the thick of it, they were just stuck in a very difficult place, and they couldn't find a way out of it, they couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel, or they had already gone through it, they got out the other side clean. Well, some of them clean, some of them not so much, some of them heavily damaged, but they had become a new man and in a better position mentally, and they were refined through that fire that they had gone through. And so it's in these men's experiences that I think is, there's a lot of insight, there's a roadmap in that. And what I mean by that is it's these men's experiences that are causing other men to look at the reality of not just living in this modern society, but surviving it and what it will take to survive it. They have to think about what it will take of them to do this, right? But regardless of which direction they go, it will take something from them, right? So if they don't choose family, then they'll never have one. And that is devastating. That is a devastating reality for a lot of men. I understand that there are some men that don't want family. I'm not talking about you. It's for the men that do want to have a family. But if they do choose family, right, if that opportunity does present itself, then that can be taken from them, right? And so, which from my perspective, it seems more painful, because I have gone through that. And so, because when you look at the legal landscape, right, when you look at the custody arrangements and the alimony payments, the child support, the false allegations, the alienation, you name it, all of that risk and exposure is not worth it for a lot of men. It isn't, right? The juice is no longer worth the squeeze pursuing a family and fulfilling our biological imperative as men. A species with these kinds of problems cannot continue. The dam, it has to break at some point. So unfortunately, a man has to throw away his dreams of having a family. And like I said, for most of men, it's not because they don't want to. Of course they do. But it's about self-preservation at this point, right? And so men, they aren't just withholding marriage, but they're also civic participation, right? They're abandoning that. They're walking away from that. Church involvement, right? I would say any ambition beyond mere survival at this point. It is pointless to participate in society in the conventional sense anymore. It's mostly, it's very archaic, or antiquated, I would say, in a lot of cases, just by the way that men are treated. It's mostly one-sided, and it extracts from men. So it only makes sense to cut off its access and now only extract from it what you can, because that's what you need to do when you're in survival mode, right? You're protecting your energy and your sanity and only doing what's absolutely necessary and trying to get as much out of it for your benefit as possible, right? I'm not talking about exploiting people, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about being malevolent. I'm not talking about being Machiavellian, okay? My point is that men, they aren't given the authority and respect that they used to have, right? That they used to have been given. And most of the time, we're just being exploited, right? We're not being exalted, especially in the churches, right? Tons of men, including myself, have stopped attending, right? Tons of men, they are leaving churches, and they're either practicing their relationship with God on their own terms and no longer attending, or they're rejecting organized religion and Christian beliefs altogether. And so I myself was a Protestant for most of my life. I grew up baptized when I was 6 in the Southern Baptist Church, right? Went through various different denominations of Protestantism, and then in 2017, when I was 22, almost 23, or 32, almost 33, I converted to Catholicism, and then I was Catholic up until 2024, and then I decided to leave for a host of reasons, which I'm not going to get into. I've talked about them in previous videos, but so bottom line is these churches, even the Orthodox ones, the people filling those pews, they're filled, even leadership, it's all filled with feminized men who are, well, they're statists for one. They're statists, they're feminized, very much plugged in. They're constantly browbeating men in the church and telling them that they need to get their stuff together for women, and placing absolutely no responsibility or accountability on the women. And most of the women, these men have have to choose from, right? They're not even chaste women, right? They have a past of promiscuity, and for whatever reason, there's something about them. There's a past that they have where they are not suitable. Something about them doesn't make them. It just doesn't make them suitable wives or mothers, is what I'm saying. And I would say that more men are waking up to that reality, the reality that they're stuck in survival mode while women are nestled in easy mode in a lot of cases. And so we are just sick and tired of being extracted from for the betterment of others and at our expense, especially when those doing the extracting are claiming that they're not doing that. They're gaslighting you, saying that they truly love you and they need you, but they need you, but they don't love you. And we're finally seeing that for what it really is, which is just plain Jane manipulation. So we're just in this period where everything and everyone is failing us, and there's no suitable jobs out there. There's no suitable women out there. There are not a lot of suitable people to even connect with anymore. The world has just become a pawn shop with items that none of us want to buy, and whatever we have, we're willing to offload it even at a loss. At this point, we're just ready to cut our losses. And at the heart of all of this, of course, is central banks and governments and universities, which have worked for over a century creating this. I would call it an extinction level problem, and it's for profit and control. They've priced men out of families, and they've corrupted women out of being suitable wives and mothers, right? And this will continue until everything unravels, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It's an exhausting existence that we're living in, right? And so we're watching the threads of society. They're unraveling quicker and quicker, and there's nothing that we can do to stop it, right? Because if you think about it, there's over a century of momentum behind it, right? And there's not enough collective will to even slow it down at this point. And I know that this sounds very black pill and doomer, and yeah, it does, and it is, right? For me, I think it has turned me more white-pilled, honestly. I would say, in the words of Tim the Tool Man Taylor, before there is construction, there is destruction. So these oppressive mechanisms in our everyday lives, they need to wither and die so that we can finally live.
And if only for this. For more than a year, Diane has been living in fear of the man she was once close to, the father of her 3-year-old son. But it wasn't just him she was afraid of. It was also his diehard followers, who seemed hell-bent on ending the life of her and their infant son in the most brutal ways possible. Diane did install CCTV at her residence, and just a few months ago, it caught Gaddis and his crew peeping into her property, as if plotting something sinister. That day, nothing happened, but something horrible was planned. Diane knew she had to leave, but financial constraints meant she had no choice but to stay while searching for another place. She hoped one day of returning to complete her training to become a history teacher, something she had given up on due to prior health reasons. Diane realized she left her son's potty outside the patio and went out to retrieve it. As she was doing this, she heard the neighbors wheeling out their garbage bins. Waste collection day is tomorrow. Verbally, she thanked them for reminding her and went to pull her garbage bin outside. As she exited her home and wheeled out her bin, she could hear someone walking towards her quickly from behind. That's when she felt a thud. She was savagely being beaten at the back of her head with a metallic nightstick by the people who were wheeling garbage bins earlier.
I should have left. I should have left. I should have left, please. Help! Help! Here. Stop me! I should have left. I should have left. You're going to I should have left.
That was Diane being hit 9 times with a nightstick before being choked against the wall with it, followed by the man pouring acid over her from a bottle handed over by his own 15-year-old daughter. Diane pleaded with them to stop, saying, "Please, I have a son." With all her strength, she manages to push him away, grab the nightstick, and runs. He chases her, throwing acid behind her back one more time. The attackers were giggling and smirking as Diane ran around, desperately seeking help, receiving blows that had caused fractures and broken bones. Diane manages to run into the neighbor's house, who lock the doors and call the police. Diane drops the nightstick and rinses off as much acid as possible, bleeding and bloody for 15 minutes in the shower, but eventually she has to lay down. The stick was later identified as an illegal weapon in the Netherlands and Germany. Diane remembers being awake in the ambulance as she is taken away to the hospital. Diane describes her time in the hospital as far from ideal. The local hospital she was in was not prepared to treat burn and acid attack. Her arm was nearly amputated off, and she almost lost one of her nipples too. Despite the excruciating pain, her thoughts were constantly with her son. This only added to her trauma and anguish, as she knew her ex was after both of them. When it was finally time to meet her son, Diane was nervous, because she didn't know how he would react to seeing her half-disfigured face. But her son gave her a big kiss on the cheeks, bringing tears to her eyes. He didn't care one bit. He was just happy to see his mom again. This was one of the happiest memories of Diane's life. And if only for this brief instance, all the pain and fear that she had felt simply disappeared. Despite the CCTV footage of her attack, police were unable to identify or locate her attackers, and Diane felt disappointed in the system once again. Back in 2018, Diane had to quit her studies due to an undisclosed medical condition. Conventional medicine was just not cutting it. But then she stumbled upon a YouTube channel run by a man named Gattis, better known at the time as Severage. He seemed to have bold ideas about health and nutrition, speaking from his personal experience of how a carnivore diet saved his life and is the optimal and superior human diet.
For the last 2 months, I've been eating meat and butter only. And by meat I mean muscle and organs. And my conclusion is that it's about impossible to gain fat eating this way.
Diane first spoke to Gattis online in February 2018, and he seemed knowledgeable and attentive to her. He seemed genuinely interested in her well-being. Physically, he looked muscular and fit at the time, which lent credibility to his statements. They met a few months later at a meetup Gattis organized and connected well. Gattis spoke of his desire to live free of corporate oppression, possibly on a farm, and start a family. Diane too was interested in such a life, and these common ideals drove them closer. At the time she admired what seemed to be an original way of thinking, but later realized much of his philosophy was simply borrowed from others and radicalized by him. Not long after meeting, they became romantically involved. In fact, Gattis had left his previous girlfriend for Diane. In one of his YouTube videos, Gattis introduced Diane to his followers. He requested donations and support because he had been receiving a monthly allowance from his ex-girlfriend's family to help take care of her. The family even provided accommodations for them. But now that that relationship was over, so was that source of income.
What's up, everybody? I'm gonna make a completely raw video, no editing, and just tell you what's going on. A lot of you asked me over the last years, months, where I get money and how I afford the raw meat and everything. And the thing is that I had a girlfriend who I split up with now, whose parents are millionaires, and they gave me 500 euros at least every month, usually more. So I never had to think about money. I pretty much can't afford this diet anymore because I don't get the money anymore. I met somebody else and I chose her over.
Despite his controversial views, Diane supported and even joined in with him.
If they're crying, it's not going to make you proud. It's very nice how we evolved.
There's no way around it. There's no supplement. There's no gimmick. There's no thing you can buy to get around. You know your brain. 70% saturated fat.
I did basically. Then did 6 year vegan. 3 of that I did fruitarianism. And I built muscle. like health plummeted, I'll do it. Yeah. There's no better lunch than a goose egg, mate.
It's gonna really upset your body. It's the sugar. And that's a real.
What people don't realize is that grains turn into sugar in the body also.
The body does not attack itself. That's a ridiculous idea.
Dangerous. That's where you're dangerous.
No.
You're a liar. Where's your poster?
I make
hundreds of vegans do.
Very sorry.
At the moment, you are causing individuals.
You will all see that.
I didn't, for example, talk to the guy at all. I'm not talking about him. If they are causing us distress, no, I'm talking about you. Okay, I'm just saying.
Don't they alarm, harassment, and stress by your actions of eating them?
We'll see who laughs last. But if you ever not feel well, listen to your body, okay?
However, similar to many of his followers, she brushed aside his more extreme ones.
I see a lot of videos for women on YouTube on how to get a so-called hourglass body. They will tell you to work out, do plastic surgery, go on unnatural diets, and so on. All of this is bullshit. There's one solution to all of your problems: pregnancy. The reason you look the way you look is because you did not get pregnant right after you started menstruating. Not doing that is exactly the same as not eating meat and fat when you are hungry, and you will be naturally punished for it. You are punished with your looks. I've talked about cannibalism before and how nobody wants to talk about it. But when it comes to incest, nobody wants to even think about it. And if you switch off what you have learned for a second, you may come to the same conclusion about sex. We get told about these genetic disorders and birth defects. There's a lot of claims, but no proof. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't these problems logically come from blood that is further away from you? You've probably heard of the saying, nobody's above the law, most likely from the media, which really just means that you're a slave, especially if you call yourself a law-abiding citizen. Then you're an absolute slave. In reality, every animal on Earth is above the law, which includes humans, and that's because the law doesn't exist. Yesterday I saw the news about this guy called Nermin Sulejmanovic, a Bosnian bodybuilder who was clearly on steroids, who killed his ex-wife. I have incredible respect for this guy. The guy himself said it. She kidnapped his child for 1 week. The testosterone level of the man of today is somewhere here. Naturally, it should be here. How could I respect a man who simply let this kind of stuff happen to them? No matter what the woman does, it doesn't matter what it's about. You don't just snap like that. You have to be insanely mad at somebody to do something like that. The Illuminati are happy people and eating children and babies. All the research which I've done since I've gotten out of the hospital completely tells me that the Illuminati's diet consists of baby and children organs. How to live and how to live long and healthy and the secrets of humanity, of this planet and everything. Of course they understand this. I've mentioned it twice in the past videos about eating other humans, but sort of as a joke, even though it all really makes sense.
Fast forward a few months, Gattis hosted a live stream from Berlin, and Diane sitting quietly next to him. She looked dazed and uninterested, but most noticeably, she had a black eye. Gattis explained that Diane was horrifically attacked by immigrants in the forest and is in need of surgery. Donations would help.
I'll get right to the point. My girlfriend Luna, she was mugged yesterday in the fucking shit city. I wouldn't even make a video about it, but her teeth are all chipped in at the top and the bottom because of the kick in the face. We tried all kinds of raw food for healing, even raw eggs. They're pretty much liquid, but she can't eat them because it hurts so much. So now we gotta get a straw and somehow try to feed her some nutrition so she heals in some way. It's just all up. Everything here is swollen. The nose is swollen. She already had problems with the nose. She had surgeries. So we don't know what's going to happen with that now. What did the doctor say at the hospital?
That I might have to stay 48 hours because there could be an internal bleeding.
Because you could die.
basically.
And you couldn't even remember your phone number?
And age, yeah.
Which is also up. You definitely gotta go to a dentist now because you can't eat anything, and you know how expensive dentists are in Europe, and with the nose also. I appreciate all the support I get on Patreon, but that money pretty much pays for my food. That's about it. We both don't have a decent income to pay for any of this, so if anybody could support us in any way, even $5 to $10 on my PayPal, for example, that would really help us.
But of course, this wasn't the full story. He was exploiting the anti-immigrant sentiment sweeping across Europe. According to Diane herself, she said something to Gattis in the forest that he misunderstood as questioning his masculinity. The last thing she remembers is bending down to tie her shoelaces and him kicking her with full force in the face. She passed out and woke up with broken teeth, several facial injuries, and a concussion. Diane didn't fully understand what had happened until later, but she knew that anything could trigger his violent outburst. She was terrified of him. Gattis controlled her passport, her money, and her movements. He spoke German while she did not. When the police arrived, Gattis told them they were attacked by immigrants. At the hospital, Gattis convinced Diane to quickly leave by signing a discharge form she couldn't fully understand. The police did suspect foul play, as they believed only Diane and Gattis were in the area at the time, but no charges were filed, and they left the country soon after. Gattis raised a significant amount of money from this fabricated story, and while it did go towards Diane's surgery in Ukraine, all the excess went into his pockets. Gattis knew exactly how to manipulate his followers for money and sympathy. He had been perfecting this act for years.
I've been wanting to try raw meat for ages now, and the last few months I've been doing a lot of research. And after I came back from Italy, I thought it's time to do it. And the first bite I had actually felt how much more right it is, how much more natural it is because of the consistency, the texture, the smell, and just how it looks. For whatever reason, I got this bacteria called Campylobacter enteritis something. I'll write it in the description. And what I actually got was one of the rarest cases where more rare than others. People usually don't get this, is that my muscles stopped working. Vegetarianism is what started veganism. So don't you ever message me believing that I have any respect for you. Vegetarians are absolute scum. My high meat is 1 year old now, so I'm gonna eat it all at once. Smells like acidic mushrooms. Oh!
While in Ukraine, Gattis held a live stream for his 42,000 subscribers. Despite Diane's
Good night, everyone. Mad love to you. I'm ending the stream here. I'll see you again soon. Bye for now.